I'm leaving, okay? I'm leaving. El could no longer hold back his anger. He stormed into his room, quickly packed his belongings into a backpack, threw it on his shoulders, and slammed the door behind him. Outside, the sun was blazing. By April, Hadian already felt stiflingly hot, filled with a humid, fishy stench that made one restless and irritable. He touched the back of his head. Dried blood clung to his hair, hard and crusty. His head throbbed with pain, like lightning flashing inside every now and then. This time, he had been reborn starting from this moment. As he recalled everything that had happened before, he couldn't help but feel an intense surge of fury. 8 years as an educated youth in the northern wilderness, returning to Hadian at the end of 1980. For a year, he remained unemployed, working temporary jobs at small workshops organized by the neighborhood committee, facing coarse brushes all day long, earning less than a yuan per day, scraping by while handing most of his meager income over to the household for food and necessities. Finally, after barely securing a formal job opportunity, his so-called father demanded he give it up for his good-for-nothing older brother, a nearly 30-year-old layabout who never worked or studied. His reasoning was simple. Without a job, your brother won't be able to marry. Do you really want him to stay single forever? After arguing reasonably, all he received in return was a violent blow to the back of his head. Never once had the man considered his feelings. After more than 10 years together, he would always remain an outsider simply because his real mother had died early, and he wasn't his biological son. So, it was him who went down to the countryside as an educated youth, and now, even when there's a job opportunity, he must still give it up. You wouldn't even exist without me. Without me, you and your mother would have just been homeless drifters when you came to Hadian. You'd probably be dead somewhere out in the wilds by now. His father chased after him, shouting angrily, arms akimbo, full of arrogance. El turned around. His so-called older brother was leaning against the doorway, cracking sunflower seeds, face twisted with mockery. At this moment, bitterness welled up inside him. Everything was exactly the same as last time. You dare walk out that door, don't ever come back. Ungrateful bastard. The roar echoed through the alley. Ungrateful bastard? El softly chuckled, shook his head, and began walking away, eyes growing increasingly resolute. This house is not worth staying in anymore. From now on, we have absolutely nothing to do with each other. With those words, he didn't look back again. He walked all the way to his mother's grave in the wilds, sat there for a long time, pondering where to go next. Come quickly if you're coming, don't dawdle before the hills. Arrive fast if you're arriving, don't circle around them. If I call you across the mountains, I'll answer across them. If I call across the river, you'll turn back. Chicken crows and dog barks will scare you. Ghosts and spirits may frighten you. Hurry back along the same path, don't make your loved ones worry. He hummed softly to himself. A soul song had heard only once in a future life, a soul song meant to summon lost souls home. Now, he felt like a wandering spirit with no one to call him back. Then he gave a self-mocking laugh. Family? Maybe only that widowed mother and daughter deep in the mountains of the northern wilderness. Suddenly, he knew what to do. He would return to the mountain home he had built in the Khingan mountains in his previous life. In his past life, El chose to swallow his pride and stay. With the deepening of reform and opening up, things gradually improved. Still unemployed, he stayed at the brush workshop, scrapping together bits of money, even collecting trash, until he finally saved enough to start a business. He knew both Hadian and the northern wilderness well, so he started trading furs and forest products for leather processing factories. 4 years later, during a trip into the Khingan mountains to collect goods, he encountered a sudden storm. His vehicle slid into a ravine. He blacked out, only to be rescued by a village girl picking mushrooms in the mountains. She brought him home, nursed him back to health, and cared for him deeply. Over time, they fell in love. Thinking, wherever I live is fine, he naturally became the adopted son-in-law of that widow and daughter family. But once healed, he returned to his work, traveling between Hadian and the northeast. Eventually, they saw less and less of each other. As his business grew, he thought he was heading toward a stable, prosperous life until, egged on by friends after a few drinks, he spent a fortune setting up a company. Thinking his longtime partners wouldn't betray him, he signed contracts without reading carefully. That one piece of paper cost him everything, stripped him of all wealth, left him in debt. Not only did he fail to provide a better life for the wife who had silently supported him all along, but he dragged her entire family into hardship and shame, enduring endless stares, bullying, and suffering. Thinking about it now, El wanted to slap himself. But now with a second chance. To hell with Hadian. I'm going back to the wilderness, giving it my all, truly staying by my wife's side, letting them live a good life, making up for the debt I owe from my past life. Once the decision was made, LL immediately sought out a friend, someone who had also been a sent-down youth at the same farm, and sold his job documents cheaply for a few dozen yuan. No way he'd leave anything behind for that father ransom pair. That very day, he headed straight to Hadian railway station and bought a ticket bound for northeast China. The coal-fired green-skinned train rattled slowly, stopping often. It was just as slow as before, and just as crowded the aisles, the doorways, even the bathrooms were packed with people. He originally had a seat, but upon stepping away briefly to get hot water, returned to find a woman with a child sitting in his place. Though clearly awake, she pretended to sleep, cradling the baby tightly. On a train like this, having a seat was already a luxury. Seeing the child sleeping peacefully, LL decided not to argue. He took his backpack down from the luggage rack, pulled out a blanket, stuffed it under the seat, and crawled beneath to lie down. Having traveled frequently between Hadian and the northeast before, he had seen many tricks to survive the overcrowded carriages. This was just one of them. Others nearby followed suit, some using newspapers, others their clothes, competing for space under the rare empty spots. Soon, another person lay beside him, a big guy, curled up, chewing on a dry steam bun, neck bobbing with effort from choking it down. Noticing LL looking, he bit down hard again and offered, "Want some?" LL shook his head. "No thanks, I've got my own." He pulled out a steamed bun of his own, speckled with coal dust, and began munching under the seat where the dominant smell was foot odor. "Brother, has your area implemented the household responsibility system yet?" the big guy asked. LL shook his head. As an unemployed youth from Hadian, what land was he supposed to divide? Originally not a local of Hadian, he had spent 8 years in the northern wilderness, especially in the reclamation farms, meeting people from all over the country. His accent was mixed, and he understood many dialects, which led the big guy to mistake him for someone else. "I'm from Shandong. Our family got several mu of land. Things are looking up now. I heard those who divided the land first had high yields, finally enough to eat." The big guy talked nonstop. LL listened quietly, occasionally offering polite nods. Over time, different people occupied his original seat. After days and nights on the train, shifting through countless transfers, LL finally arrived at the mountainous depths of his heart each one. When he stepped off the train, his legs were almost useless, swollen beyond recognition. It took great effort to stagger onto the platform. He slapped his legs hard, then slowly paced back and forth, adjusting for quite a while before finally feeling alive again. "Hey, Xiaoel, is that you, Xiaoel?" Just outside the station, LL suddenly heard a rough voice from behind. He spun around. Instantly, a tall, sturdy man was striding toward him with a wide grin. Chapter 2. The Mountain Runner Mangu. LL was equally astonished. He never anticipated encountering an acquaintance upon his arrival at the Yichuan train station. The individual before him was named Lei Meng, an elder by 7 or 8 years, who had previously served as the manager of the farm where LL had worked in the Beidawang region. A decisive and efficient former military officer, Lei Meng was known for his reliable management style. During LL's tenure at the farm, he had demonstrated diligence and integrity, never resorting to deceit or shortcuts. His earnestness and enthusiasm endeared him to his colleagues. And with Lei Meng's recommendation, who was then the deputy manager, LL was assigned a relatively light position overseeing the cultivation of a medicinal flower, codenamed Hongwa 100. It is essential to note that this particular flower was cultivated not for malevolent purposes, but rather for medical treatment as per the planned arrangements. Such a critical role required a trustworthy individual, and Lei Meng had been instrumental in LL's return to the city. Understanding LL's circumstances, he had been reluctant to see such a promising young man remain confined to the vast wilderness of Beidawang. Although he felt a sense of reluctance, he wished for LL to find a better path in life. Thus, as they parted, he offered a simple yet warm-hearted promise: if life back home proves challenging, return to the farm. As long as I am in charge, there will always be a position for you. Now, LL had returned. After a hard-won journey back to the city, why had he come back? Lei Meng beamed and offered him a cigarette along with a match. LL instinctively accepted but hesitated before returning both the cigarette and the match, stating, "I've quit." "Quit?" Lei Meng raised an eyebrow. "I recall you had quite the smoking habit." Indeed, LL had been a heavy smoker during his 8 years in Beidawang, where most male workers indulged in cigarettes. The lush summer landscape, with its abundant water and vegetation, also served as a breeding ground for mosquitoes. Smoking proved effective in warding off these pests. So even the most reluctant smokers among the youth who arrived in Beidawang would inevitably become seasoned smokers by the end of summer. In his previous life, LL had also quit smoking, primarily due to his financial struggles upon returning to Haicheng. where cheap cigarettes were unsatisfactory. A few puffs would leave his throat and chest burning, yet the better quality tobacco was hardly affordable. He initially quit to save money, only to resume smoking later when his business improved and social obligations necessitated it. Now, faced with a different choice, he had intended to indulge but forced himself to resist. In his previous life, he had been diagnosed with lung cancer at the age of 60, largely due to his habit of smoking 2 packs a day. He had kept this ailment a secret, fearing that it would compound the troubles of his already beleaguered family. Smoking excessively is harmful, Mango. You should cut back as well, LL murmured after taking a deep breath. Have you changed? Lei Ming quipped, observing LL's demeanor, which suggested that his recent return had not been entirely favorable. In truth, he himself had received numerous letters from the educated youth who had departed, those who, having left the vast expanse of Beidawang and returned to the city, were enduring yet another trial. Most of them were desperately seeking ways to alter their fates. Raymond lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. What brings you back this time? He inquired. LL chuckled softly. From now on, I intend to take root in this land. That is splendid. Coincidentally, I am here to escort some retired workers from the logging site back to the farm. You can accompany me, after all. You are well versed in the farm's affairs and possess education. Your presence is precisely what we need. He had promised that as long as he was in charge of the farm, there would be a position reserved for LL, and he intended to keep his word. Raymond patted LL on the shoulder, visibly pleased, believing that LL had returned to help at the farm. The influx of educated youth returning to the cities had significantly impacted the various farms in Beidawang. Once bustling with activity, the farms suddenly found themselves short-staffed, prompting frantic efforts to recall retired workers, enlist former soldiers, or summon laborers from nearby villages. Yet, despite these efforts, the replenishment of manpower was inadequate, leading to operational difficulties that would take several years to mend. Logging typically commenced in the winter, but now, with spring arriving and the autumn harvest approaching, the farms were in dire need of labor. With insufficient hands, they could only resort to drawing from other areas. Mengu, I apologize, but I will not be going to the farm. I wish to venture into the mountains. The farm did not depend on his singular presence, and his arrival would not invoke any significant change. His desire was merely to become a drifter. A drifter, lacking land and household registration, also connoted a sense of aimless wandering. In recent years, drifters entering the city faced stringent regulations. If apprehended, they were commonly subjected to labor in detention facilities and repatriated. However, this applied primarily to those who sought entry into urban areas. In contrast, the region of Beidawang was not as strictly monitored at this stage. In fact, long ago, during the tumultuous era of migration towards the northeast, there was a significant influx of settlers into this area. Later on, during the military reclamation of Beidawang, a diverse array of individuals arrived in northeast China. During the migration period, people would select a village to cultivate land, creating a settlement from which they would support wealthy families through labor, logging, mining, and gold panning to make ends meet. After liberation, newcomers to this land employed similar strategies, attaching themselves to production teams, logging sites, and mines, performing various temporary jobs and selling their labor until they gained the local populace's acceptance, which would eventually lead to their formal settlement. Each year, specific quotas for residency were allocated across districts. Today, the farms and logging sites still require substantial labor, particularly strong workers. LL's choice to become a drifter was entirely to sever ties with Haiqing, while also nurturing his ambition to become a professional mountain guide. The life of a drifter was the ideal choice, freedom. This land is abundant in resources, and at this stage, there are no restrictions on firearms or hunting. With the deepening of the reforms, the mountains conceal numerous treasures, and those who possess the skill to extract them can easily convert them into wealth. Choosing not to work on a farm or in a forestry area stems from a desire to avoid excessive limitations that would squander this golden opportunity for profit. While formal employment may offer stability, it seldom provides the prospect of substantial earnings, at least for the average individual. In a previous life, I engaged in the trade of various mountain goods and participated in hunting, thus acquiring considerable knowledge and experience regarding these resources. I am confident that I can thrive on this fertile black soil. Upon witnessing Liu Lv's refusal, Raymond was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Liu Lv from head to toe. Upon his return, Liu Lv appeared to have transformed entirely. Observing his despondent demeanor, Raymond tentatively inquired, "Surely, you did not return to the city only to face some setback?" "No," Liu Lv replied. "I merely seek a place to live well." He exhaled a long-held breath of frustration, donning a more relaxed expression. He preferred not to mention the experiences of the past year in the city, nor did he wish to burden Raymond with them. All right, if you are unwilling to go to the farm, I shall not press you. Are you truly not reconsidering? Raymond sought confirmation once more. Lu LV smiled faintly. Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Ming. Recognizing Lu LV's steadfastness, Raymond refrained from further discussion. At that moment, a group of forestry workers approached from a distance, prompting Raymond to stride forward to greet them. After exchanging pleasantries, they all boarded the vehicle together. As the vehicle started, Raymond leaned out of the window. Calling to Lu LV, as I mentioned before, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me at the farm. Once you settle in, do not forget to visit. Lu LV nodded, watching as the vehicle kicked up a cloud of dust and wobbled away. He then shouldered his backpack and, after satisfying his hunger and thirst at a nearby stall, found a modest inn to settle into early. It was essential to restore his physical condition as swiftly as possible. Chapter 3. Beginning with a slingshot after a brief morning routine, Luel collapsed onto his bed and swiftly succumbed to slumber. Having spent several consecutive days aboard a train, he found himself in a state of perpetual drowsiness, the monotonous sounds and vibrations serving as a relentless assault on both mind and body. Awakening naturally, he discovered it was around 8 o'clock the following morning. This restorative slumber had alleviated much of his bodily swelling, and Luel felt significantly revitalized. He donned his backpack once more and exited the hostel, making his way directly to the supply cooperative. Today marked the beginning of his ascent into the mountains, necessitating some preparations. A sturdy iron pot was essential for cooking, along with a lantern and some kerosene for illumination. Additionally, he required a hoe and a pickaxe for digging. And to construct a shelter, he would need an axe and a saw, tools indispensable for lumbering. As Luel meticulously calculated his expenses, a disheartening realization struck him. The meager savings he had painstakingly accumulated, after deducting the costs of travel and sustenance, left him with very little after purchasing a few basic tools. A long period lay ahead where he would need to subsist on this scant amount, compelling him to avert his gaze from the chainsaw in the corner and the array of firearms hanging on the wall. The prices were exorbitant, and given his current circumstances, such aspirations were utterly fanciful. After procuring some rice, flour, oil, and salt, Luel emerged from the cooperative, burdened with a myriad of packages. As he passed by a bicycle repair shop, he suddenly halted. Outside the shop lay a disarray of tools and bicycle parts. Among these, his eyes were drawn to a discarded black inner tube. By cutting this inner tube into rubber strips, he could fashion a slingshot. Unable to afford firearms, a slingshot would suffice. While it might not be effective against larger game, it could certainly take down rabbits, squirrels, and birds. Moreover, since the ban on firearms, Luel had set aside his shotgun and, unable to quell his desire to hunt, had taken up the slingshot. Over time, he had honed his skills, achieving remarkable accuracy within a 20-meter range. Particularly with squirrels, though small, the fur of a gray squirrel was valuable, and its meat was considered a delicacy. The mountains were abundant with red pines, hazelnuts, and walnuts, creating a veritable paradise for these creatures. However, capturing squirrels proved troublesome. They were elusive, often darting among the treetops, making traps inefficient and time-consuming compared to the direct approach of a slingshot. Resolved to commence his hunting with squirrels and thus with a slingshot, Luel approached the shop. Inspecting the inner tube, it exhibited no cracks and appeared to be in excellent condition. How much for this inner tube? He inquired of the young man nearby, who was preoccupied with repairing another tube. What do you need that for? The young man asked, glancing over his shoulder. I have a bicycle on the field that got punctured by a nail, and I want to fix it myself, Luel replied, fabricating a plausible explanation. With so many logging camps and farms in the vicinity, who would question the specifics? In this modern era, bicycles have become the most ubiquitous means of transportation, with many individuals owning one and possessing the basic skills for simple repairs, such as patching tires. However, numerous people lack the necessary tools and seek convenience, leading to the emergence of many repair shops. I have plenty of those. Feel free to take one. No charge, the proprietor cheerfully declared. Thank you, boss. Luel V expressed his gratitude as he took the half-inner tube and departed. With this newfound treasure in hand, Luel V's eyes began to scan the ground. And before long, he discovered a pair of suede shoes. He skillfully cut 2 intact pieces of leather and stowed them away. He also stumbled upon several fine copper wires used for detonators in mining, which could be repurposed for crafting slingshots. Now, The only missing component for his slingshot was a fork, a task easily accomplished by venturing into the mountains. After completing these tasks, Liu LV flagged down a lumber truck transporting timber to hitch a ride for a stretch and then transferred to his small train heading into the mountains. Disembarking midway, he followed a narrow, winding path into the dense forest. Once inside the woods, he carefully retrieved his large axe, which he had purchased for logging, far more formidable than the small axe used for chopping firewood at home. The axe handle measured an impressive 1.5 meters, with a blade over half a foot wide, exuding an intimidating presence. Two individuals could alternate in felling a tree as thick as a basin in mere minutes. The forest was home to wild boars, wolves, black bears, and the formidable presence of tigers, all fearsome creatures. Typically, wild boars and bears would flee at the slightest noise, only attacking if encountered unexpectedly at close range or due to particular circumstances. Wolves and tigers, on the other hand, posed a greater threat as they actively hunt. Although their numbers have dwindled in recent years, caution is still warranted. In the absence of a hunting rifle, the large axe serves as an excellent means of self-defense. Fortunately, Liu LV traveled safely. Apart from spotting a few startled roe deer scampering away at the base of a gentle slope, he encountered no threatening wildlife. After traversing several ridges, he arrived at a small hilltop where he beheld dozens of households nestled at the foot of the mountain. This settlement, known as Xiushantan, was not only the name of the village but also the place where Liu LV had settled. It was a picturesque location, harmoniously positioned by the mountains and water. Presently, he intended to circumvent the village, wishing to avoid alarming the residents with his sudden appearance as a stranger, which would undoubtedly lead to inquiries and possibly being escorted to the local police station. Instead, he preferred to find a nearby spot to establish himself gradually, integrating into the community at a measured pace. Moreover, in comparison to the village's location, he had identified a favorable place to settle. Naturally, Liu LV did not dwell excessively on the possibility of being mistaken for a drifter. Having come to Beidawang as an educated youth, he retained various documents as proof of his identity, which could be utilized if necessary. If all else failed, he could always turn to Raymond, who would surely assist him without hesitation. Having skirted the village, Liu LV continued deeper into the forest, stopping in a sunlit, sheltered hollow after approximately 3 kilometers. A small river meanders through the mountains, its persistent flow having eroded the earth and organic matter, resulting in a considerable patch of flatland nestled within the hills. Over time, this area has become a verdant meadow, approximately the size of 3 or 4 football fields, adorned with wild grasses and featuring a modest pond. A small group of 5 roe deer grazes leisurely on the tender branches and leaves, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of LL, causing them to dart away. Yet, they do not venture far, pausing to glance back at him before gradually retreating after 3 or 4 minutes. Due to the difficult accessibility and the relatively modest size of this land, it has remained uncultivated, avoiding transformation into rice paddies. Otherwise, the rich, organic black soil would have made it an ideal locale for lush aquatic vegetation. It is hardly surprising, for such lands are abundant among these rugged terrains. Choosing a slightly elevated area suitable for construction, LL sets down his tools and surveys the surroundings, a rare smile gracing his face. From this moment forth, this place shall be known as Xiushantan. He envisions a future where people will inhabit this locale, transforming it into a new settlement. The nearby Xiushantan and Xiushantan resonate with each other, complementing one another harmoniously. Next, he must construct his dwelling, for enduring the elements without shelter would be quite challenging. In early April within the Khingan Mountains, spring has only just begun to unfold, and the air remains quite chilly. Chapter 4. The Cactus Shelter and the Slingshot. In early April in northeast China, one can still witness occasional snowfall, yet more often, the relentless, drizzling rain prevails. Nature remains in a state of desolation, with only fleeting warm spells serving as reminders that spring is approaching. This transitional period, marked by fluctuating temperatures, makes one susceptible to colds. LL must seize the rare moments of clear weather to construct a shelter. Otherwise, the onset of rain or snow would bring considerable discomfort. Due to time constraints, he opts to erect a cactus shelter as a temporary refuge. The cactus shelter, known among the Orokin nomadic people as a kwaluozi, is traditionally a dwelling that migrates along riverbanks, following the movements of wild animals. Its construction is remarkably simple. It requires neither nails nor ropes. By interlocking branches between wooden poles for stability and layering smaller poles to create a conical framework, followed by covering it with birch bark or reeds, a functional abode is formed. Initially, LL intended to build a horse rack, drawing from his past experiences during the reclamation of the northern wilderness. He contemplated the necessity of a larger structure. However, considering that he would be living alone, requiring space only for warmth and cooking, the cactus shelter proved to be a more convenient option. This type of wooden architecture can be disassembled in a little over 10 minutes. With an axe and saw in hand, LL ascended a hillside and, in a mere 2 hours, procured over 20 birch poles, which he transported to a cleared area. In less than half an hour, he had assembled the main framework of the cactus shelter. Next, he followed the riverbank to harvest several bundles of dry reeds, layering them from the bottom up on the shelter's framework. To prevent slipping, he sought out old vines in the forest, binding them in circles, and secured additional wooden poles around the perimeter. Traditionally, the shelter is covered with birch bark or reed curtains sewn with horsehair lines, suitable for summer. In winter, it is enveloped tightly with roe deer skins for insulation. The top features gaps that can serve as a chimney for a fire, minimizing any adverse effects. The birch bark requires steaming and drying before use, while making reed curtains involves a complex process. Thus, LL opted for reeds, creating a mixed-type cactus shelter. For him, this was merely a quickly constructed temporary abode. The truly stable dwellings in the mountains are earth cellars, which are partially buried, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. As for wooden cabins, that is beyond his current capabilities. Lacking the proper tools, it would demand considerable time and effort, a significant undertaking that must be approached gradually. After cutting several sections of wood, he fashioned 4 low stakes within the cactus shelter to serve as a bed, layered them with ural grass collected from the meadow, and placed his bedding atop, thus creating a sleeping space. Once revered alongside ginseng and sable fir as one of Northeast China's 3 treasures, ural grass now provided him with a means of rest. The reason why the ula grass is regarded as one of the 3 treasures of Northeast China primarily pertains to the impoverished. It is ubiquitous, serving as an excellent fodder for cattle and horses. Most significantly, once dried and pounded with a small wooden mallet, it transforms into a type of grass felt that possesses remarkable insulating properties. In Northeast China, where winter occupies 1/3 of the year, this inexpensive insulating material is a lifesaver for many during times of scarcity and hardship. Additionally, when stuffed into leather shoes, it effectively prevents frostbite. Although modern footwear has largely transitioned to rubber-soled cotton shoes or cotton leather shoes, it does not hinder LL from using it to insulate his bedding. In this mountainous terrain, even the sunlit slopes retain some snow, let alone the shaded areas. After laying out his bedding, LL found 3 stones to prop up and create a fire pit. He then ventured into the mountains to gather several dried trees, cutting them into small pieces with a saw, splitting them with an axe, and stacking them in the fire pit for use later that evening. At last, LL found himself with a moment to rest, though twilight was already upon him. He brought his iron pot to the stream, scooped up some sand from the icy riverbed, and scrubbed it clean within the pot. After rinsing it, he filled it with water and set it over the fire. Initially, he was not overly meticulous. He poured some rice into the pot, watching it simmer into porridge. Tonight, rice porridge with soy sauce would have to suffice. He understood that such a bland diet would soon leave him feeling lethargic, as in these remote mountains, meat and fat are truly paramount. He needed to prioritize hunting. Moreover, living alone in such a place posed safety concerns. Thus, it was imperative to construct a more secure shelter and commence the building of an underground dwelling. After some contemplation, LL glanced at the bicycle inner tube beside his bedding. Seizing the opportunity before darkness fell, he took up his axe and stepped out. It wasn't long before he spotted a withered fireglass tree on the hillside. The coarse bark had long since decayed, revealing the delicate red heartwood within. This was excellent material for crafting a slingshot, particularly aged wood. In later times, people would often use this type of wood to create prayer beads, illustrating its fine grain, hue, and texture. With a vigorous swing of his axe, LL felled the fireglass tree. He quickly found several suitable Y-shaped branches among the limbs, which he trimmed with his axe. He then dragged the entire tree down to the flat ground to use as firewood. Back at his fire pit, LL added some fuel and began to repair a few bough frames using his saw and knife. This process involved merely stripping the bark, smoothing out the splinters, and achieving the required length. In no time, he had fashioned several bough frames. Next, he carefully sliced the half inner tube into strips about 30 centimeters long and 1.5 centimeters wide to serve as bowstring material. As an experienced archer, LL possessed considerable knowledge in crafting slingshots. It was crucial that the rubber was cut cleanly without any frayed edges. Otherwise, it would be prone to breaking at those weak points during use. After meticulously cutting the rubber strips, Lu Yu proceeded to slice several pieces of leather from the suede shoes, shaping them into measuring 5 centimeters in length and 2 centimeters in width. Next, he employed copper wire from detonators to bind them together. The process was rather straightforward and did not consume much time, resulting in the swift creation of 3 slingshots. Rising from the cactus, Lu Yu casually picked up a few small stones from the ground. He drew back the slingshot and aimed at a reed swaying gently in the wind, 20 meters away, releasing 3 consecutive shots. Crack, crack, crack. His movements were remarkably swift, loading, drawing, and releasing. Each stone whistled through the air. Unfortunately, none of the 3 stones struck their target. Lu Yu was taken aback. Is this what it comes to? He murmured softly, though he was confident in his technique. As he contemplated, his gaze fell upon the 2 remaining stones in his hand, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. The issue did not lie in his skill, but rather in the projectiles themselves. During his previous experiences with slingshots, he had always used steel balls. While these stones varied in shape, and external factors greatly affected their accuracy, making it challenging to hit the target. 20 meters was no trifling distance. The tip of the reed was relatively slender and swayed slightly, and to strike it successfully, one needed to hit the central portion with precision. This was indeed a formidable task. To enhance his accuracy, Lu Yu had no choice but to contemplate what material would serve better as projectiles. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the soil excavated while constructing the cactus, which had stabilized the main framework. Chapter 5. The Gray Dog. It is well known that the northeastern region is abundant in rich, organic black soil. However, beneath this layer of black earth lies a substantial stratum of viscous yellow clay. This yellow clay possesses a unique characteristic. When saturated with moisture, it becomes exceptionally smooth and pliable, yet once the water evaporates, it hardens remarkably. In later times, hunters in the northeast often resorted to slingshots, utilizing projectiles crafted from this very yellow clay. The material is readily accessible and simple to obtain. It is said that archers have successfully penetrated the hide of moose with these clay pellets, delivering a lethal strike with ease. Of course, the elastic properties of modern slingshot materials far surpass the inner tube of a bicycle that he currently possesses. Achieving such performance with present materials is indeed challenging. Nevertheless, utilizing yellow clay for projectiles seems feasible. Without hesitation, LL took a hoe and excavated the more than 40 centimeters of black soil adjacent to the cactus, revealing the yellow clay beneath. He extracted a considerable amount and brought it back to the cactus. Subsequently, he rolled the pliable yellow clay into elongated strips, using a small wooden paddle to divide it as evenly as possible into small pieces. With both hands, he shaped them into small clay balls and placed them by the fire pit to dry. After over an hour of labor, hundreds of yellow clay projectiles were formed, arranged around the fire pit. To expedite the drying process, LL employed a large pot, roasting them directly inside, even using a spatula to stir them as if he were frying peanuts, save for the absence of oil. The clay balls tumbled within the red-hot iron pot, and after half an hour, many of them had turned a deep crimson hue. Satisfied that they were nearly dry, LL removed the pot and set it aside to cool. After waiting for several minutes until the temperature had sufficiently dissipated, LL picked up one clay ball and discovered it was indeed remarkably hard, comparable to ordinary small stones. Crucially, they were all uniform in size, exhibiting a pleasing regularity. Whether he would dine on meat the following day now depended on these projectiles. Content. He carefully stored dozens of them in a cloth pouch, while safeguarding the remainder from moisture. After rinsing the pot in the river, he returned it for storage, adding more firewood to the pit before finally retiring to bed. Having previously crafted brushes, which required minimal exertion, LL felt a degree of fatigue from the day's exertions. However, he was confident that his youthful and vigorous body would recover swiftly after a night's rest. With the disturbances of Haiching behind him, he enjoyed a rare tranquility, sleeping soundly that night. At the break of dawn the next day, LL prepared a simple porridge to satiate his hunger. As the first rays of sunlight filtered into the forest, he grabbed 2 slingshots, one as a spare, tucked into his waist. He first took aim at the reed clusters he had targeted the previous evening, firing a few clay projectiles to gauge the range and power before ascending the mountain with his axe. Remarkably, after switching to clay balls, the accuracy of the slingshot improved significantly. Only the initial 2 shots had missed, glancing by the mark. This newfound success instilled LL with great confidence. Not long after entering the forest, LL spotted a gray squirrel with a long, bushy tail leaping among the branches. This gray squirrel, colloquially known in northeast China as the gray dog, is referred to in later times as the Demon King squirrel, cherished as a pet and commanding a considerable price. This creature was LL's target. The flesh of the gray dog is quite palatable, and its fur fetches a respectable price at state-run stores. It stands as one of the small animals that LL can easily hunt with his slingshot. Upon sighting the gray dog, LL promptly halted, gently placing his axe on the ground, and retrieved his slingshot with clay pellets, cautiously approaching to find a favorable position for the kill. The forest was dense, and the squirrel perched high, obscured by numerous branches and leaves, requiring careful navigation. This spirited little creature was exceedingly alert. Even the slightest sound could draw its attention. It would remain motionless on the trunk, and at the faintest rustle, it would dart away, though typically not far, pausing to assess its surroundings before continuing its activities. Faced with such a wary animal, even with a slingshot, opportunities abound. Having selected his position, LL entered the effective range for his ammunition, slowly drawing back the slingshot. With a soft snap, the pellet soared forth, striking the vigilant gray dog squarely on the head. For such diminutive creatures, a slingshot's impact on the skull is invariably fatal. The gray dog instantly plummeted from the branch, its four little legs twitching uncontrollably. LL approached, collected the squirrel, and, wielding a sharp knife, swiftly slit its throat to let it bleed out. This step was essential. Otherwise, the blood would congeal within the meat, rendering it unpalatable. This advantage of using a slingshot ensures the fur remains largely intact. Had he employed a firearm, such a small target would likely have suffered irreparable damage. Once processed, LL stowed the gray dog in his satchel and resumed his search through the forest. It wasn't long before he encountered a second gray dog. This time, fortune smiled upon him as he discovered the tree hollow where the gray dog had been hiding. Climbing up to investigate, he was pleasantly surprised to find a bounty of hazelnuts, pine nuts, and walnuts within the cavity. He anticipated that, as winter's long embrace approached its end, the squirrel's nest would still contain such ample provisions. Truly industrious. Without hesitation, LL extracted all the nuts from the tree hollow, estimating his haul to exceed a pound. Later that evening, after a thorough washing, a stir-fry in an iron pot would render a delightful snack. Throughout the entire morning, LL wandered the forest. Perhaps due to the clear weather, these daytime creatures, having been holed up for so long, emerged to frolic, much to LL's advantage. He successfully hunted 6 gray dogs and unearthed 2 squirrel nests, yielding approximately 4 pounds of nuts. A truly auspicious beginning. With these few pristine greyhound pelts in hand, one could easily sell them at a state-run store, fetching a sum that would comfortably cover half a month's wages in these times, when daily earnings barely amount to a few coins. As time drew near, Lu lifted his bountiful harvest and took a shortcut back to his dwelling, unaware that a wild chicken, trailing a long-tail feather, was startled into flight. It did not venture far before alighting on a branch not too distant ahead. Lu couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed to be presenting itself to him. Setting down his axe, he deftly prepared a pellet in the pouch of his slingshot. With a swift motion, he released the projectile, striking the wild chicken squarely on the head. The bird squawked in alarm, flapping its wings as it ascended momentarily, only to descend again shortly thereafter. For such avian creatures, striking the body with a slingshot inflicts minimal harm. Targeting the wings may incapacitate their flight, yet these creatures are remarkably swift on the ground, darting through the underbrush and grass, making them difficult to capture. Hence, the head is always the preferred target, often resulting in a swift kill. Of course, this demands a high level of precision from the slingshot wielder. Lu, being quite skilled, felt no pressure in this endeavor. On his way back, he secured yet another wild chicken, filling him with elation. Upon reaching the saguaro, he spotted several roe deer foraging in the meadow. Startled, their white rumps flared as they glanced back at Lu, remaining frozen for 2 or 3 minutes before they finally bolted. Just wait. It won't be long before you all become a delightful addition to my pot. Chapter 6. The Underground Dwelling with Meticulous Care. Lushing delicately peeled the skins of several gray dogs using a knife. He kindled a fire to prepare porridge while deftly scraping the fat from the skins outside his door. Once he had cleaned them thoroughly, washing away all impurities, he hung the pelts on nearby branches to dry. Subsequently, he procured several wooden sticks and fashioned frames secured with nails he had brought into the mountains. After gathering some ula grass, he twisted it into fine cords and punctured small holes along the edges of the pelts with nails, threading the cords through and stretching them taut across the frames to dry. In the Northeast, there exists a traditional method for dealing with such skins. For small creatures like squirrels and rabbits, the entire hide is often removed in a cylindrical shape, tightly bound to a log, and the fat is scraped off with a dull knife. Inside, dry grass is stuffed to support the skin during the drying process. Once a sufficient quantity is amassed, it is sold at state-run collection points. This was merely fresh raw skin, requiring minimal processing. Tanning was unnecessary unless one intended to use the fur, as preservation from decay was the primary concern. Once the pelts were properly handled, Lushing proceeded to gut 6 squirrels, severing their heads and removing the entrails, cleaning them in the river. He skewered 2 of them with wooden sticks and placed them over the fire pit to roast. The remaining 4 were lightly salted and hung above the fire pit to be smoked. Smoking is an excellent method for preserving meat, applicable in any season. With spring upon them and temperatures gradually rising, Lushing realized he was short on time for the curing process of the cured meat. The 2 gray dog carcasses sizzled on the fire, soon emitting droplets of fat that crackled and transformed into a golden hue, filling the air with an enticing aroma. They were ready. Prior to roasting, had sprinkled a bit of salt on them. He tore off a piece and savored it. The rich flavor of pine nuts filled his mouth, tender and succulent, devoid of any dryness. This was indeed a rare delicacy among wild game, making his midday meal exceptionally delightful. As for the wild chicken, he reserved it for dinner. After enjoying a hearty meal, Lushing took a brief respite before retrieving his hoe and pickaxe to begin digging a pit in the cleared space beside the cactus. The pit was modest in size, approximately 10 square meters, as he prepared to construct an underground dwelling. The mountains were rife with wild beasts, and when faced with larger predators, a mere cactus would offer little protection. By March and April, the bears, having emerged from their winter hibernation, roamed about. The term cave refers to the dens where black bears or brown bears hibernate. Those in trees are called heaven's dens, while those on the ground are termed earth dens. After a long winter, these bears emerged gaunt and famished. Although their strength had waned, they posed an even greater danger as they wandered in search of food, potentially encroaching upon LS territory. Moreover, wolves, leopards, and the most perilous of all, tigers, lurked nearby. As Lushing lived alone in this desolate area, constructing a simple underground dwelling was a much safer and more reliable option than relying solely on the cactus for protection. The first step in building this underground refuge was to dig the pit. 10 square meters was not particularly large, but anticipated a depth of about 1.5 meters. It was no small task and would require considerable effort. For the next 3 days, Lejeune ventured into the mountains each morning, armed with a slingshot and an axe to hunt gray dogs, and spent his afternoons digging pits and felling trees. As his range of activities expanded, he consistently managed to capture 5 or 6 gray dogs each day, with a record of 8 on one particularly fortunate morning, amassing nearly 26 gray dog skins. Additionally, he acquired 2 wild rabbits and 2 wild chickens. One rabbit was swiftly struck by a slingshot, landing a fatal blow just behind its ear while it grazed on tender shoots in the meadow. The other rabbit, however, was discovered unexpectedly. He had not noticed it until he approached and found it nestled in the grass at his feet. Despite appearing unharmed and with wide-open eyes, it sat motionless, leading Lejeune to wonder if it had met with some misfortune that rendered it unable to close its eyes in death. Curiosity piqued. He grasped its ear to inspect the situation, and it seemed to awaken from its stupor, kicking its legs to affirm its vitality. He surmised it had merely been startled into a state of shock. Since Lejeune's primary objective was to procure fur and meat, he decisively struck the vulnerable area between the rabbit's ears, delivering a swift and lethal blow that incapacitated it instantly, before severing its carotid artery to drain the blood. This method of dispatching rabbits was a practical and effective folk technique. At that moment, the smokehouse he resided in was adorned with numerous pieces of cured meat. As the sky darkened, hinting at impending rain or snow, Lejeune refrained from venturing out on the 4th day. Instead, he focused on constructing an underground shelter. Having dug a pit approximately 1.5 meters deep and felled a considerable quantity of logs, he selected timber with a diameter of around 20 centimeters to ensure the shelter's robustness. The vertical posts and horizontal beams placed within the pit were even sturdier. Once the posts were erected, he meticulously laid down the logs, employing simple mortise and tenon joints alongside large nails to secure the structure, resulting in a remarkably solid underground dwelling. Subsequently, he covered the roof with a thick layer of ula grass, initially intending to use the traditional method of earthen covering. He reconsidered due to the forthcoming rainy season the soil would likely wash away under heavy rains. Ultimately, he opted to mix ample ula grass with the yellow clay excavated from the pit, applying it generously to the roof for a smooth finish. The ula grass provided a binding agent, preventing the yellow clay from cracking and creating an effect akin to a cement slab. The walls of the pit were densely lined with logs, firmly secured with nails. This underground shelter, elevated about a meter from the ground and oriented southward, featured a small door and window. Li Jun also gathered stones to construct a stove, combining them with the yellow clay, and sourced a hollow tree from the mountains to serve as a chimney. Thus, he had established a safe and reliable refuge. He ignited a fire within the shelter to dry out the dampness, and on the following day, he moved into the underground dwelling, feeling a profound sense of security. As for the rudimentary smokehouse, Li Jun was in no rush to dismantle it. It could still serve as a place to air-dry furs and store miscellaneous items. On that very day, he gathered the 26 greyhound skins he had collected, along with 2 wild rabbit pelts and the exquisite tail feathers, each exceeding a meter in length, plucked from wild chickens, placing them into a bag and making his way to the procurement point established by the state-run store in the Meishi district. In years past, to develop the Greater Khingan Range, the areas surrounding Yichuan were divided into numerous forest zones, each governed by various forestry bureaus. The locations of these bureaus became centers of population, equipped with all necessary amenities. Consequently, the names of places within the forest zones were often labeled as certain forestry bureau areas, with the terms village or settlement being rather scarce. LL's location was quite remote, situated 30 to 40 li from the district, making the journey to the district significantly shorter than that to the urban center of Yichuan. A ride on the small train would not take long to reach his destination. Upon arriving at the state-run store's mountain goods procurement point, he found the crowd scant. Only 4 individuals were in line awaiting their turn. It was too long before it was his turn. One by one, he extracted the furs from the burlap sack for inspection, ultimately receiving 35 yuan and 2 jiao. Although the amount seemed modest, in these times, money held considerable value. It is worth noting that a lumberjack in the forest would earn no more than 20 to 30 yuan in a month. LL had achieved this in just a few days, and moreover, he had hunted only small animals. Contemplating the abundant resources of the mountains, LL suddenly felt that returning to this remote wilderness was indeed a splendid choice. Chapter 7. Icy urine every day, consumed by the monotony of porridge and roasted meat. His palate yearned for variety. After exchanging some ration coupons for grain and oil, LL ventured into the state-run store to procure essential supplies such as sorghum and cornmeal, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. He also selected some steel wire, rope, and a few modest woodworking tools along with sandpaper, treating himself to a light snack. While he contemplated acquiring rice and flour, those commodities had become rare luxuries in these times. Indulging in them daily would quickly deplete his meager funds. As the sky darkened with ominous clouds and cold winds swept through, he refrained from lingering too long in the district and returned early to his underground dwelling. Shortly after entering, delicate snowflakes began to drift down. He hurriedly kindled a fire. The sudden drop in temperature made his limited clothing inadequate. The only substantial pieces he possessed were a military cotton coat and a doghead hat he had purchased during the latter days at the Beidaoing farm. These items were seldom needed in Haiqing and had remained stored away for a year, but fortunately, he had brought them along when he left home. Without them, fair weather was manageable, but rain or snow transformed the season into a test of endurance. In the shaded areas of the mountains, ice and snow could linger until June. Staying warm was paramount for survival in this woodland. Fortunately, his underground abode was already constructed. Otherwise, he would be shivering amidst the cacti. Throughout the day, LL chose to remain indoors, clad in his coat, while tending to a fire outside. Using the tools he had acquired, he fashioned a steamer, primarily for cooking rice, but capable of steaming buns and dumplings as well. The steamer was crafted from a segment of cedar wood, approximately 40 centimeters in diameter. Though not a native of the Northeast, he felt no compulsion to adhere strictly to local customs. Having encountered myriad innovations in later years, he worked in whatever manner he found convenient. With ample free time and an abundance of fine timber in the mountains, he found it easy to create wooden utensils such as spoons, basins, bowls, and buckets. Even if they were somewhat crude, functionality was his goal, and he could gradually accumulate tools. As time passed, the assortment of tools in the underground dwelling began to multiply, lending it a homely ambience. After an afternoon of labor, he finally hollowed out the center of the cedar log, placed it over the fire, and used the flames to smooth out the surface and internal splinters. He then polished it with sandpaper and wove a band from mountain grapevines around the center to prevent cracking, crafting a lid from cedar wood to complete the steamer. By evening, he fashioned a base for the steamer using reeds and ula grass, binding and stitching them together. The steaming apparatus was now complete. The next step involved boiling it with salt to eliminate any peculiar odor from the cedar wood. Once the tasks were finished, LL promptly steamed some sorghum rice and simmered a wild chicken with soy sauce. This modest meal would suffice for him the following day. As he prepared his dish, he peeked outside the underground dwelling. Snowflakes danced lightly in the air. At this time of year, heavy snowfall was unlikely. With such a light dusting, it would be difficult for the snow to accumulate on the mountain meadows. The chill in the air was palpable as LL exhaled, rubbing his hands together in an attempt to generate warmth. Just as he was about to retreat indoors, his gaze fell upon a few roe deer standing idly in the meadow. In just a matter of days, he had already spotted these creatures 3 times. They seemed to beckon him. Turning back towards the house, he settled under the glow of the lantern, beginning to manipulate a steel wire snare. Without a firearm, he lamented, for with their foolish demeanor, they would be easily hunted. Dubbed the first divine beast of northeast China, the roe deer was regarded by most hunters as mere game. Although the pelt held little value, it primarily served as sustenance. However, for LL, the deer skin could be repurposed effectively. Fashioned into a cloak, it would serve as an excellent barrier against the harsh winter chill. While he lacked the skills to craft such garments, he was confident that someone knowledgeable in the mountain community could assist him. A modest fee would suffice. Ultimately, securing a roe deer and preserving its skin would undoubtedly yield practical benefits. As for the meat, a single deer would provide ample sustenance for an extended period. While the flesh was indeed palatable, it regrettably lacked fat, making it difficult to extract any oil. In these times, oil was a precious commodity, and it was an era where fatty cuts commanded a higher price than lean. Even a trip to the market left LL reluctant to splurge. Every penny counted. Yet, the insufficiency of oil made every meal less satisfying, leading to an increased consumption of grain. As he found himself hungrier with each passing day, he needed to devise a means to acquire oil. In these mountains, the most common sources of oil were wild boars and bears. However, these formidable creatures were not easily subdued, even with a weapon like a gun. Smaller boars could be ensnared with a wire, but once they exceeded 300 pounds, even the strongest wire would yield to their strength. As for bears, their pursuit was an entirely different challenge. Furthermore, the oil from wild boar, especially from males, carried an overwhelmingly pungent aroma that was difficult to endure. Bear oil, on the other hand, was far more palatable, though unattainable for him at present. LL was aware of his limitations. Haste would serve no purpose. For now, he resolved to focus on simpler matters. After crafting a steel snare, he planned to set it at dawn. Having boiled water to soak his feet, he stepped outside for a moment before retiring for the night. Just as he was about to relieve himself, he abruptly halted. Rushing back inside, he retrieved a wooden bowl, placed it on the ground, and filled it with water, leaving it outside. The following morning, LL rose early, emerging from his abode to find the bowl of urine had frozen solid. The day remained overcast and chilly, with snowflakes drifting lazily down. Grabbing an axe, he hewed a bundle of birch branches over a meter long and carried the frozen urine to the area frequented by the roe deer. He crushed the ice within the bowl and set it down, surrounding it with the birch branches, creating a circle approximately 60 centimeters in diameter. He left a 20-centimeter wide and 60-centimeter high gap facing the direction from which the deer would approach. The prepared steel snare was positioned in this opening, its other end firmly secured to the ground with a stake driven in by his axe. This was a method that LL had learned while yearning for meat during his time on the farm. Human urine possesses a briny flavor, and many animals residing in the mountains have a need for salt. For the roe deer, this serves as a splendid bait. When a deer approaches the frozen urine and begins to lick it, its head bobbing up and down, it becomes an easy target for the steel trap. In the past, this technique often yielded a catch, proving far more effective than the random pursuit of tracking and hoping for luck. Without firearms, it was impossible to chase them down, for they could outrun even the swiftest hunting dogs. After setting a few more snares in the vicinity, LL returned home, prepared breakfast, and after dining, resumed his ascent up the mountain, armed with an axe and slingshot. To his surprise, the weather cleared up within 2 hours of his climb. Consequently, LL ventured further than anticipated. As he crossed 2 ridges, he suddenly heard a rustling sound from the opposite slope. It was the sound of trees swaying and branches colliding. He focused his gaze, and his heart raced with anticipation. Chapter 8. The clumsy bear. The sound emanated from a sturdy linden tree. A gaunt bear, with its claws gripping the trunk, was vigorously scratching at the bark with one paw while the other clung on tightly. After enduring a long winter, the bear's reserves of fat, painstakingly accumulated during autumn, had dwindled significantly. Now that winter had passed, it was time to forage for sustenance. Although its mobility was somewhat impaired during this period, the bear exhibited an unusual ferocity, consuming anything it could find. It seemed to have made a discovery in the tree. However, due to the distance, it was impossible for LL to discern the specifics. In its current state, should it encounter a skilled marksman, it would be akin to a living target. Regrettably, LL possessed no firearm. The black bear was a treasure trove, particularly its gallbladder, which could fetch an entire year's earnings for an average individual. Such prospects felt utterly unattainable, and merely contemplating them filled LL with dismay. Curiously, while the bear ferociously peeled the bark, it repeatedly shook its head and scratched at its own skull with its claws. LL began to perceive a pattern. Black bears are fond of honey and also consume ants, with the sting of bees being notably more potent than that of ants. Given the bear's frantic behavior, it was highly probable that it was in pursuit of honey. It was attempting to breach a hollow in the tree to extract the honey, its incessant head shaking and clawing indicative of irritation from bee stings. Just as the black bear had endured a winter in seclusion, so too had the bees. This was the time when their honey reserves were nearly depleted, and a lack of food could drive them into a frenzy. Even the slightest disturbance could provoke a collective attack. The mere thought of bees sparked a glimmer of excitement in LL's mind. Honey was indeed a valuable commodity. In these times of scarcity, honey stood out as a premier source of nutrition. Furthermore, in northeast China, linden trees were abundant. Even in future times, linden trees, as the predominant nectar source, would yield exquisite linden honey. However, it remained uncertain whether the bees in question were the Chinese honeybee or the northeast black bee. Although both belong to the same family, they are distinct species. The northeast black bee is darker and larger than the Chinese honeybee. While the latter is widely distributed across the southern regions of the country, it is less common in the cold, lengthy winters of the northern forests, where some can be found but in limited numbers. On the other hand, the northeast black bee, revered as a national treasure, primarily inhabits the Rauha region, which was quite distant from LL's current location. Nevertheless, the northeast black bee is known to migrate, making it plausible for them to be present. Should they indeed be the northeast black bees, it would be even more advantageous, as their foraging and adaptability in the northeast are superior, particularly regarding their winter survival capabilities. Of course, the northeast black bee boasts significant advantages, yet it also has its drawbacks, such as a tendency for theft and vulnerability to parasitic mites. In contrast, the Chinese honeybee is likely the only species capable of resisting the harm caused by these mites. LL decided to wait, to observe the aftermath of the black bear's havoc before approaching to inspect the scene. If it were bees, whether they be native or black, they were certainly worth reclaiming for cultivation, provided the queen bee remained unharmed. In his previous life, while foraging in northeast China, he had ample encounters with honey and had befriended numerous beekeepers, thus acquiring a fair amount of knowledge about apiculture. To rush the mountains meant to seek sustenance from the mountainous terrain, pursuing any profitable venture that presented itself. Suddenly, faint barks echoed from the opposite thicket, swiftly growing clearer. Before long, a large yellow dog burst forth from the woods. Upon reaching the towering tree, it erupted into a cacophony of barks directed at the black bear lounging on the linden tree. Shortly thereafter, two larger dogs of similar coloration followed suit. The large yellow dog, a native breed from northeast China, is one of the most formidable branches of the Chinese rural dog, perhaps influenced by the regional environment. These local dogs are significantly larger than their counterparts elsewhere. A fully grown male can weigh between 100 and 120 pounds, bearing resemblance to mastiffs, with drooping ears, thick fur, and fangs akin to a wolf's, making them exceptional hunting companions. Of course, some possess a trace of the Awenki hunting dog lineage, resulting in a somewhat smaller stature. The black dog appeared to be female, slightly smaller in size. Despite its designation as a big, clumsy dog, it is, in fact, remarkably intelligent, displaying profound loyalty and sincerity towards its owner. In the vast expanse of northeast China, this breed is capable of driving away wolves and hunting bears. While its individual strength might be somewhat inferior to other renowned hunting dogs, their cognitive abilities far surpass those of other breeds, making them adept at teamwork and exhibiting extraordinary lethality. Undoubtedly, the first to arrive was the leading dog among the trio. The term head dog refers to the leader, possessing an exceptionally keen sense of smell, allowing it to detect prey with ease. Locally, there exists a saying regarding scent, distinguishing between low head and high head scents. The finest hunting dogs can discern the location of prey from afar solely through airborne scents, enabling them to pursue directly. In contrast, the inferior ones must rely on tracking the scents left by prey on the ground. Judging by its approach, the black dog was undoubtedly an exceptional scent hound. LL watched with envy, contemplating how fortunate he would be to possess such a pack of hunting dogs. They would serve as excellent guardians during his mountain excursions, significantly enhancing his safety. Furthermore, during hunts, they would be indispensable allies, greatly increasing the success rate of locating and capturing prey. He mused that he should prioritize training hunting dogs in his plans. However, good dogs are indeed hard to find. To express it somewhat fancifully, finding a dog with a keen sense of smell often relies heavily on luck. Of course, training plays a vital role as well. In northeast China, this is referred to as dragging dogs, a method of cultivating guide-type hunting dogs, which involves considerable skill. Just as LL was lost in his thoughts, the situation across the way began to shift. The black bear, having endured a long winter, is now in a weakened state, particularly its once robust paws, which have become notably thin. As it traverses the rocky terrain or icy outcrops, each step inflicts considerable pain. This season is regarded by hunters as the prime time for hunting bears, as the sluggish bear, easily outpaced, often opts to climb trees when pursued by hounds. Once ascended, it becomes an easy target for hunters. However, the current scenario is markedly different. The bear, preoccupied with extracting honey, finds itself suddenly encircled by 3 dogs, caught in a perilous predicament with no viable escape. Even a creature as resilient as a bear cannot withstand the stings of bees, especially in its highly sensitive snout. Startled by this assault, the bear loses its grip on the tree trunk and plummets to the ground. Before it can regain its footing, the hounds pounce. The black dog swiftly maneuvers behind the bear, sinking its teeth into its hindquarters, shaking and tearing with ferocity. The other 2 hounds are equally tenacious. One lunges for the bear's neck, deftly evading a retaliatory swipe, while the other targets the bear's abdomen, quickly retreating alongside the black dog as the bear thrashes its legs. Seizing the moment, the bear rolls over and rises, roaring defiantly at the 3 hounds that encircle it, barking incessantly and ready to pounce. Chapter 9. Ferocity. The thoroughly provoked bees, though diminutive, are never to be disregarded. As the bear tumbled from the tree, a swarm of bees descended upon it. Each tiny sting was a matter of life and death, for the laws of survival in the forest are relentlessly harsh. Under attack from the bees and encircled by 3 hunting dogs, the bear lost all desire to engage. It was solely focused on escaping this dreadful place. After a fierce roar to intimidate the dogs, it remained locked in a standoff for a few minutes before turning to flee. However, the hunting dogs had no intention of letting it escape easily. Their mission was to corner and incapacitate their prey until their master arrived. Yet, they too faced the same dilemma as the bear. As the bear fell, the dogs rushed forward to bite, creating quite a commotion. The agitated bees, naturally, targeted them as well. To be precise, anything that moved around the large linden tree became a target for the bees. Faced with the bees' incessant assault, both the dogs and the bear found themselves powerless. Consequently, the 3 hunting dogs began to shake their heads vigorously while using their paws to swat at the bees that had stung them. Like the bear, the dogs' most sensitive asset, their noses, was under attack, and the stinging pain was enough to bring tears to their eyes. Nevertheless, when they saw the bear attempting to escape, they were unwilling to relent. The black dog quickly pursued, taking another bite at the bear's hindquarters. The sudden pain provoked the bear into a furious turn, swiping at the black dog with a powerful paw. The other 2 spotted dogs seized the opportunity to launch flanking attacks, each delivering a bite to the bear's ribs. Infuriated by the successive assaults, the bear rose on its hind legs and let out another roar directed at the 3 dogs. Ignoring the pain in its paws, it charged at the nearest black dog. Caught off guard while swatting at its own stinging head, the black dog hastily leaped aside, yet it was a moment too late. The bear's paw struck its side with ferocity, causing it to yelp in agony as it tumbled several meters away. The bear's claws were lethal, particularly to the black dog whose vulnerable midsection had been ruthlessly attacked. Indeed, the black dog fell, struggling momentarily before its hindquarters seemed to betray it, leaving it unable to rise and emitting pitiful whines. The bear, relentless, continued its charge towards the wounded dog. Meanwhile, the other 2 spotted dogs, perhaps wearied by the relentless bee stings, displayed noticeably slower reactions than before. With ferocity, the leftmost dog lunged first, sinking its teeth into the bear. Enraged by the pain, the bear spun around and delivered a fierce slap to the attacking dog's head. The impact sent the dog flying far away. It staggered to its feet, shook its head, only to collapse again, silent. In an instant, only one spotted dog remained. Two dogs fell victim in quick succession, their mournful howls serving as a poignant reminder of their plight, leaving them too frightened to continue the fight. In a desperate bid for survival, one dog seized a fleeting opportunity to bite a black bear. However, after the bear swatted the dog away, the creature instinctively leaped aside to evade further harm. Yet, upon receiving a thunderous roar from the bear, its tail tucked between its legs, it turned and fled. A noble hunting dog, once fearless in the face of death, now displayed a cowardice that signified utter terror. Even dogs are not immune to psychological scars. A dog so petrified by a bear would forever harbor a deep-seated fear upon encountering one again, rendering it effectively useless. In a past life, Luel had taken up residence in Shushantan, where a neighboring family owned a dog. A knowledgeable dog enthusiast remarked that, had the dog been nurtured properly during its youth, it could have evolved into an exceptional hunting companion. Unfortunately, the male owner was not a hunter, and the dog remained tethered in the yard, serving merely as a guardian. During the New Year festivities, when the family visited the wife's parents for 3 days without feeding the dog, hunger drove it to kill and consume a wandering chicken, an act it would not normally commit. Upon her return, the female owner, incensed by the loss, unleashed a torrent of blows upon the dog with a feather duster. This ignited further ire from her husband, who, seeking an outlet for his frustration, similarly assaulted the dog. From that moment on, not only did the family members avoid the dog, but even casual passers-by could elicit fear. A mere raised hand would send the creature scurrying into a corner, trembling uncontrollably, and it ceased to fulfill its role as a guardian. Consequently, whenever that family was mentioned, whispers would circulate, branding them as the cowardly dog family, a comment made only in hushed tones. Yet, there were instances when such words slipped out, leading to the tragic demise of the dog, which ultimately became a meal. The canine was not inherently cowardly. Rather, it had been traumatized by those it trusted most, further intensifying its wariness of outsiders. Though Luel had never owned a dog, he had often witnessed the loyalty dogs exhibit towards their owners. Each mention of such incidents stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Presently, although the dog had fled with its tail tucked, having narrowly avoided the bear's grasp, the enraged creature was not likely to relent easily. It charged after the dog into the woods, and for a moment, Luel lost sight of both. However, shortly after their entrance into the forest, the sound of 3 gunshots echoed ominously. Could it be? The hunter had arrived. Luel felt a surge of hope that the hunter would dispatch the bear with a single shot, but a strange cry followed, igniting a foreboding sense of dread within him. Was it possible the bear had escaped unharmed, perhaps even retaliated? In the midst of his alarm, a man and dog burst forth from the woods, the dog sprinting ahead of its owner, pursued closely by the frenzied bear. Witnessing this scene, Luel's heart raced, realizing the impending danger. Indeed, even if the bear's paws were injured, its ferocious speed, fueled by desperation, far surpassed that of any human. As the man reached the riverbank, he was abruptly pursued by a bear, which reared up on its hind legs and struck him with a mighty paw. The man let out a piercing scream as he was sent flying over 2 meters, tumbling into the turbulent waters below, swiftly carried away by the current. Meanwhile, the terrified dog had already fled along the riverbank, hesitating only briefly as it witnessed its owner being hurled into the river. It contemplated circumventing the black bear to reunite with its master. This maneuver, however, caught the bear's attention once more, prompting it to give chase. The dog, consumed by its instinct to flee, proved to be too swift for the bear to catch. After a brief pursuit, the bear halted, shook its head, and limped back into the forest. In disbelief, Luel glanced at the direction where the black bear had departed, then at the man drifting down the river, and hurriedly descended the slope to the riverbank, following the current in pursuit. Chapter 10. Coincidences of Fate. Moments later, LL caught up with the man in the gentle current at the bend of the river. He was still alive, his limbs weakly thrashing in the water. Without a second thought, LL tossed his coat aside and leaped into the river. The frigid temperature struck him like a shock. The water, mingled with melting ice and snow, felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. However, the urgency of saving a life spurred him onward as he swam towards the man. Upon reaching him, LL turned the man over so that his face was upwards, As if seizing a lifeline, the man instinctively reached out to LL. In such dire circumstances, LL knew better than to let him grasp him. The water was deep here. Just like aiding a drowning person, the panicked rescuer often finds themselves gripped with extraordinary strength, making it difficult to break free and risking their own life in the process. Thus, LL only grasped the man's hair and swam with all his might towards the shore. Finally, when his feet touched solid ground, he quickly wrapped his arms around the man's armpits and dragged him to safety, laying him on the ground. At that moment, his dog approached, sniffing the man and letting out a soft whimper. However, the man, who had managed to move somewhat in the water, now lay still on the bank. LL reached out to check for breath, only to find none. Time was of the essence. Yet, as he examined the man's torn cotton jacket, the gruesome sight of deep, bone-exposing lacerations made him hesitate to turn him over for chest compressions, fearing further injury. After a moment's contemplation, LL decided to straddle the man's back, cupping his hands beneath his chest and lifting repeatedly. This was a makeshift form of chest compression. After a few attempts, the man coughed up some water and gasped for air. Success! LL sighed in relief. But his relief was short-lived as the man rolled his eyes back and lost consciousness again. A further check revealed that the man's breathing had resumed, albeit precariously. Given his severe injuries, it was uncertain how long he could survive without proper medical attention. Noticing the blood still oozing from the man's back, LL rummaged through the man's satchel, finding only a few pieces of bread, a package of damp tobacco, and over 20 bullets. LL furrowed his brow. This was a troublesome predicament. In the Northeast, not only men but many women also smoked. And this loose tobacco could be used for simple first aid on wounded hunting dogs or hunters alike. However, with the tobacco soaked, its efficacy was questionable. Ignoring the odds, LL poured the damp tobacco over the man's wounds, then unfastened the leg bindings from the man's trousers, tearing off a strip of fabric to cover the injury, securing it with the bindings. They needed to get to a doctor quickly, but in these remote mountains, the nearest health clinic was far away. Heading to Xiushantan was the only option. He recalled that in the village lived an old barefoot doctor named Wang Demon, who had attended his wedding when he had married into the family in a previous life. Now in his 60s, he still roamed about with a medicine box in hand. A warm-hearted individual who commanded great respect within the community. Whenever someone suffered from a headache or a minor injury, they would eagerly seek him out. Without further delay, Luel lifted the man onto his back, using his foot to pull up his coat and setting off along the small path towards Xiushan village. Although he had not resided in Xiushan village for long in his previous life, he always made it a point to explore the area whenever he returned home. Thus he was somewhat familiar with the terrain and paths of the mountains. The location he found himself in was not far from Xiushan village, approximately 4 kilometers away. However, carrying a person weighing around 140 to 150 pounds was nothing short of a monumental trek. Luel could scarcely recall how he made it to Xiushan village. His consciousness had grown hazy during the journey. Upon reaching the village entrance and recognizing the old doctor's home, he gasped for breath, carrying the man to the gate just as he spotted the elder sharpening a kitchen knife in the yard. "Grandpa, help!" Luel gasped out in desperation. Hearing the commotion, Wang Demon looked up and, upon seeing the situation, hurriedly jogged over to open the gate. "Quickly, bring him inside," he urged, leading the way as Luel laid the man down on the kong. "What happened?" Wang Demon inquired urgently. "I took 3 dogs into the mountains to hunt a bear, but the bear attacked him. I saw it from the opposite mountain, pulled him from the river, and brought him here. Please, help him," Luel explained, struggling to catch his breath. Once the man was laid down, Luel felt utterly drained, barely able to stand as his legs felt as though they were filled with lead. He intended to steady himself by grasping the edge of the kong, but having exerted himself while carrying the man, he lost his balance and stumbled, falling to the ground. "Ouch, take it easy." Wang Demon quickly approached to help Luel sit on the kong. At that moment, Wang Demon's wife, Li Shumi, returned from outside. Upon entering the room and witnessing the scene, she rushed over to assist. Leaning closer to the man, she exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this Xiuqing, Shoyu's brother?" "What?" Upon hearing that name, Luel's heart jolted. In Xiushan village, there was only one Shoyu, Qin Shoyu, which was also the name of his wife. Fearing he had made a mistake, he couldn't help but ask, "Aunt, which Shoyu do you mean?" "From our village," Li Shumi replied casually. "He's the only male heir in that family." "Oh, young man, you don't sound like you're from around here. Where are you from?" "My name is Luel. I come from outside, and I live in the earth cellar in these mountains," Luel answered truthfully, though his heart was in turmoil. In his previous life, he had heard his wife mention that she had an older brother who had tragically perished in the mountains a few years prior. Memories drift like smoke. And at that moment, LL did not pay much heed to them. He could scarcely recall her name. Indeed, for his wife and mother, it was a sorrowful past that none wished to revisit. In times of hardship, they silently shed tears in solitude. Little did he expect that upon returning to the mountains, the first person he would encounter would be her brother, whom he had also saved. Such coincidences are indeed remarkable. In these challenging times, the loss of Chen Xiuqing, the sole male in a family already steeped in poverty, was an additional burden, akin to adding insult to injury. Blind drifter, Li Shumi expressed her surprise. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Wang Demon. Stop with the idle chatter, quickly increase the warmth of the Kong. This child has sustained severe injuries and is drenched. He is suffering greatly. Wang Demon hurriedly removed Chen Xiuqing's wet clothing, wiped down the Kong mat, and covered him with a thick quilt. He then cautiously untied the leg bindings that constrained LL, peeled away the clotted blood from the wound, and procured some alcohol-soaked cotton balls, using tweezers to clean and disinfect the area. "Uncle, how's the injury?" LL, having regained a measure of strength, inquired earnestly. The bleeding was halted in a timely manner. The wound is substantial, yet fortunately, it did not damage the bone. It will be fine. I shall stitch it up, apply some medication, and with a Chapter 11, a flourishing era. A perfect time. LV Lu understood that Wang Demon was administering acupuncture anesthesia to Chen Xiuqing, alleviating her suffering during the suturing of her wounds. In these times, anesthetic agents were in short supply. Not only barefoot doctors but even major hospitals rarely utilized such medications. Years ago, the vigorous promotion of a single needle and a handful of herbs, accompanied by the Barefoot Doctor's Manual, had nurtured many barefoot doctors who had saved countless lives with their commendable skills. The single needle referred to a silver needle, while a handful of herbs encompassed various medicinal plants. Once the acupuncture was completed, the next step was suturing. Wang Demon ground some tetracycline tablets in a powder, applied it to the wound, and administered the necessary medication, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. His forehead was already slick with beads of sweat. At that moment, LV Lu could not suppress a series of involuntary shivers, his skin prickling with goosebumps, rising and falling repeatedly. He remained damp with perspiration, fearing he might be falling ill. "Please, sir, could you also prescribe me some cold medicine?" he said, shivering once more. "Oh dear, I almost forgot about you." Wang Demon noticed something was amiss with LV Lu and reached out to feel his forehead. "Goodness, you've already begun to run a fever after plunging into icy waters to save someone on such a frigid day." As he spoke, he rummaged through his medicine chest, retrieving several pills, and poured some hot water into a large bowl for LV Lu. "Here, drink this quickly." "What are you doing, old woman? It's been ages since you stoked the fire. Hurry and find this lad some clothes to change into." LV Lu accepted the hot water and medication, swallowing the pills in one gulp and downing the water hastily. "It's all right, sir. I'm quite robust, really. There's no need to trouble yourselves. I can change when I get back. That's simply one tea do." Wang Demon shook his head, leaning toward the window to look outside. He spotted Li Shumi rushing back from the yard. "Where have you been? Chen Xiuqing is in such a dire state. Her family should be informed. And I was merely going to notify them." Li Shumi shot Wang Demon a glare. "And where is that person?" Wang Demon retorted, equally wide-eyed. "Not at home," Li Shumi replied, shaking her head. "I even went to their fields. She is nowhere to be found. I have no idea where she might be. Let us wait for them to return later. Hurry, find the young man some clothes. He is already starting to run a fever," Wang Demon urged. Just as Li Shumi was about to turn away, LV Lu grasped her arm. "Sir, ma am, truly, there's no need. My place isn't far from the village. I can change when I return. However, could you spare me some of your herbs? I'd like to brew them for my recovery." Having observed that Wang Demon's medicine chest was nearly empty, he sought herbal remedies instead. "That's agreeable." Seeing LV Lu's insistence, Wang Demon and his wife did not argue further and quickly brought a bundle of herbs to him. "And could you also spare me some of those chili peppers?" After receiving the herbs, LV Lu pointed to the string of peppers hanging by the window. He was acutely aware that he had been caught off guard by the cold. In the past, a bowl of sweet ginger tea and a cozy nap under the covers would suffice to restore his warmth. However, now, brown sugar had become a precious commodity, and ginger was hard to come by. Consuming spicy peppers to induce sweating was also a commendable alternative, one he had prior experience with. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Shumi stepped outside and returned with a small bunch of vibrant red dried chilies, easily numbering in the dozens. "Thank you, sir and madam." Liuel accepted them and fished out 70 or 80 yuan from his inner pocket, money that had been soaked together. He carefully set aside 50 yuan on the Kong, saying, "Sir, this is for the medicine I just received, along with his treatment expenses. Given the severity of his injury, regular infusions and medication will expedite his recovery. I would be grateful if you could assist with this." "That is unnecessary." Wang Demon was momentarily taken aback. Even if there are medical expenses, it should be their family's responsibility. You shouldn't have to pay. 50 yuan was a considerable sum. I just overheard that he is the only male in his family, and now that he is injured, he won't be able to move for at least a month. With just 2 women at home, their situation will be challenging. Please, in addition to the medical fees, kindly extend this extra assistance to his family. Wang Demon hesitated, wanting to say more, but Liuel had already risen, gathering the herbs, chilies, and his coat, and was heading out. "Sir, madam, I'm off." With that, he left the courtyard without looking back, striding away. The couple stood in stunned silence, watching his retreating figure, bewildered. After a while, Li Shumi quietly inquired, "Is he a drifter?" Wang Demon shot her a sharp glance. "So what if he is? Not all drifters are unworthy, but this young man, saving lives and offering money, embodies righteousness." Meanwhile, Liuel, walking along the road, occasionally shivered, yet a spark of excitement danced across his face. He bit into a dried chili, its spiciness causing him to gasp for breath. "My dear wife, I owe you from our past life. Allow me to repay you little by little." Although he felt cold, his heart burned with fervor. Today marked a small appearance in the village, and he believed their paths would soon cross again. Perhaps this encounter was destined to be timely. In his previous life, Liuel had met Chen Xiuyu 5 years later, by which time he was already 30. Having spent 8 years as a sent-down youth at the Beidawang farm, and another year back in Haicheng, he was 25 this year, while Chen Xiuyu was just turning 18. Such was the bloom of youth. Upon returning to his humble abode, Liuel's first act was to change into a dry set of clothes. Then he stoked the fire until it blazed warmly. He filled a large iron pot with water to begin boiling the herbs, hanging his damp clothes on a pole beside the earthen stove to dry. After several days in the mountains, his clothes had become quite soiled. However, considering his limited wardrobe and the continued need to toil in the mountains, along with his current state of health, he chose to embrace a bit of laziness, letting them dry before wearing them again. Today, due to a delay, the greyhound had only managed to catch 2. He had become quite adept at skinning and processing them, completing the task with remarkable efficiency. Once the medicine was brewed and consumed, he noted that the day was drawing to a close. Without hesitation, he boiled some sorghum, and then chopped the meat of the 2 greyhounds into small pieces. Resolutely, he added a generous amount of oil, frying the meat until it was a rich golden brown, mixing it with the freshly acquired chilies, treating himself to a well-deserved meal. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he was preparing to snuggle under the covers for a good night's sleep when he faintly heard a fierce sound that resembled a dog barking. However, it was not a dog, it was a roe deer. LL immediately discerned the source. Roe deer emit such calls only during mating season or when threatened. It was hard to imagine that this member of the Cervidae family, often referred to as the dwarf deer, would produce such a sound rather than the usual bleat. The sound seemed to emanate from the direction of the meadow, and LL's heart leapt with joy. Could it be caught in a snare? Chapter 12. Hanyang Zolv had not forgotten the snare he had set in the meadow. Upon returning to the underground chamber, he glanced at it and found nothing amiss. To his surprise, while he was inside concocting medicine and preparing a meal, he heard the commotion of a roe deer. Grabbing his knife and donning his dried coat, he emerged from the underground chamber and was filled with delight at the sight before him. A magnificent roe deer was thrashing about in the very spot where he had set the snare, desperately attempting to free itself from the noose around its neck. The birch sapling he had driven into the ground had already been flattened. However, the roe deer was no wild boar or bear. It was merely a medium-sized herbivore weighing around 20 to 30 kilograms, lacking the strength to escape. Moreover, since the snare was ensnaring its head, its struggles would only tighten the wire around its neck, hastening its demise. Not far away, several other roe deer were frolicking, their white rumps visible as they turned to glance in this direction. The whiteness of their behinds resembled a heart shape. Is this a gesture of approval for me? LLV chuckled to himself. Nevertheless, the deer must be dispatched. Only by draining its blood can the meat be truly savory. The process of bleeding, of course, is most effective when the creature is still alive. Without hesitation, LLV sprinted towards the deer, and upon nearing, the other roe deer seemed to finally realize the danger, bounding away in a flurry. Reaching the trap, LLV seized the deer by its forked antlers. The creature struggled fiercely, and despite its modest size, it possessed considerable strength. LLV nearly lost his grip. It was only when the deer began to tire that he seized the opportunity to leap over its back, clamping his legs around its torso, and drove his knife through its carotid artery. He then jumped aside, allowing the deer to thrash on the ground until it drew its last breath. Removing the wire snare, he carried the deer back to the grass beside the underground chamber. The task of eviscerating and skinning the deer was pungent and could not be performed inside the chamber. LLV thus built a fire outside, warming himself while he worked. After gutting the deer, he tossed the entrails into the river, where they floated away, while the heart and liver were hung on a nearby branch. These delicacies, once cooked, would be a treat indeed. After a busy hour and more, he had finished the task. The deerskin was simply scraped of its fat, stretched in a frame, and hung to dry inside a cactus. He moved the meat into the underground chamber. Having just satisfied his hunger, he would have liked to cook some more, but his stomach protested. For now, he simply rubbed some salt on the meat and hung it above the earthen stove to smoke. He slept soundly through the night. With timely medication and a potent herbal concoction, he awoke the next morning feeling light and invigorated, his cold seemingly quelled in its infancy. With his health restored, he resolved to ascend the mountain. Each day should yield its own harvest. He had not ventured into this deep wilderness to languish like an old cur. Old cur was a term used by the locals to describe a certain type of person. There always exist peculiar individuals, often estranged from society due to personal eccentricities or familial upheavals, who choose to retreat into the mountains, leading a life of seclusion. Such individuals are often colloquially referred to as old dogs. LL, residing in a humble dwelling far removed from the village, embodies this essence, though perhaps more fittingly described as a young dog. However, he is acutely aware of his purpose. Armed with an axe, a slingshot, and clay pellets, LL ascends the mountain once more. His intention is to visit the site where Chen Shoqing had been injured by a bear the previous day. Firstly, he wishes to ascertain whether the tree harbors bees, and secondly, he must deal with the two hunting dogs, uncertain if they still draw breath. Without delay, he arrives at his destination after a brisk half-hour, crossing the river via a large tree trunk that spans the water. This tree, rooted at the riverbank, was intentionally felled and its branches pruned for the sake of convenience. Upon setting foot on the opposite bank, LL becomes acutely alert. The presence of the bear remains unpredictable. Should it still linger in the vicinity, a sudden attack could prove perilous. Approaching the large linden tree not far from the riverbank, LL observes the scene. The temperature has risen significantly, now exceeding 10 degrees Celsius. Within a hollow at the midpoint of the tree trunk, he discovers a colony of northeast black bees bustling in and out, just as he had surmised. Scattered amidst the underbrush lie the lifeless bodies of black bees. For them, yesterday was a catastrophe, and now they must resume their toil for survival. Even now, bees are returning with pollen and nectar, while many others engage in the grim task of clearing the hive, meticulously removing their deceased comrades and disposing of them at a distance. The black bees breed early, and this moment marks the prime time for the queen to lay her eggs, necessitating diligent efforts to ensure ample sustenance for the larvae and the queen. Subsequently, LL encounters the lifeless forms of the two dogs, the mottled dog and the black dog. The mottled dog has been viciously injured by the bear, its neck torn, leading to a fatal loss of blood. The black dog, initially thought to be merely incapacitated, has sustained grievous wounds. Its abdomen has been eviscerated, with its intestines protruding, an injury beyond healing. It is truly a lamentable fate for both dogs. Surveying the area, LL selects a spot beneath a towering pine tree, digging a grave as per the hunter's custom, and lays the two dogs to rest beneath its boughs before continuing his search. The previous day, Chen Shoqing had fired a shot, and it is likely that the fallen weapon lies somewhere in this vicinity. Estimating the escape route of the mottled dog into the woods, LL soon discovers tracks leading him approximately 100 to 200 meters onward, where he finally spots the gun lying on the ground. Upon seeing the firearm, LL pauses momentarily. This weapon, a Hanyang model, has a storied history, having been instrumental in numerous battles over the decades surrounding the establishment of the nation. Originating in the late Qing dynasty, it utilizes 7.92mm rounds, capable of holding 5 bullets at a time, and possesses formidable power within a 300-meter range, entirely suitable for bear hunting. He strides forward quickly to retrieve the weapon. This gun bears the marks of time, its surface marred by scratches and cracks, a testament to its long and eventful life. As an antiquated firearm long since discontinued and discarded by the military, this gun remained in use until the mid-1970s, occasionally making an appearance in militia training. He glanced at the 2 remaining bullets in the chamber, puzzled as to why Chen Xiuqing had only fired 3 shots yesterday. Loading the bullets, Lu Yu pondered the previous day's events. The bear had been injured, though the severity of its wounds remained uncertain. Inspecting the firearm in his hand, he hesitated momentarily before locating the spot from which the bear had departed. Indeed, he discovered pools of blood and paw prints left behind on the ground. The blood flowed abundantly. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed instantly, and he promptly raised his gun. Following the trail, he moved at a painstakingly slow pace, having his usual speed, holding the weapon cautiously before his face. He traversed 2 ridges, and, upon entering a grove of birch trees, he suddenly noticed the once distinct bloodstains and paw prints had become erratic. He immediately halted in his tracks. The bear was near. Chapter 13. The explosive encounter. When the bear, known colloquially as the bear with a broken heart, lands, it habitually circles its landing spot. This behavior serves a dual purpose, surveying its surroundings and marking its territory with its scent, akin to a miniature delineation of dominion to deter other creatures from encroaching, ultimately ensuring its safety. Thus, upon discovering these circular tracks, one must exercise utmost caution. Armed solely with a Hanyang-made rifle and devoid of hunting dogs to assist in tracking or providing warnings, could only rely on his meticulous observations to ascertain the bear's location. Even so, the bear could emerge from an unexpected direction. LL was acutely aware of the recklessness of his endeavor. Yet, as the old adage goes, fortune favors the bold. The bear's oil alone tantalized him, not to mention the lucrative potential of bear bile. Even the lowest quality of bile could be worth the toil of hunting numerous other creatures. Had this been an uninjured bear, LL would have undoubtedly retreated without hesitation. However, this was an injured bear, and while the severity of its wounds remained uncertain, the likelihood of a successful hunt was significantly heightened. He was, in essence, gambling on fate. His gaze swept through the trees, scrutinizing every nook and cranny, while his ears perked up, attuned to any sounds. Once he felt assured of his safety, he cautiously advanced a few paces, repeating this cautious approach. Crack. As he ventured approximately 7 or 8 meters, a twig beneath his foot suddenly snapped. The sound, though soft, reverberated through the stillness of the forest, sending a jolt of adrenaline through him. Startled, LL raised his rifle and scanned the vicinity. At that moment, from around 20 meters to his right, the rustling of leaves erupted from behind a stout birch tree. Almost immediately, a bear weighing around 200 kilograms emerged. Peering directly at LL, its head bore the marks of a bullet grazed, blood matted across its face, rendering it an ominous sight. Just the day prior, it had been savaged by hunting dogs and shot at by a hunter. Upon spotting LL, it erupted with ferocity, roaring and charging towards him, limping due to an apparent injury to its leg. The shooting angle was unfavorable, obstructed by trees, preventing LL from firing immediately. However, the distance of over 20 meters meant that, despite its injuries, the bear's approach would only take seconds. LL endeavored to steady his nerves, focusing intently as the bear maneuvered around the obstructing birch trees, revealing its full form. Now was the moment. LL aimed at the bear's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed, accompanied by a spray of blood erupting from the bear's skull. There were 2 critical points on the bear's body, the head and the white V-shaped area on its chest. As the bear charged towards him, its chest presented a difficult target. Thus, LL had opted for the head. To his shock, despite the apparent headshot, the black bear did not succumb but continued its relentless charge. Without hesitation, LL chambered his last bullet and fired once more. Then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a resounding bang, the barrel of the gun unexpectedly burst apart. It had exploded. Damn it, this is disastrous. Lu El cursed vehemently, realizing that the formidable bear was about to pounce on him. In that moment, he could hardly afford to hesitate. He hurled the gun aside and seized his axe, sprinting away with all his might. He had never anticipated such a calamity would occur at this critical juncture. Fortunately, the explosion had occurred at the muzzle, a considerable distance from where his left hand gripped the weapon. Otherwise, his hand would have surely been rendered useless. Even so, his left hand throbbed painfully from the shock. As he ran, an unsettling feeling began to creep over him. Turning back, he discovered the bear had collapsed 2 meters from where he had fired, lying motionless on the ground. Luel paused, furrowing his brow. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that his initial shot must have struck the bear's head successfully. Nevertheless, the situation warranted utmost caution. It was not uncommon for a bear to lie still only to spring up and attack when approached. Having faced bears in a previous life, he maintained a level of composure that others might have lacked. Otherwise, he would have surely been frightened out of his wits when the bear had charged moments ago. He waited for 2 minutes, and upon seeing that the bear remained unmoving, he cautiously approached with his axe. Cutting a birch branch the thickness of a wrist and about 4 to 5 meters long, he prodded the bear a few times to confirm its demise. The bear had indeed taken a bullet to the head and still managed to run a considerable distance, a testament to its remarkable vitality. With a powerful swing of his axe, he struck the bear's head once more, finally allowing himself to collapse to the ground, his body weary from the tension he had endured. After a brief respite to collect his thoughts, he retrieved his axe and knife, beginning the task of gutting the bear. Soon enough, he extracted a charcoal-gray bear gallbladder. It was of iron quality, quite commendable. With ample experience in procuring mountain goods, Luel easily assessed the gallbladder's texture. The bear is indeed a formidable creature. The comparison of a fool to a bear is a grave injustice to these majestic beings. In these mountains, bears reign supreme. Bear gallbladders are categorized as copper, iron, or grass types. Copper gallbladders are golden yellow, iron gallbladders are charcoal gray, and grass gallbladders are light green, with copper being the highest quality. There are rumors that bear gallbladders change with the lunar phases. Those collected before the 15th of the month are said to be copper, strong and potent, while those collected after the 15th diminish in strength, becoming either iron or grass gallbladders. Luel, however, dismissed such superstitions, believing firmly that the quality of the gallbladder was directly linked to the bear's physical strength. Carefully placing the gallbladder in a satchel, he proceeded to sever the bear's nose and extract the paw pads. After removing the 2 bear paws and cutting some strips of meat, he hoisted the exploded Han-Young-made rifle and his axe, embarking on his journey back. The weight of his haul, now exceeding several dozen kilograms, was already at the limits of what he could carry. An hour later, Luel returned to his dwelling. The first order of business was to start a fire and boil water. As the water reached a boil, he retrieved the gallbladder, dipping it repeatedly for preliminary processing before setting it aside to dry for preservation. After a moment of contemplation, he tucked the bear gallbladder into his pocket, grasped the Han-Yang-made rifle along with 2 deer legs, and made his way towards Xiushantan. As he walked, a sudden recollection struck him. He had come across a bullet while rummaging through Qin Shouqing's pocket the previous day. Although it was also a 7.92mm bullet, it possessed a pointed tip, and he quickly deduced that this was likely the cause of the chamber explosion. It is worth noting that the Han-Yang rifle, often referred to as the old tube, typically utilized round-nosed bullets, which were notoriously incompatible. Employing pointed bullets not only diminished accuracy but also heightened the risk of a catastrophic failure, especially considering the rifle's considerable age, which posed significant risks. The incident involving Qin Shouqing had already become the subject of rampant gossip within the village. Good news seldom travels far, yet bad news spreads like wildfire, a universal truth applicable in any locale. At this moment, it was midday when Lu Lv appeared in Xiushantan, carrying the deer legs, immediately drawing the attention of onlookers, who whispered and pointed in his direction. As he continued on his path, he encountered numerous familiar faces. He thought to himself, "In due time, I shall reacquaint myself with them. There is no need to rush." Although he was well aware of his wife's family's residence, he opted not to go directly there. Instead, he first approached the courtyard of Dr. Wang Demon, calling out, "Elder uncle, elder aunt, are you at home?" Chapter 14. A visit. The door to Wang Demon's home soon swung open, revealing Li Shumi. "Oh, it's little Lv," she exclaimed, hastening towards the courtyard gate. "Your uncle isn't home. He went to the district to fetch some medicine. Come, step inside and sit down. Yesterday evening, I caught a roe deer, and considering Brother Chin's grave condition, I thought to bring him some to aid in his recovery. Is Brother Chin still with you?" Lv inquired as he entered the courtyard. "No. Yesterday his sister and mother went up the mountain to forage for wild vegetables. Upon hearing about the incident, they sought help to carry him back home. Your uncle had to go to the district specifically for anti-inflammatory injections due to a shortage," Li Shumi explained, leading him further into the house. "Come in and make yourself comfortable while I fetch you some water." Lv's actions the previous day had left a profound impression on the couple, prompting an unusually warm reception. Thank you. But since both your uncle and brother Chun are not here, I shall refrain from entering, LV replied, offering Li Shumi a hind leg of the roe deer. Please keep this and enjoy it. How could I accept such a gift? Li Shumi protested, yet her hands instinctively received the offering. LV was well acquainted with the couple's dynamics. Wang Demon was undoubtedly a man of virtue, embodying the compassion of a healer, yet Li Shumi had her moments of avarice. It was common for her to accept items brought to Wang Demon, regardless of his reluctance, and this often led to disputes between them after closing the door. Li Shumi frequently lacked discernment, accepting both appropriate and inappropriate gifts, which frequently embroiled Wang Demon in troubles. Madam, could you kindly direct me to Brother Chen's home? LV sought Li Shumi's assistance to make his visit less abrupt and more natural. With the roe deer leg in hand, Li Shumi's enthusiasm surged. Wait here. I will lead you there. She returned to the house to place the deer leg aside, then turned and stepped forward to guide him. In no time, they arrived at the dilapidated courtyard at the eastern edge of the village. Li Shumi craned her neck and called out, Xiaoyu's mother, are you home? LV surveyed the courtyard, noting that it was in much better condition than he had remembered from his previous life. It was evident that the absence of male support had exacerbated the already precarious living situation of the family. Yet, many familiar items stirred a sense of nostalgia within him, igniting an inexplicable excitement. There was also a flower dog with a tuck tail, lounging on a sack in the corner of the doghouse. Upon LV's arrival, it stood and wagged its tail, seemingly recognizing his scent from the day before, and did not bark or growl. The door opened, revealing a girl with braided hair dressed in a patched cotton coat. She was rubbing her eyes as she stepped out. Upon seeing Li Shumi, she managed a faint smile. Auntie, please come in and sit. As she spoke, her gaze occasionally flicked towards LV, who was observing her intently. Noticing his penetrating stare, she couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. The person before them was none other than Lu LV's wife from a previous life, Chen Xiaoyu. I want to intrude. Dinner is being prepared at home, and my husband should be returning soon. I merely brought young Lu over to visit you. He is the one who saved Shouqing yesterday. Li Shumi introduced with a smile. Upon hearing that Lu LV was her brother's savior, Chen Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise, and she turned to call into the house. Mother, come out quickly, our benefactor has arrived. Turning back to Lu LV, she swiftly opened the courtyard gate, urging, please, come inside. Lu LV, feeling no need for formality, stepped into the courtyard. It felt as though an emotional barrier within him had been surmounted, leaving him inexplicably exhilarated. At that moment, Li Shumi greeted Chen Xiaoyu and took her leave. Lu LV followed Chen Xiaoyu into the house, where they were met by a middle-aged woman with teary eyes, who gazed at Lu LV with palpable emotion. Benefactor, as she uttered these words, she nearly knelt down, exclaiming, Thank you for saving my son. It was evident that Chen Shouqing's injuries had caused this mother and daughter to shed many tears. Lu LV hurried forward to support the middle-aged woman, who was none other than Chen Xiaoyu's mother, Ma Jinlan. In his past life, after suffering a car accident and being rescued to their home, he had received not only meticulous care from Chen Xiaoyu but also kindness from Ma Jinlan, who treated him as her own son after he married into the family. In Lu LV's heart, she was akin to a biological mother. No matter the magnitude of the favor, he could not allow his mother to kneel before him. However, Ma Jinlan, possessing a gentle disposition, had always been a person of integrity and humility, often bearing the brunt of others' disdain due to her loquaciousness. Perhaps this was why, when Lu LV first met Chen Xiaoyu, she exhibited a strong and fiery temperament. After all, as a mother raising an orphan child, she needed a resilient figure to support their household. I merely encountered him in the mountains and offered assistance. I believe that anyone hunting in the mountains would not turn a blind eye to such a situation. It is a trivial matter, truly unnecessary for such reverence. Please rise. This is not a trivial matter. Shouqing is the only male heir of our family. If anything were to happen to him, our family would be utterly shattered. Ma Jinlan insisted. Madam, I truly cannot accept this. If you persist, I shall take my leave. Lu LV replied, feeling the weight of the situation. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu quickly interjected, Mother, let us invite our benefactor inside. The commotion had already drawn the attention of passers-by. As Lu LV had spoken, Ma Jinlan found it difficult to remain obstinate and promptly stood, taking Lu LV's hand and leading him into the house. Come in with me, dear, she urged. Xiaoyu, hurry and start the fire, prepare the dough, and make dumplings for our benefactor. Certainly, Chen Xiaoyu responded joyfully, rushing to the kitchen to begin her tasks. Meanwhile, Ma Jinlan guided Lu Lv further into the house, calling out, "Qingzi, come see. Our benefactor has come to visit you." Benefactor. On the heated bed in the inner room. Chen Shouqing weakly turned his head to glance at LL, struggling to sit up. "Do not move. You have sustained such severe injuries. It is imperative that you rest and recuperate. If you fidget, it may aggravate your wounds, and that could be disastrous." LL stood by the edge of the bed, preventing Chen Shouqing from rising. He gently lifted the blanket, revealing several gaping wounds on his back, resembling monstrous centipedes, red and swollen. With a few more intravenous anti-inflammatory treatments, he believed the situation would not be dire. Chen Shouqing opened his mouth with great difficulty but ultimately said nothing, obediently lying back down. However, tears welled in his eyes, and he nodded gravely, hastily wiping away his tears with a hand, forcing a smile. "Brother, please take a seat on the bed. Mother, fetch some water for our benefactor." "Oh, right." Ma Jinlan suddenly realized and prepared to head to the kitchen. In this household, there was not even a kettle for water. One had to boil it fresh. Seizing the opportunity, LL handed her another leg of a roe deer. "Auntie, I caught this roe deer last night and brought you a leg. Please prepare some meat porridge for Brother Chun to help him recover." Upon hearing this, Ma Jinlan did not accept the deer leg. Instead, she rummaged through a nearby cabinet and produced a red collection of notes. Opening it, she extracted 4 large bills and presented them before LL. "Benefactor, you have already bestowed a tremendous kindness by saving Qingzi. How can we accept money as well? This sum is too much. We cannot accept it. Please take it back," she insisted urgently. Seeing this situation, LL felt a headache coming on. "Auntie, Brother Chun has suffered grave injuries and will require a significant amount of time for recovery. There will be expenses for treatments, medicines, and household needs. Everywhere you look, there will be costs. You ought to keep this money. It will be of use. I am new to this place, all alone, and have no expenses myself. Moreover, I'm strong and capable. Earning money will be much easier for me." LL gently pushed her hand back. Yet, he understood Ma Jinlan's character well. She would undoubtedly feel uneasy with the money in her possession. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "How about this? Consider this money a loan to Brother Chen. Once he is healed and earned some money, he can repay me." Even after such a proposition, Ma Jinlan remained resolute. LL was compelled to adopt a more serious demeanor. "Auntie, if you persist in this manner, it will be as if you were driving me away. In the future, I may not dare to return." Chapter 15. Unexpected events. "Mom, just hold on to this for now. Consider it a loan for my brother. Once I recover and earn some money, I will repay you." Upon hearing LL's words, Chen Shouqing quickly interjected with words of caution. "This is not a trivial amount." Ma Jinlan still felt a twinge of unease. "It's all right. I assure you I can pay it back," Chen Shouqing affirmed confidently. After a moment's hesitation, Ma Jinlan returned the money to the collection and secured it in the cabinet. She hastily took the leg of the roe deer to the kitchen, bringing a bowl of water that Chen Xiuyu had prepared for LL. "You two continue your conversation. I will help with the cooking." With that, she turned and went to the kitchen. LL then settled by the Kong, casually removing the Han Yang rifle from his shoulder. "Brother, this morning I visited the spot where you hunted the bear yesterday. The black dog and the spotted dog have both perished. I buried them beneath a large pine tree on the hillside. You should go see for yourself when you feel better." Upon hearing that the 2 dogs had died, Chen Shouqing's expression turned somber, his eyes reddening once again. But this time he managed to hold back his tears. LL understood this feeling all too well. For a hunter, dogs in the mountains are the best companions, an extension of one's life. A good hunter treats his dogs with utmost care. Even if he himself goes hungry, he ensures his dogs are well fed. This is no exaggeration. In these times of scarcity, most families cannot afford to keep dogs. To raise 3 dogs to adulthood requires an immense amount of effort, especially for a family as impoverished as Chen Shouqing's. Undoubtedly, he regarded those dogs as his greatest allies in survival. "Additionally, I retrieved your gun. It had 2 bullets in it, both of which I used. The second shot caused the barrel to burst. I am truly sorry." LL gently placed the gun on the Kong. "A burst barrel. Are you all right?" Chen Shouqing was startled. "I'm fine." LL chuckled. "Was the last bullet a pointed one? I ran out of round-nosed bullets and could only find a few pointed ones, so I loaded just one into your gun." Chen Shouqing felt a bit embarrassed. Loading a single pointed bullet, only for it to end up in his own hands. What a stroke of misfortune. Old rifles should not be used with pointed bullets. Not because they cannot fire them, but due to the lack of shooting accuracy and the risk of a burst barrel. Moreover, this gun has seen many years. Old guns are manageable for the first 7 or 8 years after their production, but after that, one must be exceedingly cautious. It can be quite dangerous. This gun belonged to my father. He was once an exceptional hunter as well, but ultimately he met his demise in the mountains, never even reaching the village. Qin Shouqing said, his countenance tinged with sorrow. It is a grim rule in the mountains that those who perish outside are not allowed entry into the village. Yesterday, when you engaged the bear, I happened to be passing by on the opposite mountain. I heard you fire 3 shots in the forest, yet afterwards, you didn't have your gun, and it was you who was chased out by the bear? When LL inquired. Qin Shouqing gave a wry smile and recounted the events that transpired in the woods. On that fateful day, Qin Shouqing ventured into the mountains at dawn. Fortune smiled upon him as his family's black dog, Xiangtou, adeptly sensed the presence of a bear from a distance, immediately darting off in pursuit. The deceased spotted dog, nearly 2 years old, was a fierce hunting dog. Both canines were brought forth by Qin Shouqing himself. The surviving dog, acquired for 30 yuan from another village, had undergone a period of acclimatization at home and was embarking on its inaugural mountain expedition under Qin Shouqing's guidance. Despite his experience in dog breeding, he remained uncertain about discerning their qualities. Hearing others extol the virtues of this particular dog, he contemplated that March and April marked the bear's emergence from hibernation. At this time, bears, when cornered by dogs, often take to trees, rendering them easier targets. With only 2 dogs at his disposal, he felt inadequately equipped and, resolutely, gathered additional resources, ultimately purchasing the dog for 30 yuan. Little did he anticipate that this very dog would nearly lead him to peril in the mountains. The black dog recognized deer, wild boars, and bears, leading the charge as it barked and ran, prompting the other 2 spotted dogs to follow suit. Qin Shouqing could not ascertain what prey they were tracking, yet he dared not tarry and pursued them. However, humans are no match for dogs. And in the blink of an eye, the 3 dogs vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, he was greeted by their cacophonous barks, echoing from high above, confirming his suspicion that it was indeed a bear, for neither wild boars nor deer would ascend the trees. Elated, he realized his dogs had swiftly cornered the bear, rendering it a sitting target. Upon arrival, he aimed and fired, securing the bear's gallbladder without hesitation. Driven by exhilaration, he sprinted towards the source of the barking. Yet, after a brief distance, he was alarmed by the anguished cries of his dogs. The dogs he had painstakingly brought along could not be lost so easily. To his astonishment, as he rushed forward, he encountered the spotted dog rushing toward him, desperately attempting to conceal itself behind him. Perplexed, he soon beheld the ferocious bear charging toward him. The bear, upon seeing a human, became even more aggressive. Breathless and aware of his inability to outrun the bear, with the dogs rendered ineffective, he had no choice but to confront the imminent danger. Hastily, he lowered his rifle and fired, hoping to bring the bear down before it reached him. The old rifle, with its single bullet chamber, allowed him to fire thrice. In the chaos, he was uncertain if he had hit his mark. As he prepared to fire a 4th shot, the bear was upon him, rearing up to grasp the rifle with one paw while the other swiped menacingly. With no option left, Qin Shouqing abandoned his weapon and leaped aside, fleeing for his life. Descending the slope offered the best chance of escape, so he chose to burst through the thicket. Envisioning the river below, he reasoned that if he could leap into the water and drift downstream, or swim across, he might evade this harrowing encounter. As it turned out, there was just a slight margin of difference, and he was solidly struck by the bear. To this day, I still cannot comprehend how my loyal black dog and the flowery one met such a fate. In winter, we had teamed up on several occasions to hunt bears, and with the experience of both the black and the flowery dogs, it should not have been so swift a defeat. When the bear climbed the tree, it certainly wouldn't descend easily with hunting dogs below. Qin Shouqing shook his head and said bitterly. LV Liu gently patted his shoulder. There was a swarm of bees in that linden tree. When the hunting dogs arrived, the bear was busy gathering honey. And amidst the chaotic buzzing of the bees, it must have been quite distracted. Upon hearing this, Qin Shouqing fell silent. Hunting is fraught with such uncertainties. Even the most seasoned hunters cannot fully anticipate the unexpected. For instance, one might not know that the bear was foraging for honey, nor that the highly praised flowery dog would exhibit such timidity. Similarly, I did not foresee that firing 2 shots from your gun would lead to a catastrophic malfunction. Hunting is fundamentally about discerning minute details, a gradual accumulation of experience. Of course, there is also an element of fortune involved. For Qin Shouqing, it was indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. At the very least, he was still alive. If it were not for LV Liu's rebirth and his fortuitous witnessing of that scene, he would not have been rescued, nor would he have easily crossed this threshold. Suddenly, LV Liu felt that perhaps this was fate. Chapter 16. Bare Nose. Bolongai. The dumplings were quickly prepared and steamed, with Ma Jinlan serving a generous bowl of steamed dumplings to both LL and Qin Xiuqing, noticeably filling LL's bowl much more than Qin Xiuqing's. Hurry up and enjoy them while they're hot, Ma Jinlan enthusiastically urged. LL picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks, discovering it was filled with cabbage and roe deer meat, freshly sourced from the recently delivered venison. Alongside the dumplings, there was a bowl of cold dandelion salad and wild garlic. Dandelion, known locally, is a wild edible, and wild garlic is a small bulbous plant from the mountains. These two are among the earliest wild vegetables available in northeast China, both prized for their medicinal and culinary properties. Having indulged in wild game for several days, the sight of these fresh greens made LL's appetite stir. He swiftly devoured a dumpling and sampled both wild vegetables. The roe deer meat was tender and delightful, while the dandelion had a hint of bitterness, serving as an effective remedy for clearing heat and detoxifying, and the wild garlic, with its strong flavor, immediately cleared his slightly congested nostrils, allowing him to breathe easily. Ma Jinlan was an adept cook, and her teachings had been well received. Qin Xiuyu had even surpassed her in this regard. The household often faced food shortages, relying heavily on wild vegetables to supplement their meals. Thus, despite their poverty, the dishes crafted from these wild greens were truly exceptional in their village. Even in his past life, when LL brought business partners to the mountains, those who had tasted the family's wild vegetables always praised them. These are all wonderful things, LL remarked earnestly. Enjoy them as much as you like. Ma Jinlan smiled. All right. LL eagerly sampled another bite of each dish, but noticed Ma Jinlan standing beside him, watching. He could not help but ask, "Why aren't you eating? Come and join us." In his mind, it was unthinkable for women not to sit at the table when guests were present. Ma Jinlan hesitated slightly, then replied with a smile, "You go ahead. We've already eaten in the kitchen." LL had already noticed Ma Jinlan's throat moving, a clear sign she was swallowing. He glanced back at the kitchen and then at the large bowl of dumplings in his hands, placing the bowl on the table as he stepped down from the Kong to head towards the kitchen. Qin Xiuyu was beside the stove, adding firewood, steam rising from the pot, while she was sipping from a bowl of corn porridge. Upon seeing LL suddenly enter, she hurriedly hid the bowl behind her, wiping her mouth sheepishly, and asked with a smile, "Elga, what brings you here? Have you finished eating? There is more in the pot. I can get you some." LL remained silent, lifting the steamer lid to find only a dozen dumplings left. It was evident that they had saved the best for themselves while she was merely having corn porridge, which had very little cornmeal in it. A wave of inexplicable sadness washed over LL. "I can eat corn porridge too. You should share these dumplings with us. You are the benefactor of this family." "How could you?" Ma Jinlan began, only to be interrupted by LL, who looked at Qin Xiuyu, whose head hung low, and sighed, "It's all right. Life will get better." He spoke as he extracted the bear gall, which he had handled with simplicity, from his pocket. "This is from the bear that Brother Chen took down. When I found it this morning, it was gravely injured. I shot it again and brought the gall to you. It's a potent one and could fetch a good price. If you sell it, you won't have to worry for a while." He placed the gall into Ma Jinlan's hands, then returned to the Kong and quickly finished the dumplings in his bowl before rising to depart. "The bear's meat is still up in the mountains. I'm going to find someone to retrieve it for you. Also, please refrain from calling me benefactor. I'm not accustomed to such formalities." With that, he strode away, leaving the family in a state of astonishment. The two women could only follow him outside, watching him leave, uncertain of what to say. LL's actions bore a hint of overshadowing their status, but in his heart, he regarded this place as home and the three of them as family. He hoped for their well-being and thus did not consider himself an outsider. Exiting Qin Xiuyu's home, LL followed the dirt path back through the village, encountering a few familiar faces from a past life, not the present. In search of assistance, he needed to find Wang Demon. Upon arriving outside Wang Demon's courtyard once more, LL inquired, "Auntie, has Uncle returned yet?" The door swung open, and Wang Demon emerged, spotting LL and quickly stepping forward to open the courtyard gate. "Ah, Xiao, come in. Have you eaten yet? If not, I'll have your aunt prepare something for you." "I've already eaten at Brother Chen's," LL replied candidly. "I've come to discuss a matter with you." "What is it?" "I hunted a bear in the mountains, specifically the one that injured Brother Chen. There's quite a bit of meat still up there, and it's cumbersome for me to haul it alone. I noticed you have a horse and a cart, so I was hoping you could assist me in transporting the bear meat back to Brother Chen's home. This is a trivial matter. Please wait a moment. Wang Demon was obliging and promptly went to the stable to fetch the horse, preparing the cart. Let us go. The two made their way towards the mountains. LL was somewhat familiar with the terrain and knew the paths well, leading Wang Demon to a spot not far from the birch grove where the bear lay. After securing the horse, they ascended the mountain to skin the bear and gather its meat, making a couple of trips to load the cart. Uncle, I'll trouble you with this next part. Once we return, please take a bear paw and some meat for yourself. Are you not coming with me? I shall not. I'll head back to my place in the mountains directly. The bear meat is of little concern to me. I noticed the bear's nose and paw pads had already been removed. LL suddenly grasped his intent. The bear's nose, when dried and ground into powder, could treat epilepsy. The paw pads, when soaked in liquor, were believed to alleviate rheumatism and were known as little tiger bones. Wang Demon sought these for medicinal purposes. Even as a doctor, it was difficult for him to come by such items without hunting. For most hunters, these were valuable commodities, and they typically hesitated to part with them freely. However, Wang Demon was different. In his previous life, when LL had an accident and recuperated at Shoyu's home, it was Wang who attended to his ailments with utmost care and dedication. The villagers frequently sought his medical expertise, often deferring payment many times. He bore the expenses himself without ever pressing for reimbursement. It could be said that he was the most respected and well-liked individual in Xioshan village. Recognizing his needs and having the items at hand, LL readily retrieved them from his cloth pouch and presented them to Wang Demon. I will pay you. Upon receiving the goods, Wang Demon carefully stowed them away in his bag and reached into his inner pocket for money. Sir, there is truly no need for that. This is a gift for you. Moreover, having your cart assist me in transporting these items is already a tremendous help. How can that be? These are worth several dollars. Additionally, your wife took $10 from the 50 you left behind and only delivered 40 to Qingzi's household. She's a bit greedy, and reasoning with her is futile. The few stitches, some medicine, and the 4 drip hardly cost half of that amount. Sir, it's all right. That was merely what was owed. If it weren't for your timely intervention, Brother Chen might have lost his life. What is that small sum matter? Your wife is correct. Aside from the medical expenses, there should also be compensation for the effort involved. Please accept it without hesitation. Besides, in this village, I only know your family, and I may need to trouble you more in the future. LL smiled, not allowing Wang Demon to say more, and turned to walk into the mountains. Wang Demon stood there, momentarily stunned, then smiled to himself, murmuring, "What a fine young man." Chapter 17. The arrival of dogs. Animals possess an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Even though the bear had been dismembered into pieces, its lingering scent still incited instinctive panic among the horses. On the mountainside, Lu LV observed Wang Demon leading a startled horse-drawn cart away before he resumed his search through the forest. Having just enjoyed a generous bowl of dumplings, Lu LV was in no hurry to return to his subterranean dwelling. The weather was delightful, perfectly embodying the saying, "Under the azure sky, I gaze across the hills." It was indeed a splendid opportunity to thoroughly explore the woods. His primary objective was not merely the small creatures that could be easily captured with a slingshot, but rather the wild vegetables flourishing in this mountainous region. In early April in the Khingan Mountains, aside from the evergreens, the landscape remained rather desolate. Compared to the south, spring arrived later here and was significantly shorter. The ground was carpeted with dried leaves, and the recent rise in temperature had rendered them brittle, producing a rustling sound akin to wading through water. This pervasive decay made the emerging greens conspicuous. Clusters of dandelions were scattered amidst the dry foliage, alongside unassuming wild garlic that resembled mere weeds. Without a hoe or shovel at his disposal, Lu LV resorted to using his knife to dig up the plants. An unwary gray dog ventured into the vicinity, which he swiftly dealt with using his slingshot, a mutually beneficial encounter. By evening, Lu LV had gathered a substantial amount of dandelions and wild garlic, all bundled together with mountain vines. In later times, these wild vegetables would grace dining tables as pure, natural fare, cherished by the masses and commanding a respectable price. However, in this era, they were exceedingly commonplace. The long winters of northeast China, with temperatures plummeting to 30 or even 40 degrees below zero, rendered the preservation of vegetables a formidable challenge. After a winter of consuming cabbage, radishes, and pickled vegetables, families would venture into the mountains or fields to gather these wild greens for a refreshing change. As for selling them, The state-run stores or foreign trade company collection points primarily targeted more upscale goods like mushrooms, furs, and nuts. While these wild vegetables could be sold, not everyone had the luxury of time to forage, especially those in the cities with jobs. Moreover, transporting them to urban areas posed challenges. The distance was considerable, and the low prices yielded scant profit. Thus, in this age, they were primarily meant for personal consumption. Lou LV had harvested several pounds of both dandelions and wild garlic. The weather was still cool, allowing these vegetables to remain unpreserved for several days. Given the abundance of growth in this area, he decided to gather a bit more, ensuring he could enjoy multiple meals without the need for impromptu foraging. With his bounty of wild vegetables in hand, Lou LV made his way back to his dwelling without pause, and by the time he arrived, twilight had set in. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly heard rustling sounds emanating from the nearby woods. Startled, he instinctively grasped the large axe he carried and turned toward the source of the noise. The mountains were home to numerous dangerous beasts, and vigilance was paramount. He gazed intently and beheld a yellow figure slowly emerging from the woods. It was a yellow-haired female dog, riddled with mange, its fur a patchwork of shiny and bald spots, with several areas appearing to be festering. Upon realizing it was merely a hapless mutt, LLY's taut nerves began to relax somewhat. The yellow dog, too, was cautious upon reaching the side of the cactus. It ceased to advance, merely fixing its gaze upon LLY. They say a dog brings fortune, yet here was this wretched, mangy creature. Alas, how pitiable! As LLY beheld the dog, he was unexpectedly reminded of his own plight. In the nearby village, many households kept dogs. For most, they served as guardians, while hunters took them along on excursions. Yet not all dogs received favorable treatment. Some sickly or crippled dogs were abandoned, and others, mere pups barely a month old, were chosen by some, while the remainder, unable to be cared for, were sent away to the mountains. Some perished, while others survived and became strays. Such scenarios were all too common. LLY was struck by this reflection, primarily due to his own circumstances. He glanced around and noticed the dog's attention fixated on the heart and lungs of the roe deer that had been left hanging beside the pit. He took a knife, severed the heart, sliced it into pieces, and tossed them before the yellow dog. Initially, these organs were intended for his own consumption. But having forgotten to retrieve them last night and preoccupied with dealing with the bear this morning, they had remained suspended from a tree branch. The yellow dog, wary, took 2 steps back, lifted its head to regard LLY, then cocked its head towards the deer hard on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, it advanced a couple of steps, sniffing, then looked back at LLY. Go on, eat. It's for you. LLY smiled, as if comprehending his words. The yellow dog lowered its head and swiftly devoured the pieces of meat. Quite the hearty eater. LLY, emboldened, removed the entire liver of the roe deer from the tree branch and cautiously offered it to the yellow dog. This time, although the dog remained alert, it did not retreat, even wagging its tail slightly at LLY. Upon closer inspection of the yellow dog's condition, LLY was suddenly alarmed. While the dog bore numerous signs of mange, it was also marred by various claw and bite marks. Some wounds were healed, others freshly scabbed, and still more were open. Flesh rolling back, blood trickling down, this was no mere decay. What had this creature endured? Judging by its appearance, the yellow dog had evidently been living in these woods for some time, suffering injuries from hunting or perhaps even attacks from wild beasts. The array of wounds was harrowing. Most notably, the yellow dog's abdomen sagged with engorged teats, suggesting it had recently given birth and was currently nursing. At this stage, a mother dog requires substantial nourishment, unable to withstand the toll of her pup's suckling without adequate sustenance. LL speculated that it was highly likely that the creature had failed in its hunt and, in turn, had sustained injuries, drawn by the scent of blood back to its den. He shook his head slightly and placed the liver before the yellow dog. The dog looked up at LL, and in the next moment, seized the liver in its mouth and dashed into the woods. Regrettably, as dusk had already fallen, it was unwise to venture into the forest. LL had to temporarily abandon the thought of following. Based on his understanding of dogs, having eaten here once, it might return. There would be future opportunities. Without further contemplation, LL descended into the den to prepare his evening meal. He washed the dandelions and young garlic, simply marinating them with soybean paste to create a cold dish. The sorghum rice was already in the wooden steamer. It merely needed to be reheated. Additionally, he took a piece of roe deer meat, cut it into small pieces, blanched them, then stir-fried with segments of chili and young garlic. This constituted his dinner for the night. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, LL could not afford to rest. The bear paw and strips of meat he had taken from the bear still required processing. He ventured into the saguaro cactus, stoking the fire to increase the temperature, which would expedite the drying of the hide stored inside. He dug up some yellow clay, added a bit of water to create a thick paste, and coated the 2 bear paws with a generous layer of the mixture before placing them in the fire to burn. This yellow clay effectively removed the thick fur from the bear paws, proving more convenient and swift than scalding with water. Seizing the moment, he returned to the den, cut the meat strips into chunks, and placed them in the pot to render their fat. After more than an hour of bustling about, he had successfully removed the fur from the bear paws, soaking them in cold water. The bear fat had also been rendered, although meager. It filled the container he had originally used for purchasing oil, sufficient for 10 to 15 days. Once the tasks were completed, he boiled some hot water for a quick wash, climbed into bed, and estimated it must have been around 9 o'clock at night. The following morning, LL was awakened by the sounds of grunting from outside. He turned over in bed, donned his coat, and picked up the large axe resting by his bedside. He approached the small window of the den and peered outside, immediately breaking into a smile. 3 newly opened-eyed puppies clumsily frolicked in the clearing before the den, 1 black, 1 white, and 1 adorably plump black and white pup. The yellow dog lay quietly to one side, licking its wounds. Unexpectedly, without having to search, it had brought its offspring right to his doorstep. What a promising omen. Chapter 18. Loyalty. The puppy is still too small to discern its qualities. It requires more time to mature before its true nature can be revealed. Lu estimates that it was likely brought by the yellow dog. Since it has arrived, it shall be nurtured for now. The puppy is still nursing, so for the time being, there is no need to attend to it, as long as the yellow dog is well cared for. Lu surveyed the underground shelter. Apart from the smoke-stained gray dog and some roe deer meat, only bear meat remained. The smoked meat carries a robust scent of smoke, which, although edible for dogs, may impair their ability to judge different smells. It is preferable to let the dog become familiar with specific prey scents that it will frequently hunt, as this familiarity will facilitate target identification in the mountains. Much like a childhood diet, first impressions are often the most profound. This aspect is quite meticulous and is part of the training process for the dog. Feeding it a variety of meats could lead to undesirable results. If there is truly no meat available, a simple porridge made from cornmeal and salt will suffice. However, one must avoid a haphazard diet of gray dog meat, rabbit meat, wild chicken meat, and so forth, as this often results in a hunter venturing out in search of wild boar or bears, only to come back with a mere rabbit. The female dog gives Lu the impression of possessing decent hunting instincts. Her numerous scars indicate that she has engaged in fierce battles with wild beasts, suggesting she has accumulated considerable experience. Once she recovers from her injuries, she could become quite useful. Without hesitation, Lu retrieved a bear paw soaked in cold water from the basin, chopped off a piece with an axe, and emerged from the underground shelter to present it to the female dog. His intent was not solely for the female dog, but rather to influence the 3 puppies through her. Upon seeing Lu, the female dog promptly rose, wagging her tail, and boldly approached a few steps closer, sniffing around Lu before extending her tongue to lick the back of his left hand. Lu gently caressed the rough fur on the yellow dog's neck and then offered her the bear meat. The female dog did not immediately seize it. Instead, she stepped back a couple of paces, cocking her head as she regarded Lu. Lu, having some understanding of large, wild dogs, recognized that they are both untamed yet possess an innate understanding. It was only when he placed the bear meat on the grass that the female dog moved forward to pick it up and carry it aside. At that moment, the other 3 puppies clumsily scampered over, each sniffing the bear meat and opening their tender mouths to begin tearing and licking at it. Although they could not consume much, it marked a promising beginning. Additionally, Lu examined the injuries on the yellow dog. The marks indicated that she had been gored by a wild boar. The wound appeared significant and quite serious. For a dog to dare confront a wild boar is quite remarkable. After contemplating, he stood up to close the door, intending to make a special trip to Wang Demon's home to acquire some medicine to aid in her recovery. Though the season is still early, the inhabitants of Shoshan village have commenced preparations in the surrounding fields. As the weather warms further, spring plowing will begin in earnest. The land is allocated per household, with smaller families tending to 4 or 5 acres, while larger households may possess 20 to 30 acres. This distribution is based on the ratio of the population, allowing for approximately 2 acres of land per person. In this modest expanse of land, despite the richness of the black soil that yields whatever is sown, The limitations imposed by seasonal temperatures, compounded by the mountainous terrain, restrict cultivation primarily to corn and soybeans. During the autumn harvest, while sustenance for humans is not a significant concern, the situation becomes quite strained when livestock is involved, especially as a portion must be surrendered to the authorities. Near the river at the village's edge, some rice paddies have been cultivated, producing a scarce and precious yield of rice each year, a portion of which must be relinquished, making it too precious to consume except during festive occasions. Life here is predominantly lived on a tight budget. Luel has visited Shoshan village twice, and while some of the villagers have seen him, the majority have merely heard of the arrival of a drifter in the vicinity, yet have not laid eyes upon him. As he traverses the area, many pause their tasks to observe him, their expressions cautious, for numerous drifters have settled in these mountains, initially engaging in petty theft and mischief, leaving a negative impression on the locals. Indifferent to their scrutinizing gazes, Luel pays them no mind, returning their stares in a bid to become familiar with their faces. Before entering the village, he spots Wang Demon tending to the parched corn stalks and weeds. He leaps down several ridges and strides directly towards Wang Demon, calling out, "Good sir." Upon recognizing Luel, Wang Demon cheerfully sets aside his tools, exclaiming, "Well, look who is here. I just acquired a yellow, scruffy dog, along with 3 pups that have just opened their eyes." "A yellow, scruffy dog with pups? That is wonderful," Luel responds. Wang Demon chuckles. That ragged mother dog is known throughout the village, wandering the mountains, occasionally venturing into the village. She was once the lead dog of Lu Pao, a fine creature indeed. Lu Pao? Luel pauses momentarily, recalling a name he has vaguely heard before but cannot quite place. The elders of the village often hunted with old firearms, referred to as Pao, and those skilled in marksmanship and hunting experience were respectfully called Pao Shou. You wouldn't know him. He has been dead for about 3 years now, killed by a bear while hunting field rats in a snowstorm. During that incident, many dogs perished, leaving only this injured yellow mother dog, whom Lu Pao named Yuanbao, the last of his lead dogs, now around 4 years old. After Lu Pao's death, he was buried on a hillside, and this dog returned home, refusing to eat or drink for many days, yearning to escape. The family intended to sell her and was in contact with someone. But just as the person arrived to claim her, she broke free from her tether and fled. When found, she was lying beside Lu Pao's grave. Wang Demon sighed heavily. She's indeed a noble dog. Luel, taken aback by the dog's poignant history, nodded in agreement, a truly loyal companion. What happened next? Later on, Lu Pao's family could no longer bear the thought of selling the dog, allowing it to remain by Lu Pao's side. Initially, they would occasionally venture into the mountains to feed it, but after Lu Pao's passing, the days grew increasingly bleak, and they gradually neglected the creature. Remarkably, the dog survived, burrowing a den near the grave, transforming into a wild dog. Wang Demon recounted this, glancing at LV Liu. Typically, that dog would not allow anyone near. There were a few in the village who fancied dog meat and attempted to capture it, but the dog was astute, always managing to escape well in advance. On one occasion, it fell victim to a trap and was severely bitten on the calf. After Lu Pao's family learned of these events, they argued with several villagers. And gradually, no one dared to approach the dog again. I never imagined that the dog would seek you out. You are indeed a fortunate individual. As this is your destiny, Wang mused. LVU scratched his head and chuckled. Perhaps it is due to the recent birth of puppies. By the way, my friend, I came to seek your assistance in examining the dog. It seems to have encountered a wild boar, sustaining significant injuries and suffering from multiple scabs. With the puppies in tow, it requires proper treatment. He added at last, money is no object. Chapter 19. Empathy. Such a noble and loyal dog, nonetheless a fierce one. It certainly deserves proper care under these circumstances. LL immediately abandoned the notion of merely purchasing a few ointments and instead decided to invite Wang Demon for a consultation. What you say is quite true. Although we have only known each other for a couple of days, I have already benefited greatly from your kindness. How could I possibly accept your money? Wang Demon replied, using a sickle to scrape the mud off his hoe before inserting the sickle behind him and hoisting the hoe onto his shoulder. My friend, please wait for me on the road while I fetch my medicine box from home. Certainly, thank you, kind sir. LL expressed his gratitude politely, following Wang Demon as he took the small path along the edge of the field and descended to the main road to wait. Wang Demon hurried back and returned with the medicine box after about 10 minutes. To be honest, I still do not know where you reside. This visit will also serve to familiarize myself with your home, he chuckled. Clearly, after their 2 encounters, he had already acknowledged LL. The two hurried along, traversing the secluded path through the woods until they reached LL's underground dwelling. So this is where you live. This place is quite charming. There are mountains and water, sheltered from the wind and basking in sunlight, along with meadows. If one is willing to cultivate it, it could be a splendid place to settle down, Wong Demon remarked, surveying the area with satisfaction. His gaze then fell upon a yellow dog, alert and growling at him. Seeing this, Wong Demon instinctively recoiled behind LL, fearful that the dog might lunge at him. My friend, this dog has sustained serious injuries. It certainly requires some medicinal treatment. However, judging by its demeanor, it may not be easy to handle. LL felt a twinge of concern. It was his first time administering treatment to a dog. The truth was, he had only fed the yellow dog twice and hardly knew its temperament. With a moment's inattention, he could easily be bitten. Yet, the doctor had been summoned, and the treatment could not be postponed. He had to give it a try. LL approached the yellow dog, gently stroking the fur around its neck, and the growling subsided slightly. I am here to treat your wounds and administer a shot, so you mustn't bite him. He is a good person. As he spoke, he stepped over the dog's back and maneuvered his with audacity. Wong Demon approached, observing that the yellow dog was no longer as agitated as before. He then confidently located a suitable vein on the dog's paw, inserted the needle, and secured it before carrying the bag to a nearby tree. Come over here. This is a good spot to hang the bag, he called out. With a gentle push from LVL, the yellow dog obediently followed to the tree's side. Once Wong Demon had hung the bag and stepped aside, LVL patted the dog, cautioning, stay still, or we'll have to reinsert the needle before releasing it. The yellow dog lowered its head to inspect the tube on its paw, sniffed it, and instead of moving restlessly, lay down patiently on the ground. Has it had it before? LVL inquired. Yes, it's been through 2 when it was injured under Lou the Gunner, Wong Demon nodded. No wonder it's so adept, knowing to lie still. 3 playful puppies took the opportunity to gather around, competing eagerly for their mother's milk, making soft-sucking sounds. The scabies on the dog's skin also needed treatment, otherwise, the situation could worsen. Sir, is there any medicine available for this? LVL asked, eyeing the dog's skin condition. He understood the suffering such skin ailments could cause, especially since they were likely to be contagious, particularly to the 3 puppies in frequent contact. This ailment is rather challenging to treat. I have potassium permanganate for disinfection, though I cannot guarantee its effectiveness. There are 2 folk remedies. One involves boiling vinegar with Sichuan pepper for washing, and the other uses rice bran to extract oil. The latter is complicated and requires a lot of preparation, plus it yields very little oil, making it more precious than lard, Wong Demon reflected, proposing 2 solutions. Northeast produces millet, and extracting oil from rice bran is feasible, but the process is intricate. Frying, steaming, and pressing are all necessary. The vinegar and Sichuan pepper solution appears to be the simplest method, he concluded. It seems I need to make a trip to the district today to buy some vinegar and Sichuan pepper, and perhaps procure some lard as well. Not only will it treat Yuanbao's scabies, but it can also be used for cooking. All right, you know how to remove this needle, right? Wong Demon asked. No problem, came the reply. I'll take my leave now and return tomorrow to administer another dose. Don't rush, sir. It's nearly noon. I'll prepare lunch, and you can eat before you leave. There's no need for that. The bear paw you shared with me has been prepared by your wife. We had a feast last night, and there's still plenty left for today. I'll head back just in time. Very well. Keep the money, LVL said generously, slipping $5 into Wong Demon's pocket. Brother, that's not fair. We men have a code. Once it's said, it's done. If you insist on being my elder, take the money back, Wong Demon retorted with mock indignation. With that, LVL ceased to press the matter. Such is the nature of human relationships. Some can leave you feeling desolate, while others can warm your heart immeasurably. All LVL could do was empathize with the sentiments of others. After escorting Wong Demon to the main road, LL returned to the cellar, preparing a meal for himself while keeping an eye on the intravenous situation of Yuanbao. As he watched, his gaze fell upon the infusion tube. In this era, the infusion tubes used for 4 drips were not the plastic soft tubes of later years, but rather rubber tubes made of the same material as blood pressure cuffs, which were disinfected and reused after each use. These tubes possessed a remarkable elasticity, far superior to that of bicycle inner tubes, making them excellent materials for crafting slingshot bands. The key aspect was that they were cylindrical, providing greater durability compared to flat bow leather. If fashioned into a sleeve, with one tube inserted within another, their elasticity would be astonishing. Naturally, After administering an infusion to Yuanbao, these tubes could no longer be disinfected and reused. LL took a moment to examine the slingshot at his waist, contemplating an upgrade. With superior materials available, there was no reason not to make the change. An hour later, once the infusion was complete, LL removed the needle from Yuanbao, having already eaten his meal. After cutting a piece of bear meat for Yuanbao and tidying up briefly, he set off towards the district. After walking a short distance, he turned back to see Yuanbao slowly following behind, occasionally whimpering. LL chuckled softly, saying, "I'm going to the district to buy you some medicine. So you should stay home and keep an eye on things." Yuanbao paused, let out a soft whimper in response, and glanced back at the 3 lagging companions behind him before ultimately deciding to return. Chapter 20. The snotty-nosed one. The little train that traverses between the various villages and timber yards serves as the most convenient means of transportation for the mountain dwellers. However, delays and missed schedules have become a common occurrence. Although purchasing goods in the district does not take much time, it is the waiting for the little train that consumes the most. By the time LL returned to the vicinity of Shoshan village, it was already evening. As he hurried toward his earth cellar, he could faintly hear the sound of barking dogs from a distance. With a slight furrow of his brow, LL broke into a run. Upon cresting the ridge, he spotted a figure in front of his earth cellar, wielding a stick and fending off his dog, Yuanbao, who was barking furiously and ready to pounce. The person retreated while striking at Yuanbao, soon disappearing into the woods. Once he realized Yuanbao had not followed, he muttered with bitterness, "I'll surely kill you, you wretched dog." With that, he discarded the stick and made his way down the path toward the main road. LL observed the man in silence and pondered, recalling some memories about him. Feng Di's who's, nicknamed Snotty-Nosed, was someone LL had little personal interaction with but had heard much about. As a child, this fellow was notorious for having long strands of white snot dangling from his nose, stretching between his nostrils and mouth, hence his moniker. His cotton-padded jacket was often smeared with mucus, as he would habitually wipe his nose on his sleeves, carelessly smearing it across his clothing, appearing quite disheveled. Having grown into a ne'er-do-well, he spent his days idly, frequently engaging in petty theft around the village. He had been caught and beaten on several occasions yet remained undeterred, his notoriety spreading. The villagers kept their distance while remaining wary of him. Thus, he had begun to extend his thieving hands toward other villages. He was no good character. This rascal had taken advantage of LL's absence to invade his earth cellar, clearly with ulterior motives. At this moment, as an outsider with no ties to the residents of Shushan village and living alone in the mountains, LL felt he was the perfect target. However, he found it curious that there was little of value in his earth cellar aside from a few tools, some meat, and several greyhound skins. Wait a moment. He had just killed a bear. Suddenly, LL recalled the bear gallbladder, an item of considerable worth. Selling it would provide him with ample funds for a while. The bear meat had been distributed among the villagers, and with bear meat, there must surely be talk of the gallbladder. It was only natural that news would spread. The one who slays a bear would certainly claim its gallbladder. It was to be expected that someone would covet it. This fellow likely had no idea that LL had already delivered the gallbladder to the Zeus. LL quickly deduced that the man was after the gallbladder. However, Feng Di's who's had not anticipated that Yuanbao had now claimed this place as his territory, guarding it vigilantly. He likely knew of Yuanbao's fierce reputation and dared not act recklessly, which is why he hastily retreated. It seemed prudent to alert the Zeus to be on guard. Furthermore, since this man had already set his sights on Yuanbao, LL resolved to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson, extinguishing any sinister intentions he harbored toward his property. He could not allow such a person to bully him. This thought lingered in LL's mind. Returning to the underground chamber, LL first prepared a pot of Sichuan pepper water, allowing it to cool in a basin. In the market, he had deliberately purchased several other spices, intending to braise the bear paw that evening. Although the bear paw is esteemed as one of the 8 delicacies, its preparation is far from simple. The meat is succulent, yet possesses a pronounced gamey aroma. Without the addition of substantial spices to counteract the odor, the dish can be quite unsatisfactory. To put it plainly, the bear paw is merely a large chunk of fatty meat. In these times of material scarcity, it is not easy to procure ample seasonings to eliminate the strong taste. Having any food at all is considered fortunate, with little room for discerning preferences. Otherwise, many would likely hesitate to indulge a second time after a first experience. Crafting a bear paw dish requires a certain level of skill, as often the resulting flavor might even be inferior to that of chicken or duck. Encased in yellow clay, the bear paw is roasted thoroughly over a fire, its hair meticulously plucked away and soaked in water for an extended period, significantly reducing its gamey scent, coupled with various spices. LL was confident that his culinary expertise would yield a delectable dish. After all, he had tasted and seen much in his previous life. He set aside a portion of the bear meat for Yuanbao, placing the remainder into the pot for braising. Seizing the moment, LL mixed a generous amount of vinegar into the Sichuan pepper water and took it outside to carefully cleanse Yuanbao. For the areas affected by infection, he applied some lard as a soothing ointment. Concerned that Yuanbao might feel cold due to its dampness, LL even kindled a fire for warmth. However, the three pups seemed overwhelmed by the scent of the pepper and vinegar on Yuanbao, whimpering and yearning for milk but unable to partake. LL had no intention of letting them off the hook. Scabies is contagious, and the three little ones needed a wash as well. Bathing the pups was straightforward. He simply immersed them in a basin, swiftly completing the task. With the odors harmonized, they snuggled into Yuanbao's embrace, content and peacefully asleep after a hearty meal. Returning to the underground chamber, LL added firewood to the earthen stove, braising the bear paw for over an hour until it became tender and succulent. When he prodded it with chopsticks, they sank effortlessly into the meat, quivering delightfully, emanating a fragrant steam. He placed the bear paw on a stone slab intended as a cutting board, tearing off a piece to taste. An involuntary shiver coursed through him. For reasons unknown, many experience a similar sensation upon their first encounter with bear paw, as if oil might seep from their pores. After his meticulous preparation, the flavor was remarkably pleasant, with the gamey taste significantly diminished. He enjoyed a delightful meal and retired early for the night. The following day, LL equipped himself with an axe and slingshot, wandering through the woods. Concerned about the potential danger to Yuanbao, stemming from Big Snot's visit, he chose not to venture far. Additionally, Yuanbao's scabies required continued treatment for several days, and in the evening, Wang Demon would arrive to administer an intravenous drip. Thus, LL meandered around the hills flanking the underground chamber, playfully utilizing his slingshot. Whenever he discovered grassy patches where rabbits frolicked or areas where wild chickens foraged, he set out a few simple traps. In his current circumstances, he could only engage in modest hunting, with no extra hands nor adequate weaponry. And with the hunting dogs being mere pups, the prospect of capturing medium to large game remained a distant dream. Finding ways to accumulate funds for essential equipment is indeed the proper course of action. Just yesterday, he ventured into the district and made his rounds at the supply and marketing cooperative as well as various local shops, only to discover that the diverse array of hunting rifles that had previously adorned the walls in plain sight had mysteriously vanished. Upon inquiry, he learned that the sale of hunting rifles had been explicitly prohibited. This prohibition on public sales does not equate to a complete ban on firearms. Several years remain before such a comprehensive restriction is enforced. He remained unperturbed. As far as he knew, firearms and ammunition were unavailable in the shops surrounding the Khingan region, prompting many to travel to the Yelsi autonomous banner in Alai, NMG, where sales continued until the late 1980s before being curtailed. Moreover, there are numerous avenues to procure firearms. In this fertile land, there are countless weapons smuggled from the north, historical relics, and even homemade firearms. At the very least, one could find a way to settle in Shushantan, become a militia member, and easily acquire a Type 56 firearm. In these times, it seems the only barrier is one's willingness. Otherwise, becoming a militia member is a relatively simple endeavor. Chapter 21. Wealth should not be displayed as dusk approached. Wang Demon arrived as promised. LL, who had caught 6 gray dogs and foraged some wild vegetables, was busy scraping the fat from the pelts of the gray dogs before the earthen cellar. Yesterday, Wang Demon had just administered an intravenous drip to Yuanbao. And today, Yuanbao did not bare his teeth at Wang Demon. The intravenous drip was successfully administered, and as LL was about to leave, he stopped Wang Demon. "Dear sir, you simply cannot leave today. You must taste the bear's paw that I have prepared," LL insisted, pulling Wang Demon back. "It matters not where we dine. Perhaps the bear's paw I've cooked will taste even better. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Wang Demon's interest was piqued, and he followed LL into the cellar. As he surveyed the surroundings, he discovered that the cellar was meticulously organized. Stacks of firewood were neatly arranged beside the earthen stove. The floor had been compacted and smooth, and it was swept impeccably clean. The bedding on the bed was folded with precision, resembling a block of tofu. On the simple table at the head of the bed, toiletries were arranged neatly, and even the tools that were frequently used were hung on the log-protected wall, polished to a shine. In this space of less than 10 square meters, there was not the slightest hint of clutter or disorder. What a resourceful young man this is, Wang Demon mused, raising his opinion of LL considerably. There are many cellars in the mountains, and he had visited quite a few. They were often chaotic. And even in households where women were in charge, disorder reigned. After seating Wang Demon, LL poured him a bowl of hot water and began busily steaming his sorghum rice and hot dishes. Sir, someone came by yesterday. I saw from a distance that he seemed intent on rummaging through my things, but Yuan Bao stopped him. I vaguely heard him threaten to kill Yuan Bao. LL seized the opportunity to inform Wang Demon about the situation regarding the man known as Big Snot. This matter needs to be known. Dealing with it quietly can alter its essence, and one must have someone to speak out, he added. What kind of person is he? Wang Demon inquired. LL provided a detailed description of the man named Feng Dezhu, known as Big Snot. That wretched scoundrel. His name is Feng Dezhu, and he is a notorious rascal, always lurking about with a thick skin. Once, when his wife was ill, he came to my place for medicine, and as he left, he swiped my dog-head hat, making me search high and low for it. Speaking of Feng Dezhu, Wang Demon felt a surge of irritation. Despite having the character to in his name, he possesses no virtue. By the time I saw that hat, it was already on his child's head, and being from the same village, I couldn't bear to demand it back. Alas, his family is impoverished and lacks ambition, and his wife and children suffer alongside him. You must be cautious around him, especially with anything valuable. Do not let him catch sight of it. LL chuckled. I reckon I have nothing of value here, so he shouldn't come back. Not so fast. Did you not just kill a bear? He is most likely after the bear bile, Wang Demon astutely remarked, echoing LL's thoughts. It appears that he is not alone in this belief. LL's expression grew solemn. I have already sent the bear gallbladder to Qinshoqing. The bear was shot 3 times by him and is gravely injured. I merely took advantage of the situation to add one more shot. He deserves the credit for the gallbladder, especially since he has sustained such severe injuries. Such is the code of honor among men. Wang Demon gave LL a thumbs up. I pondered, given that the big-nosed fellow has an eye on the bear gallbladder, would he also consider targeting Chen's family now that he knows the gallbladder is there? LL expressed his concern. It is quite possible, Wang Demon mused, nodding in agreement. Oh, that means we must trouble you, my friend. When you return to the village, please make a special visit to Chen's home and remind him to be wary of others. LL was genuinely worried. Wealth should not be flaunted. This principle holds true everywhere, especially in these times when weapons are rampant and people are constantly on the move. Once others catch wind of it, it becomes easy for them to harbor ill intentions. He certainly did not want his wife's family to suffer losses because of this. Initially, he had intended to visit and discuss it directly, but he feared that such an abrupt approach might be misconstrued as pressuring them to divide the bear gallbladder. Therefore, he decided to convey the message through Wang Demon instead. All right, upon my return, I will make a special trip and also check on Qingzi's injuries. Wang Demon readily agreed. Thank you, my friend. Sensing LL's care for the Qin family, Wang Demon's enthusiasm grew considerably. LL heated the bear paw, drizzled it with sauce, prepared raw garlic, and paired it with a cold dish of dandelion greens, along with a bowl of broth rich in lard and garlic, and even fried 2 greyhounds. These 5 dishes took up much of the modest little table. They appeared quite ordinary, but after Wang Demon tasted them, his eyes sparkled with delight, especially the bear paw, a flavor that is rarely encountered. In Shushan village, he often dabbled with medicinal herbs, enjoying to stew little herbal dishes, considering himself quite a decent cook. Yet after experiencing LL's feast, he questioned what he had been eating all along. The bear paw had no gamey taste, being rich yet not greasy, providing a delightful experience. The raw garlic and dandelion greens were common fare, but the fried greyhounds, with their spicy kick and unique pine nut aroma, became increasingly addictive. And then there was the broth, perhaps due to the ample lard. Each sip was both hot and fragrant, making it utterly irresistible. My friend, after enjoying a meal here, I fear I may not have much of an appetite at home for several days. After having eaten to his heart's content, Wang Demon reluctantly set down his bowl and chopsticks. LL laughed. Then you must come often. Wang Demon pointed a finger at LL, chuckling as he rubbed his belly. I should be on my way. If I don't leave soon, it will be dark, and I still need to visit Qingzi's home. He was aware that coming occasionally for a meal was acceptable, but frequent visits might become questionable. In this day and age, the circumstances of every household are rather challenging. Thus, even when visiting a friend, should one notice that preparations for a meal are underway, it is courteous to take one's leave, striving to avoid dining at another's table. When educating children, it is common to advise them to return home swiftly upon realizing that a meal is being prepared by others. as it is deemed inappropriate to impose upon someone else's hospitality. I shall see you off, exclaimed LL, who made no attempt to retain his guest. As twilight approached, the path indeed became treacherous. At the dining table, he discerned Wang Demon's fondness for smoked greyhound meat and took the liberty of procuring 5 pieces to accompany him. This delicacy, adored by both adults and children alike, was exquisitely roasted to a golden hue and seasoned with salt, a true delight. After escorting Wang Demon to the main road, LL handed the 5 greyhounds to him, saying, "My dear sir, I trust you will attend to matters concerning Brother Chen. Rest assured, I shall convey your words." Wang Demon replied, "By the way, your daughter Xiaoyu inquired about your residence this afternoon. She is a splendid girl, intelligent and capable, though it is unfortunate that her father departed this world prematurely, leaving her to endure considerable hardships." Wang Demon accepted the gift with gratitude, cheerfully carrying the 5 greyhounds. After a few steps, he turned back to utter a parting remark before waving goodbye. LL chuckled softly, watching Wang Demon's figure vanish around the corner before returning to his abode. He proceeded to scrape the fat off the greyhound skins, stretched them taut in a frame to dry within the cactus, and hung the meat over the earthen stove to smoke. After preparing a cornmeal porridge for Yuan Bao, he retired early to bed. Thoughts of Xiaoyu occupied his mind, but more frequently he pondered how to amass greater wealth. Given that Qin Shouqing was in good health, there was no necessity for him to marry into the family. Instead, marrying Qin Xiaoyu and providing her with the care she deserved was the true mark of a man's responsibility and commitment. Chapter 22. The Hound's Fury. In the ensuing days, Lu El remained close to the nearby mountain forest, tending to the traps he had set, while occasionally hunting for greyhounds and gathering the remaining nuts, striving to remain within earshot of Yuan Bao's barks. An unease lingered in his heart, fueled by the worry that the notorious Big Snot might return. Yet, without catching him in the act, there was little that could be done. During this time, Yuan Bao's mange gradually faded, thanks to the folk remedy provided by Wang Demon, proving quite effective. As the scabs fell away, new golden fur began to sprout, though the scars from past wounds remained indelible. However, this was of little concern. For a hunting dog, scars were a badge of honor. Each mark and blemish bore witness to its prowess, and any hunter who laid eyes upon such a dog could not overlook its presence. 5 days slipped by, and just as Luel began to believe that Big Snot would not show up again, he did. Shortly after ascending the mountain that morning, Luel heard Yuan Bao's ferocious growl. Sensing something amiss, he immediately turned back, reaching the slope opposite the den just in time to see Big Snot stealthily approaching the vicinity. Before he could reach the clearing by the den, Yuan Bao had already confronted him. How adept he was at choosing the right moment. This scoundrel had undoubtedly been lying in wait for him. Luel narrowed his eyes. He had not tethered Yuan Bao, nor did he intend to. The dog had come of its own accord and would not easily retreat. Moreover, to restrain it in the mountains would hinder its ability to act, especially with the puppy in tow, should any wild beast arrive. It would be left without a chance to defend itself. Big Snot cautiously brandished a stick, wary of Yuan Bao, while rummaging through his bag. After a moment of fidgeting, he seemed to tie a rope to something and then tossed it before Yuan Bao. He intended to bait the dog. In recent years, the consumption of dog meat had surged, giving rise to numerous dog thieves. Baiting dogs was a common practice, embedding iron nails or hooks in food and casting it to the unsuspecting dog. Dogs typically gulp their food down without the meticulous chewing of humans. Once swallowed, a simple tug on the attached rope would ensnare the iron nails or hooks lodged in the dog's throat, preventing it from barking and allowing for a swift capture and removal. Luel had witnessed such malevolent tactics before. In a lat he sprinted along, casting glances, and fortunately, Yuan Bao showed no interest in the items thrown by the big-nosed man. Instead, it barked increasingly ferociously at him, seemingly aware of LV Lu's rapid approach. It turned its head briefly in his direction before resuming its fierce barking at the big-nosed man, lowering its body and inching closer, poised to strike at any moment. This forced the big-nosed man to raise his stick in defense. During this time, Yuan Bao had made a remarkable recovery, exhibiting no fear of the stick. It skillfully dodged the blows and seized the stick with its teeth, holding on tenaciously. The big-nosed man panicked as Yuan Bao became more aggressive, and he could not retrieve the stick. Glancing around, he relinquished the stick entirely and picked up a stone, preparing to throw it. Just then, LV Lu arrived nearby, unceremoniously drawing a clay pellet from his pocket, tautening the slingshot in his hand. With a soft pop, the pellet struck Feng Dizu's left calf with precision. This sound seemed to trigger an attack command, prompting Yuan Bao to viciously lunge at Feng Dizu's Feng Dizhu's, startled by the sting of the slingshot, leapt up in pain, hurling the stone away and rubbing his calf in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. In his peripheral vision, he spotted Yuangbao charging towards him, and in sheer panic, he turned and fled. However, the proximity rendered escape futile as soon as he turned. Yuangbao sank its teeth into his rear. The large, clumsy dog, with teeth as sharp as a wolf's, easily pierced through the thick cotton trousers, biting down firmly. With a tug and a pull, Yuangbao sent Feng Dizhu's crashing to the ground, howling in agony. Yuangbao deftly dodged the weight of Feng Dizhu's falling body and advanced once more, sinking its teeth into Lu Dizhu's arm and tearing at it relentlessly. Feng Dizhu's wailed in pain, using his other hand to swat at Yuangbao in a futile attempt to fend it off. But such gestures were easily evaded by Yuangbao, which simply repositioned itself to strike again. Thus, Feng Dizhu's felt the sharp bite on his thigh. After avoiding another kick from Feng Dizhu's, Yuangbao lunged for Lu Dizhu's neck. Seeing this, LV Lu shouted urgently, "Yuangbao, stop." Yuangbao was relentless, drawing blood with each bite. If Feng Dizhu's were to be bitten on the neck, it could very well mean his demise. It wasn't that LV Lu harbored no animosity. Feng Dizhu's had brought this upon himself by provoking the dog, and he deserved to pay the price for his ill intentions. However, the thought of a life lost was unsettling. As a newcomer, he pondered how the people of Xiushantan would react to such a tragedy occurring right upon his arrival. Most importantly, he recalled Wang Demon's words. Despite Feng Dizhu's abhorrent nature, he had a wife and children enduring hardship at home. In these times, the loss of a man was catastrophic for a family. Even if that man was a scoundrel, LV Lu couldn't help but think of his own wife and the struggles they faced upon their first meeting, all stemming from the absence of a man in the household. A wave of compassion washed over him. Upon hearing LL's admonishing voice, Yuan Bao turned to glance at him and obediently took 2 steps back. However, when looking at Feng Dizhu's, he still bared his teeth menacingly and emitted a low growl. LL let out a slight sigh of relief and swiftly approached the flat ground in front of the pit, gazing at the thin rope left behind by Feng Dizhu's. At the end of the rope was a small piece of meat, presumably a rat's leg, and embedded within the meat was a large sewing needle, the kind used by rural households for stitching quilts. It had been burned and bent into a hook. Seeing this needle, LL's anger surged anew. This scoundrel truly intended to take Yuan Bao's life. Picking up the piece of meat, LL strode over to Feng Dizhu's, who lay on the ground wailing. And regardless of his cries, he delivered several forceful kicks. "Oh no, you might kill him. You let your dog bite people and still dare to strike. This is murder." Feng Dizhu screamed in terror. Yet, in this forest, there was no one around. And instead, this commotion caused Yuan Bao to draw closer, barking frantically, preparing to pounce and bite once more. Chapter 23. A kneel at the grave. Am I to allow my dog to bite you? What of it? What if I strike you? Lu Liu bellowed, fiercely kicking Feng Dizhu twice, sending him tumbling to the ground. Before Feng could rise, Lu Liu swiftly approached and seized him by the throat, declaring, "You wish to harm my dog. I shall end your life first." As he spoke, he attempted to force the meat chunk, adorned with steel hooks, into Feng's mouth. Feng, resistant, clenched his teeth, refusing to open his mouth, struggling desperately, only to have the hook slice into his gums, drawing blood. He was acutely aware of the peril these hooks posed. Once they entered, the consequences would be dire. After several futile attempts, Lu Liu, in frustration, delivered 2 sharp slaps to Feng's face, causing the hooks to clatter to the ground. "What do you think you are doing? Do you have no sense of the situation? You dare to bite back. I was already aware of your intentions the first time you arrived. I have been waiting for you." Lu Yu scolded angrily. "You think I am an easy target, a mere blind drifter? You wish to steal Bear Gall, don't you? I see you are courting death." Feng attempted to respond, but upon witnessing Lu Liu's ferocious demeanor, he quickly swallowed his words, his expression shifting to one of unease. How had Lu Liu come to know his nickname? If he was aware of that, he must also possess some knowledge of Feng's past. Left speechless, Feng could only acquiesce, recognizing the severity of the situation. At this moment, he understood the necessity of submission. Struggling to reposition himself, he bared his teeth, adopting a kneeling posture. Pleading for mercy, "I was foolish. I should not have entertained such thoughts regarding your Bear Gall. You are magnanimous. Please spare me. I understand my error." Lu Liu responded by kicking him down once more. "Remember this. I am a blind drifter with nothing but my worthless life. If you seek revenge, feel free to come. We shall see who ultimately meets their end. Should you perish, I shall merely flee. It is best you do not provoke me further, from now on." When you see me, keep your distance. Moreover, the bear gall is not with me. It is at Qin Shouqing's home. If you dare to try and steal it." With a contemptuous smile, Lu Liu shouted, "Get lost." He deliberately informed Feng that the bear gall was at his wife's home, and the repercussions of attempting to seize it were evident in his warning. Indeed, the wicked find their match in the wicked. This saying holds true. In the face of such a scoundrel, reasoning was futile. The only solution was to instill fear, making it so that encountering him would be akin to facing a ghost. At that moment, Feng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He dared not linger, rising with a limp and hastening into the woods. He had arrived in one piece, yet he departed with his body drenched in blood. He had desperately sought to escape, harboring a fierce determination. Once home, he would surely need time to recover from this ordeal. Just moments ago, he had danced perilously close to death, especially when Yuan Bao had swung at his neck, nearly causing him to lose control of his bowels from fright. Had Lu Yu not intervened, life and death would have hung in the balance. The dog, fierce; the human, malevolent. Lu El believed that this experience would be indelibly etched in his memory. Only when he could no longer see the large snotty nose did he crouch down to stroke the golden fur on Yuan Bo's neck and back. Over the past few days, the dog had become increasingly spirited, seemingly relishing Lu El's caress. Yuan Bo turned its head and licked Lu El's face with its tongue. Lu El gently patted Yuan Bo and then turned to gather the three little pups that had followed behind, cradling them in his arms as he returned them to the open space in front of the cellar. What a splendid hunting dog this is. Protective of home, agile and obedient, with ample combat experience, and wary of accepting food from strangers. Such admirable qualities are not easily nurtured. Lu El suddenly felt a profound respect for Lu Po, the man he had never met, who had been able to produce such an exceptional hunting dog. Now that Yuan Bo was with him, it was time to pay a visit to the grave. A solitary mound of earth set amidst the trees on the sunlit slope. In front of the mound stood a simple gravestone, inscribed with the words, "Here lies the grave of Lu Gong, courtesy, name Ming Wang." Just past the Qingming festival on April 5th, the grave had been well maintained, the care taken with meticulous attention. The small tree atop the grave had been removed, the withered grass and vines trimmed, and the surrounding area cleared of debris within a 2-meter radius. A bundle of paper offerings fluttered gently in the breeze atop the grave, while paper money lay scattered around. The enamel basin in front of the grave was filled with ashes of burnt paper money. This was Lu Po's grave, whose real name was Lu Ming Wang. Lu El had heard from Wang Demon about the general location of the grave. After traversing 2 hills, he easily found it. He did not hurry, as Yuan Bo had followed him, along with the 3 pups. Not far from the grave, he observed Yuan Bo digging a hole beneath a decaying wooden stump. Perhaps having lived there for quite some time, the walls of the hole were smooth and shiny from constant rubbing, with some areas even trampled down. Lu El could not help but think that he ought to build a shelter for Yuan Bo. Upon reaching the grave, Yuan Bo circled it once, whimpering before lying down beside it. Lu El silently gazed at the grave for a long while, though they had never met. The ability to produce such a fine hunting dog spoke volumes of Lu Po's reputation, now that Yuan Bo was with him. It was also a testament to the favor bestowed upon him. The deceased deserved respect, and thus he offered a bow in gratitude. As he knelt at the gravestone, murmuring his thoughts, a noise from the woods behind startled him. He turned abruptly to see a woman who appeared to be in her 50s, leaning on a stick. She emerged, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion upon seeing Lu El kneeling before the grave. She glanced at Yuan Bo, who lay beside the grave, then back at Lu El, and quietly inquired, "Are you the outsider that Dr. Wang mentioned?" Lu El rose respectfully and replied, "I am Lu El. May I ask who you are?" The woman smiled gently. "I am the widow of the man resting in this grave." Understanding dawned upon Lu El, and he exclaimed, "Auntie, I heard from Dr. Wang that Yuan Bo has followed you. I came here today to pay my respects. Yuan Bo, who could never find his way home, has been accompanying this deceased soul for nearly 3 years. I never expected it would choose to follow you." The woman scrutinized Lu El. "When I first heard this news, I found it rather peculiar. Over the years, many have sought to exploit Yuan Bao, yet it has grown increasingly astute and wild, to the point where no one can approach it anymore. We could only gaze at it from a distance, not even our family, who once fed it generously. I was pondering how an outsider could manage to get close. Perhaps some trick was employed to capture it. I did not. I reside beside the meadow beyond 2 mountain ridges in that direction. Yuan Bao sought me out on its own, having sustained severe injuries. Just the day before, it had ensnared a roe deer, and I offered it my liver. Consequently, the following day, It led 3 pups to my dwelling. Luel spoke softly, aiming to avoid any misunderstandings. He recalled Wang Demon mentioning that Lu Pao's family had quarreled with others over Yuanbao. Do not say too much. I now believe your words. It followed you willingly, unrestrained, which indeed indicates that Yuanbao has recognized you. It is evident that you treat Yuanbao with great care. Even Dr. Wang has visited twice, which I am aware of. Moreover, the mange on its body has nearly been healed by you. This is a fine dog, fortunate to have a master like you. The woman gazed at Yuanbao and took a few steps closer. Yuanbao stood up cautiously, displaying some wariness but not retreating. The woman momentarily paused, a rare smile gracing her face as she reached out to stroke Yuanbao's head. The dog let out a gentle whimper. It seemed that even a single touch was enough to bring her immense satisfaction. The wrinkles etched by time on her face softened with that contented smile, making her appear several years younger. Chapter 24. Dragon, Tiger, Leopard. It was evident that the woman harbored profound feelings for Yuanbao. It is often said that objects evoke memories of people, especially when it comes to such spirited hunting dogs. The man who met an untimely demise did not find solace in the village or the ancestral grave. After a lifetime spent hunting, he was ultimately left to perish in the wilderness, leaving behind a family to mourn his absence, isolated in this small mound of earth. Rest in peace, dear departed. Yuanbao has found a new master. Perhaps this is what you wished for? The woman turned to gaze at the grave, murmuring to herself. Her words sent a chill down Lu Lv's spine as he listened. Madam, I heard from Wang that your family once considered selling Yuanbao. Now that Yuanbao is with me, let us regard it as a purchase. Please, name your price, though I must confess, I do not have much on me at the moment. I will repay you once I have saved enough. He recalled Wang Demon mentioning that after Lu Pao's passing, their family had fallen into decline. Although Yuanbao had roamed the wild for years, he remained, in name, a dog of their household. Some compensation was necessary for peace of mind. Young man, do not speak to me of money. This must be the wish of my departed. If Yuanbao chooses to accompany you, then he is yours. Just for that bow you offered earlier, he is worth more than gold. Not all treasures can be measured in currency, and I am not one to think so, nor is the spirit in the grave. Lu Lv was taken aback by the woman's understanding and clarity of thought, her profound sense of loyalty and righteousness. It seemed only such devoted individuals could nurture a dog of such fidelity. Thank you, madam. Lu Lv expressed his gratitude. From this moment on, I need not worry about prying eyes when I am with Yuanbao. Very well, I merely came to pay my respects, even though you are a stranger. Knowing Yuanbao is with you brings me comfort. Farewell. The woman, in high spirits, cast a lingering glance at Lu Pao's grave before turning to leave. After a few steps, she suddenly turned back to Lu Lv. Young man, do visit my home when you have the time. We reside on the southern edge of Shoshantan, the house nearest the riverbank. Come by, and I shall prepare some pickled vegetables for you. Certainly, madam. I will make it a point to visit, Lu Lv replied joyfully. As he watched the woman's figure disappear along the narrow forest path, he turned his attention to Yuanbao. Yuanbao, let us return. It is time for lunch. With that call, Yuanbao rose, circled the grave, and barked 3 resounding times into the sky. These barks were powerful, akin to a farewell to Lu Pao. Yet they also expressed the excitement of having found a new master. After the final bark, Yuanbao promptly followed Lu Lv's footsteps back home, closely trailed by 3 lively pups, their innocent yelps echoing as they bounced along. Lu Lv turned back, filled with delight. It is time to name you all. What shall I call you? The black dog shall be Black Tiger, the white one White Dragon, and as for the spotted pup, I shall name you Flower Leopard, Dragon, Tiger, Leopard. I must say, I am quite the talent. Lu Lv felt a sense of satisfaction with the formidable names he had bestowed upon the trio. He believes that it will not be long before the 3 puppy dogs remember this name. Grow quickly, for when you mature, I shall take you to indulge in delightful feasts. Otherwise, you shall have to settle for mere cornmeal. With each person accompanied by 4 dogs, they returned to the earth cellar and enjoyed a simple lunch. This time, Luel did not leave Yuanbao behind. Instead, he led it along with the 3 puppies up the mountain to continue their quest for wealth. Unlike other domesticated dogs, the Northeast's large clumsy dogs do not thrive merely in captivity. To cultivate good Northeast hunting dogs, they require ample exercise. Luel intended to take Yuanbao and its family up the mountain from this point onward, allowing the puppies to expend energy, which would enhance their growth and adaptability to the wild. They needed to nurture their wild instincts. Starting from a young age was Luel's objective. Similarly, during their ascent, Luel chose not to tether Yuan Bao but allowed it to roam freely by his side. Based on his observations, he noted that Yuan Bao would certainly vocalize upon spotting something, but it was never blindly restless. Most large clumsy dogs exhibit a rather irritable temperament, however. Yuan Bao displayed an unusual calmness, perhaps due to its survival experiences in the wild. It was more perceptive than the average hunting dog and possessed superior judgment, refraining from unnecessary pursuits, as if it instinctively knew which creatures were worth chasing and which were futile. It bore the essence of a lone wolf, adept at selecting its prey. For instance, it would not waste time drooling and gazing up at a squirrel, a creature nimble enough to escape to the treetops. Moreover, it had the responsibility of 3 playful puppies trailing behind. The 3 puppies frolicked joyfully in the rear, with Yuan Bao in the middle and Luel leading the way, attentive to the sounds of the forest. In fact, Yuan Bao consistently managed to detect prey before Luel, emitting a soft whine as a warning. This was a pattern Luel had observed after successfully hunting 3 gray dogs. Whenever Luel had yet to spot anything, he would follow Yuan Bao's gaze and listen for its subtle whimper. He could trust that direction as promising. It was as if Yuan Bao understood Luel's intentions. Recognizing this, Luel's hunts for gray dogs transformed from aimless searches into significantly more efficient endeavors. Within less than 2 hours on the mountain, they had already caught 6. And incidentally, unearthed 2 gray dog dens, yielding some hazelnuts and hickory nuts. Throughout the journey, Yuan Bao had taken the initiative to hunt only twice, once chasing down a rabbit and bringing it back, and once pouncing on a wild chicken foraging in the woods. This was likely the easiest food for it to acquire in the wild. Approaching stealthily, it launched a sudden attack, swiftly securing its prey. This method, though somewhat cunning, proved highly effective, as both small creatures fell victim to its singular strike, requiring little effort in pursuit. Luel, being pragmatic, promptly skinned the animals, portioned the meat, and rewarded Yuan Bao, ensuring it was only half sated, as it was still nursing and needed proper nourishment. However, this is on the mountain. If one eats too much, it may hinder movement and severely impact the hunting dog's combat effectiveness. LVL requires them for early warning, as they will be essential in escaping from perilous prey. He traverses the mountains, engaging in various activities, as long as they are profitable, unlike other hunters who are solely focused on large game. Currently, the most pressing issue is a lack of weaponry, and the puppies are still quite young, relying solely on Yuan Bao, a single hunting dog. To capture large ferocious beasts is akin to an insurmountable challenge. More time is needed. By the end of the afternoon, LVL's harvest was plentiful, 10 gray pups, 2 wild rabbits, and 1 wild chicken. As time drew near, the 3 pups had lost their previous vigor, clearly fatigued. LVL turned to Yuan Bao and said, "Yuan Bao, let us return." The journey was not short. They had already crossed several peaks, making this the farthest LVL had ventured into the mountains. He must keep an eye on the time to ensure a timely return. Chapter 25. A man should play with guns during this period of solitude. LL had begun to grow accustomed to conversing with Yuan Bao. Over the course of the following days, LL persistently engaged in the same activities, varying his approach. In just a few short days, he had amassed over 70 pieces of greyhound fur, 13 rabbit pelts, and a considerable amount of the long-tail feathers of wild chickens. Throughout this time, Yuan Bao had played a significant role. Gradually, LL also discovered more of Yuan Bao's unique traits. This dog possessed an exceptional sense of smell, capable of effortlessly discerning the scent of prey from the air. Moreover, its barking varied in intensity. When it detected small animals, it would bark softly, yet the larger and more formidable the creature, the more ferociously it would bark. This insight came from LL's experiences tracking various types of game alongside Yuan Bao. The most intense barking occurred when Yuan Bao detected a bear, specifically a brown bear, which hunters refer to as a bear overlord when it weighs over 500 pounds, a notoriously dangerous beast. Consequently, upon hearing Yuan Bao's alert, LL followed the sound and, from a distance, spotted the bear fishing in a mountain stream. Wisely, he patted Yuan Bao's neck and quietly retreated. His thoughts soon turned to weaponry. The pups, with ample nourishment and continuous training in the mountains, were becoming increasingly vigorous, their bodies lengthening and agility improving significantly, enabling them to keep pace with LL and Yuan Bao. Now, the 3 pups began to exhibit discernible qualities. The ancestral wisdom for selecting suitable hunting dogs includes 4 key traits. The first is the vagey nose, characterized by a long and broad snout, which indicates heightened olfactory sensitivity and an enhanced ability to locate prey. Among the 3 pups, Balong possessed this trait, while Heihu and Huabao were slightly lacking in comparison. The second trait pertains to the tail, specifically a centered tail. A tail that stands upright and centered often signifies great courage. Dogs that shy away and tuck their tails are typically eliminated from consideration, as they tend to lack bravery and may flee upon encountering prey. The simplest method to assess this is to lift the dog off the ground. If it appears frightened, the position of its tail, whether tucked or raised, becomes readily apparent. All three pups exhibited upright tails, wagging joyfully. The third trait involves the legs. The sturdiness of a dog's legs is a clear indicator of its future bone structure. The larger the bone mass, the more robust the future physique and strength. In this regard, Heihu and Huabao surpassed Bailong. This observation suggested that Bailong was likely the firstborn among the pups, as firstborns tend to be slightly weaker. Competition also exists within the womb. The fourth criterion is the presence of wolf claws. Ancestral wisdom posits that dogs with wolf claws are of a higher status and possess a more assertive temperament, displaying strong hostility towards strangers or other animals. This trait is particularly advantageous for guarding and protecting one's home. In this regard, all three puppies, like Yuanbao, possess the traits of wolf claws. Overall, the trio of pups is quite commendable. Their temperaments increasingly resemble Yuanbao's. They are unassuming, rarely vocal, and somewhat elusive. LL could not definitively ascertain whether this was a virtue or a vice. He had also encountered individuals engaged in dog hunting on the mountain, typically referred to as dog drives, targeting wild boars. The lead dog would detect the scent of prey and pursue it tirelessly, barking thunderously, creating a grand spectacle. Yet, wild boars are not foolish. Upon hearing the commotion, they would flee, leading to an extensive chase before being encircled. The hunters expended considerable time to catch up, resulting in quite a ruckus. However, one thing LL could affirm was beneficial. This elusive nature, which avoids startling the prey, allows them to stealthily approach and launch sudden attacks, thus minimizing the need for long-distance pursuits. This seemed to enhance efficiency for both the dogs and the hunters, conserving energy. LL never anticipated that, in just 2 years, his pack of hunting dogs would earn the ominous reputation of shadow dogs, not only achieving remarkable hunting efficiency, but also instilling fear in others. The following morning, after preparing cornmeal to feed Yuanbao, LL gathered the pelts he had accumulated over time into a bag, leaving Yuanbao to guard the home while he ventured to the district. During this period, the supplies of grains and oils he had previously acquired were nearly exhausted, necessitating another procurement. Upon delivering the goods to the state-run purchasing point, he made a substantial profit, netting over 100 yuan. Even a small slingshot could yield significant returns. As he was departing the purchasing point, he suddenly overheard a derisive snicker from a nearby individual. "Hey there, your haul is impressive, but playing with a slingshot, hunting greyhounds, rabbits, and wild chickens just isn't very manly. That's more like what a woman would do." This comment struck LL as deeply offensive, bordering on an insult. He slowly turned, directing his gaze at the burly man squatting beside the state-run purchasing point, with his arms folded. "What do you mean by that?" LL asked coldly, gripping the knife concealed in his waistband. The man's expression shifted slightly. He stood up, revealing his open hands in a gesture of harmlessness, and forced a smile, saying, "What I mean is, real men should wield guns. If I had a gun, who would want to use a slingshot?" LL retorted curtly, "I have a gun." The man seized the moment, drawing LL aside. "I've noticed you sold furs here a couple of times, always greyhounds, rabbit skins, and wild chicken feathers. Your haul seems to be increasing. You must have been delving deeper into the mountains." LL remained silent, contemplating. He had surmised that this fellow was a gun salesman, having struck a nerve, and decided to listen further. "Hunting these small creatures is rather dull, don't you think?" The man continued. "Consider bear bile, tiger bones, musk, otter liver, deer antler, fetal deer, wolf fat, and mink fur. Aren't these valuable materials? Carrying a gun into the mountains, you could easily procure any one of them, which would be far more lucrative than your greyhounds and wild rabbits. Real men should wield guns to earn substantial profits." Hunting activities, categorized by their purpose, scale, and the tools employed, can be divided into various types: encirclement with assistance, stealth encirclement, red encirclement, and vegetable encirclement, as well as dog encirclement, eagle encirclement, fire encirclement, cave encirclement, ice encirclement, and snow encirclement. The pursuits spoken of by the man fall under the red encirclement, primarily aimed at acquiring valuable medicinal materials and pelts. In contrast, The targets of the vegetable encirclement predominantly comprise carnivorous animals intended for consumption, such as wild boars, roe deer, rabbits, and wild chickens. It must be noted that the man possesses a remarkable ability to stir one's desires. Indeed, the items he mentioned are exceedingly valuable. Acquiring even one could yield substantial financial returns. In this day and age, the currency may seem modest, yet its purchasing power is exceptional. What firearms do you have? Lu Yu inquired quietly. As long as the price is right, any firearm can be procured, even artillery, if necessary, the man replied with a mysterious smile. While this sounded exaggerated, Lu Yu understood that there was truth in his words. He could firmly ascertain that the man had his own channels. What about a .56 caliber? How much? Lu Yu asked again. You have an eye for quality. The .56 caliber is arguably the finest hunting rifle. It can fire both automatically and manually, suitable for any game, making it exceedingly practical. However, these items are all numbered, and acquiring one is no easy feat, the man said, lowering his voice. Did you not just say artillery could be arranged? Lu Yu shot him a sidelong glance. Indeed, but as I mentioned, if the money is sufficient, anything is negotiable. The man gestured with his right index finger, followed by his index and middle fingers. Lu Yu quickly grasped the implication. 1,200. Was that not exorbitant? How many wild dogs would he need to hunt to amass such a sum? Having hunted in the mountainous regions surrounding the den for quite some time, the wild dogs had become increasingly scarce, forcing him to continually expand his hunting grounds. However, a broader range of activity inevitably increased the risks encountered. A firearm was indeed a necessity. Yet, at this rate, he could not foresee when he would be able to save enough to purchase such a weapon. Is 1,200 too much? Lu Yu asked. Not at all. One must account for a bit of labor compensation, after all. The .56 caliber is distinct from other firearms. The man replied, shaking his head. After a pause, he continued, I also have more affordable options. What is the lowest price? Lu Yu contemplated setting aside the notion of the .56 caliber for the time being. The most affordable option is an air gun, but it can take down wild boars, the man said, raising an eyebrow. An old cannon, he added with a grin. Chapter 26. The half-chicken. The man scoffed at the perceived ineffectiveness of the old foreign cannon. I assure you, this matter can be resolved quite simply. It is not imperative to use iron sand. One could fashion a projectile the size of a corn kernel from tin, loaded in. And with a single shot, if aimed accurately, one could take down wild boars or bears just the same. He hastily demonstrated his point. LL rolled his eyes in response. You yourself have acknowledged the necessity of precision. However, with this contraption, the irregularity of the ammunition makes hitting the target anything but straightforward. After firing once, if you miss, you might find yourself on the run. Well then, I suppose we must consider the Hanyang rifle or the Type 38. They are a tad pricier than the old cannon. Upon hearing these two names, LL's eyes narrowed. The Hanyang rifle, discontinued in 1944, had been around for nearly 40 years. Even if well-maintained, it was prone to malfunction. And the 7.92mm round was becoming increasingly scarce. Having recently experienced a Hanyang rifle blowing its chamber, LL promptly dismissed it. The Type 38, however, warranted consideration. Known for its dust cover and the inscription Type 38, this rifle held a 5-round capacity with an effective range exceeding 400 meters. Its accuracy was commendable, and the recoil was relatively manageable, far superior to the Hanyang rifle. Its primary drawback was its length of over 1 meter, which, when combined with a bayonet, rendered it cumbersome for hunting, especially when one needed to maintain a steady aim for extended periods. Yet, at present, it seemed to be the most suitable option. What is the price of the Type 38? LL inquired, his interest piqued. 500, and I can throw in an additional 30 rounds, the man responded eagerly, his face alight with anticipation. Could it be any less? LL asked anxiously. That price was still beyond his means. That is already quite reasonable. How much can you truly afford? The man quickly discerned LL's financial constraints. In these times, most people were similarly struggling, with only enough to scrape by. LL pondered for a moment, realizing he still needed to purchase provisions, and after some consideration, replied, all my possessions. Just under 200. Ah, so you're merely toying with me, are you? With that amount, you could only afford a BB gun for small game. The man sighed heavily. What about a pellet gun? Interested? I'd rather continue using my slingshot. I'll wait until I've saved enough. LL turned on his heel and departed, his mind now fixated on a singular thought. Money, the pursuit of wealth. After purchasing supplies at the cooperative, LL made his way to the small train station to await his transport. Noticing that he had time to spare and considering the train's notorious delays, he figured he could walk back instead. He hoisted the provisions onto his shoulder, eager to save the fare and perhaps, well, hunt some small game. Damn it. Now just the mention of small game filled him with discontent, all thanks to that gun seller's antics. Following a winding path through the mountains, he took a shortcut back to the underground dwelling. As he traversed a sloping hillside, he was suddenly greeted by the lively clucking of chicks. Pausing to observe, he was astonished to find over a dozen sandgrouse foraging amidst the low shrubs and grassy knolls. April marked the breeding season for these migratory birds, and their cacophony echoed vibrantly through the air. He gently set his provisions aside, retrieving his slingshot and cautiously approached. The sandgrouse, roughly the size of a small chicken, held considerable renown in the northern regions. Valued for both culinary and medicinal purposes, they were highly sought after and relatively easy to hunt, with a dozen of them congregated. A skilled marksman could easily dispatch several with a well-aimed shot. Such a thought made even LLE yearn for a firearm. However, he was left with only a slingshot. While the sandgrouse made for a delightful meal, their market value was rather meager. Stealthily advancing to within 10 meters, LLE loaded a clay pellet into his slingshot, drew back the elastic, and released it with a sharp snap. Instantly, one of the sandgrouse squawked and took flight, only to crash to the ground, flapping its wings and twitching its legs in a desperate struggle. The commotion startled the remaining sandgrouse, sending them into the air. Yet, these birds typically do not fly far, and they soon settled again a short distance away. Bending low, LLE approached the downed sandgrouse, drew his knife to bleed it out, and cast it aside. He repeated the process and swiftly managed to strike a second one. However, by the time he aimed for the third, the flock was in disarray and decidedly more vigilant, taking flight further afield, prompting LLE to abandon the pursuit. He retrieved the 3 sandgrouse and returned to his provisions, then descended the slope once more to search for eggs, quickly gathering over 30 nestled within the haphazardly constructed nest of the sandgrouse. After a brief rest by the roadside, LLE efficiently organized his bounty and hastened towards his underground dwelling. To his surprise, as he approached from a distance, he could hear the frenzied barking of Yuan Bao. A frown creased his brow as he pondered. Could it be that the troublesome Feng Dezhu was causing mischief again? Yet upon further reflection, that seemed implausible. After all, the last encounter had left Feng nursing his wounds. Surely he would not forget the pain so easily. Who, then, could be the intruder? Quickening his pace, LLE crested the ridge and was taken aback to see Qin Shouyu standing motionless across the small river from his dwelling, while Yuan Bao led 3 pups in a chorus of barks. The area within a 30-meter radius of the underground dwelling had become Yuan Bao's territory, and he would not allow any strangers to trespass. Yet he too refrained from breaching the boundaries unless provoked. Recognizing the situation, LLE called out, "Yuan Bao." Upon hearing his voice, Yuan Bao ceased barking, and the 3 pups scampered joyfully towards him, yapping excitedly as they tugged at his pant legs. In response, LL did not take offense. For the 3 little puppies, this was both stubbornness and an endearing display of affection. He first placed the items in front of the ground cellar, then ran towards Yuan Bao, gently stroking its back while saying, "Yuan Bao, you mustn't bite her. She is an acquaintance of mine and will not pose any threat to us. Do remember that." Yuan Bao let out a soft grunt, as if in acknowledgement. After gently patting Yuan Bao, LL turned to Qin Shouyu and smiled. "Sister." "No, little sister, what brings you here?" Having grown accustomed to calling her that in his past life, he now regarded her as his wife in his heart, despite their unmarried status. Qin Shouyu, hearing his spontaneous words, blushed and lowered her head. After a moment of shyness, she mustered the courage to speak, albeit bashfully. "My brother's injury has mostly healed, and he can walk a bit today. So, I specially prepared some dishes at home and wanted to invite you over. I didn't expect that this dog would be so fierce. I was afraid to approach it, and since you weren't home, I could only wait here. It was quite a distance to come just for a meal." LL chuckled. "Little sister, you can come over now without worry. Let Yuan Bao get to know you. The next time you visit, it will remember you, and one tea bite." Qin Shouyu softly agreed and carefully stepped onto the few stepping stones in the river, still wary of Yuan Bao and hesitant to get too close. "No worries. I'm here. Yuan Bao is quite perceptive," LL reassured her. As he spoke, he released Yuan Bao. The dog lowered its head to sniff, tilting its head to observe Qin Shouyu, and indeed, it remained silent. The little puppies boldly approached, surrounding Qin Shouyu's feet, sniffing and tugging at her pant legs. "Shoo shoo, what kind of behavior is this? Biting someone's pant legs upon first meeting?" LL exclaimed, pushing the 3 puppies aside. Seizing the moment, a slightly relieved Shinshoyu said, "What may seem trivial to you is a great kindness to my family. You must join us for this meal. My mother and brother have been thinking of you, and, so have I. If you don't come, I want to know how to explain it when I get home. All right, just wait a moment." LL turned back to the cellar, retrieving a significant amount of the smoked dog meat and rabbit meat. Emerging from the cellar with a smile directed at Shinshoyu, he said, "Let us go." Chapter 27. Digging deeper, Shinshoyu stepped forward to lead the way. Her tall and graceful figure, complemented by her striking beauty, was accentuated by a long, lustrous braid that cascaded down to her waist, swaying playfully with each step, exuding youthful vitality. Ly held the smoked meat, captivated by the sight before him, his mind drifting into a reverie. He recalled the early days of his convalescence at Shinshoyu's home, when her beautiful hair was a constant presence, a charm that sadly faded within less than a year. After marriage, with the responsibilities of managing the household and frequently ascending the mountains to gather wild vegetables and fruits for Ly's local procurement point, she became increasingly burdened. The demands of the fields and the deer farming project Ly had encouraged her to undertake, in addition to raising children, left her overwhelmed. Her long hair, once a symbol of her beauty, became a hindrance, eventually leading her to shorten it for the sake of practicality. Ly often lamented this change, bemoaning the loss of her initial tenderness, remarking that she had become rather masculine. Reflecting on the past, Ly felt a pang of regret. How could he have allowed such a transformation in a girl, one that occurred solely to support his endeavors? Time and again, when financial difficulties arose, it was Shoyu who contributed her meager savings and sought loans from various sources. Ultimately, all her efforts seemed in vain, and after a lifetime of toil and worry, she found herself graying in her 40s. In retrospect, Ly felt a deep sense of heartache. What girl does not cherish beauty? All her efforts were for herself, for their shared life. It is often said that women from northeast China are unrestrained, yet Ly came to understand that beneath this exterior lies profound tenderness. They are fiercely loyal to the men they choose, unwavering and devoted, with a passion that is both genuine and fervent. This time, he vowed silently. He would not let her cut her braid. Sensing something amiss behind her, Shinshoyu glanced back, meeting Ly's ardent gaze, which caused her cheeks to flush anew. Being scrutinized this way felt peculiar. "Go, I haven't heard you speak of your own matters. What brings you to our remote mountain abode?" She cleverly initiated, slowing her pace to walk alongside him. "This mountain is splendid, a treasure trove in every season, wild vegetables in abundance, endless varieties of berries, delectable mushrooms, and a plethora of wildlife, all of which can be harvested for profit. With the reforms and the revitalization of the market economy, I believe there is great potential here. Which is why I came." Ly replied with a smile, "What a magnificent place this is. If someone were to take me in, I would gladly spend my life here, find a wife, start a family, and with children by my side, create a warm and fulfilling life. It's absolutely possible." His words were sincere, reflecting the singular ambition he wished to strive for in this lifetime. Unbeknownst to him, Shinshoyu, with her keen intuition, immediately connected his fervent gaze from earlier to his heartfelt declaration, interpreting it as a message directed solely at her. Her heart inexplicably quickened, and her complexion grew increasingly radiant. Although the surroundings were rugged and inhospitable, when Brother L spoke, they appeared transformed into a celestial paradise. I began to question whether my years here had been in vain. As I wondered why I perceived things so differently, Shinshoyu smiled and remarked, "Their essay saying, 'The observer is clear while the participant is confused.' It implies that when one is immersed in a place, they become accustomed to everything and fail to realize that what seems ordinary or unremarkable to them may be treasures in the eyes of outsiders, just like me." LL chuckled. "We must possess discerning eyes and contemplative minds. Once you grasp this, you will understand that the beauty here is entirely genuine. Otherwise, why do you think so many people flock to this place? They are indeed foolish." Shinshoyu, being astute, immediately seized the opportunity to continue the conversation. "A few days ago, I visited the district and noticed that besides state-run shops and foreign trade companies, many outsiders have begun to gather wild grains. Previously, only foreign trade companies and state-run shops would collect dried mushrooms, hazelnuts, and pine nuts. Now, there are suddenly so many people involved. I wondered, isn't white rice and flour sufficient? Why are people turning to wild vegetables? It seems like a sign of desperation." "Indeed," LL agreed. "We only resorted to eating wild greens out of necessity, yet to others, they are rare treasures. For instance, The mountainous tender shoots, monkey legs, ferns, and various mushrooms, all of which can even be sold abroad for substantial profits. This place is a veritable treasure trove. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoyu's expression brightened. I could also find ways to make money. Brother L, you are such a wonderful person with great ideas. Surely you will find a good wife and lead a prosperous life. By the way, if you came here alone, what about your family? Family? LL chuckled bitterly. I don't have much of a family left. I would have to find one anew. Chun Xiaoyu immediately sensed the weight of this topic and refrained from pressing further. Instead, she inquired, I believe I heard from Uncle Wang that you were a sent-down youth at Beidawang Farm? In this mountain area. LL had only shared his past with Wang Demon, given that Wang had recently assisted Qin Shouqing in her recovery. It was only natural for him to mention LL. More pleasing to LL was that Chun Xiaoyu's questions were flowing one after another, clearly indicating her interest in him. Curiosity is the precursor to genuine connection, and this was indeed a positive sign. At the very least, they were starting to become familiar, allowing them to draw closer. He willingly shared his past with her, recounting everything in detail. As they conversed, they unwittingly arrived at Xiushan. Qin Xiaoyu finally ceased her inquiries about LL's past, rather than rushing to her home. LL paused at Wang Demon's doorstep and handed a portion of the cured meat he had brought to Qin Xiaoyu to carry, while he kept some for himself to deliver to Wang. The old man had a fondness for the meat of the greyhound, and LL had hunted plenty recently, storing a substantial amount in his cellar. He couldn't consume it all by himself, so he decided to share some with Wang Demon. Wang Deming was not at home. Li Shumi was busy preparing a meal, while Lu LV declined her invitation to dine, stepping out of the courtyard. He glanced towards the riverbank and noticed several households residing there. Turning to Qin Xiaoyu, he inquired, Sister, which house belongs to Lu Pao? Lu LV had no prior acquaintance with Lu Pao, and thus lacked any impression of him. Lu Pao? Qin Xiaoyu did not immediately grasp his question. He is the former owner of Yuanbao. I have met that elderly lady by Lu Pao's grave. She has already given me Yuanbao. Lu LV elucidated. Yuanbao is an exceptional dog, and this is indeed a significant favor for me. I must go visit her. Oh, you mean Aunt Duan. I will take you there. Having encountered Yuanbao and heard numerous tales about the dog, Qin Xiaoyu was well aware of its prowess. Although she was a girl and not fully versed in the specifics of hunting, her brother Qin Shouqing was a hunter himself, and she possessed some understanding of the importance of a good hunting dog to mountain dwellers. Lu LV's mention of a favor was not an exaggeration. It was indeed a considerable debt of gratitude. As Qin Xiaoyu cheerfully led the way, her curiosity piqued. She wondered how Yuanbao, who had attracted the attention of so many, had come to heed Lu LV so readily. As for Lu LV, he could not articulate the reason, offering only a vague explanation. Perhaps it was fate. However, as the two made their way along the narrow path beside the river, they soon heard a commotion in the distance. The raucous sounds caused Lu LV's brow to furrow. One of the male voices seemed to belong to Feng Di's Hus, known for his loud demeanor. Chapter 28. If you seek trouble, come at me. The two hastened their steps and soon arrived at a modest courtyard adjacent to the riverbank. The yard was small, dominated by a gnarled and robust plum tree, its branches stretching out at an angle, adorned with blossoms that had already unfurled halfway, presenting a strikingly beautiful sight. At that moment, a burly woman stood with her hands on her hips outside a wooden fence, speaking in a rather unfriendly tone. Auntie, why the silence? Is this how we settle things regarding my husband? You must provide an explanation. Behind her stood Feng Di's Hus, the man with the prominent nose. Inside the courtyard, Aunt Duan was leisurely shooing the local chickens that perched on the plum tree branches, catching them one by one and placing them into a nesting area in the corner. After the last chicken was tucked away, she clapped her hands and turned to the woman. Zhou Yadu, what explanation do you seek? That wild dog on the mountain bit my husband for no reason. Auntie, everyone knows it's your dog. My husband was severely injured, and the medical expenses have been considerable, especially for the rabies vaccine. He has been to the health clinic multiple times over the past few days, and only today is he barely able to walk. Since it's your dog, what do you propose as compensation? The woman named Zhou spoke loudly, as if afraid others might miss her words. The commotion had persisted for some time, and Aunt Duan had initially chosen to ignore it. However, as more onlookers gathered, it became apparent that such a situation could not continue. Is this woman Feng Di's Hus' wife? Lu Liu inquired softly to Qin Xiaoyu, observing from the edge of the crowd. Yes, she is Feng Di's Hus' wife, named Shoucuifan, Qin confirmed. Lu had previously sent Wang Demon to their home to alert them about Feng Di's Hus' visit to the cellar, possibly in pursuit of bear bile. He had cautioned them to be wary of the man with the prominent nose. Remembering how Yuan Bao had been following Lu Liu obediently today, Qin Shiyu asked, "Did that man with the prominent nose come by your place again?" Lu nodded. Then the injuries he sustained, Qin Shiyu began, but did not finish her thought. Lu nodded again, confident that Qin, with her intelligence, had already grasped the situation. "Indeed, Yuan Bao is my dog, and if it bit someone, I accept responsibility and will compensate accordingly. However, I wish to inquire of your husband, Lu Dizhu's, and also ask everyone present. Yuan Bao has been guarding my husband's grave for 3 years. Has it ever bitten anyone? Since it took up its post there. It hasn't even ventured into our village, am I wrong?" Aunt Duan addressed the gathering of elders and youth outside the fence. "Now that you mention it, I hadn't noticed, but that dog has been seen in the village since it left. Have you seen it?" "I haven't seen it either. That is a good dog. It is the most understanding dog I have ever encountered. Which dog remains by its owner's grave for 3 years after their passing?" "Indeed. I've been to that place, and the dog has been frightened off by people. It hides from everyone and never approaches unless provoked. Aside from those who have bothered it, I haven't heard of anyone else being bitten." A crowd gathered around, engaged in animated discussions. Aunt Duan smiled slightly and said, "Zhou girl, after sharing a bed with your man for so many years, you surely know what sort of person he is. I also wish to inquire whether he has set his sights on my Yuan Bao. You seek an explanation from me, and I too seek one from him. Let us settle this matter today." Upon hearing this, many turned their attention to Feng Dezhu, a well-known figure in the village, recognized by all present. Someone remarked, "Could it be that Big Snot wants to use the dog for a meal? If he fails and gets bitten instead, he deserves it." Another added, "Big Snot, if you truly harbor ill intentions towards Yuan Bao, do you believe I wouldn't give you a good thrashing right now? If my memory serves me right." When Lu Pao was alive, he often ventured into the mountains to hunt, sharing the meat of wild boars and bears with everyone. You certainly feasted on it as well, didn't you? As discussions about Feng Dezhu intensified, Zhou Cuifan grew anxious. She turned and shot a furious glare at the silent Feng Dezhu, scolding, "You spineless coward. Why don't you speak up? Are you going to let a dog bite you without a word?" I was merely passing by." "It suddenly charged at me," Feng Dezhu mumbled after a long pause. Upon hearing this, LV Lu's brow furrowed in discontent. This scoundrel, lacking memory, dared to speak such nonsense with his eyes wide open. LV Lu's anger flared, just as he intended to push through the crowd to clarify matters. Zhou Cuifan raised her voice, declaring, "Did you all hear? My husband was bitten for no reason at all. What could a mangy wild dog have on him? If it were to be killed, who would dare eat a creature so wretched?" She continued, "Aunt, my husband was bitten so badly. Isn't that akin to being attacked by a rabid dog? What if that dog is rabid?" LV Lu could no longer contain himself and shouted, "I believe your husband hasn't been bitten enough by Yuan Bao." Hearing this, Zhou Cuifan turned sharply to Wang Mingyuan, first furrowing her brow, then recognizing LV Lu as the blind drifter who had been the talk of the town these past few days. She immediately retorted, "What do you think you're saying? This is a matter between our families. Who are you, a blind drifter, to interject? Go away." "Oh, this woman has quite a temper," LV Lu remarked, amused rather than angered. "Since you are slightly older than I shall address you as Sister Zhou. Indeed, I am a blind drifter. Aunt Duan has entrusted Yuan Bao to me. It was I, this blind drifter, who allowed Yuan Bao to bite your husband. Sister Zhou, if you seek trouble, come at me." As he spoke, he parted the crowd, stepping outside the wooden fence of Lu Pao's home. Qin Shiyu followed closely behind. LV Lu offered an apologetic smile to Aunt Duan, saying, "Aunt, I am sorry for the trouble I've caused you." Upon seeing LV Lu, Aunt Duan approached with concern, asking, "Young man, what exactly is going on?" "Do not worry, dear aunt, the matter does not concern me. By the way, I am on my way to Shiuyu's house for dinner and thought I would stop by to see you. During my time in the mountains, I managed to catch some hares and greyhounds, and I brought a few for you to taste. I have smoked them, so the flavor may not be exquisite, but I believe they are still palatable." LL smiled gently at Aunt Duan and then turned to Qin Shiyu. "Sister, please hand me the items." The remnants of the meat he had previously delivered to Wang Demon were all in Qin Shiyu's possession, and she hurriedly handed them over to LL. After receiving them, LL passed the items through the fence. Aunt Duan chuckled, "Your thoughtfulness brings me great joy. However, I am alone at home and cannot consume much. This amount is sufficient. The rest you should take to Shiyu's house. Her brother is severely injured and requires nourishment." LL discerned that Aunt Duan was concerned about him arriving empty-handed at Qin Shiyu's home, demonstrating her thoughtful nature. Rest assured, dear aunt. I reside in the mountains and can easily procure more anytime. Please keep everything for yourself. I will bring some for Chen's family when I have more. LL replied with a smile. Aunt, do accept this. We still have plenty of bear meat that Brother L gifted us when Dr. Wong visited recently. Besides, Brother L is our benefactor. We could not possibly ask him to bring something. Please accept it all. Tomorrow, I will select some prime bear meat to deliver to you. Chun Xiaoyu interjected, clearly understanding LL's intentions. Well, very well then. I shall accept it all. Aunt Duan finally relented, relieved as she took the items. Observing LL, who had ceased to engage with her, Zhou Tsuifan, already irate, felt her anger intensify. She suddenly stepped forward and pushed LL, exclaiming, Hey, hey, hey. You acknowledge that you allowed your dogs to attack, yet you act as if nothing has happened, without a care for the consequences? Chapter 29, The Scoundrel. Luelyu was caught off guard, nearly stumbling into the wooden post of the fence after being shoved by Zhou Tsuifan. This woman possessed an extraordinary strength. Chen Xiaoyu, witnessing the scene, stepped forward to shield Zhou Tsuifan and, in turn, pushed her back a couple of steps. Oh, Chen Xiaoyu, are you intending to assist this good-for-nothing? We are kin in this village, yet you choose to side with an outsider? Zhou Tsuifan exclaimed indignantly. It was you who initiated the conflict. Everyone saw it. Chen Xiaoyu retorted. Indeed, Lu is a stranger, but what of it? This very outsider saved my brother, and to my family, he is as dear as kin. It was this so-called good-for-nothing who avenged my brother by dealing with Xiong Xiazi. The meat was sent back, and we all benefited from it. He even brought back the bear gall for my brother. Tell me, whom should I assist if not him? You? Chen Xiaoyu's voice resonated with clarity. Revealing the truth of the matter, Luelyu stood momentarily astonished. His future fiancée, who had just exhibited a gentle demeanor, now displayed a fierce side. Her words not loud but undeniably reasonable. What is the bear gall? It is a precious commodity, and many would covet it with greedy eyes. Although Xiong Xiazi had been wounded by Chen Shouqing, he ultimately met his end at the hands of Luelyu, who collected the bear gall. No one would find fault with that. Not only did he save a life, but he also brought back the bear gall, a gesture that turned heads. Zhou Tsuifan, momentarily silenced by Chun Xiaoyu's barrage of words, struggled to respond. After a long pause, she uttered a more cutting remark. Humph, with such kindness. Who knows if it's merely because he has taken a liking to you, you little hussy. Chen Xiaoyu's anger flared instantly. She stepped forward, her hands reaching for Zhou Tsuifan's face. Sensing the impending chaos of a women-esque brawl, Luelyu could not stand idly by. Primarily concerned for Chen Xiaoyu's well-being, he quickly grasped her hands, pulling her behind him. Sister Zhou, I still address you as sister. But a man does not strike a woman, though I make no promises regarding a mad dog that bites indiscriminately. You asked me what I intended. Why not inquire about your man's deeds? Luelyu said coolly, turning to glare at the cowardly figure of Debishi, who cowered silently to the side. Upon seeing Luelyu, Debishi shrank back, fearful, inching away slowly. He had been bitten by Yuan Bao and beaten by Luelyu that day, and the mere sight of him filled him with inexplicable dread. As Luelyu fixed him with a fierce gaze, Debishi trembled, limping backward in terror, exclaiming, Don't come any closer. What do you want? You scoundrel. Seeing him like this, Luelv was filled with rage. Without uttering a word, he stepped forward and kicked Fengdeju to the ground. Fengdeju, if you still consider yourself a man, then confess your misdeeds before everyone. If indeed I, Lu, have acted unjustly, I shall bear the consequences and provide any compensation you desire. However, if you were simply asking for a beating, I would be more than willing to teach you a lesson in front of all these witnesses. What are you doing? Upon witnessing her husband being kicked, Zhou Tsuifan could no longer bear it and rushed forward, pulling Luelv aside. No matter the circumstances, a man is the face of the family. Being beaten in front of so many people felt like a slap to her own face. Yet, upon seeing her husband's cowardly demeanor, Zhou Tsuifan couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. As Aunt Duan had said, after all, she had married into the Feng family and shared a bed with him for several years. She knew all too well what kind of man Fengdeju was. Their family had longed for a son, and Fengdeju, being spoiled in his youth, grew up to be idle and lazy. After the death of his elders, their household was not wealthy, leading to a quick descent into poverty, which fostered his petty thieving habits. Even after marriage, he remained unchanged when food was scarce. Instead of striving to earn a living, he sought to pilfer, engaging in such unscrupulous deeds that he was often dealt with by the villagers. And even others from different villages had come to confront him. Zhou Tsuifan often pondered to herself how blind she had been to marry him. Yet, despite these flaws, Feng Dezhu treated her and their child well, always ensuring they had what they needed. Perhaps this was the reason she had stayed in this family for so long. Realizing that the situation was escalating, Zhou Zuifan dared not act recklessly, fearing that in the end, she would have no face left to show. Get up. Stop playing dead. Speak up. What have you done? Zhou Zuifan stepped forward and dragged the injured Feng Dezhu to his feet, immediately bombarding him with questions. With his head hung low, Feng Dezhu remained silent. Lu LV, exasperated, had come for a meal and did not wish to be embroiled in this matter. Sister Zhou, if your husband wants to speak, then I shall. Yuan Bao was with me. Just a few days ago, he was foolishly attempting to hunt a bear. Your husband had his eyes on the bear's gallbladder. Thinking me an easy target as an outsider, an attempted Feng Dezhun cast a glance at Luel, recalling his warning from that time. And a wave of fear washed over him. Now, he dared not speak carelessly. Gripped by Zhou Zuifan by the ear. He grimaced in pain but could not deny the truth of the matter. He could only nod and stammer. I merely noticed that our food supplies were dwindling and your clothes are in tatters. I thought to earn some money to buy food and perhaps get you both a new set of clothing. His words were tantamount to an admission of guilt. What more could Zhou Zuifan say? Anger surged within her, and as her eyes scanned the surroundings, they landed on a stick propped against the wooden fence. Furiously, she pushed Feng Dezhun aside, strode over, and seized the stick, unleashing a flurry of blows upon him. You worthless scoundrel! How dare you claim your intention was merely to set a trap in the mountains for some meat to satisfy us? In reality, you covet the bear bile of others. How is it that you haven't met your demise, you fool? Then perhaps I could consider remarrying. Day after day, I tell you that with hands and feet. We can cultivate the land, take temporary jobs at the farm, or assist in logging at the forest. If we work diligently, we could lead a stable life. Yet you refuse to listen. I could just kill you. I could just kill you. With each accusation, she struck him harder. After such a scene today, her dignity was thoroughly tarnished, and she could hardly think of anything else. Yet, as she continued to hit him, her heart grew heavier, and tears streamed down her face, unable to be contained. Chapter 30. Each matter to its own. The sturdy stick struck, and Feng Dezhu's cries echoed through the air as he was relentlessly beaten, unable to escape the punishment. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, he slipped into the crowd and limped away, leaving only Zhou Zuifan standing alone, softly sobbing. This woman, aware of her own shortcomings, displayed an unexpected forthrightness as she wiped her tears with her sleeve. I apologize for causing a spectacle. I did not anticipate that the scoundrel would conceal matters from me. However, the past few days have been dire, as I have been struggling to afford his medical treatment and injections. I did not intend to trouble my aunt, but I found myself with no other options. Turning her gaze to LL and Chen Xiuyu, she offered a heartfelt apology. I am sorry, dear brother and sister Xiuyu. I should not have uttered those harsh words. My foolish mouth. With that, she struck herself twice across the face, the sound echoing in the courtyard. Before turning to Aunt Duan, Auntie, I beg your pardon for bringing you trouble. I seek your forgiveness. Zhou Zuifan's actions surprised LL, who regarded her with newfound respect. While her behavior had been somewhat excessive, given the circumstances at home and the unreliability of men, it was understandable that she felt a sense of urgency. Often, life's pressures compel people to act in ways they might not otherwise choose. Although LL was initially incensed, her sincere apology warranted a degree of leniency. To continue holding a grudge would be unbecoming. Previously unfamiliar with her family, LL now planned to reside in the area long-term. It was said that in a community, one must maintain good relations, for one encounters the same faces repeatedly. With no personal loss at stake, it seemed unnecessary to sow discord. Zhou Zuifan recognized the necessity of continuing her life in the village. Given the situation, a heartfelt apology would preserve some goodwill among the villagers. Observing LL and Chen Xiuyu's displeased expressions, she unexpectedly dropped to her knees. I kneel before you. What are you doing? LL's heart skipped a beat as he hurried to assist her up. Enough, let us consider this matter settled. Kneeling, especially in such a manner, was the most undignified act, and to remain silent would only come across as aggressive, particularly as she was a woman. With a heavy sigh, LL spoke, Sister Zhou. As you mentioned, in this vast expanse of the northern wilderness and along the Khingan Mountains, there are countless farms, timberlands, and an abundance of mines. Currently, the farms are in dire need of labor. If your husband is willing to endure hardship, he could earn 20 to 30 yuan each month. By cultivating your land properly, life will gradually improve. You must return and discipline him. If this continues, life will only grow more difficult. Discipline is key. Hurry back now. Zhou Zuifan was robustly built. standing tall against the frail Feng Dishus, whom she could easily overpower. If she were to truly take a stand, Feng Dishus would certainly not be her match. It is often said that those who evoke pity possess their own faults, yet human hearts are not easily hardened if one can move past their troubles. It is best to do so. Primarily, it is the recollections of Lly that evoke memories of a past life, during which her family operated a collection point. She often heard Chen Xiuyu speak of Zhou Zuifan, a diligent and genuine individual who tirelessly ventured into the mountains to gather various wild vegetables and nuts. Despite her ailments, she refused to forego this rare opportunity to earn a living, working ceaselessly day and night. The household, in disarray, relied solely on her strength, and her life of toil is indeed lamentable. The gravest issue within her family stemmed from the detestable Feng Dishus. It remains to be seen whether she can finally subdue him. She possesses the capability. However, should she falter at a critical moment, her family may remain in this state indefinitely. Upon receiving Lly's forgiveness, Zhou Zuifan managed to force a faint smile, uttering a brief thank you. She then picked up the stick from the ground, bowed her head, and turned to leave. Wait, Sister Zhou. Lly intended to summon Chen Xiuyu to depart. But recalling Zhou Zuifan's earlier remark about being unable to afford a meal softened his heart, prompting him to call out to her. Zhou Zuifan halted, wiped her eyes, and turned back to look at Lly, big brother. Lly approached her, withdrawing a large bill from his pocket and placing it in her hand. We cannot allow the children to go hungry. After saying this, he exchanged pleasantries with Aunt Duan, beckoned Chen Xiuyu, and made his exit. Zhou Zuifan hurried a few steps after them, but, thinking of her children at home, stopped once more, gazing at the warm bill in her palm. With the stick in hand, she departed with a swifter stride. The onlookers from Xiushantan, realizing there was no longer any spectacle to behold, began to disperse. Some engaged in light conversation about the recent events. I reckon Zhou Zuifan's demeanor suggests that Big Nosely is likely to face a beating today. Isn't that splendid? This sneaky behavior deserves a thorough reprimand. Just the other day, one of my chickens escaped the yard and was nearly snatched by Big Nosely. Had I not heard its cries and rushed out, that chicken would have been destined for the pot. My hens, which I cannot bear to eat, are my only source of income, providing eggs for trade in needles, threads, and condiments. When I emerged with a stick, Big Nosely abandoned the chicken and fled, only to have the audacity to come to my home the next day to borrow salt. Can you believe the gall? Many families in this village have suffered at his hands, and despite having faced retribution several times, he shows no signs of contrition. We shall see if he learns anything from this encounter. I've heard that he was severely bitten by Yuan Bao. If he were to truly learn from his mistakes, he wouldn't be here, led by his wife, stirring up trouble. Furthermore, Zhou Zuifan may not be able to deal with Big Nosely effectively. If she were truly willing to fight, she would have done so long ago, rather than waiting until now. Speaking of Yuan Bao, it is indeed peculiar. After all these years of being wary of strangers, how is it that he has suddenly chosen to follow that vagrant? I have witnessed dogs that guard graves, and this one seems to possess a certain spirit. It cannot be judged by ordinary standards. There must be a reason for its willingness to accompany the vagrant. Let us not disparage the vagrant. He appears to be quite a decent person. If he were an ordinary individual, who would bother to show pity for Zhou Zuifan and offer her money? $10 is no trifling sum. Truly commendable, indeed. It can save lives. To be able to slay the bear is one thing, but to have the bear's gallbladder delivered with the knowledge that Xingzi had also faced that bear is quite another. Few possess such capacity for handling matters. At this moment, Chen Xiuyu and LV Lu had already traversed the earthen path leading to the eastern part of the village. As they approached the threshold of home, Chen Xiuyu suddenly halted and inquired, "Brother Lu, despite the fact that Big Snot's family has acted improperly, why do you still feel sympathy for them?" LV Lu paused, then replied with a smile, "If Big Snot truly incurred Yuan Bao's ire without provocation, do you think it reasonable for Zhou Zuifan to seek out Aunt Duan?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Xiuyu responded, "Aunt Duan has always asserted that Yuan Bao is her dog, and no one is permitted to touch it. The entire village is aware that if Yuan Bao were to bite someone without cause, the responsibility would undoubtedly lie with its owner. That is indisputable." Precisely, LV Lu continued. Big Snot did not convey the truth to Zhou Zuifan. Hence her visit was also to protect Big Snot, not wishing to suffer unjustly. "It is not surprising," he added. "In our dealings, we must be fair and just. If one member of a family commits a wrongdoing, it does not imply that the entire family is culpable." Chen Xiuyu's voice softened as she murmured, "I am simply vexed by Zhou Zuifan's harsh words, calling me a little hussy. Understanding her discontent, Lu chuckled. Let us extend grace where we can. She must have been flustered to speak so recklessly. After all, she did apologize to you. Let us not dwell on it. We strive to lead honorable lives and need not fear the gossip of others. After a brief pause, he continued, as for the money I gave her, I admit I was a bit soft-hearted, especially for the child, who is innocent. The most significant factor is that I once knew someone who bore a striking resemblance to her and who bestowed upon me immense kindness. Who might that be? Chun Xiaoyu asked, her curiosity piqued. With a smile, Lu thought to himself, that person is none other than you. He then recalled the memories of his past life. Chun Xiaoyu had devoted herself tirelessly to her family, fulfilling her role as a wife and mother with great diligence. In his most desperate hour, when creditors relentlessly pursued him, it was Chun Xiaoyu who stood by him, even resorting to her own displays of frustration. Chapter 31. Compliance. Zhou Zuifan hurried into the courtyard, clutching a stick, and swiftly closed the gate behind her, securing it tightly with a piece of iron wire before striding towards the house. In the kitchen, Dabishi was squatting down, washing the small garlic cloves and shepherd's purse he had unearthed while working in the fields earlier that morning. Upon hearing Zhou Zuifan enter, he managed to muster a feeble smile, only to be met with the side of the stick in her hand, which caused his expression to change dramatically. The stick was a branch from a walnut tree, renowned for its resilience and strength. It was a favored material for making gun stocks or wheels. Being one of the 3 precious hardwoods of northeast China, its hardness easily imagined. Despite its slender appearance, the stick was remarkably durable. Having previously endured several strikes from it at Aunt Duan's courtyard, Feng Dizhus knew its potential for harm all too well. Now, as Zhou Zuifan brandished the stick, her expression ominous, a dreadful premonition washed over him. Indeed, Zhou Zuifan cursed, "You worthless wretch," and swung the stick towards Feng Dizhus. Startled, he hastily dropped the wild vegetables he was holding and leaped aside, having never witnessed his wife so enraged before. In the past, when he had erred and returned home, though scolding was inevitable, she had never resorted to physical violence. A few soft-spoken words and a little extra effort in pleasing her would quickly quell her anger. Why had it escalated to this point? Wife, please drop the stick. I am merely trying to provide for our family. Seeing that you and our child are lacking in food and clothing, Feng Dizhus pleaded, his face marked by apprehension. Justifiable need? Is that justification for stealing and mischief? Are you still contemplating unlawful acts? Do you realize how much Bearbao costs? Hundreds. If this were to come to light, it wouldn't merely be a beating. You could find yourself in a police station, facing years in confinement, or worse, death could very well await you. Justifiable need, Zhou Zuifan retorted, raising the stick once more. Feng Dizhus dodged again. Wife, I understand my mistake. Isn't that enough? His body bore wounds from a dog bite that had yet to heal, making evasion laborious. This situation was dire. He needed to admit his fault swiftly. You claim to understand your mistakes, yet have you ever amended your ways? Each time, you seem to act more recklessly. You have no shame. You are bringing disgrace upon our family. When we walk through this village, we are met with scornful glances, treated with indifference. How are we to face others, to live? Zhou Zuifan's anger intensified. I'll make you pay for your insolence. As the stick followed closely behind, Feng Dizhus, cornered and unable to evade, felt a sharp sting on his thigh as the blow landed, searing pain radiating through him, leaving him momentarily dazed. As the second strike approached, he dared not endure it and limped away, attempting to escape through the front door. However, Zhou Zuifan was quicker, blocking his path and shutting the door with a decisive click of the bolt. In that moment, Feng Dizhus' face drained of color. He fully understood that his wife was resolute in her intent this time. Given her physique, she could effortlessly lift him with a single hand. Feng Dizhus suddenly felt an inexplicable panic. Wife, let us talk this over. If you truly injure me, who will cover the medical expenses? We have no money left at home. I'll kill you. If it comes to that, I might as well die with you, since life has become unbearable, Zhou Zuifan retorted. Her eyes reddened as she once again brandished the stick to pursue him. Feng Dizhus endured several painful blows, wringing his hands and shuffling his feet. Seeing that Zhou Zuifan showed no signs of relenting, he hastily darted into the inner room and slammed the door shut. Calm down, my dear. Please, hear me out. Before he could finish, the door was violently shoved, and with a loud crash, something burst through the door panel. Upon closer inspection, Feng Dizhus shuddered. It was clearly the sharp end of an axe. Now she was resorting to an axe. With a few more blows, the door began to buckle, and Feng Dizhus was gripped by terror, I cannot stay here any longer. He glanced towards the window, quickly leaping onto the bed and prying it open to escape. Just as he swung one leg out, Zhou Tsuifan crashed through the door, causing him to lose his grip and tumble out the window, hitting the ground with a startled cry. Zhou Tsuifan, upon witnessing this, tossed aside the axe, turned, and dashed to the courtyard door, where she saw Feng Dizhu's frantically trying to untie the iron wire of the gate. As she approached with determined strides, his panic only escalated, and in his flustered state, he fumbled with the gate. He hastily stepped onto the crossbeam of the gate, preparing to climb over. However, just as he lifted his foot to the frame, Zhou Tsuifan seized the back of his collar and dragged him down to the ground. I want to let you escape, she declared without hesitation, striking him once more. In her hands, Feng Dizhu's was as defenseless as a fledgling chick, utterly powerless to retaliate. This time, Zhou Tsuifan was genuinely enraged. She realized that if Feng Dizhu's did not amend his ways, their household would only continue to suffer. She had long desired for him to change. Not just once or twice, but had always lacked the resolve. Previously, it was easier when she was not present, but now, in front of so many witnesses, her dignity felt utterly shattered. With a steely determination, she disregarded any sense of pride, especially remembering LL's words about being firm and disciplining a man, which truly resonated with her heart. Resolutely, she unleashed her wrath upon him. With each strike, Feng Dizhu's cries of despair echoed, as the commotion drew the attention of neighbors who peeked out to observe the spectacle. Rather than intervene, they silently cheered on Zhou Tsuifan as she chastised him. I'll teach you to steal and deceive. I'll show you the consequences of your reckless behavior. I'll make you pay for your lies. I'll ensure you abandon your idleness and learn your lesson. Accompanying her reprimands were the relentless blows, while Feng Dizhu's lay curled on the ground, cradling his head and wailing in agony. A child, with one pant leg soaked and his small feet reddened by the cold, approached joyfully with a woven basket, exclaiming, "Mom, I caught fish in the pond today, several of them. We won't have to worry about dinner tonight. We can have fish." Suddenly, upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, the child's smile froze in place. His hurried footsteps came to a halt, transforming into a slow walk towards the courtyard, his face etched with panic and confusion. This was the child of Zhou Tsuifan, named Feng Jinding. Upon reaching the doorway, he beheld the alarming sight of his mother striking his father with a stick, and he burst into tears. "Mama, please stop. You're going to kill Dad. Please, stop." Upon hearing her child's cries, Zhou Tsuifan, momentarily blinded by rage, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed over her, restoring her clarity. She turned to glance at her sobbing child, and then looked down at Feng Dizhu's, who lay on the ground, gasping for breath. A wave of shock washed over her, and she hastily dropped the stick, rushing to the ground to turn Feng Dizhu's over, cradling him in her arms and shaking him gently. "You can't scare me like this. Dear husband." Zhou Tsuifan was oblivious to how many times she had struck him, but she could see that, despite the thick cotton coat, there were multiple bruises and wounds on his body. Suddenly terrified, she began to weep as well. "My dear wife, don't cry. I'm not dead yet." A faint voice emerged from her embrace, startling Zhou Tsuifan. In a sudden motion, she slapped him again. "You fool, you nearly scared me to death. We have hands and feet. Why can't you learn from others and find a decent job so we can live well? I beg you to change your ways. Just look at our child, have some dignity for his sake. Surely, you don't want him to be ridiculed wherever he goes?" Tears streamed down Zhou Tsuifan's cheeks, each drop scorching as they hit Feng Dizhu's face. He fell silent for a moment, and after a long pause, he gently nodded. "My dear wife, this time, I will surely change." Chapter 32. Altogether, as LL followed Chun Xiuyu into the house, he was ushered to sit on the calm. The dishes, which had been prepared in advance and kept warm on the stove, were soon brought to the Kong table by Ma Jinlan and Chen Xiuyu. A total of 8 dishes were presented, including bear paw, which had been saved from a few days ago and cooked until tender. Chen Xiuyu's late father had been an exceptional hunter and had often indulged in bear meat. Thus, both mother and daughter were well versed in preparing bear paw, ensuring that its flavor rivaled that of any dish LL could conjure himself. They had also dispatched one of their hens, simmering it with last year's sun-dried hazel mushrooms, creating a delightful chicken and mushroom stew, a renowned dish from northeast China. This constituted 2 substantial dishes. Additionally, there were pickled garlic shoots, dandelion salad, a bowl of stir-fried shepherd's purse with eggs, blanched and chilled tender shoots, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a portion of bear leg meat stir-fried with scallions. Despite the wild vegetables making up half of the offerings, the spread was indeed a mark of high hospitality, and each wild vegetable was a seasonal delicacy. Seeing that the food was served, Chen Shiqing promptly opened the cap of the Bei Da Kang liquor, which she had purchased during their walk earlier, and poured a glass for LL. This liquor was crystal clear and transparent, with a faint yellow hue and an exquisite aroma. It was smooth and sweet on the palate, a truly remarkable spirit. Named after Bei Da Kang, it bore witness to the reclamation of the northern wilderness and has since become a geographical indication product of Heilongjiang province. Perhaps due to the long, frigid winters in the northeast, where drinking alcohol serves to ward off the cold, the people there are known for their hearty drinking habits. With even many women possessing surprising capacities for liquor, it was not uncommon for couples at home to share a few glasses, reveling in the moment. LL, captivated by the liquor, quickly urged Chen Shiqing to stop pouring after nearly 2 liang, stating, "While this liquor is exquisite, moderation is key. Given your injury, it would be wise to drink less." "How can that be? It must be filled to the brim," Chen Shiqing insisted, continuing to pour. It was customary to serve guests generously. LL decisively covered his bowl, declaring, "I cannot hold my liquor well. If I drink too much, I may not make it back." "Then so be it. You can stay with me," Chen Shiqing chuckled. "That is not acceptable," LL countered firmly. In the Northeast, where alcohol is an integral part of life, LL himself was quite fond of it. He had enjoyed Bei Da Kang liquor during his previous life, often indulging while traveling between Haicheng and the Northeast, sometimes even drinking straight from the bottle when in high spirits. However, that was a matter of his past. He had not forgotten how he ultimately lost everything due to his indulgence at the table, a lesson etched deeply in his memory. In this lifetime, he wished to avoid repeating such a fate. Seeing LL's resolve, Chen Shiqing did not press further, pouring herself a similar measure and encouraging LL to eat. Nearby, Chen Shouyu and Ma Jinlan attended to them, and observing their lack of intention to join him at the table, LL called out, "Andy, little sister, come eat with us. It is improper for women not to join the table when there is a guest. It makes me feel like an outsider." He spoke candidly. After all, they were destined to become a family, and he found such formalities rather disconcerting. Having lived a second life, he recognized that such customs had long been discarded in his previous era. There was no need for such pretensions. The essence of the matter lies in the fact that there were only 2 individuals at the table, he and Chen Shiqing, which rendered the atmosphere rather desolate. After a moment of contemplation, Lu El remarked, "During this period, Grandpa Wang has been consistently attending to Qingzi's treatment. His attentive care has enabled her to stand. It would be fitting to invite him over as a gesture of gratitude." Chen Shiqing, being simple and sincere, was not one for eloquent speech. Thus Lu El took it upon himself to assist in organizing the invitation without reservation. Upon hearing Lu L's words, Chen Shiqing immediately grasped his intention. As the sole barefoot doctor in the village, it was crucial to maintain a good relationship. Furthermore, Wang Demon had been making regular visits, often personally attending to tasks such as changing dressings that could have been performed by Chen Shiqing or Ma Jinlan, which undoubtedly contributed to her swift recovery. Such kindness warranted an invitation. Indeed, relationships must be nurtured and strengthened through frequent interactions to flourish in all directions. Chen Shiqing promptly agreed and stepped out to summon Wang Demon. A little over 10 minutes later, Wang Demon arrived, cheerfully making his way onto the bed. Lu El called upon Chen Shiqing and Ma Jinlan to join in the meal, ensuring to inform Wang Demon, "Grandpa, I am a visitor from afar, and we do not adhere to many customs where I come from. To my mind, we are all simply human beings, equal in essence, and I bear no notions of hierarchy. I hope you do not take offense." While he himself may have been indifferent, it did not imply that Wang Demon, a native of northeast China, shared the same sentiment. Many families from the Northeast continued to observe such traditions, even decades into the future. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Demon nodded in agreement, stating, "It should indeed be this way." He elaborated, "In truth, the people of Xioshan village cannot be deemed authentic Northeasterners. They hail from all corners of the world, and why should we concern ourselves with rigid customs?" Lu El was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered this perspective before, and eagerly inquired, "Grandpa, what is the story behind this?" Wang Demon explained, "The original inhabitants of our village were the elders who were exiled here during the Qing dynasty. Following the pacification of the 3 feudatories, they were known as station attendants, or genren. At that time, as the old Russians invaded the outer Khingan mountains during the Yaksa battle, the Qing dynasty established numerous relay stations from Jilin to Aihan for military considerations, utilizing those who were wrongfully exiled due to circumstances. The Northeast was regarded by the Qing as a land of prosperity after their entrance into the realm. They sealed it off, prohibiting outsiders from entering. This closure lasted for over 2 centuries, resulting in a fertile land that remained largely uninhabited, with the original inhabitants being the Orokin and Manchu people. Subsequently, the influx of people from various regions seeking to exploit our resources further diversified the population, compelling those scattered about to unite under duress. Thus, upon closer inspection, our village boasts ancestors from Yunnan, Guangxi, Guangdong, Shandong, and Hebei, truly a family from all corners of the earth. My own ancestors hailed from Yunnan. Wang Demon recounted these tales with the familiarity of cherished memories. Lu El listened intently, having previously understood only that the Qing dynasty imposed a lengthy closure of over 200 years, which ultimately contributed to the rich resources of the Northeast. It was a pity that such vast tracts of black soil, capable of yielding abundant crops, lay fallow for 2 centuries. To my surprise, Xiu Mountain Tuan possesses such a fascinating origin, and it appears that numerous similar establishments have emerged in a comparable manner. I overheard Chun Xiuqing mention, I once heard my father speak of it. My ancestors hailed from Yunnan as well. LL was momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, he had married into the Chun Xiu family, yet he had never encountered such a narrative. A smile spread across his face as he replied, I am also from Yunnan. I found myself in Haicheng during my childhood, wandering alongside my mother. This revelation seemed to forge a connection between them. The atmosphere in the room grew lively instantly. As they enjoyed their meal, laughter and conversation filled the air, rendering the experience truly delightful. After a considerable half-hour, only a few remnants of the feast remained on the table. LL had consumed merely 2 portions, while Wang Demon had been generously toasted by both him and Chen Xiuqing. Feeling satiated, he exchanged farewells with the group, humming a cheerful tune as he leisurely made his way home. Just as LL was about to depart, he was halted by Chen Xiuqing. Is there something else? LL inquired. Chen Xiuqing nodded, cautiously retrieving a cloth pouch from her bosom. She extracted a half-dried bear bile from within, stating, This bear bile rightfully belongs to you. I cannot accept it. Let us not forget the principle that mountain treasures should not be hoarded alone. Besides, I merely stumbled upon it. LL gently pushed it back towards her. Chapter 33. The nail in the foot. The principle that mountain treasures should not be hoarded exclusively is a long-standing tenet among hunters. It is not merely the case that those who partake in the hunt cannot claim the spoils alone. Even a chance passerby, should they speak up, is entitled to a share. This notion echoes the idea that those who witness a bird being shot at in the mountains deserve a portion of the reward. While this may initially seem illogical, a deeper contemplation reveals its truth. Everyone desires a share of the benefits, which can breed envy. Thus, hoarding is ill-advised. Should one choose to monopolize, they may incite resentment, becoming a target of collective ire. Instead, it is far wiser to be generous, sharing with others, thereby transforming the bitterness of exclusivity into goodwill. The recipients of such kindness will feel gratitude, and in a region teeming with hunters, those privy to the location of game may be inclined to share their knowledge in return for the bonds forged, significantly enhancing the chances of a bountiful hunt. This sentiment encompasses the intricacies of human interaction and social etiquette. When the bear gallbladder was presented to me, I recalled that the 3 shots I fired were not lethal. It was the shot from my companion that truly ended the bear's life. He, too, acknowledged that mountain treasures should not be hoarded. If I were to accept this gallbladder, would it not be a form of selfishness? Moreover, you not only saved my life, but also avenged me. How could I possibly accept this gallbladder? Chen Xiuqing expressed earnestly. Lu Ly turned to Chen Xiuqing, noting his honest demeanor and steadfast principles. He was a reliable individual. Alas, in the previous life, Chen Xiuqing had passed away years before Lu Ly's arrival, and they never had the opportunity to meet. Let us not engage in further reluctance. I cannot carry this gallbladder with me indefinitely, and storing it in the earth would not be secure. Therefore, I shall leave it in your care. When we sell it, we shall split the proceeds evenly. Does that sound acceptable? Lu Ly, aware of Chen Xiuqing's unease, proposed a compromise. As Chen Xiuqing began to speak again, he quickly raised a hand to silence him. No more discussion. To prolong it would be to create distance between us. I am looking forward to hunting together once you have healed. Chen Xiuqing hesitated, returning the gallbladder to the cloth bag with a wry smile. What is this? After being chased by a bear, are you now fearful? Lu Ly inquired. The roar of the bear is indeed terrifying, and its power is formidable. Those who have faced such a creature have undergone a profound and harrowing experience. Only a seasoned hunter like Chen Xiuqing could maintain composure in such a situation. For ordinary folk, the terror could lead to accidents or even death. Many who have encountered such fear find it difficult to confront the bear again. And even discussing it can evoke dread. While I am not afraid, my dog is gone, and my gun is lost. How can I hunt now? Qin Shouqing shook his head. The one surviving hound can only serve as a watchdog. We will acquire another gun, and a new dog can be trained in time. Besides, when it comes to hunting in the mountains, we can always employ our wits. Traps, snares, and various methods abound. Lu Ly smiled softly, saying, once you have healed, come find me at the earth pit, and then I shall take my leave. With that, Lu Ly stood and departed. Young man, please don't leave. It's already dark outside. Why not stay the night? Ma Jilan and Qin Shouyu called out as they rushed from the kitchen, where they were washing pots and dishes. No. Dear aunt, little sister, you both should return home. There's no need to stay. Lu Lv waved his hand dismissively, continuing on his way. I have eaten my fill. But the hound is still waiting. I cannot leave it hungry. Both women understood the significance of the hunting dog to the mountain men, and thus refrained from pressing him further. They watched as Lu Lv exited the courtyard, his figure gradually disappearing along the dirt path before they turned back to the kitchen. What a fine young man. He truly knows how to comport himself and is thoughtful in his actions, Ma Jinlan mused, scrubbing a large iron pot. Tell me, daughter, what do you think of him? Qin Shouyu, who was washing the dishes, blushed at the question and replied softly, he is quite a good person. Is that all? Ma Jinlan chuckled. I have heard you call him Brother Lv so affectionately. Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? Qin Shouyu's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. All right. I will cease my teasing, Ma Jinlan laughed, but then sighed. You know, in the blink of an eye, you have grown into a young lady. It is time to find a good man to marry. Young Lu is a decent fellow, but alas, he is a drifter. What of it? A man with talent can thrive anywhere, Qin Shouyu responded, growing agitated. Brother Lv handles matters exceptionally well. Just the other day, I went to invite old Wang for dinner, and he was already eating. He only left his meal upon hearing that Brother Lv was present. Would old Wang mistake someone like him? And about that incident with the snotty-nosed child, I witnessed him handle it with such kindness. I even heard people praising him outside. As long as a drifter is a good person, isn't there an annual quota for accepting drifters into the village? We can surely secure one when the time comes. Oh my, daughter, am I hearing correctly? You are already defending him. It seems your heart is engaged. Ma Jinlan laughed heartily. In an instant. Qin Shouyu was too shy to lift her gaze. Yet, Ma Jinlan continued, but you've only met him a few times. You should observe him further. Historically, parents who cherish their children have always been cautious when it comes to marriage, and Ma Jinlan was no exception. Having left Qin Shouyu's home, Lu Lv hurried down the dirt path toward the hound. As he stepped outside, he noticed the moon rising early in the sky, signaling a beautiful night ahead. So he did not bring a lantern. However, just a few steps into his journey, a sharp pain suddenly pierced the sole of his right foot, causing him to leap in surprise. He quickly removed his yellow rubber shoe and inspected the sole, discovering a rusty 5-penny nail had penetrated through, its length at least a centimeter deep. Looking down at the ground, he saw a pile of debris that had been carelessly swept from the fence onto the road. The neighboring household belonged to the Sung family, who, despite not currently owning a dog, had long been referred to by that name. Curse it! Without regard for the contents, the refuse was casually discarded onto the road before the door. Unfortunately, Lu found himself painfully punctured by a hidden nail within the debris. He forcefully extracted the iron nail from his shoe sole and glanced back at the cowardly dog as home, letting out a resigned sigh. To seek recompense for such an incident would likely result in being met with the retort, you should watch where you're walking. He could only accept his misfortune. Inserting the nail into a crevice of the fence, Lu endured the pain, squeezing the bleeding wound in hopes of expelling some of the rust that had entered. He then applied some mud to the injury to staunch the bleeding. After donning his shoes and socks, Lu stood up to test his foot. It didn't seem overly painful. Dismissing the discomfort, he continued on his way to the underground passage. Chapter 34. The Birch Tree Beehive not far from the village. LL took out the invasion knife he had carried with him. He felled a small tree by the roadside, trimming its branches and leaves before setting the knife down. The remaining path led to a dense forest, where he had to remain vigilant. Creatures such as the northeast tiger, far eastern leopard, and northeast wolf often roamed at night, occasionally descending from the mountains and causing trouble in the villages, which made the journey perilous. Navigating through the mountains at night was fraught with shadows, and the chilling call of an owl or the sudden rustle of trees could send shivers down one's spine. Most would not dare to traverse such paths. As he continued on without incident, Just a few hundred meters away from the underground dwelling, he suddenly heard faint sounds from the woods ahead. He halted, gripping the invasion knife with caution. After a few breaths, a figure darted out from the trees, causing LL's heart to skip a beat, as it resembled a wolf. As the figure approached, he realized it was Yuanbao, who had come to greet him. "You startled me," LL sighed in relief. "Such a good dog for coming to welcome your master." However, its silence was somewhat unnerving. Yuanbao circled around LL, wagging its tail, and then silently followed him back to the underground dwelling, limping slightly. It only returned to the makeshift doghouse LL had built a few days prior after he had entered. The 3 puppies that had been wandering in the open followed suit. The large, clumsy dog was hardy against the cold. It had braved the icy weather without issue, so spring would pose no problem. The doghouse was simply laid with a burlap sack and had a roof to shield it from rain and snow. Once inside the underground dwelling, LL quickly lit the oil lamp. Initially, his injured foot felt manageable, but upon removing his shoe, he discovered that his sock had been soaked through with blood, and the inside of his shoe was sticky and uncomfortable. The wound burned and ached increasingly, though thankfully, the bleeding had stopped. After cleaning the wound, he applied a fine powder made from streptomycin granules and covered it with a clean sock. He prepared some cornmeal for Yuanbao before lying down early. The next morning, upon awakening, LL glanced at his foot and was dismayed to find it swollen and painful, rendering him unable to wear his shoes. He lamented that he could not even ascend the mountain now. Yet, idleness was not an option. The more one rests, the lazier one becomes. Besides, he was alone in this place and needed to find something to occupy his time to stave off boredom. After much contemplation, LL resolved to construct several beehives in preparation for harvesting the northeast black bees and any future honeybees he might encounter. The deep mountain forest was abundant with trees, providing ample timber. There was no need to process boards, as he could hollow out logs directly. Behind the underground dwelling, on the hillside, there were linden and birch trees, both excellent materials for beehives. Struggling, he climbed halfway up the slope and selected a straight birch tree that was too thick for even a single person to encircle. Sitting on the ground, he carved a large notch at the base of the tree. Then, he moved to a slightly higher point on the opposite side and began to saw. In the past, before the onset of winter, it was customary to ascend the mountains to fell trees in preparation for firewood, a task also known as splitting logs. Considerable amounts of pine and birch were cut down. He had also participated in logging operations at a timber yard, thus acquiring some experience in this regard. The current method entailed bringing the birch tree down the slope, a technique referred to as descending with the mountain. When the lumberjack felled the tree, he would typically shout loudly, "Descending with the mountain." This served as a warning to others regarding the direction of the falling tree and the need for caution. With an injury on his foot, Luel found it difficult to maneuver effectively, expending great effort to saw through half of the wood. The birch tree was too large and straight. Even after reaching this point, it remained steadfast, with the saw gradually becoming lodged due to gravitational pressure. Faced with this predicament, he resorted to using a large axe to chop down a smaller tree, shaping it into a wedge to insert into the gap created by the saw. After a few strikes, the sharp crack of the tree breaking echoed as it began to tilt downhill. He quickly leaped aside and called out, "Descending with the mountain." This exclamation was essential and adhered to the customary rules of logging. It was not merely a formality in the absence of others. Carelessness could arise at any moment, and sometimes an uninformed individual might unexpectedly intrude. Logging may sound straightforward, yet it is an inherently perilous endeavor. A tree of such considerable girth could be fatal if it merely grazed or struck someone. With Luel's warning, the massive tree accelerated, crashing down the slope with a thunderous roar. Surrounding trees were affected, their branches snapping and leaves scattering, while a slightly smaller birch tree had its thick branches torn asunder. Luel paid little heed to this. The fallen debris would serve as firewood for the winter, left to dry on the slope until he could return to split it once his foot healed. The birch tree possessed the advantage of a straight trunk, with branches predominantly located in the upper midsection. The portion Luel intended to use for beehives was perfectly situated in the lower midsection. Following this, he merely needed to saw the trunk into segments of 80 centimeters, allowing them to roll down the slope. The northeastern black bee colonies were historically robust, and only a powerful swarm could effectively retain heat through winter. Thus, the internal space of the beehive required good insulation, and sturdy wood would contribute to this effect. Having observed professionally used movable frame beehives in later years and understanding the methods of traditional beekeeping, Luel decided to merge these two approaches. After spending the entire morning sawing 6 segments of birch, He rolled them down the slope to a clearing in front of the cellar, preparing to cut them into halves of varying sizes. The larger half would be hollowed out to form a semi-cylindrical space, creating the beehive, while the smaller half would serve as a lid. He left a groove at the top of the beehive for placing wooden pieces, approximately 3 centimeters in size, coated with beeswax. This would guide the bees in constructing their comb along the wooden strips. When necessary, the strips could be removed along with the comb for inspection or artificial swarming, facilitating better control over the colony's clustering behavior. Crucially, the comb produced in such a space would be significantly smaller than that of movable frames, increasing the quantity of combs and thereby enhancing the likelihood of obtaining a full frame of honey, minimizing the impact on the bees during harvest. This design blended the benefits of traditional beekeeping with the convenience of movable frame cultivation, and Luel was greatly satisfied with this innovative concept. He gathered fine thread and a ruler, using the black ash from the bottom of a pot mixed with water as ink, carefully marking lines for cutting and excavation. As he embarked on crafting the beehives, wooden bowls, and ladles, all his tools were at hand, making the process convenient. Nonetheless, he toiled for 3 days before finally completing the 3 beehives, which he bound together with mountain vines, leaving them to dry in the open air. This binding was essential to prevent the beehives from cracking and the lids from warping, ensuring a tight fit. Although the beehives were successfully made, LL's foot showed no signs of improvement. Instead, it began to fester. He understood that he could no longer delay and needed to seek treatment urgently. Chapter 35. The car owner. The following morning, after preparing cornmeal for Yuan Bao, I instructed it to remain and guard the home, with a sturdy stick to support him. Lulu limped his way towards Xiushantan. Normally, this stretch of a few miles could be traversed in half an hour, but with his foot in such a state, every step was a struggle. It took him over an hour to reach the entrance of the village. Logically, given his robust constitution, he should have healed swiftly after applying the medicine himself. Yet, 3 days had passed, and instead of the swelling subsiding, it had worsened, becoming festering. Lulu began to suspect that the rust on the nail might have caused an infection or, worse, tetanus. If it were indeed tetanus, it would pose a significant problem, as this ailment was notoriously difficult to treat in those times, with a high mortality rate. However, he recalled that tetanus did not typically present with such symptoms. In any case, seeking medical attention was undoubtedly the prudent choice. He should have visited Wang Demon immediately after the injury. Upon arriving at Xiushantan around 10 in the morning, Lulu noticed that most villagers were already engaged in their daily labor. As he walked, he failed to spot Wang Demon in the fields. Upon entering the village and approaching Wang Demon's courtyard, he found the gate firmly shut. Well, it seems I must wait. Lulu settled himself on a large, aged piece of wood situated beside Wang Demon's yard. This timber had been present since the time he married into the family. Made of elm, its surface was covered in rough knots, polished smooth by the countless villagers who had sat upon it over the years. In spring and autumn, it was common to see elderly men congregating there, chatting and soaking up the sun, while mischievous children played and frolicked nearby. The wood had been sold to Wang Demon by an outsider the very year Lulu married in, fetching a few coins. Its underside was now largely decayed, yet it was said that it could still be fashioned into lacquered crafts. Adjacent to this wood stood a venerable apricot tree, thick and gnarled, with a sprawling canopy. In the summer, this spot became a favored retreat for the elderly seeking respite from the heat. At this time of year, the tree was just beginning to sprout tiny red buds, with a few blossoms daring to bloom. When in full bloom, this apricot tree would undoubtedly become a splendid sight within the village. "Good day, what are you up to?" A villager passing by greeted Lulu with a smile, quickly noticing his injured foot. "What happened to your foot?" "I was pricked by a nail. It's swollen terribly and hasn't subsided in 3 days. I came to see old Master Wang. He should take a good look at it." "Old Master Wang is in the fields, but it's still early. Should I fetch him for you?" "No need to trouble yourself. He has his hands full, and my foot won't heal instantly. I can afford to wait a bit longer. How about coming over to my house for a rest and a drink of water?" "No, I wouldn't want to impose. I see you're carrying a hoe. You must be heading to work as well. I wouldn't want to delay you." "All right then, I'll get back to my work. If you have time, come visit. My house is just down the way, next to that large pear tree. My name is Zhou Fangjing." "Very well, Brother Zhou. I shall certainly visit you another day." Zhou Fangjing nodded before continuing on his way with his hoe in hand. In my recollection, Zhou Fangjing was a lumberjack at the logging site. As autumn surrendered to winter, he would finish his farm work and take on temporary labor at the forest. I had only known of him as someone capable of enduring hardship, with little else known about him. During a particularly arduous task, I was taken aback when, apart from a few individuals I had intentionally approached, the first person to greet me with warmth was he. In truth, I understood that this was likely due to recent events circulating among the workers. As I observed the smiles that broke upon their faces upon seeing me, I realized their initial wariness towards me, the outsider, had considerably diminished, suggesting a budding acceptance of my presence. All in all, it was a promising beginning. As I continued past several others, most of them offered me smiles and exchanged pleasantries. After waiting for a good 15 minutes, I grew somewhat weary, my eyes wandering restlessly until they fell upon an apricot pit embedded in the mud. Intrigued, I reached down and unearthed 3 of them, wiping away the dirt to discover they were intact. Just then, a voice called out from a distance, "Brother, what brings you here?" I turned to see Qinshoqing approaching at a leisurely pace. He was finally able to walk again. Lying on the bed for too long was not conducive to his recovery, and a bit of movement would serve to aid his recuperation. "I came to see old man Wang," I replied, casually tucking the 3 apricot pits into my pocket and smiling. "Why are you lingering here instead of sitting at home?" Qinshoqing inquired, a hint of discontent in his tone. "I was thinking about your injury. Auntie and your younger sister must be quite busy. If I went over, I'd only distract them from their tasks, and I wouldn't want to delay their efforts," I explained. As Qinshoqing drew closer, he immediately noticed my swollen foot, encased in a yellow rubber shoe. "What happened to your foot?" he asked. "One night, as I left your home and walked past your neighbor's door, I stepped on a rusty nail they had carelessly discarded on the road. I thought it was a minor issue that would heal in a couple of days, but it turned out to be much worse," I replied with a wry smile. "Your neighbor, Jiang Xianchong, has such a habit. Not only do they neglect to sweep their garbage, but they even toss dead rats onto the road without a second thought, indifferent to the disgust they cause others. Just look at the village. Every household properly disposes of waste in their own cesspits, except for theirs, which seems to be an open invitation for refuse to litter the roads. A few years back, when their child was younger, they would even dump excrement on the street, turning the area in front of their home into a veritable latrine. The village head had even brought it up, but they refused to change. Alas." Qinshoqing shook his head, aware that his household bore the brunt of their negligence. Jiang Xianchong, the master of the dog-like household, had never left a favorable impression on me. From our first encounter, I had harbored a negative perception of him, as he was a frequent figure in my past life, being the owner of a cart, commonly referred to as the cart master. In essence, the cart master was a driver of horse-drawn, oxen, or donkey carts. A great whip cracked resoundingly, and the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed across the vast northeastern plains, particularly during market days, creating a lively spectacle filled with the joyous sounds of people and horses. In later times, regardless of whether one drove a tractor, a large truck, or a small car, they were all referred to as car bosses. This terminology carries a hint of bitterness, akin to the sour grape syndrome. In this era, car owners exuded a certain bravado. For the average person, venturing into the city required carrying something back or transporting goods elsewhere, which necessitated seeking help from these car owners. Their frequent travels imbued them with a wealth of experience, and they often found it easier to make money compared to ordinary folk. Wherever they went, wielding a whip, they carried themselves with an air of superiority. After the family established a procurement point for mountain goods, often sought assistance from them when he couldn't find a vehicle to transport items or when the quantity was too small to warrant hiring a truck. Initially, he believed that exposure to various experiences would broaden his perspective, but proved to be quite the contrary, meticulously calculating, penny-pinching, and fixated on monetary matters. A man consumed by the lure of wealth. The women were no exception, particularly loquacious and adept at weaving tales. They could spin narratives out of thin air with remarkable ease. When returned to, things were somewhat better, as he was not present. But the two families often quarreled across the fence. As the procurement business began to thrive, it seemed envy took hold, leading them to secretly undermine his efforts. After his business faltered, they reveled in his misfortune, with many unflattering remarks emerging from their household. In this lifetime, furrowed his brow slightly, and soon devised a plan in his mind. Chapter 36. Healing. Why are you just standing around waiting? If it weren't for Zhou Fanjing telling me, how long would you have to wait? Wang Demon rushed back, calling out from afar. He didn't expect Zhou Fanjing to genuinely assist in summoning him. It was quite considerate of him. Luel silently noted this kindness. I'm always troubling you. I wouldn't want to delay your time, Luel remarked with a smile. What are you saying? I'm a doctor. This is what I do. There is no trouble at all. Wang Demon approached, placing his hoe on the ground. kneeling before Luel to inspect his foot. He gently prodded around the wound with his fingers. Does it hurt? A bit. Luel slightly furrowed his brow. The few jabs from Wang Demon felt as if needles were piercing him. Why didn't you come sooner? This nail wound is quite deep, and there's already pus forming. The longer you delay, the worse it will get. A minor injury can lead to serious complications. Tetanus can be fatal. Come. Let us go inside. Wang Demon first opened the courtyard door, then returned to assist Luel into the house. Once Luel was settled on the bed, he washed his hands and retrieved a medical kit, rummaging through it for alcohol, cotton balls, and a small, leaf-shaped knife. The knife, forged from black iron, was not particularly refined, but was sharp nonetheless. In these challenging times, barefoot doctors can be likened to dragon-slaying warriors, overcoming hardships with rudimentary tools to combat ailments and save countless lives. We need to make an incision to drain out the pus and impurities, then clean, disinfect, apply medication, and administer a shot for proper healing. Wang Demon used forceps to grasp a cotton ball, soaked it in alcohol, and carefully disinfected the wound and surrounding area. He then took the small knife, also dipped in alcohol, and asked Qin Shouqing to help ignite it with a match. The blue flame flickered on the blade for a few seconds before extinguishing. Hang in there. This area isn't easy to inject. It will be a bit painful, Wang Demon said, looking at Luel. Luel nodded. All right. Given the current conditions, even if he were to visit the district health clinic, they would handle it the same way, without anesthesia for such a minor injury. Qin Shouqing had sustained a severe scratch from a bear, and she was treated with silver needles for numbing. Wang Demon pulled a stool to sit beside the bed, firmly grasping Luel's foot. Don't move. Luel felt a surge of anxiety. After a moment of mental preparation, he gritted his teeth and said, let us do this. Wang Demon applied pressure as he held Luel's foot and swiftly made a 2-centimeter incision at the site of the wound. A sharp, piercing pain made Luel shudder involuntarily, gasping in surprise. Wang Demon smiled at Luel. You'll need to endure a bit longer. There is quite a bit of pus that needs to be expelled, and we still have to disinfect it. You've endured the knife. How could you fear this? Luel gritted his teeth, steeling himself for the process. Wang Demon set down the knife, placing both hands on the wound and applying pressure. The pain was no less intense than that of the blade. He gritted his teeth as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Subsequently, he took a pair of tweezers, grasped a cotton ball, and carefully wiped away the oozing pus. Look at this. It's this very substance that has caused the ulceration on your foot, he exclaimed. Luel, observing the small fragments of rust clinging to the cotton, felt a sense of exasperation. Such trivial things can cause such distress, he thought. Removing the filth should solve the problem. Wang Demon continued, meticulously cleaning the wound with a cotton ball soaked in alcohol. Luel experienced the potency of the alcohol anew. Once the area was cleansed, Wang Demon applied penicillin powder and bandaged the wound. Yet, the procedure was not over. He retrieved a glass syringe from an aluminum box, filling it halfway with medication. Remove your trousers. I need to administer an anti-inflammatory injection, he instructed. Luel's mouth twitched at the thought. To be honest, he was more apprehensive about the injection in his buttocks than he was about the surgery or the pus drainage. The mere mention of it caused involuntary muscle spasms, rooted in childhood memories of traumatic injections. Why not just give me N4 instead? Luel proposed. He preferred the sight of the needle piercing a vein in his hand over that of it entering his backside. I've prepared the medication. It's for tetanus, Wang Demon said, shaking the syringe and noticing Luel's apprehensive gaze. You're not afraid of needles, are you? He teased. Of course not. Luel vehemently denied, unwilling to admit that he, a grown man, feared injections due to the potential mockery it might invite. Besides, a tetanus shot was indeed necessary. He turned to sit upright, loosening his belt to expose the left side of his buttocks. As Wang Demon pushed the syringe, expelling air and allowing the medication to bubble forth, Luel quickly turned his head away. He could not bear to watch. Upon feeling the alcohol cotton ball against his skin, an inexplicable anxiety washed over him, causing his muscles to tense. When the needle pierced his flesh, his face paled, only regaining color once the needle was withdrawn. Thus, he had further entrenched the psychological shadow of receiving injections in his mind. Nevertheless, he sighed in relief. It was over. All right, later on, I'll prescribe you some anti-inflammatory medication. Wang Demon chuckled, then turned to Qin Shouqing, who was stifling laughter nearby. Qingzi, would you like to have a shot as well? Luel's reaction did not go unnoticed by Qin Shouqing, who could relate to his apprehension. Upon hearing Wang Demon's inquiry, she quickly shook her head. My injuries are healing swiftly, and there's no sign of inflammation, so I'll pass. Wang Demon chose not to tease her further. He disassembled the syringe, placing the needle into the aluminum box, and dismantled the glass injector. Knowing these items would need to be sterilized in boiling water for reuse. Gentlemen, while you converse, I shall prepare your lunch, he declared. He swiftly gathered his belongings, wrapped the anti-inflammatory medication in newspaper for Luel, and said with a smile, "Old man, there's no need to fuss. I must return to the basement. There are still plenty of leftovers from last night, and I haven't fed Yuan Bao and the puppy yet." As he spoke, Luel tucked in his trousers. The excuse of not having fed Yuan Bao and the puppy served Luel well, primarily to avoid inconveniencing Wang Demon. It was undoubtedly more fitting to dine at my place. My mother and sister will be back soon, and they can prepare the meal much quicker. Old man, please, let us all go to my home for dinner. When my aunt returns, we can invite her as well. Chun Xiuqing, having previously seized the opportunity to invite Luel to her home, quickly chimed in. Feeding the dog can wait a while. Wang Demon shot a glare back. Luel's refusal left him somewhat displeased. He turned to Chun Xiuqing and said, "Qingzi, I've eaten at Luel's place and at your home as well. What's so difficult about inviting you both to my house for a meal? Are you really going to argue with me over this? It's not like I'm refusing to host. I have an injury on my foot. I can't walk quickly, so it'll take some time to get back," Luel replied with a smile. "After dinner, I can take you back in my cart. It's no trouble at all." Wang Demon said with a serious expression, "Everyone stay inside. You're not allowed to leave without eating." Unable to refuse such hospitality without appearing ungrateful, Luel finally nodded in agreement. "All right then, I'll go back and inform my sister and mother, so they won't worry when they find me missing." Chun Xiuqing pondered for a moment before adding, "When your aunt returns, I'll have her speak with you, so don't make a fuss." Wang Demon cast a cautious glance at Chun Xiuqing, doubting her sincerity in wanting to keep him from dining with them. Chun Xiuqing could only smile and settled down on the Kong. Seeing this, Wang Demon felt relieved and got busy. He first filled thermoses with hot water for tea. After stepping outside, he soon heard the clamor of chickens in the yard. Luel and Chun Xiuqing exchanged glances, quickly rushing to the window by the Kong, where they saw Wang Demon brandishing a knife, chasing after the largest hen in the yard. In these times, it was customary for people to check for eggs by probing the hens when letting them out in the morning. If they found eggs, the hens would be confined until they laid their eggs, to prevent them from wandering off to lay eggs in the fields or at other people's homes. Hens had grown accustomed to being caught. Realizing they couldn't escape, they would often just squat still, making them easy to catch. Eggs were a valuable commodity, typically reserved for sale rather than consumption, let alone slaughtering a hen. Just as Chun Xiuqing was about to speak up to stop him, Luel restrained her, whispering, "Just ensure you provide a bit more for medical expenses later. Will the old man ask for it?" Chun Xiuqing frowned slightly. "Don't worry, I have a plan," Luel replied with a grin. Chapter 37. The partridge flute. As the two were about to resettle themselves for tea, they observed Feng Dizhu's carrying a considerable load of luggage down the main road, with his wife Zhou Zuifan and their child Feng Jinding trailing beside him. Engaged in a hushed conversation until they reached the village entrance, where they reluctantly parted ways. Zhou Zuifan led the child back, only turning around once Feng Dizhu's was out of sight. It appeared that he was preparing to depart. "Where's that big-nosed fellow off to?" Luel could not help but inquire. "I know about this. Big Nose is preparing to take up temporary work at the farm," Chun Xiuqing replied with a chuckle. "The other day, while I was wandering around the village, I overheard their neighbors say that Zhou Zuifan had taken Big Nose to Lu Pao's house to confront him. After they returned, Zhou Zuifan had him pinned down in the yard and gave him quite a thrashing. Only the women of northeast China can subdue their men." Lu speculated that Zhou Zuifan had managed to get through to him. It was unclear whether he had truly been subdued or if something else had occurred. But Big Nose suddenly became industrious afterward, eagerly taking on household chores and even tending to fields he had previously neglected, as if he had transformed into a different person. Chun Xiuqing took a deep breath and remarked, "Let us hope he has truly changed for the better and will live a good life from now on, without causing trouble for everyone else." Lu nodded in agreement. "Let us hope so." Li Shumi, carrying freshly picked tinder shoots, entered the house and headed straight for the kitchen, where she found Wang Demon ladling stewed chicken into a large earthen bowl. Her expression shifted slightly. "How could you butcher the laying hen?" Wang Demon replied with a smile. "I invited Lu and Qingzi for dinner, so I wanted to prepare something nourishing for them." Upon hearing that there were guests, Li Shumi quickly fell silent, casting a fierce glare at Wang Demon before stepping out of the kitchen. She peered at Lu LV and Chun Xiuqing, who were seated at the table in the inner room, before returning to the kitchen and reproaching him in a hushed tone. What do you mean by nourishing? You're too kind-hearted, too generous, and you think you're a good person. This household will eventually be ruined by your generosity. You wouldn't even let us butcher for the new year, yet you're so lavish without consulting me. What consultation is needed? Last time, they brought us bare paws, bare legs, and bare noses. Why didn't you mention that? Wang Demon retorted, exasperated. You help them with injuries and look after their dogs without charging them. Li Shumi protested. They left 50 yuan. After the medical expenses, you must have pocketed at least 8. Isn't that money? What more do you want? Wang Demon began to feel irritated. Oh, you wasteful creature, what are you talking about? After all these years, if it weren't for my careful budgeting, you would have been starving long ago. Li Shumi, too, was now agitated, her voice rising significantly. This startled Wang Demon. Could you keep your voice down? The chicken is already cooked. There's nothing I can do to bring it back to life. Besides, they didn't intend to eat here. I insisted they stay. If you want to argue, let us wait until after dinner. I'm ready to engage. With that, Wang Demon carried the chicken away, leaving a fuming Li Shumi in the kitchen, who dragged a stool over and sat down in a huff. The couple had been together for many years and had often quarreled over trivial matters like these. Despite the commotion, Li Shumi understood that there were guests in her home and felt it necessary to maintain her husband's dignity. Moreover, the die had been cast. There was no turning back. After a moment of contemplation, she rose, entered the inner room, and cheerfully announced, "Lly and Qingzi, it's a rare occasion for you to dine at our home. Please, eat while it's hot and indulge yourselves. If it weren't for your visit, your uncle wouldn't be so diligent." Regardless of her simmering frustration, she felt compelled to extend hospitality. To do otherwise would be impolite. To Lly and Chun Xiuqing, her words were a warm gesture, but to Wang Demon, they struck a discordant note. He rolled his eyes at Li Shumi. She pretended not to notice, dismissing him with an excuse. "I'll fetch you some more side dishes." With that, she prepared to retreat to the kitchen. The meal prepared by Wang Demon consisted of a simple offering of pickled garlic sprouts, cold dressed tender shoots, and shredded potatoes, ordinary dishes that, when paired with a sumptuous stewed hen enriched with herbs, felt extravagant. "Auntie, these dishes are already delightful. There's no need to trouble yourself further. Let us sit down and eat together," Lly urged. "You all enjoy. I'll eat in the kitchen." Li Shumi replied with a smile. "Don't mind her. Your aunt is just like that," Wang Demon added nonchalantly, then poured wine for Lly and Chun Xiuqing, inviting them to savor the meal. In truth, Lly and Chun Xiuqing, seated at the heated table, could faintly overhear the couple's conversation upon Li Shumi's return. They understood that dining together would be awkward, so they chose to disregard her. Wang Demon said, "Don't focus on your meal. First go to Qingzi's house and inform Jinlan and show you that Qingzi is dining with us." "All right, I'll go right away," Li Shumi replied, hastily exiting the courtyard toward Chun Xiuyu's home, muttering under her breath, "Wasteful creature." Minutes later, she returned from Chun Xiuyu's house and entered the kitchen, glancing at the chicken in the pot, feeling a pang of regret. Such a fine dish should not be entirely relinquished to others. She grabbed a bowl and chopsticks, served herself a generous portion of rice, and selected several choice pieces of chicken from the pot, taking a seat on the stool by the stove to eat heartily. Lly and Chun Xiuqing had consumed little wine, but had each filled their bowls twice with rice. After satisfying their appetites and engaging in light conversation, they exchanged glances as the time approached for their departure. "Wait, gentlemen, let me harness the cart to take you home," Wang Demon said, placing a hand on Lly's shoulder. "Uncle, there's no need to trouble yourself. I can return on my own," Lly responded. "Having just had surgery and bandaged your foot, how will you manage?" "Trust me," Wang Demon insisted, turning to exit and retrieve the cart leaning against the wall, leading the horse out from the stable. While Wang Demon prepared the cart, Lly limped into the kitchen, pulling 5 bills from his inner pocket. "Auntie, I'm about to head back. I just asked Uncle for help with my foot injury, and I haven't settled the medical fees yet. Please accept this money." Seeing the bills offered by Lly, Li Shumi's eyes sparkled with delight. She wiped her hands and accepted the money, exclaiming, "Oh, had you not mentioned it, I would not have known you had injured your foot. Is it serious?" "It's nothing, merely a minor injury. An elder has checked it, and it will heal in just a few days," LV Lu replied with a smile. At that moment, Wang Demon had prepared the horse cart and was about to assist LV Lu when he noticed Li Shumi surreptitiously stuffing the money into her pocket. Anger surged as a vein throbbed on his forehead. However, given the presence of LV Lu and Chen Xiuqing, he refrained from expressing his displeasure and feigned ignorance. Warmly offering to help LV Lu into the cart, the three of them made their way outside, and just as they were about to exit, Wang Demon shot a glare at Li Shumi, who, in turn, defiantly turned her head away to avoid his gaze. This infuriated Wang Demon, prompting him to jab his finger in her direction in frustration. When Wang Demon returned LV Lu to the cellar, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. After Wang Demon departed, LV Lu prepared corn porridge for Yuan Bao and the others, saying, "With my foot not fully functional, I cannot ascend the mountain. So you will have to bear with me for a few days." He resolved to refrain from unnecessary exertion and focus on healing his foot, putting aside his previous intention to retrieve a beehive for the time being. Feeling bored, he retrieved 3 apricot pits from his pocket. Finding a stone nearby, he cradled it in his arms and began to grind the pits. After nearly half an hour of work, he had successfully created a small hole, approximately 3 millimeters in diameter, in each of the 3 pits. He then procured a needle used previously for Yuan Bao's fishing line and carefully extracted the almond from within the pits. Bouncing to the riverbank, LV Lu washed the 3 apricot pits clean and placed them one by one in his mouth, inhaling gently to produce faint sounds while adjusting his technique. After several trials, he selected one pit, discarding the other 2 into the river. This was his crafted pheasant whistle, capable of emitting sounds remarkably similar to that of a wild hen. Among the 3 pits, only this one produced the closest resemblance in sound. Chapter 38. Vocal lure at this time of year. It is the mating season for the wild pheasants. By imitating the calls of female pheasants with a pheasant whistle, one can attract other wild pheasants to approach. This is a hunting technique, vocal lure, that has seen diminished use in contemporary times. The reality is that hunting wild pheasants or similar birds is often regarded by many hunters as mere play rather than true hunting. Unlike in later times when firearms were prohibited and prey became scarce, occasional pursuits for wild game now demand greater skill and luck. Thus, capturing wild pheasants and other birds typically involves setting traps, supplemented by whistles, wing sounds, or decoy birds. Some even raise call birds specifically for the purpose of luring prey. Of course, there are also skilled hunters in this era who have mastered the art of mimicry, employing various tools to replicate animal sounds and entice prey to come forth. This is a challenging skill that the average hunter cannot easily master. The pheasant whistle crafted by LL belongs to the category of whistles. In past experiences gathering mountain goods, he encountered numerous hunters and learned many hunting techniques from them. The pheasant whistle is merely a small method in a larger repertoire. If the sound produced by the whistle is sufficiently realistic, it can attract wild pheasants even outside of the mating season. With an injured foot preventing him from venturing into the mountains, LL is left to consider these strategies, hoping to find a small reward amidst his leisure. He fashioned a simple makeshift cane from a few sticks and nails, equipped himself with a slingshot and clay pellets, and made his way toward the meadow. Yuan Bao, accompanied by 3 playful puppies, silently followed. LL did not plan to stray far, given the puppies' mischievous nature. He wished to prevent them from scaring off any wild pheasants he might attract, leaving them to guard the homestead instead. The adage of striking a deer with a stick or scooping fish aptly reflects the abundance of wild pheasants in the northern wilderness. Indeed, wild pheasants are among the most familiar and commonly encountered animals. LL is well acquainted with the calls of wild pheasants, having listened to them frequently. The pheasant whistle he crafted from apricot pit, when blown with the right breath control, produces a sound remarkably similar to that of a female pheasant, making it an effective lure. After navigating a bend, he reached the riverbank approximately 300 to 400 meters from his homestead. He chose a dry spot amidst the underbrush to sit, concealing himself, and placed the whistle to his lips, gently producing a few calls before waiting in silence. Despite its simplicity, the whistle embodies considerable nuance. The crafting and usage of the whistle necessitate a thorough understanding of the calls of wild pheasants, requiring repeated practice to ensure the sound closely resembles that of the birds, thus lending it practical value. Wild animals are generally highly perceptive, and wild pheasants are no exception. If the sound deviates, it will not only fail to attract the pheasants but may instigate fear, causing them to flee. During the spring mating season, calls mimicking females are employed to attract both male and female pheasants, while in autumn, male calls are used to entice males, taking advantage of their combative nature. When using the pheasant whistle, the frequency of calls must be carefully moderated. Excessive blowing can lead to unnatural sounds and failure. Additionally, The intensity of the sound is equally significant. The soft sound can attract nearby pheasants, while a louder noise may easily scare off those from a distance, significantly influenced by factors such as wind. This knowledge was merely hearsay for him. At present, LL was merely adopting a trial-and-error approach, considering it a form of practice. Should he succeed, he would have acquired a small skill. Wang Demon, upon returning home with his horse-drawn cart, unloaded the goods, tethered the horse, and poured some fodder into the feeding trough made from birch. He hastened towards the house. Inside, Li Shumi was blanching the freshly harvested tender wild shoots, subsequently draining the water to preserve them by drying. As April drew to a close, the weather was warming, and in the absence of a refrigerator, the mountain snow had nearly melted. The tender shoots could not be frozen for preservation, so drying was the only method. Although this would compromise their flavor somewhat, they would still serve as a delightful dish come winter. Upon entering, Wang Demon, with a stern expression, immediately inquired, "How much money did you take from LL this time?" 5 yuan. He claimed it was for medical expenses. "What of it?" Li Shumi replied, not bothering to glance at him as she stirred the shoots in the boiling water with a spatula. "Medical expenses don't even amount to 2 yuan. You shameless woman. Taking so much from him, do you have no sense of dignity? If you lack shame, I still have mine. I've spent my entire life practicing medicine, and now my hard-earned reputation is being tarnished by you. Hand over the money. I will return it." Wang Demon's anger was palpable. "Dream on. If you want money, return my chicken." Li Shumi retorted defiantly, raising her spatula as if ready for a confrontation. It was merely 3 yuan, an insignificant matter. Wang Demon would not dare to retaliate against her. In this regard, Li Shumi was quite experienced. Wang Demon trembled with rage. Despite the triviality of the matter, any action he took would be inappropriate. Ultimately, he could only mutter bitterly, "How did I end up marrying such a mercenary creature?" Meanwhile, LL patiently awaited in the meadow, periodically blowing the pheasant call softly. He was still somewhat unskilled, occasionally producing a discordant note, yet with continued practice, such occurrences were becoming less frequent. Time passed swiftly, and after more than 2 hours had elapsed, just as LL was preparing to return, fearing a fruitless day, he suddenly heard a sound emanating from the woods, faintly recognizing it as the call of a male pheasant. His heart leaped with joy, and he raised the call again, gently inhaling and exhaling. After several minutes, a pheasant cautiously emerged from the forest on the hillside, occasionally calling out and hesitantly drawing nearer. The slow pace made LL anxious. Any sudden movement on his part could frighten the bird away, and his slingshot was out of reach. With such a sluggish approach, did he expect to attract a hen pheasant as well? LL mused to himself, as the male pheasant lingered. Prepared to retreat into the woods upon failing to hear the call of a female, LL could not resist gently blowing the call once more. Unexpectedly, this time the breath was not well controlled, resulting in a discordant note from the pheasant call. "Oh no," Lu LV thought to himself. Indeed, the pheasant became immediately alert, standing still and tilting its head to gaze intently at the source of the sound. Remarkably, it did not take flight at once. Perhaps the discordant note was not loud enough. Lu LV felt a slight sense of relief and quickly adjusted his breathing, gently producing 2 more calls. This time, the pheasant, upon hearing the sound, displayed signs of excitement, calling out as it approached Lu LV. Observing this, Lu LV cautiously retrieved the prepared slingshot and ammunition, slowly drawing back the elastic as the pheasant entered the range of the slingshot. With a swift motion, the projectile flew forth, striking accurately upon the head of the pheasant, which had paused once more to listen. The pheasant emitted a startled cry, flapping on the ground before gradually falling silent. With joy, Lu LV stood up with his cane and walked over to retrieve the bird. The pheasant was quite substantial, feeling heavy in his hand, particularly with its beautiful tail feathers. The efforts of the afternoon had not been in vain. As he made his way back, carrying the pheasant, he suddenly noticed smoke rising from the chimney of the cellar. What could this mean? Lu LV was puzzled. He had not even had lunch in the cellar today, nor had he kindled a fire. So why was the chimney emitting smoke? There was only one possibility: someone had entered. Moreover, Yuan Bao was outside the cellar, remaining silent, indicating that it was a familiar presence. Currently, only 3 individuals could elicit such recognition without causing a stir: Aunt Duan, Wang Demon, and Chen Xiuyu. As this realization dawned upon him, a smile spread across Lu LV's face. He had already deduced who had come to the cellar. Chapter 39. The Girl Who Has Killed Wolves Indeed. As LL approached the underground chamber, he spotted Chen Xiuyu emerging from it, carrying a wooden basin. Inside the chamber, There were merely some cured meats and tools, devoid of any valuables. Thus, when LL left, he had merely propped a stick against the entrance to deter small animals from intruding. The furs hanging from the cactus were of greater worth, and he felt no need to close the door, reassured by the presence of his treasures. "Sister," LL exclaimed joyfully. Startled by the voice, Shinshoyu froze momentarily before turning around and patting her chest. "Brother L, you startled me." She set down the wooden basin and hurried over to support LL. "You have an injury on your foot. Why are you still wandering about?" "I cannot remain idle." LL chuckled. "What brings you here?" "My brother returned and told me about your injury, that you were having difficulty moving. I thought you might be in trouble alone out here, so I came to assist with cooking and such. I just put the rice onto steam. I noticed how much you enjoyed the tender shoots when you visited my home, so I picked some on my way here, intending to wash and blanch them for a little dish." Faced with LL, Shinshoyu appeared quite bashful, her voice soft. As she spoke, she helped LL into the underground chamber and urged him to sit on the bed. "Sister, it's merely a minor injury. A few days of rest will suffice. There is no need for you to travel so far. The mountains are perilous, and as a young woman, I worry about your safety. In the future, it would be best if you did not come. I can manage on my own." Watching Shinshoyu busily pour him water and adjust the firewood in the stove, preparing to step out to continue washing the tinder shoots, LL felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. It was as if he had returned to a past life. Each time he returned home after a busy trip, Shinshoyu would be there, tirelessly attending to him, treating him like a distinguished guest. What had once seemed ordinary now struck him profoundly. He realized that the daily burdens had fallen entirely upon her shoulders, leaving her no time to rest. While he had been oblivious to the need to share that weight, simple gestures that could bring her joy had been overlooked in his pursuit of wealth. The more considerate she was, the more LL felt a sense of indebtedness. The distance from Xioshan to the underground chamber was several miles. Through a vast forest that appeared tranquil, yet none could predict when a menacing creature might emerge, posing great danger. LL was genuinely concerned, especially now, as once the meals were prepared and consumed, darkness would soon descend, increasing the risks. Moreover, the back and forth journey consumed a considerable amount of time, inevitably delaying the household chores. It was the busy season for preparing for spring cultivation, with numerous tasks awaiting in the fields. With Shinshoyu injured and unable to assist, the workload would fall solely on Shinshoyu and Ma Jinlan, making their situation precarious. He yearned to see Shinshoyu at all times. Yet this inadvertently added to her burdens. LL's heart was conflicted, filled with an overwhelming sense of compassion. "Do not underestimate me. After all, my father is an exceptional hunter. In my childhood, I frequently encountered various wild beasts and listened to countless hunting tales from my father and his companions. I have even slain a wolf myself. Fear is not a companion of mine," Shinshoyu declared with a hint of pride. "That was merely a wolf injured by a wild boar. Try facing an unscathed one," LL blurted out. Shinshoyu's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know that?" I heard it from others," LL replied vaguely. In truth, he had learned this during his previous life when he married into the Chin family. During leisurely conversations while lying on the bed, Shinshoyu had recounted this tale. It was 2 years prior, when Shinshoyu was 16, that she ventured into the mountains to gather wild vegetables and encountered a wolf in the forest. Initially terrified, she soon discovered that the wolf, despite its ferocity, was hindered by its injured hindquarters. Realizing this, she armed herself with a sturdy stick and relentlessly pursued the wolf. Though crippled, the wolf was not easy prey. Shinshoyu exerted considerable effort, ultimately slaying the creature and carrying it home. This was quite a feat, especially for a girl of her age. Walking through the village with a wolf draped over her shoulders drew astonished reactions from all who beheld her. For quite some time, it became a popular topic of conversation among the villagers, marking a significant moment in Shinshoyu's life. After marrying LL, she often boasted about this accomplishment in his presence. Thus, when she casually mentioned it, LL instinctively responded without a second thought. However, to Shinshoyu, his words carried a different connotation. Was he inquiring about me? Contemplating this, she felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. "Rest assured, I will be just fine," Shinshoyu declared before swiftly exiting the underground room, eager to wash the tinder shoots. LL chuckled, rising to drag a stool over to the earthen stove, where he filled a basin with hot water and began to pluck the feathers from the freshly caught wild chicken. By the time Shinshoyu returned after washing the tinder shoots, LL had nearly finished preparing the chicken, roasting the remaining feathers over the fire. "Elga, why aren't you taking a proper break? Let me help," she insisted, moving to assist him. "No need. Butchering a wild chicken hardly requires much effort. LL replied with a smile. Nonetheless, Qin Shouyu had already taken hold of the chicken. He paused momentarily but ultimately returned to the bed. Watching as she skillfully cleaned and gutted the bird, he knew that denying her the chance to help would only make her uncomfortable. Elgo, how do you intend to cook this chicken? Will it be stewed or? Qin Shouyu inquired after finishing the cleaning. First, we shall fry it until semi-cooked. Then add water to simmer it. LL reflected before adding. The oil is in the earthen jar against the wall. It was a rare occasion for Qin Shouyu to join him, so he intended to use a generous amount of oil. In these times, oil was scarce, particularly lard, which was quite expensive and rarely indulged in. A little extra could greatly enhance the flavor. Very well, Qin Shouyu replied, swiftly chopping the chicken into small pieces on the wooden block at the table. After the rice was steamed to perfection, Qin Shouyu briefly sauteed the tender shoots in the water from the steaming rice. Once finished, she meticulously cleaned the iron wok, retrieved a clay jar, and carefully scooped a small amount of oil into the pan. Having grown accustomed to frugality over the years, she was reluctant to use too much lard. Observing this, LL hopped over and added a generous portion with the spatula, swiftly placing the chicken into the wok amidst Qin Shouyu's astonished gaze. She swallowed hard, wondering if perhaps too much oil had been added. LL chuckled, assuring her that too little oil could lead to the chicken sticking to the bottom of the pan. He took over the task of frying the wild chicken, leaving Qin Shouyu momentarily at a loss for what to do. After a moment's thought, she decided to prepare a cold dish with the blanched tender shoots. Since LL was already frying the wild chicken, it seemed unnecessary to saute the shoots. Serving them cold would be far more refreshing and delightful. The oil in the wok crackled as it heated, gradually transforming the chicken into a golden hue. As LL added segments of chili and spices, an enticing aroma wafted through the small earthen dwelling, becoming irresistibly inviting. Once the chicken was done, he poured the remaining oil into a bowl, added a ladle of water to the wok, and slid the chicken back in, covering it to braise. With the tender shoots prepared, Qin Shouyu felt a bit idle and stood up, saying, Elgo, I'm not much help here, so I think I'll head back. Not so fast, LL replied quickly. The meal will be ready soon. You should eat before you leave. If you just walk out like this, I fear it may be a while before I can enjoy a meal at your place again. His words effectively kept her from leaving. Qin Shouyu, upon hearing this, felt it awkward to depart and settle down by the earthen stove, engaging in casual conversation with him. After approximately 20 minutes of simmering, the fragrant wild chicken was ready. Compared to the farm-raised chickens at home, the wild chicken was somewhat tougher. Yet the richness of the oil and spices elevated its flavor to an exquisite level. The two of them needed little else for their meal. They sat at the small table, filling their bowls with rice. Qin Shouyu, feeling demure and somewhat shy, hesitated to speak or use her chopsticks, which LL seized as an opportunity to generously heap choice pieces of meat into her bowl. This left Qin Shouyu quite full as she tidied up the pots and bowls, and on her way back to Xiushantan, she found herself rubbing her belly, having overeaten. Chapter 40. The sea water has grown cold. The clumsy dog possesses a remarkable sense of empathy. It seems to understand its owner's thoughts, often performing heartwarming gestures. Loyal to its master, it extends warmth to those whom its owner cherishes, even taking the initiative to welcome and send them off. When Lu Lv, who had difficulty walking, saw Qin Shouyu returning to Xiushantan, he merely patted Yuanbao's head, pointed towards her, and sighed, if only you could accompany her. To his astonishment, with that simple request, Yuanbao rose and slowly followed Qin Shouyu, crossing the river and venturing into the woods. After a considerable time, it returned at a swift pace, presumably having escorted Qin Shouyu out of the forest and onto the main road. This delighted Lu Lv immensely. Upon returning to the earth cellar, he retrieved a good amount of the leftover oil residue from the bear meat stew, deciding it was time to treat Yuanbao to a feast. As dusk began to settle, Qin Shouyu hurried along the main road and soon spotted Ma Jinlan, who was anxiously peering about the roadside with a lantern in hand. Mother. Qin Shouyu jogged a few steps to Ma Jinlan's side, linking her arm with her mother's. Why are you out here when it's almost dark? Shouldn't you be at home? You know it's getting dark. I asked you to help prepare dinner, and you've been gone for so long. Have you considered where you were going? That young man is alone. How can you expect me not to worry? Ma Jinlan shot a stern glance at Qin Shouyu. When I got home and heard your brother's words, it startled me. You just go because he told you to? How can you be so bold as a young lady? Going alone with a man? Aren't you worried about the consequences? Mother, where are your thoughts wandering? Lu Gu is not that kind of person, Qin Shouyu retorted. clearly displeased. Didn't he invite us over for a meal last time? You weren't worried then. That was a different time. It was still bright. And you were just delivering a message. Tonight, you've been gone for an extended period, and it's dark now. Can you not see the difference? You've barely met him a few times, and you're already defending him? At the end of the day, he is still a drifter. Yes, he saved your brother and has done us a great favor, but that does not instantly qualify him as a good person. Do you believe every word he says? As the old saying goes, do not judge a person by their appearance. The sea water has grown cold. That young man may appear pleasant. But aside from saving your brother, he has been generous with money and gifts of bear bile. Have you not considered why someone you've never met before would be so kind to us? There must be an ulterior motive. I suspect it is you he is after. Ma Jinlan spoke earnestly, having lived a substantial part of her life and experienced much. She understood the hardships of life and feared for her children's well-being. Pausing, she further inquired, be honest with your mother. Where have you been for so long? And what have you been doing? I truly did not engage in anything significant. It was merely that when I arrived, he was not present. Despite his injured leg, he ventured out to hunt wild chickens. Later, he slaughtered the chickens he caught and insisted that I stay for dinner. Reluctantly, I acquiesced, waiting until after the meal to return. He even had Yuan Bao escort me to the main road. Chen Shouyu grumbled irritably. How can one speak ill of such a considerate and loyal person? This is for your own good. Ma Jinlan sighed. One cannot comprehend the value of household expenses without managing a household, nor the treachery of human hearts without facing life's challenges. Just look at the chaos from years past. You remain too naive. Can you take a few steps for me? A few steps? What is this about? Observing Ma Jinlan scrutinizing her, Chen Shouyu felt perplexed but complied, taking a few steps forward before turning back to her mother. Mom, why are you acting so strangely? Seeing that Chen Shouyu appeared unaffected, Ma Jinlan chuckled. As long as everything is well, that is sufficient. But you must not go there again tomorrow. I have no intention of going. Even if I did, I wouldn't be of any assistance. In LG's dwelling, everything was tidily arranged. Despite its modest size, it was impeccably organized, especially the bedding on the bed. Folded neatly like tofu blocks, which was quite pleasing to the eye, it was certainly not akin to the chaotic residences of other men. Furthermore, he was diligent. Even with an injury, he still sought out wild chickens and prepared meals with skill. As she spoke, Chen Shouyu found herself at a loss for words. For Ma Jinlan suddenly grasped her hand, regarding her with an odd look. Why have we suddenly begun discussing the bed? Chen Shouyu. In the subsequent days, LL continued to wander through the meadows and the mountains. His proficiency with the pheasant flute grew increasingly adept, and he became more familiar with the movements of wild chickens. On one particularly fruitful day, he managed to catch 3 wild chickens, thanks to Wang Demon's treatment. His foot healed swiftly, the swelling had subsided, allowing him to walk, though he could not do so for extended periods, as the newly formed flesh around the scars still ached faintly. After several days without venturing out, Yuan Bao and the 3 puppy dogs appeared somewhat restless, incessantly rummaging through the nearby wooded areas around the dwelling. The 3 puppies, especially, were quite boisterous, digging at any mouse hole they encountered, leaving them covered in dirt. Upon seeing LL retrieve his axe and knife, Yuan Bao immediately dashed back with the 3 puppies, following closely behind while whimpering. He patted Yuan Bao and smiled. You can't stay still, can you? Today, I shall take you deeper into the meadow. LL intended to forego hunting wild chickens. The skins of rabbits and gray dogs held greater value than the beautiful tail feathers of wild chickens. Time had been squandered, and he needed to expedite his efforts to earn money. He ventured deeper along the meadow adjacent to the river. This area was slightly more open, but as he progressed inward, it gradually transformed into a ravine. Along the way, guided by Yuan Bao, LL managed to catch 2 gray dogs, which he bled and stored in a satchel. The stones on the riverbank were uncomfortable underfoot, so LL temporarily decided against entering the ravine, instead meandering through the gentle slopes and wooded areas nearby. Before long, Yuan Bao suddenly emitted a fierce growl. Based on past experience, it is certain that fierce beasts roam nearby. LL's spirit instantly tensed as he drew the large axe from his waist and held it firmly in his hand. His subconscious warned him that, given his current condition, encountering even a moderately sized wild animal could pose a significant danger. Yet, his curiosity about what Yuan Bao had discovered lingered in his mind. He strived to discern the nature of the beast from Yuan Bao's cries. Unable to speak, Yuan Bao could not convey the details, which necessitated LL's continued exploration and active discernment. Only through extensive observation could he accurately judge the differences in Yuan Bao's vocalizations. He had already noted that different prey emitted distinct sounds. But his understanding was insufficient and required further time to develop. Since it was a rare opportunity to observe large beasts, it was indeed necessary to take a look, albeit from a distance, in order to avoid alarming them. Yuan Bao was fixated on a direction leading to a ravine, and LL knew that the formidable creature lay within that gorge. The rustling leaves on the slopes flanking him made it impossible to avoid noise while traversing them, which posed a significant problem. The beasts, keenly attuned to sound, could easily be startled. If startled, the likelihood of them fleeing was considerable, and the chance of a sudden attack was also high. LL could only choose to proceed cautiously along the gravelly shallows of the riverbank. The gushing sound of the water would effectively mask his footsteps, and with the wind at his back, his scent would be less detectable. After stealthily advancing 300 to 400 meters into the ravine, rounding a bend in the river, he scanned the surroundings and found nothing unusual. However, as he continued onward, a sudden sight of a colossal figure perched upon a stone by the water's edge sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 41. The end of the line before him stood a brown bear, a formidable creature weighing at least 600 pounds. It was perched motionless on a rock at the edge of the waterhole, fixated on the shimmering surface. Its stillness, coupled with the sparse foliage that partially concealed it, made the bear appear as merely a large stone at first glance, easily overlooked. Just moments ago, Luel had mistaken it for a mere rock. But as he drew closer and discerned the truth, a wave of terror washed over him. If he took another step forward, he would be right in front of the bear. At that moment, he felt as if his heart had been tightly squeezed. The mountains of the greater Khingan range were interwoven with flowing streams, nourishing a myriad of fish species. The unique environment and pristine water quality provided these aquatic inhabitants with rich nutrition, rendering them exceptionally delectable. Among them were several prized fish species that, in future times, would be considered a luxury. The brown bear was evidently fishing in the creek, having emerged from a long winter slumber, with spring upon it. The bear was in dire need of replenishing its energy. Given its size and the urgency of its hunger, it was not to be trifled with. Luel understood well that confronting it would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, the moment he spotted the bear from several dozen meters away, he instantly crouched behind a boulder, clutching the muzzle of his dog, Yuan Bao, fearful of any sound that might alert the beast. Yet, while Yuan Bao's mouth was restrained, the three little pups were oblivious to the danger. Upon seeing Luel hide, they began to emit low growls, not loud, but at that distance. Even the sound of flowing water could not entirely mask their noise from the keen senses of the bear. Luel cautiously peeked from behind the rock, only to find the bear staring directly in his direction. His heart sank. He was thoroughly exposed. What a predicament! Luel felt his nerves tighten. At that moment, retreating was not an option, neither was staying put. To turn and flee would signify weakness, potentially making him the bear's target. However, remaining stationary posed a significant risk as well. A famished bear could easily perceive any living creature as prey. Compounding his anxiety, the three pups continued to growl defiantly, a blatant provocation that could easily enrage the bear. As anticipated, the bear turned, leaping from its rocky perch with a terrifying roar that sent shivers through Luel's heart. Now that the bear had spotted him, hiding was futile. The only course of action was to retreat slowly and silently, hoping the bear would not become aggressive or pursue him. As for the notion of playing dead, Luel knew from his understanding of bears that such a tactic was a certain path to doom. While his expression remained calm, inside he was a tempest of fear, encountering a situation more dire than he had ever faced in his life. Taking deep breaths, he endeavored to calm the tumultuous pounding of his heart, which felt as if it might leap from his chest. He crouched low, his right hand gripping the axe handle tightly, while his left arm encircled Yuan Bao. Step by step, he retreated slowly. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Observing LL retreating with Yuan Bao, the three small dogs hastened back as well. The distance to the river bend, a mere 10 meters, felt insurmountably vast. Suddenly, the brown bear stirred, swinging its formidable limbs towards LL's direction, advancing a few paces before rising onto its hind legs. In that instant, LL's heart sank to the depths of despair, paralyzing him with fear. However, the bear merely paused for a few seconds before lowering itself and continuing its approach. As the bear drew nearer, LL could no longer contain himself. He was certain he had caught the bear's attention and had no time to ponder. He turned and fled. The bear, relentless, charged after him. No human could outrun a bear. Although the bear's paws were not particularly thick, the sharp stones of the riverbank would cause it pain and hinder its movement, yet LL was in no better condition. his own foot injury still unhealed. Just when he thought calamity was imminent, Yuanbao, with fierce barks, dashed towards the bear. The three small dogs, eager to join the fray, followed Yuanbao, but they were still too young to keep pace and soon fell far behind. As LL sprinted forward, his mind was in disarray. Yet the sound of Yuanbao's barking struck him like a flash of lightning, awakening clarity within him. Through their days together, Yuanbao had unknowingly rooted himself in LL's heart. Akin to a brother, regarded as his greatest ally in this wild and rugged terrain. Furthermore, Yuanbao's actions were purely instinctive. A bid to intercept the bear and protect his master. To lose such a spirited hunting dog would be a lifelong regret. In that moment, LL found an unexpected surge of courage. He abruptly halted, turning to face Yuanbao as it charged directly at the bear. His mind cleared significantly. He understood all too well how vulnerable Yuanbao was against such a colossal creature. One swipe could spell either death or grievous injury, especially with three small dogs joining the fray. In a previous life, he had witnessed 5 trained hunting dogs attempt to hold off a bear, only to be decimated within moments. The bear, with its tough hide and robust vitality, could withstand the fiercest of attacks, inflicting only superficial wounds in return. In the frenzy of such a confrontation, the enraged bear would be merciless, its agility underestimated. It must be noted that even a pack of dogs needed to create an opportunity to land a bite. A single hunting dog, however, stood little chance of finding an opening. The bear's claws, sharp and measuring 10 centimeters in length, possessed the power to effortlessly dispatch a horse. LL had even heard of a Siberian tiger being killed by a brown bear. For a lone hunting dog, finding an opportunity to strike was exceedingly rare. As Yuanbao rushed forward, the bear swung its massive paw in an attempt to strike, but Yuanbao nimbly evaded to the side. The bear showed no signs of halting its charge, advancing relentlessly towards LL. Whether it be wild boars or bears, the presence of humans usually makes them instinctively target people. In this day and age, many hunters find it difficult to articulate the reasons behind this behavior. However, having lived for several decades in a modern world enriched by mobile phones and the internet, LL was well aware of the underlying knowledge. It is because many animals gauge strength through height. To these creatures, a bipedal figure represents the most formidable threat. Thus, it is instinctual for them to prioritize such beings as their primary targets. Seeing that the bear was not deterred, it barreled towards LL, and Yuanbao seized the opportunity, lunging forward to bite the bear's hindquarters fiercely. The bear, stung by the sudden pain, could no longer disregard Yuanbao, and swiftly turned, unleashing a series of sweeping strikes with its claws. Yuanbao, ever vigilant, had already released its grip and leaped aside just in time to avoid the assault. Meanwhile, 3 puppies had dashed to a point not far from the bear. Chapter 42. A moment of bloody valor in a perilous situation, Yuanbao lured the grizzly bear, presenting LL with an opportunity to escape. However, this left Yuanbao and the 3 pups in grave danger. To the bear, the pups were merely fodder, and Yuanbao, in his instinctive urge to protect them, was bound to engage in a desperate struggle with the bear, the outcome of which LL could not bear to contemplate. A solution had to be devised. Steeling his nerves, he scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed the riverbank where Yuanbao was entangled with the bear. A mere 10 meters away, several exposed boulders, eroded by the rushing water, jutted out from the mountainside, one towering over a human's height. An audacious idea struck him. He promptly seized his axe and raced towards the boulder. Grasping at the grass and shrubs, he ascended the steep incline beside the boulder. With a few agile leaps, he reached the top, gaining a vantage point. Yuanbao circled the bear, seeking an opportunity to strike, but each time he attempted to approach from behind, the bear would swiftly turn, forcing him to retreat with a series of powerful swipes or a menacing bite. In a fleeting moment when the bear had pushed Yuanbao back, it noticed the 3 pups attempting to advance and attack. With a sudden snap, it lunged towards the closest pup, the black tiger. With a sharp crack, a clay pellet struck the bear squarely on the nose. LL, now atop the boulder, immediately set down his axe and drew his slingshot, swiftly loading a clay pellet into the pouch. Observing the bear's charge towards the black tiger, he decisively released the taut band of the slingshot. The slingshot's power was modest. Against the bear's tough hide, it could only inflict discomfort on sensitive areas such as the eyes and nose. At a distance of several meters, the pellet struck with considerable force. The sharp sting was far more unbearable for the bear than a bite from Yuanbao, causing its attack on the black tiger to falter, allowing the pup to clumsily evade. The bear clawed at its nose in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Seizing this opportunity, LL did not hesitate. His intent was to enrage the bear, redirecting its fury towards himself. Thus, he swiftly drew back the slingshot once more, unleashing another pellet that struck the bear's eye. Now thoroughly incensed, the bear roared towards LL, disregarding a bite from Yuan Bao on its rear as it charged directly at him. In mere moments, the distance of 10 meters was closed as the bear, capable of sprinting at speeds exceeding 50 kilometers per hour, bore down on him. As the bear charged, LL quickly tucked the slingshot into his waist, grasped the axe beside him with both hands, and braced himself. The boulder beneath his feet was not smooth. While the bear could easily climb trees, it would certainly face some hindrance in its ascent. This was the moment he had been waiting for. LL understood clearly that he had but one chance. If he failed to seize it, the consequences would be dire. The massive creature charged with all four limbs, resembling a tank operating at full throttle, exuding an imposing aura. It lunged beneath the stone, suddenly leaping up, its powerful claws gripping the rock. As it opened its maw to bite at LL's feet, witnessing the rapidly enlarging head of the brown bear approaching, LL's heart roared. Now is the moment. He grasped the raised axe tightly, swinging it with all his might towards the bear's head. With a muffled thud, the axe embedded itself in the bear's skull. In response to the brutal blow, the bear let out a mournful howl and tumbled down. LL, gripping the axe handle, found himself unable to retrieve it and had no choice but to relinquish his hold. The bear, frenzied, rolled on the ground, violently shaking its head as it struggled. The axe handle struck the rocky ground, causing the axe head to fall away, and blood gushed from the gaping wound on the bear's skull. After a series of agonizing howls, the bear finally collapsed, writhing in its last throes. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Bao rushed forward, sinking its teeth into the bear's neck and tearing fiercely, ripping away a chunk of flesh. It was possible that an artery was severed as blood surged forth, splattering onto Yuan Bao's head, rendering it a crimson mess. Gradually, the bear's thrashing weakened, devolving into mere convulsions. The brown bear possessed a tenacious spirit. One could not approach recklessly during such moments. A seemingly lifeless bear could suddenly lash out, making caution imperative. After more than a minute, seeing that the bear remained still despite Yuan Bao's relentless bites, LL finally felt a sense of relief. The fierce energy of Yuan Bao's battle with its prey needed an outlet, and the three pups joined in, attempting to tear at the bear. Though they could only manage a mouthful of fur, still, it served as practice. Ignoring them, LL felt his legs weaken and sank down onto the stone. Though the struggle felt lengthy, it had transpired in a mere 2 to 3 minutes, yet it was fraught with peril. LL's spirit had been taut with tension every second. Now that the immediate threat had passed, he felt utterly drained, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him. His body limp and cold sweat soaking through his clothes. In his 2 lifetimes, he had experienced several hunts for bears, gaining valuable psychological resilience. If it had been an ordinary person, they would likely have been too terrified to face the ordeal, and even if they managed to flee, they would have surely suffered a severe illness from the fright. After resting for 2 or 3 minutes, he gradually regained his composure. Remembering the bear's gallbladder, he forced himself to stand, sliding down from the rocky outcrop to the riverbank, where he retrieved his axe and cautiously approached the bear, delivering a decisive blow to its head to ensure it was truly dead. Only then did he draw forth the dagger he always carried and began to eviscerate the bear. Soon, a yellow gallbladder, about the size of 2 fists, was extracted and carefully stowed in his satchel. This was a prized copper gallbladder, the finest quality among bear gallbladders. He then removed the bear's heart, slicing it into several pieces to toss to Yuan Bao, followed by skinning and butchering the bear, selecting choice cuts of meat to feed him. After days of subsisting on cornmeal porridge, today was a day for Yuan Bao to feast heartily. The 3 pups gathered around, gnawing at the bear meat, yet their strength was insufficient to tear it apart. They were now capable of consuming some meat in addition to their mother's milk. LL once again utilized his knife to procure some bear meat, slicing it into smaller pieces to feed the 3 pups. It was only when Yuan Bao and the 3 pups could consume no more that he sauntered to the side and sat down. This moment of repose extended for over an hour, during which he felt an unshakable discomfort throughout his body. Even the acquisition of a bear gallbladder failed to lift his spirits. Reflecting on past events, he recognized that he had acted with undue haste, lacking thorough consideration and composure. The notion of leading the 3 pups had been overshadowed by his desire to observe from a distance. Had he remained focused, he could have allowed Yuan Bao to distract the bear while he slipped away and called Yuan Bao back afterward. Evading the bear's pursuit would not have posed a challenge for Yuan Bao. A truly skilled hunter must possess a mind that is rational and calm, discerning what is feasible and what is not. The so-called courage born of bloodshed should only manifest in dire circumstances. Despite having some personal experiences and a wealth of knowledge gleaned from others, he still had a considerable journey ahead to become an adept hunter. Those experiences required further digestion and assimilation into his own understanding. His thoughts drifted once more to the hunting rifle. Had he possessed a gun when he spotted the bear standing on the rocks by the pond? It is likely that he could have resolved the situation without resorting to reckless bravery or risking his life. The bear gallbladder could fetch several hundred, and with continued effort, the day he acquires a rifle draws ever closer. Chapter 43. Each living their own lives, each with their own methods regardless of the circumstances. The fact that both man and dog remain unharmed is the greatest blessing of all. As noon approached, Luel rose to extract the entrails of the brown bear, hanging them on a nearby branch, softly uttering a word of gratitude to the mountain deity. Here, in this favorable location, achieving such a feat would have been nearly impossible otherwise. In the mountains, hunting is contingent upon the harmonious interplay of timing, geography, human skill, and an elusive touch of fortune. To speak candidly, being a hunter is a profession heavily reliant on luck, where life and death often hinge upon a fleeting moment. At times, one must truly place faith in the inexplicable. He collected the bear's nose and paw, leading Yuanbao and 3 young pups on the return journey. As for the bear meat, it would have to remain in the mountains for the time being. Animals possess keen instincts and are typically very sensitive to the sin of predators. Confronted with a formidable presence like a bear, most creatures would not dare to approach lightly. Upon returning to the underground dwelling, Luel first boiled some water, dipping the bear's gallbladder in it to prepare it for drying. He found a nail to affix it to the wooden wall, allowing it to dry in the shadows. The bear's nose and paw were carried on a stone slab, placed atop the clay and stone chimney of the earthen stove to be roasted. After preparing a simple meal to satisfy his hunger, he longed for a good night's sleep. After washing his face and feet, he climbed into bed, pulling the covers around him, and quickly drifted into a deep slumber. His sleep was lengthy, and when he finally awoke, it was already the following morning. With this restorative rest, Luel felt significantly revitalized. Opening the small door of the underground dwelling to gaze outside, he noticed that the weather had changed overnight. A fine drizzle was falling, bringing with it a chill. Such rain often persists for several days. However, the bear meat remained in the ravine, and it was imperative to retrieve it. Despite the cold, the temperature had increased considerably. Unlike winter, when hunted game could be buried in snow for extended preservation without fear of spoilage, the current damp and chilly conditions would allow for a few days of storage, but once the skies cleared, the decay would commence swiftly. During this period, it was impractical for him to consume several hundred pounds of meat. He planned to use a portion for oil rendering, another for feeding the dogs, reserving a bear paw and some leg meat for himself, while arranging for the rest to be sent to Xiushan Tun, sharing with Qin Xiuyu, Wang Demon, and Duan Dejia, and distributing some to the villagers as a gesture of goodwill. Leaving Yuan Bao to guard the house, Luel donned a coat, adorned himself with a dog head hat, and pocketed a slingshot and some clay balls. He slung a knife into his satchel, draping it over his shoulder, and set off towards Xiushan Tun. There was no rush. The light drizzle would not soak his clothes in the short term, and he could take the opportunity to hunt any small animals he might encounter along the way. Thus, he sauntered through the forest towards Xiushan Tun. After a considerable time, he encountered only a gray hare, which he successfully shot down, while a wild chicken startled and took flight, escaping without giving him a chance. As he meandered along a narrow path behind Xiushan village, he intended to enter the village en route. However, after descending a short distance, he was greeted by a cacophony of barking dogs. Before long, 2 individuals appeared on the path, leading 3 dogs towards him. One man, bearing an axe, walked ahead, while the other, a robust figure, followed closely, shouldering a double-barreled shotgun. This type of shotgun, featuring a break-action loading mechanism, consists of 2 barrels, which can be arranged either horizontally or vertically, allowing for the simultaneous loading of 2 cartridges. The weapon the man carried had its barrels oriented vertically. The double-barreled shotgun boasts a high margin for error, as it can fire 2 rounds at once, and can also be discharged separately. Typically employed for hunting, it utilizes shot pellets but can also accommodate specialized ammunition, such as large-caliber slugs combined with smaller pellets for larger game. Its firepower is formidable enough to obliterate half of a bear's skull with a single shot. However, the recoil is significantly greater than that of standard firearms, making it challenging for those of lesser strength to wield effectively. Luel did not recognize the 2 men, having never encountered them in Xiushan village. He stepped aside, allowing them to approach, but they did not pass immediately. Instead, they paused. Gentlemen, out hunting? The man with the dogs inquired with a grin, surveying Luel before his gaze settled on the slingshot in Luel's hand. A slingshot. You've crafted quite a unique one. The forks are impressive. Can it indeed strike true and take down game? Luel had carried this slingshot with him for some time, and with frequent use, its surface had developed a patina, revealing the beautiful hues and patterns of the fire-glazed material. It was indeed visually appealing. In a future era, among enthusiasts, it would surely be a prized possession. Yet, as he listened to the man's words, Luel felt a profound disdain. In this age, where firearms were scarce, his slingshot was hardly a noteworthy tool to most. It was merely a child's toy. His attention was drawn more to the exquisite double-barreled shotgun, which was adorned with intricate engravings. Looking brand new and likely imported from abroad, a true collectible in a later time. In this era, such a firearm commanded a high price, typically owned by those who sought to flaunt their status. Thus, the man was clearly no ordinary individual. Despite being in his 20s, Luel possessed the wisdom of decades of life experience, his demeanor calm and composed. He regarded the banter with indifference. Each person had their own way of life, and possessing a firearm did not equate to superiority. A slingshot could still prove useful. He offered a faint smile. I came to Shoshan village to search for someone. Just taking a leisurely stroll. Have you had any success? The man with the dogs responded cheerfully. Just a broken slingshot. What can you accomplish with that? Is there really anything worth discussing? Can it even take down a bear or a wild boar? Don't waste time. It's a rare opportunity to be out here. We must secure a substantial cache today to show those inept fools. Let us be on our way. The man with the gun, displaying a fiery temperament, barely glanced at Luel as he urged his companion to continue on their journey. The man walking the dog noticed his companion glaring at him and, with a conciliatory smile, said, We'll be on our way shortly, Brother Siang. I've got this covered. He chose to disregard LL and hurried ahead with the dog. Observing the two ascend the mountain path into the woods, LL shook his head disapprovingly. As for the three dogs, he glanced at them and deemed that only the lead green dog possessed any merit. The other two were merely larger specimens. Furthermore, the man wielding the rifle carried a brand new weapon, leaving LL uncertain of his proficiency with it, with one seeking to show off and the other eager to please. Their partnership struck LL as somewhat dubious. He even questioned whether they had ever engaged in a dog hunt. Disinterested in their affairs, he swiftly made his way down the path towards Shoshan village. In the distance, he caught the sound of the dog handler saying, Brother Siang, I had intended to persuade him to join us for the hunt, to guide us and such, as we are not very familiar with this area. Having him along would greatly facilitate our efforts, and it would also allow him to witness your prowess, Brother Siang. Chapter 44. Hey, quite charming. As Lu LV made his way down the narrow path into the village, he spotted a vehicle parked at the bend, approximately several dozen meters from the village entrance. It was a truck used by the logging team to transport timber. The main road in the village was merely a common dirt path, not particularly spacious. Thus, the presence of the vehicle left little room for passage. At that moment, a man was struggling to maneuver a horse dragging several logs, impeded by the parked truck. Upon closer inspection, Lu LV recognized Zhou Fongjing, whom he had encountered a few days prior while seeking Wang Demon for a foot examination. He pondered for a moment before deciding to turn back. Joga, what brings you here? Lu LV called out from a distance. My family storage shed has a few damaged logs, Zhou replied. I figured with the impending rain, I might as well head up the mountain to chop some fresh logs. But I can't fathom who the inconsiderate soul is that parked right in the middle of the road. It's not every day you see a car in the village, and if you must come, at least find a more spacious spot to park. Zhou Fongjing lamented. I inquired around the village, but no one seems to know who it belongs to. Lu LV surveyed the vehicle and immediately recalled the two individuals he had encountered earlier on the back mountain. He chuckled. I just came down from the back mountain and saw two men with dogs heading into the woods for hunting. I suspect it might be theirs. They don't appear to be from the village, and they likely won't return anytime soon. He glanced at the few logs Zhou had brought, just 4. Manageable for a single person, but a bit cumbersome for one. Thus, he suggested, why don't you lead the horse over here? Together we can move the logs. Well, it seems we have no other option. Zhou nodded in agreement, though he cast a concerned glance at Lu LV's feet and asked, Are you sure your foot is all right? Those logs are quite heavy. I'm nearly back to normal. It's nothing to worry about. Lu LV assured him with a smile. Zhou Fongjing then smiled back, saying, In that case, I appreciate your help. He unhitched the logs and led the horse around to the front of the truck, securing it to his small tree by the roadside before returning. With Lu Lv's assistance, they lifted each of the 4 logs to the front of the vehicle. With a long exhale of relief, Zhou Fangjing turned to Lu Lv. "Thank you, my friend. Come to my home for a visit. No need for that trouble." Lu Lv waved his hand dismissively. "I have a few matters to attend to." "What matters?" Zhou Fangjing inquired. "Can I assist you?" "I recently hunted a bear in my mountain territory," Lu Lv casually mentioned. "I can't possibly consume all that bear meat alone, and leaving it in the woods would be a waste. I was hoping to check if Wang Da had time to help me bring it back to share with the villagers." "Bears?" Zhou Fangjing's eyes widened in surprise. He gave Lu Lv a thumbs up, exclaiming, "To take down a bear on your own, you truly possess remarkable skill. Forget about looking for Wang Da. I'll handle this. It's also a perfect opportunity for me to sample some bear meat." "There's no need for that, Zhou Gu. If you want some, I can bring it to your house. Last time I came to check on my foot, I didn't get a chance to thank you for going out of your way to find Wang Da. But I wouldn't want to impose on you," Zhou replied, glancing at the logs on the ground. "It's nothing. I suspect the weather will remain overcast for a while, giving me plenty of time to manage things." Zhou Fangjing candidly remarked, "I can simply drag the wood into the yard and turn away. Besides, Uncle Wang is not at home. He left for the district quite some time ago. I even crossed paths with him this morning on my way up the mountain." "What a stroke of bad luck." LL pondered for a moment and decided that it would not be prudent to continually trouble Wang Demon. Zhou Fangjing seemed like a decent fellow, and it would be wise to explore all avenues. He immediately responded with a smile, "Then I must trouble you, Brother Zhou." The two of them swiftly secured the horse, dragging the wood into the village before veering into Zhou Fangjing's yard. Upon hearing the commotion outside, a woman emerged from the house, exclaiming, "The master has returned." In northeast China, women have various ways of addressing their husbands. Common terms include the father of the children, the head of the household, or simply the master, while older couples might refer to each other as old partner or old man, showcasing a delightful variety. From her address, LL deduced that this woman was indeed Zhou Fangjing's wife. However, her voice had a somewhat alluring quality that caught his attention. He couldn't help but steal a few glances. Lo and behold, she possessed an enchanting beauty. With her figure and appearance, she stood out in Shoshan village, especially her skin, which was exquisitely tender. Her attire was elegant, undoubtedly expensive. LL felt she hardly resembled a typical villager. Her demeanor seemed out of place, even somewhat improper. What puzzled LL further was that, despite having frequently visited Shoshan village in his previous life, he had no recollection of this woman. Logically, someone so captivating would be hard to forget. After all, human nature is inherently drawn to beauty. The crux of the matter was that, in LL's memories, Zhou Fangjing's wife had not embodied such allure. Could it be that Zhou Fangjing had taken a new wife before LL's arrival in the Qin Shoyu family? This seemed quite plausible. After all, he had arrived in Shoshan village 5 years earlier than in his previous life, a span ample enough for numerous changes to occur. However, upon deeper reflection, something felt amiss. In his past dealings in northeast China and Haiqing, he often returned to Shoshan village, chatting with Qin Shoyu at night about family matters and business affairs, sharing countless tales of the villagers, yet he had never heard her mention anything regarding this subject. Moreover, Zhou Fangjing was merely a lumberjack. During the winter months, he could earn only 20 to 30 yuan a month at most. He was not skilled in hunting and primarily cultivated the land, taking on occasional labor at farms or gathering simple mountain goods. The woman's attire alone would require a few months' worth of his earnings without food or drink. It seemed unlikely that he could afford such a lifestyle. After all, she was someone else's wife. Regardless of how intriguing, it would be disrespectful to stare. Thus, LL cast only a fleeting glance before shifting his gaze. Having lived for several years in the bustling Haiqing, known as the Magic City, he had encountered women of all kinds in the business realm, many with superior figures, appearances, and poise. Furthermore, this woman could only be considered decent by the standards of her time. Should Qin Shoyu have come from a more affluent background and dressed up, how would she compare? Bah, how could one even think to juxtapose her with Xiaoyu? El Vexen contemplated inwardly, determined to cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. "Ah, a visitor has arrived." The woman beamed at El Vexen, invitingly saying, "Come in for some water, big brother." Zhou Fangjing chimed in. "Why not have a drink at home first?" El Vexen shook his head. "Brother Zhou, sister-in-law, I want to be going in today. I plan to explore the mountains later. I've already acknowledged the place, and there will be ample opportunities in the future." "Very well," Zhou Fangjing acquiesced. Turning to his wife, he said, "Dear, you stay at home and wait. El brother has caught a bear in the mountains. I'm going to assist him in bringing it back." and then I'll cook for you. He caught a bear? Impressive, big brother. The woman exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, El brother is remarkable. He has not just caught any bear, but a formidable one, Zhou Fangjing added, joining in the praise. The woman, even more astonished, hurried a few steps to Zhou Fangjing's side, and, with a somewhat affected tone, asked El Vexen, could you procure a bear paw for my big brother? El Vexen smiled gently. No problem. Thank you so much, big brother, she replied, her joy palpable. Sister-in-law, you're too kind. Brother Zhou, let us make haste and be on our way. El Vexen felt a twinge of discomfort and awkwardness, urging Zhou Fangjing to set off promptly. Chapter 45. Nothing tastes better than dumplings. Zhou Fangjing skillfully brought out the cart, deftly harnessing the horse and preparing to set off. Brother Zhou, I noticed you have a pack saddle at home. You should take it along. The path to the main road is narrow, and having the horse carry some weight would save us both time and effort, LL remarked timely. Last time, when they enlisted Wang Demon's help to transport bear meat, the two of them had to make 2 round trips to the mountain, expending considerable energy. This time, the journey was somewhat longer, and while the cart could not enter, it was certainly feasible for the horse to carry the load. He was determined to avoid such strenuous labor again. All right. Zhou Fangjing quickly returned to retrieve the pack saddle from the stable, placed it onto the cart, and then set off on the road. There was only one main road leading out of the village, running east to west. The entrance was blocked by vehicles, but there was a narrow detour that could barely accommodate a cart, requiring them to navigate through the woods behind the village. LL followed closely behind the cart, heading towards the cellar. As they walked, they engaged in light conversation. Like most people, Zhou Fangjing was curious about LL's background, and their discussions primarily revolved around that topic. LL did not hesitate to share a brief account of his experiences as a youth in the northern wilderness and his subsequent return to the city. Regarding his decision to come to the mountains as a drifter, he simply stated that he did not wish to trouble acquaintances and found a liking for the mountains, which prompted his arrival. Seizing the opportunity, LL casually inquired, Brother Zhou, I've noticed you treat your sister-in-law quite well, even rushing back to cook for her. This journey must take quite a bit of time. Zhou Fangjing chuckled. It's nothing. In fact, your sister-in-law can cook as well. I was merely making conversation. In life, a sweet-talking man tends to have fewer quarrels, making for a more harmonious existence. Indeed, Brother Zhou has a knack for living well. I ought to learn from you. LL replied with a smile. This surprisingly insightful response caught LL off guard. Men often value their pride, and Northeast men were no exception. Despite their capability to handle matters efficiently and their fierce demeanor when faced with challenges, they often displayed a tender submissiveness to their wives in private. What was remarkable was that wives understood when to grant their husband's face, cooperating seamlessly. This created an intriguing dynamic, husband and wife harmonizing in song, effortlessly transitioning between public and private personas, much like fine wine maturing in a cellar, their relationship deepening over time. However, it was rare to encounter someone like Zhou Fangjing, who openly expressed such sentiments in front of others. My sister-in-law comes from a prominent family, a bit pampered. Yet such a beautiful woman could easily marry into a good family. The fact that she chooses to share her life with someone like me, a mountain dweller, is truly a blessing. I must treat her well. Zhou Fangjing's face lit up with a smile at the mention of his wife. A prominent family? LL paused slightly, then smiled. Brother Zhou is indeed fortunate. Where is your sister-in-law from? Zhou Fangjing hesitated for a moment before answering, from another place. LL nodded, refraining from pressing further. With a gentle probing, he chose to cease, as he distinctly sensed Zhou Fangjing's attempts at concealment, and consequently shifted the conversation to other topics. Continuously discussing another man's wife could lead to unfounded suspicions, a notion he wished to avoid. The dangers of desire were well understood by LL, who had a clear awareness of such matters. In his previous life, he had ample opportunities for encounters, yet he had consistently exercised restraint, having witnessed and heard too many tragic tales in this regard. Beautiful yet perilous, the allure of temptation was best admired from a distance. As they exchanged casual banter, they unknowingly arrived at the narrow path leading to the underground dwelling. At the roadside, Zhou Fangjing dismounted the cart, turned around, and secured the saddle on the horse's back before leading it alongside LL into the underground abode. Not far ahead, LL spotted Yuan Bao and 3 puppies emerging, who, upon seeing Zhou Fangjing, emitted wary growls. LL gently patted Yuan Bao, who ceased its growling and led the trio forward to clear the path. You reside in this place? If a road could be constructed along the riverbank to connect to the main road, it would be quite convenient. A fine location indeed, Zhou Fangjing remarked, surveying the surroundings as they approached the underground dwelling. When your sister-in-law first arrived, I had contemplated guiding her here to build a home. However, given its remoteness from the village, I lacked your boldness and certainly your capabilities. Not to mention the threats posed by bears or tigers in the mountains. Even a lone wolf would be a cause for concern. I could not bear the thought of your sister-in-law staying here alone, so I dismissed the idea. LL shook his head and replied, Brother Zhou, you jest. I am merely a drifter, compelled to choose such a place out of necessity. Had there been a village nearby willing to accept me, I would have gone there long ago. Though he spoke with such nonchalance, his heart was filled with doubt. People inherently gravitate towards companionship. Survival in these mountains would be greatly aided by the presence of others, at the very least for safety. Zhou Fangjing struck LL as a gentle soul, not eccentric in temperament, nor one to shy away from social interaction. Logically, he would not harbor such peculiar thoughts of distancing himself from the village to live in solitude. In fact, in LL's recollections, Zhou Fangjing had always resided in Shushan village, a man of integrity who had never sought the limelight. Indeed, his constant references to your sister-in-law suggested that his thoughts were likely tied to her. What a splendid place Shushan village is, with its clear mountains and pristine waters, and its warm, hospitable people. Brother Zhou, what could have led you to consider residing in such a place? Even I, a mere drifter, aspire to become a part of Shushan village one day, LL remarked casually. Most who chose to drift and settle near villages shared similar aspirations, making LL's sentiments hardly surprising. After all, possessing a legitimate identity in these times held considerable advantages. I merely ponder aloud, primarily because of your sister-in-law. Oh, it's best left unsaid, Zhou Fangjing abruptly cut off his thoughts. Noticing Zhou Fangjing's unusual demeanor, LL refrained from probing further and suggested, it is quite a trek for you, Brother Zhou. Now that you've reached my underground dwelling, how about entering for a drink and a meal? After we've satisfied our hunger and thirst, we can proceed to gather bear meat. Zhou Fangjing glanced at the underground chamber before raising his gaze to the sky. Let us not complicate matters. Our main objective is paramount. Knowing your residence here, I trust there will be future opportunities. The rain seems to have intensified along the journey, with droplets cascading everywhere. Should it truly pour, our situation may become dire, and the path will be arduous. Let us hasten our pace. Has the rain indeed increased? LL Yuan did not perceive it. After a moment's contemplation, he speculated that Zhou Fangjing might genuinely be preoccupied with the prospect of returning to prepare a meal. And he nodded in agreement. They opened the underground chamber and descended, shouldering the axe while leaving Yuan Bao to guard the place. LL Yuan led Zhou Fangjing towards the site of the bear slaying. The underground chamber was not far from where the bear had been killed, merely a few minutes' walk. Upon sighting the brown bear, Zhou Fangjing circled around it several times, exclaiming, Goodness, this is the fearsome beast slain with nothing but an axe. How formidable! The bear's head bore a massive axe wound, with brain matter mingled with blood flowing freely. Those who dwell in the mountains, even if not hunters themselves, possess some knowledge of the art of hunting and can discern certain nuances. Zhou Fangjing could readily identify that the axe strike to the bear's head was indeed the fatal blow. LL Yuan gave a wry smile. I encountered it and became its target. There was no escape. I could only fight for my life. Perhaps it was my fortune to survive. I was greatly frightened, feeling utterly unwell, and it took a lengthy rest in the underground chamber for me to recuperate. That is indeed remarkable. Had I been in your stead, I would have either perished from fright or wet myself. Zhou Fangjing expressed his admiration for LL Yuan with a thumbs up. Chapter 46, Enchantment. Bear skin is indeed a remarkable material. Once tanned and fashioned into a coat, it offers unparalleled warmth during the winter months. The beauty of it lies in the fact that a single pelt is often sufficient to create a full coat, displaying a uniform color that exudes an air of authority. In terms of cost, bearskin is considerably more affordable compared to that of the water dog or the sable. This relative affordability makes it more palatable to potential buyers. After all, hunting a bear entails significant risk, and not everyone possesses the skill to accomplish such a feat. Consequently, the supply of bear pelts remains limited. Many affluent individuals are willing to pay a premium, often exceeding the prices set by purchasing stations, for a quality bear skin. The last bear that was hunted left its pelt at Chun Xiuyu's residence. This nearly pristine brown bear skin was something Lu El intended to keep, whether to sell for profit or to tan it into a coat for personal use. With the assistance of Zhou Fangjing, Luel retrieved a knife and swiftly skinned the entire pelt. The bear was quite substantial, and the skin laid out on the ground was indeed impressive, causing Zhou Fangjing to feel a twinge of envy. Many hunters find it challenging to procure such pristine pelts, as unless a shot strikes the brain or heart, the skin often bears numerous bullet holes or is marred by dog bites. If it were not for the need to allow Yuan Bao to vent the pent-up ferocity within, Luel would have preferred not to let the bear bite at all. Holding back such ferocity can be detrimental, akin to a person harboring unexpressed anger. As for the 2 minor nips on the bear's rear, they are of little consequence. Good sir, such a fine bear skin must fetch a handsome price, no? Zhou Fangjing inquired, half in jest. Luel shook his head. I have yet to inquire about the current rates at the collection points, but I estimate it should be around 200 yuan. If I encounter a buyer willing to negotiate, selling it for 250 or 60 yuan shouldn't pose a problem. Upon hearing this price, Zhou Fangjing couldn't help but gasp in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, how about I buy this pelt from you for 200 yuan? What do you intend to do with it? Luel questioned, regarding Zhou Fangjing with curiosity. I plan to have Gui Ping make a coat. She's always wanted a sable coat, but they are prohibitively expensive. It's likely I will never afford one in my lifetime. I believe this bear skin would suffice, Zhou Fangjing replied dreamily. Who is Gui Ping? Luel inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. She is my wife, Zhou Fangjing exclaimed, removing his dog-headed hat and scratching his steaming head. That woman's name is Gui Ping. Luel scrutinized Zhou Fangjing, who consistently referred to his spouse with such endearment. It seems that not only northeastern women, but perhaps women everywhere harbor dreams of owning a sable coat. The desire for such an exquisite garment is entirely understandable, and Zhou Fangjing's intention to procure a coat for his wife is commendable. However, what times are we in? 200 yuan is no small sum, if he were merely a day laborer on a farm or logging in the forest. It would take him a year of grueling toil to amass such an amount. This sentiment borders on obsession. However, the selling price for the acquisition point is roughly this amount. It is not impossible to sell it to Zhou Fangjing. If brother Zhou wishes to purchase it, then 200 yuan it shall be. Lulu nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Lulu's assent, Zhou Fangjing's expression brightened with joy, but after a moment's reflection, he bashfully added, thank you in advance, my friend. However, I will only be able to gather this money by the end of the year. Please hold on to it for me, and I will return to collect it once I have saved enough. If it comes to it, you may sell it again. Being forthright about his circumstances was indeed commendable. The price of the bear skin tends to rise over time. Thus, waiting to sell is not an unwise choice. Even if Zhou Fangjing ultimately cannot afford it, selling it later would not incur a loss. As the saying goes, in business, even if the deal falls through, the bond of righteousness remains, it merely requires a little more time. Lulu pondered for a moment and remarked with a smile, Brother Zhou, your willingness to spend such a significant sum for your wife speaks volumes about your affection. He had intended to counsel Zhou Fangjing to exercise caution. After all, 200 yuan is a substantial amount for anyone in Xiushan village. Surviving the winter with a decent set of cotton clothes would be commendable, and for those willing to invest a bit more, a piece of roe deer skin would suffice. Yet, considering Zhou Fangjing's circumstances, desiring a bear skin or even marten fur seems rather extravagant. Moreover, his wife struck Lulu as someone accustomed to a life of comfort, one who is not easily inclined to relinquish her status. Coming from a wealthy family, she chose to be with Zhou Fangjing, implying she should be prepared for the realities of mountain life. However, Lulu's observations of her attire suggested she was not one to easily lower her standards. Realizing he hardly knew Zhou Fangjing, having only met him twice, Lulu deemed it inappropriate to interfere in how Zhou Fangjing chose to lead his life. He worried that his well-intended advice might lead to misunderstandings, thus he refrained from voicing his thoughts. With the sharp axe, the bear skin was soon stripped away, and the bear meat was swiftly divided into pieces. Given the bear's considerable size, aside from the skin and entrails, Lulu selected some to feed the dogs, as well as some fatty meat strips and leg meat. The remaining bear meat weighed at least 400 jin, which could be packed onto the saddle, though it would be a significant burden for the horses. Therefore, the 2 men each carried a portion to the cart waiting on the main road outside the forest. Upon reaching the cart, they laid some branches and leaves in the vehicle before loading the bear meat. As Zhou Fangjing harnessed the horses, Lulu instructed, take one of the 4 bear legs and that meat for yourself, Brother Zhou. The remaining 3 legs, please deliver one each to Wang Dai, Chen Xiuqing, and Lu Paoduan's family. As for the rest, if anyone in the village desires some, distribute it among them. If not, please keep it for yourself. How could there be no one wanting it? I fear that once it arrives in the village, people will gather around in no time, Lulu continued. Aren't you coming with me? After all, this is the game you risked your life to hunt. Sharing it with everyone is a gesture of goodwill. Zhou Fangjing chuckled. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to become acquainted with the people of the village? Brother Zhou, there is plenty of time ahead, so there is no need for concern. You may observe the meat and bear skins by the riverside in the woods. I also need to attend to them, so I shall refrain from making unnecessary trips. However, this will inevitably delay you, Brother Zhou, and I hope you will take more meat and enjoy a few extra meals. It is not that LL does not wish to go. He understands the intentions of Zhou Fangjing. Yet, the journey back and forth is quite lengthy, and after just returning, the injury on his foot is proving somewhat unbearable. Should he embark on another trip, it would be quite taxing. Furthermore, he must also transport the bear meat and skins, which indeed requires considerable effort. As for the distribution of meat, it can be managed through the hands of Zhou Fangjing. Since the matter of division arises, it is only natural to mention who was the hunter. This is not a secret to the villagers. The crucial point is to lessen the burden. Very well, then, I shall return. Upon hearing LL's words, Zhou Fangjing did not press the issue further, after exchanging pleasantries. He drove the horse-drawn cart back. LL then returned to the cellar, took a brief respite, and removed his shoes to inspect the soles of his feet. Discovering that the injured area was merely red, with no significant issues, he believed that after a couple of days of acclimatization, he would be able to walk without hindrance. He then retrieved the bear skins and meat he had left behind in the cellar. After feeding Yuan Bao and the 3 puppy dogs, he prepared a stir-fried bear leg for himself. After dining, he began the process of rendering fat, scraping the grease from the bear skin with a dull knife. It was a busy endeavor, yet it felt fulfilling. Chapter 47. An old couple. Zhou Fangjing was driving a cart laden with bear meat back to Xiushantan. He first selected a bear hind leg and some strips of meat to take home before proceeding to the residence of Wang Demon. Not long after setting off, he heard Wang Demon's voice calling from behind. Fangjing, where did you acquire this bear meat? Such a substantial beast. Did you hunt it? Wang Demon had just returned from the district, carrying 3 cardboard boxes tied with rope, filled with supplies. Upon spotting Zhou Fangjing driving the cart, overflowing with a vivid array of meat, he hurriedly caught up, curiosity piqued by the sight of the bear meat. Zhou Fangjing shook his head. I wish I had the skill, but alas, I do not. This was hunted by that fellow Qingzi, who specifically asked me to deliver a bear leg to your home upon his return. That fellow still remembers me? Is his foot healed? Wang Demon asked, somewhat surprised. Should be nearly healed. That man is remarkable. He felled this bear with a single blow of his axe, emerging unscathed. Quite extraordinary, Zhou Fangjing boasted, pointing to the axe mark on the bear's head. Such bravery, Wang Demon exclaimed, equally astonished. As they conversed, they soon arrived at Wang Demon's courtyard. Sir, which bear leg catches your eye? I shall deliver it to your home, Zhou Fangjing inquired, halting the cart. Merely the thought of delivering some to me is a grand gesture. There is no need for selection. Just take any, Wang Demon replied with a smile. Nodding, Zhou Fangjing casually picked a bear leg and carried it into the courtyard alongside Wang Demon. Li Shumi was busily preparing a meal when she heard the commotion at the courtyard door. Opening the door, she saw Wang Demon leading Zhou Fangjing in, and her eyes widened at the sight of the bear leg Zhou Fangjing was carrying. This is the bear leg that Lu El Tua sent via Fangjing. Fangjing, please sit and rest. My dear, quickly pour some water for Fangjing. Wang Demon called as he entered the house, eagerly placing the boxes down. Sir, madam, I shall drop off the goods and take my leave. I still need to deliver meat to Qingzi and Aunt Duan. It's not feasible to leave the cart on the road outside. It's just a few steps back home for me, so you need not trouble yourselves, Zhou Fangjing said, placing the bear meat on the kitchen table, waving his hand, and turning to leave. Fangjing, do come by when you have the time. With Judy's calling, Wang Demon refrained from insisting further and accompanied Zhou Fangjing to the gate. All right then, sir, Zhou Fangjing responded cheerfully, untying the reins from the fence and continuing down the main road of the village. Upon reaching the fork leading to Aunt Duan's house, he halted the cart again, hoisted another bear leg, and proceeded in the direction of Aunt Duan's residence. Wang Demon watched Zhou Fangjing depart, closed the courtyard gate, and turned back inside, just in time to see Li Shumi gazing at the bear leg meat with delight. Look at Lu El Tua. He remembers even the slightest kindness and holds it dear. That is a true man. And look at you, my dear wife, always seeking to take advantage without a thought for those who've shown us generosity. Does your conscience not ache? Do you truly feel justified in enjoying this meat? The sight of Li Shumi's demeanor ignited a spark of anger within Wang Demon. Hey, you old curmudgeon, am I not also laboring for this family, attending to your meals and attire, only to be accused of lacking conscience in return? You think you are the only one with a sense of morality? Just take a look at your conscience. How much of it has been squandered on dogs? Why don't you muster the courage to reclaim the medical expenses owed to you by others? Let me tell you, I not only feel justified in consuming this meat, but I also relish it. What? Do you intend to prevent me from eating? Li Shumi's words poured forth like a machine gun, unleashing a barrage upon Wang Demon. His anger intensified. You troublesome old hag. After teaching you for most of my life, how can you still be so obstinate? I can tolerate your actions regarding those who owe us, but what has Lu LV ever done to us? You still think of taking advantage of him. At the very least, can you not share a portion with me? Share? Do you wish for me to starve alongside you? Not a chance. You preach morality, yet you yourself have not navigated life wisely. If you persist with your prideful ways, in less than half a year, we'll be left with nothing. I married you because you were a doctor, believing you would provide for us. Yet who would have thought you would turn out to be such an utter fool? I refuse to follow you into poverty. Li Shumi's tongue was not one to relent easily. Her retorts only fueled Wang Demon's fury further. I see you are in dire need of a lesson, he shouted, his expression seething with rage. His gaze quickly settled on the feather duster resting on the bed in the inner room. He strode inside, grasped the duster, and returned. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Li Shumi panicked and attempted to flee outside, but Wang Demon was quick to slam the door shut behind her. Having lived together for the better part of their lives, she was well aware of his temperament. Though he usually appeared calm, he harbored grievances that, when finally unleashed, could be terrifying. Realizing she was likely to face a beating, Li Shumi quickly softened her tone. I promise I won't take advantage of Lu LV anymore. Was it really necessary to become so enraged? We've been together for so long. Do you truly wish to strike the person who has shared half a lifetime with you over such a trivial matter? Upon hearing her words, Wang Demon halted the impending swing of the feather duster. He let out a long sigh and returned it to the bed. Enough of this. I've been busy all morning. Bring me some water. I'm parched. Li Shumi turned back toward the kitchen, lightly patting her chest while murmuring to herself. That was close. Thankfully, I know what sort of person you are. We've shared a bed for so long. It wasn't tea for nothing. Clearly, this old man values Lu LV. I suppose I must refrain from accepting anything from him indiscriminately. At our age, if I were truly beaten, what would people say? What are you dawdling for? Is it so difficult to pour a cup of water? Wang Demon's voice boomed from the inner room. Li Shumi shot him an exasperated glare, grabbed the thermos, and hurriedly poured water for tea. Coming. Thus, a minor domestic squabble came to a close. In the village, Zhou Fongjing had just delivered bear meat to Aunt Duan's home and hurriedly arrived at Chun Shoyu's doorstep. Throughout his journey, he drove his horse-drawn cart laden with bear meat from the west end of the village to the east, amidst a persistent drizzle. Most villagers remained indoors, but many had already witnessed his arrival and gathered around, eager to procure some bear meat. Over 20 individuals encircled the cart, following closely behind and inquiring about the source of the bear meat. After repeating the same tale to several curious onlookers, word spread rapidly, and lively discussions erupted, all praising Lu LVY's formidable prowess. Hearing the commotion outside, Chen Xiaoyu, who was kneeling by the Kong and cutting shoe patterns from newspaper, leaned closer to the window. Tossing the scissors and paper into the sewing basket at her feet, she quickly donned her shoes, leaped off the Kong, and dashed out of the room. In the kitchen, Ma Jinlan, who was adding firewood to the stove for cooking, heard the door creak open and peeked out, muttering softly, "Crazy girl." Before long, Chen Shoyu's bright voice rang out from outside. "Mom, Lugu has caught another bear and is bringing meat for us." Upon hearing this, Ma Jinlan's brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 48. The Return of the Dog. Here we go again. Ma Jinlan murmured softly, casting aside the firewood in her hands as she approached the door. To her dismay, she spotted Chen Shoyu eagerly trailing behind Zhou Fongjing into the house. Increasingly, she felt that Lu El was harboring intentions towards Chen Shoyu. His frequent displays of cordiality could not be attributed to anything other than ulterior motives. As the saying goes, no one offers kindness without a hidden agenda. With her husband having departed early, Ma Jinlan, a woman of modest demeanor and diligent nature, often found her gentle disposition exploited. Once, with a man to support her, life was bearable. But with his absence, her innate softness rendered her vulnerable, exposing her to the harsh realities of human nature. Having suffered her share of grievances, she had learned to be wary of many matters. Though their household was impoverished, her daughter was undeniably one of the most striking young women in Xiushantan. Known for her industriousness, who could fail to commend her? As the old adage goes, a girl should not be kept beyond a certain age. Ma Jinlan was quick to perceive the subtle inclinations reflected in Qin Shouyu's every move and word. Could it be that the girl was not in the throes of youthful infatuation? It seemed likely that her daughter had already allowed the shadow of a vagabond to creep into her heart. In their village, many girls were married by the age of 16 or 17, some even mothers by now. At 18, Qin Shoyu was well overdue for matrimony. Yet, she remained discerning, often dismissing suitors with various complaints, turning them away at the threshold. Her incessant mention of LL and the thrill that flickered in her eyes upon hearing news of him spoke volumes. Ma Jinlan pondered whether it was time for her to take action. If a suitable suitor were to present himself, she ought to finalize the matter, no longer allowing her daughter to dictate the terms. While LL appeared somewhat presentable and seemingly adept at navigating social interactions, his status as a vagabond raised significant concerns about his true background. Indeed, he had saved Qingzi, earning her gratitude, yet what if he were merely a fugitive from justice? Such individuals were not uncommon. She had heard that LL spent his days wandering the mountains with a slingshot. Shouldn't a respectable man be seeking gainful employment instead? What prospects could a man with a slingshot possibly have? Furthermore, her late husband had been a hunter who had met his demise in the woods. She did not wish for Qin Shoyu to follow in the footsteps of a man enamored with such perilous pursuits. Hunters often played with death, and one could never know when fate would intervene. That was the crux of the matter. Ma Jilan dared not dwell further on it. Upon entering the house, Zhou Fangjing surveyed his surroundings. "And the bear meat that LL hunted, where shall I place it?" The kitchen table was occupied by 2 basins filled with tinder shoots, leaving him without a suitable spot. Before Ma Jinlan could respond, Qin Shoyu swiftly removed the basins and wiped the table clean, cheerfully inviting, "Zhou Ge, just place it on the table." Zhou Fangjing set down the bare leg, letting out a long sigh of relief. "At last, I've completed the task that gentleman entrusted to me. Zhou Ge, please sit on the kong and stay for dinner. I'll pour you some water." Qin Shoyu dutifully attended to him. "Dear sister, do not exert yourself. Outside, there are throngs awaiting their share of the meat. Once the meat is apportioned, I must hasten home. It's merely a few steps away." With that, Zhou Fangjing swiftly exited the room to distribute the meat among the eager crowd. Just as Qin Shoyu was about to follow him outside to witness the distribution, she was abruptly halted by Ma Jinlan. "What are you up to?" Ma Jinlan inquired. "I wish to see them divide the meat," Qin Shoyu replied, turning to face Ma Jinlan with an expression of concern. "The bear that Lu Gu encountered is no ordinary creature. It's a bear tyrant. It's only been a few days, and his foot must not be fully healed. What if he is still injured? Otherwise, why wouldn't he personally distribute the meat? I must ask Brother Zhou." With that, she broke free from Ma Jinlan's grasp and hurriedly made her way towards the courtyard fence. Ma Jinlan watched as Qin Shoyu's figure faded away, letting out a long sigh, her worry deepening. At the entrance of Qin Shoyu's courtyard, a lively scene unfolded as people energetically divided the meat. Meanwhile, 2 individuals rushed out from the woods behind the village, their faces marked by panic. Upon catching sight of the village's dwellings, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Zhang San, look at the dog you raised. You boast daily about it being capable of taking down a tiger, yet at a crucial moment, it couldn't even handle a wild boar. Not only did it fail to subdue it, but the lead dog was injured, and the remaining 2 fled with their tails between their legs. What a disgrace." These 2 were the hunters who had encountered Lu Lv earlier that morning while seeking assistance in Shushan village. The burly man, Li Qingxiang, finally catching his breath, unleashed a torrent of reproach towards his companion, Zhang San, who had been handling the dogs. "Brother Xiang, I never anticipated things would unfold this way. Those 3 dogs were never afraid of wild boars before. They could easily handle one weighing around 200 pounds without any assistance. You can verify this. The yellow dog I brought back last year was brought down by them, as Wang who can attest. But you saw it yourself. Those 2 dogs had the boar's ear clamped tight, and the lead dog had a firm grip on its vital parts. Something's not right, Brother Xiang. This isn't my fault. If only your aim had been true, one shot would have resolved everything, and we wouldn't be in this predicament." Zhang San's voice dwindled to a murmur by the end, as he watched Li Qingxiang stammer. "This is my first time hunting with such a firearm. and I was afraid of hitting your 3 wretched dogs. Yet, even so, they shouldn't have allowed a boar weighing less than 200 pounds to escape. The lead dog was injured, wasn't he it? When others hunt dogs, they hear the gunshots and become even fiercer. Look at your dogs. They only know how to run away with their tails tucked. How dare you blame me? Li Qingxiang shot Zheng sent a furious glare, hefting his double-barreled shotgun and striding away. However, after just a few steps, his eyes caught sight of the 2 dogs sniffing around in the grass. And his fury ignited once more. He pulled out 2 rounds from his pocket. Zheng San, sensing the escalating tension, quickly rose to intervene. Brother Xiang, what are you planning to do? Get out of my way. Li Qingxiang forcefully shoved Zheng San aside and raised his gun, firing at the 2 dogs in quick succession. The power of the single bullet was immense. The dogs' heads were shattered, and they fell to the ground without even a whimper, their legs twitching faintly. Brother Xiang, this is utterly excessive. After all, I have raised those dogs for 2 years, and you shot them dead without a second thought. Witnessing this scene, Zheng San's eyes reddened instantly. He fixed his gaze on Li Qingxiang, the muscles in his jaw tensed, his teeth grinding audibly. I raised them since they were pups. Chapter 49. The inept what of the creatures you raised? Today, they nearly brought about my demise. Such useless mutts, should I not punish them, then turn my ire upon you? Li Qingxiang glared fiercely at Zheng San, who met his gaze with equal fury. A glimmer of defiance sparked in Li's eyes as he narrowed them. So, you believe you can stand against me? Do you dare? Even your father would keep his distance in my presence. Zheng San faltered at these words, his anger gradually dissipating. Li Qingxiang was the son of the director of the timber yard, where Zheng San's father merely served as a contractor overseeing a group of workers. Striving to curry favor, Zheng San's father was hardly in a position to offend. The camaraderie between Zheng San and Li Qingxiang brought his father immense joy, as he hoped that through this connection, they might garner some advantages, perhaps lessons in driving or leniency during timber inspections. Ultimately, reality quelled his fury. Recognizing this, Zheng San suppressed his simmering rage, forcing a smile. Brother Xiang, I admit my fault. After all, I have raised these dogs for 2 years. Though they may not be of the finest quality, I have invested considerable effort into their upbringing. My words were spoken in haste. Alas, they are merely 3 dogs. It is of little consequence, and I hope for your understanding. Feigning nonchalance, Zheng San's demeanor eased Li Qingxiang's anger somewhat. Should you ever gaze upon me with such disdain again, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. I promise it won't happen again. Zheng San hastily replied. I heard your father boast that you learned to handle dogs from a marksman. Pray, enlighten me on what transpired today. Did the dogs falter in their duties? Noticing Zheng San's awareness, Li Qingxiang's ire diminished further. Shifting to inquiry, I observed that the 3 dogs performed admirably at first, yet at a critical moment, they suddenly cowered. What happened? Zheng San pondered for a moment. It must have been the gunfire that startled them. What? The gunfire startled them? Are you jesting? Li Qingxiang's expression hardened once more. Have you never hunted with a firearm before? A dog that can be frightened by gunfire is hardly fit for the hunt. Or do you intend to blame me for your failure to capture the wild boar, only to have it chase you instead? Li Qingxiang's voice escalated, his agitation rekindled. Brother Xiang, I harbor no intention of placing blame upon you. Please, allow me to explain. Do you recall the time I brought the dogs to the timber yard, tying them to the wooden posts? On a whim, you tossed a few firecrackers at them, causing quite the commotion. Zheng San offered a wry smile. Since that incident, I have not hunted, and I neglected to consider the repercussions. I suspect that fright from that explosion has lingered, causing them to cower at the sound of gunfire. Li Qingxiang paused, contemplating. That does hold some truth. Yet, in the end, it remains that your dogs are inept. Damn it, I was pursued relentlessly by that wild yellow creature. To speak of it would surely invite ridicule. Now, with the dogs lost, should anyone inquire upon our return, we shall claim that we encountered a bear. Do you understand? If you dare divulge the truth, I will ensure you regret it. Having reached this point, Zheng San found himself at a loss for words. He had known Li Qingxiang for quite some time and had gleaned some understanding of his character, a man known for his capriciousness and brutality, one who lacked the capacity for reasoned discourse, earning him the unflattering nickname of the two-pole. Listen to Brother Xiang. I assure you, I won't speak a word. If this were to get out, I would be the one to suffer embarrassment. Zheng San chuckled dryly. He then silently approached the 2 hunting dogs, cradling one in his arms as he made his way towards a large pine tree, preparing to bury them. Li Qingxiang furrowed his brow once more. What are you doing? We didn't catch the wild boar. We should take the dogs back for a meal. Dog meat can be quite delectable, and burying them would be a shame. The one you're holding looks particularly robust, probably over 80 pounds. That's the one. Upon hearing this, Zheng San, with his back turned to Li Qingxiang, felt his expression darken, a wave of indignation rising within him. Hunters are known for their deep affection for their dogs. The death of a dog is akin to having one's heart gouged out. Regardless of the circumstances, these dogs were raised by Zheng San. Having already reached the brink of fury due to Li Qingxiang's earlier actions, he now found the suggestion of consuming the dogs utterly intolerable. In that moment, he harbored thoughts of eliminating Li Qingxiang. Yet, the image of Li Qingxiang's imposing figure made him hesitate, and considering his dependence on the man, coupled with the fact that they were near Xiushan village, he knew he could not escape if he truly acted on his rage. He resolved to bide his time. Zheng San suppressed his anger once more. Let us do as Brother Xiang suggests. You do have some sense, Li Qingxiang responded. You take the dog to the cart while I check on what all those people are gathering around in the eastern part of the village. As Li Qingxiang turned to survey Xiushan village, he noticed a throng of individuals surrounding a cart at one household, creating quite a lively scene, which piqued his curiosity. With that, he slung his double-barreled shotgun over his shoulder and made his way along the path into the village. Watching Li Qingxiang depart, Zheng San ground his teeth and muttered through clenched jaws, "Damn it, just don't let me find the opportunity." A few minutes later, Li Qingxiang arrived at the entrance of Qin Shouyu's yard and approached the cart. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that the meat being divided was bear meat, and the sheer volume of bones led him to inquire, "This must be a bear, right?" "Indeed," Zhou Fangjing, busy distributing the meat, replied with a smile. He assessed Li Qingxiang, his gaze falling upon the young man's exquisite double-barreled shotgun. "Say, was that you firing up in the mountains?" "That was me," Li Qingxiang affirmed. The sound of the double-barreled shotgun was significant. It could be clearly heard in the village from the mountains. "What did you hit?" someone nearby asked. Li Qingxiang, recalling his unfortunate encounter with the wild boar, found himself unwilling to admit that he had been shooting at dogs, so he could only chuckle awkwardly. "I was just testing my gun." In truth, as the son of the forest ranger, he had often interacted with the locals. The act of hunting dogs for consumption was considered a taboo. His earlier actions had been purely to provoke Zheng San and vent his frustrations. Skirting the issue, he shifted the conversation. "How was this bear taken down? Didn't you see the massive axe mark on the skull? This bear was killed with a single blow from an axe." Zhou Fangjing pointed to the gash on the brown bear's head and chuckled. "What a feat it is to fell a bear with an axe." Li Qingxiang, astonished, inquired, "Is that you a true warrior?" Zhou Fangjing replied, "I possess no such prowess. It was a fellow from these mountains named LL who managed to slay a bear with but an axe, emerging unscathed himself. Truly remarkable." Zhou Fangjing had repeated similar words countless times, but upon noticing Li Qingxiang, a stranger brandishing a hunting rifle, he recalled LL mentioning someone who hunted in the back mountains of the village, which led him to the obstructive liberation truck. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Good sir, did you drive the lumber truck blocking the road?" "Indeed. What of it?" Li Qingxiang responded absent-mindedly, his gaze fixed on the axe mark upon the bear's head. Before Zhou Fangjing could reply, someone nearby interjected with evident displeasure. "What do you mean by that? Is it right to block the path with a lumber truck?" It was not only Zhou Fangjing who was inconvenienced. Many others shared the same sentiment. Hearing this, Li Qingxiang felt a surge of irritation. Yet he recognized he was in someone else's village. No matter how reckless he might be, he understood that inciting collective ire would lead to repercussions. Thus, he forced a smile and said, "I will move it at once." After a few steps, he turned back, curiosity piqued, and asked Zhou Fangjing, "Pray tell, who is this formidable individual who slew the bear?" Zhou Fangjing, casting him a glance, replied with a hint of impatience, "Did you not see him this morning in the back mountains? The one wielding a slingshot against the greyhounds." Chapter 50. This village is intriguing. It was him. Li Qingxiang never anticipated that the individual he encountered in the morning, wielding a slingshot against the grey dog, would turn out to be such a formidable character. The man had effortlessly felled the bear king with an axe. He was indeed an intriguing presence. Li Qingxiang felt an urge to become acquainted with such a rare and audacious individual. However, as he noticed the unfriendly glares from the crowd dividing the meat, he decided it prudent to leave in his vehicle first. After he had taken only a few steps, a young man approached slowly from the opposite direction, pushing open the gate to a nearby courtyard as he entered. "Brother, you've returned." Lu Ge defeated the Bear King and killed him with an axe, a clear, bright voice chimed from within the yard. Upon hearing this voice, Li Qingxiang could not resist glancing back into the courtyard. Chen Xiuyu was emerging from the house, carrying a basin of dirty water used to rinse the tinder shoots, and upon seeing Chen Shouqing returning from his stroll, she greeted him with a smile. I heard from Grandpa Wang. What are you so pleased about? Do you know how perilous it was for Lu Gu to slay the Bear King? Chen Shouqing shot a glare at Chen Xiuyu. As a hunter, he had recently been chased by a bear himself and understood the life and death dangers involved, particularly in facing the Bear King. Chen Xiuyu pouted. I'm delighted precisely because I know Lu Gu is safe. All right, let us head home for dinner. I'll visit Lu Ji's place this afternoon. Others say there is no issue, but seeing it with my own eyes is what truly matters. Is dinner ready? Chen Shouqing still wore a slight frown, although Lu Gu had killed the Bear King and appeared unscathed. There were tales of individuals being rendered senseless by the fright of the Bear King. This was what concerned Chen Shouqing the most. Mom is currently frying bear leg meat. The meal will be ready soon, Chen Xiuyu announced, holding a wooden basin. Brother, may I accompany you this afternoon? Why would you want to go with me? Aren't you supposed to be climbing the mountain to gather tinder shoots to sell? Chen Shouqing replied as he walked towards the house. There are plenty over at Lu Ji's place as well. Chen Xiuyu tugged at Chen Shouqing's arm, pleading, Can I? Stop pulling. If you keep that up, I might just fall apart. Chen Shouqing grimaced in pain, still recovering. You know that place well enough. Besides, your legs are your own. If you wish to go, no one can stop you. It's mainly because Mom won't let me go, Chen Xiuyu whispered, glancing at the door of their house. Why not? Chen Shouqing was taken aback by this revelation. Just moments ago, she had been scolding him in the house, fearing he might be harmed by Lu Gu. Expressing her deep concerns, she had labeled Lu Gu as a vagabond, uncertain of his true identity, claiming he could be a fugitive involved in heinous acts. She had warned him about Lu Gu wandering the mountains with a slingshot, deeming him unreliable and suggesting that he could vanish at any moment. She had advised him to keep his distance from Lu Gu and forbade him from visiting Lu Ji's dwelling. Chen Xiuyu's voice dropped even lower. Filled with some mother-daughter secrets she was too shy to share. Chen Shouqing's brows knitted tighter. But he is my savior. How could Mom say such things? He quickened his pace towards the house, but suddenly stopped, casting a peculiar glance at Chen Xiuyu. Sister, you wouldn't have feelings for Luge, would you? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiuyu's face flushed crimson. Brother, why do you sound just like Mom, saying such nonsense? She held her basin and retreated into the house. Chen Shouqing stood in the courtyard, momentarily dazed, before breaking into a smile and muttering, Stubborn girl, still not admitting it. She soon followed her inside. Li Qingxiang had been watching Chen Xiuyu enter her home before heading towards the parking area in the west of the village. He looked back at her house repeatedly, astonished that such a beautiful girl resided in the village, her voice so melodious. He wondered if she was married. Her name is even delightful. And she's still unmarried, he murmured to himself. As he walked, an elderly man approached. Li Qingxiang quickened his steps. Excuse me, sir. May I ask if that young lady is married? He pointed towards Chen Xiuyu's home. Xiuyu? She's not married yet. A truly good girl. Hey, who are you? I've never seen you before, the old man remarked, suddenly cautious. I'm from Liangzi Forestry Farm, quite a distance away, Li Qingxiang replied with a forced smile. What brings you all the way here? The old man probed. Just passing through, came for a bit of hunting. Excuse me, sir. Li Qingxiang hastened his departure, not wishing to linger on the conversation. Yet, as he walked away, he continued to mutter, such a lovely name, and still unmarried. Zhang San buried another dog beneath a tree, then carried his deceased pet down the hillside path to the car, placing it inside. After a brief wait, he spotted Li Qingxiang returning with enthusiasm, quickly masking his own gloom with a cheerful facade. Brother Xiang, what happened over there? I couldn't tell that the man we encountered in the morning, the one with the slingshot, was such a formidable hunter. He managed to take down the head bear with just an axe. They were butchering the meat. As Li Qingxiang spoke, he glanced at Zhang San, recalling their previous hunting escapade. Look at him. That's what true hunting is about, intense and thrilling. And then there's you. I don't even want to say it. Struggling with a mere yellow-haired wild boar, Zhang San, chastised once more, fell silent, his face sullen. When Li Qingxiang opened the car door and hopped into the driver's seat, Zhang San joined him in the passenger seat. Li Qingxiang did not start the engine immediately. Instead, he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, counted out 10 bills, and handed them to Zhang San. Take this money to buy some dogs. Make sure to get a few good ones. Don't bring back any more worthless ones. By dogs. Zhang San was taken aback, wondering if perhaps Li Qingxiang felt guilty about the earlier incident, and was offering compensation. 100 yuan for 3 dogs seemed reasonable. Still processing this, he heard Li Qingxiang continue. Did you not mention before that some old hunters, unable to venture into the mountains anymore, were looking to sell their dogs? Do inquire thoroughly and bring me back 5 or 6 capable dogs that can chase bears. Get this done swiftly. We'll return to this village for another hunt in a few days. Indeed, it seemed he had overthought the matter. Brother Xiang, such fine dogs are indeed hard to come by, even if one is willing to sell. It will require a considerable period of acclimatization to truly understand their temperament before they can be of any use. Moreover, 100 yuan for 5 decent dogs seems rather insufficient, Zhang San remarked with a hint of difficulty. Not enough for 100? Li Qingxiang paused momentarily, then swiftly produced 10 crisp bills, tossing them in front of Zhang San. There, is this sufficient now? That should be about right. Zhang San gathered the notes, counting them before nodding in agreement. As for your mention of acclimatization, we have ample time ahead. We shall frequently explore the vicinity of this village, for now. There is no need to venture too far or engage in significant pursuits. The key is to visit often, Li Qingxiang chuckled. Why is that? The somewhat cryptic demeanor of Li Qingxiang left Zhang San feeling puzzled. This village is quite intriguing. Li Qingxiang observed the settlement through the car window, a rare smile gracing his face. Chapter 51. The apiary LL was oblivious to the commotion his act of slaying a bear had stirred in Xiushantan. After an early breakfast, he kindled a fire in the clearing before the earthen cellar, toasting himself while laboriously scraping the thick layer of fat from the bear skin with a dull knife. The bear skin was exceedingly large and the fat quite substantial. Unlike the pelts of greyhounds or rabbits, which could be dealt with swiftly, the task of removing the fat from the bear skin was undeniably arduous. After an hour of relentless scraping, he had only managed to remove half of the fat. He began to reminisce about the high-pressure water guns of his previous life, which could wash away the grease in mere moments. In the meantime, he placed 6 birch beehives by the fire, hoping they would dry more quickly. Many plants in the mountains were gradually blooming, and the black bees were diligently collecting pollen and nectar, proliferating vigorously. By June, when their population reached a certain threshold, they would swarm. A robust colony of black bees could produce several swarms at once. He could search the mountains for more and rear them, yielding a substantial income from honey sales each year. Moreover, honey was an excellent health tonic. Regularly consuming honey water was immensely beneficial for one's health. Having traversed the world before, LL was acutely aware that proactive health maintenance was far wiser than waiting until significant health issues arose, necessitating costly treatments. The honey he produced was trustworthy, unlike the technologically dubious varieties of the modern world, especially in such a remote and chilly mountainous region. Prolonged exposure could lead to ailments like rheumatism or gout, afflictions that might feel minor in youth, but could become tormenting in later years. Occasionally allowing the bees to sting was also advantageous, as bee venom had preventive and therapeutic properties for such conditions. The mountains were abundant with linden trees and various flowering plants. Establishing a modest apiary with dozens of hives in this vicinity posed no challenge. After more than an hour of labor, he finally cleaned the bearskin thoroughly. Following a rinse with fresh water, he framed it to stretch and hung it inside the cactus to dry. To expedite the process, he kindled a small fire within to raise the temperature. Unlike the smaller pelts, a single bear skin could fetch 200 to 300, a significant sum that needed to be dried and preserved quickly. As for the bear bile, it was best to sell it promptly. After all, he and Yuan Bao could not remain here indefinitely. They had to venture into the mountains. With neither man nor dog present, one could hardly feel at ease. Noticing that time was still on his side, LL ascended the slope behind the earthen cellar to select a tall, sturdy birch tree to fell. While he was chopping at the branches with a large axe, Yuan Bao suddenly barked. LL looked up to see Yuan Bao directing its attention towards the path leading to the main road, signaling the approach of strangers. Before long, 2 figures appeared on the path, and LL broke into a smile. It was none other than Chen Shouqing and her brother Chen Shouju, who was carrying a woven basket. El Gu, the siblings exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him on the slope behind the earthen cellar. Chen Shouju dashed over, skipping across the stepping stones in the river. Yuan Bao barked fiercely in response. Chen Shouqing was apprehensive about being bitten by the dog and attempted to reach out but failed to do so. She watched as Yuan Bao passed by, seemingly oblivious to Chen Shouyu, displaying no inclination to attack, which allowed her to exhale with some relief. Yuan Bao was not targeting Chen Shouyu. Rather, it was guarding itself. Consequently, Chen Shouqing hesitated to approach and stood quietly by the riverbank. LL ran down swiftly with an axe and saw, reaching Yuanbao's side. He gently patted its head and said, Yuanbao, stop barking. That's one of us. Yuanbao ceased its barking, and the 3 pups that had joined in the commotion also quieted down. Observing this, LL waved to Qin Shouqing, beckoning her to come over. She cautiously crossed the river, remaining silent, and first scrutinized LL before asking, Brother L, did you feel frightened when confronting the bear? LL detected a rare concern in her gaze and replied with a smile, At first, I was indeed quite scared. However, once Yuanbao had the bear pinned down, I could have escaped, but I chose to return to save the 3 pups, ultimately slaying the bear. Afterward, I had a good rest, and everything was fine. Hearing LL's account, Qin Shouqing felt a wave of relief. He had been frightened, yet his decision to return and rescue the pups indicated that he had already overcome his fear. As for the restful sleep, it was simply due to the exhaustion from the ordeal. To confront a bear and then turn back for the sake of the pups was no small feat. Many seasoned hunters might not have acted so bravely. Yet, was it worth it for the 3 pups? Qin Shouqing glanced at Yuanbao, who was sniffing around, then looked at the 4 pups that had returned to their den, her eyes lighting up. Yuanbao was undoubtedly the finest lead dog in Shoshan village. As for the 3 pups, their stature, bone structure, and various external traits indicated that they were excellent specimens. Properly trained, such dogs would greatly enhance hunting capabilities. While others might seek such remarkable dogs in vain, LL had 4 right here, a stroke of enviable fortune. It was clear that LL understood and cherished dogs. Otherwise, he would not have risked such perilous circumstances to undertake what might seem foolish to others. Come sit in my cellar, LL said, glancing at the Qin siblings. Inviting them inside, he dragged over a birch stump for them to sit on and fetched a thermos to brew tea for them. What brings you here? I just came to take a look. Qin Shouqing replied with a hearty smile, her gaze wandering around the cellar before settling on the neatly folded bedding on the bed. She thought to herself, indeed, just as my sister said, this is exceptionally well kept. Qin Shouyu blushed and said, I just came to pick some tender shoots. Her words seemed somewhat insincere. Oh sister, you know how much I love those tender shoots, yet you come to my territory to gather them. That's quite unreasonable. LL chuckled. There are plenty on the mountain. You can't possibly eat them all by yourself. And when did this place become your territory? Qin Shouyu, provoked by LL, pouted and remarked, You don't even bother to ask if the people of Shoshantan agree. Ah, that makes sense. LL nodded in acknowledgement. However, given that Qin Shouqing was present, there were certain things that could not be articulated, which made the conversation delicate. Qin Shouqing smiled gently and inquired, Elga, when we arrived, we noticed you chopping trees on the mountain. What were you up to? I was thinking of keeping bees. LL replied, recalling the swarm of bees buzzing around the linden tree by the river where he had been injured last time. Qin Shouqing expressed her surprise. You can raise bees? I can't say I'm particularly skilled, but I am familiar with some basic techniques, LL asserted with a hint of confidence. As long as one understands the temperament of bees, they can be quite docile. He continued, in fact, I know a few beehives on the mountain. I have been contemplating keeping them, but have hesitated to disturb them. It seems far more troublesome than hunting. Last year, I attempted to harvest honey, but ended up with a painful experience instead. I was stung so badly that I had to lie at home for 2 days, covered in itchy welts. Qin Shouqing recalled that incident with a shudder. LL, however, was aware that he had suffered an allergic reaction to the bee stings. It seems I must prepare some beehives, he mused with a smile, envisioning his own little apiary, alive with the vibrant hum of bees coming and going. Chapter 52. The eldest brother as a father. After a brief chat in the cellar, Qin Shouyu hurried out to forage for tender thorns, leaving first. When she emerged alongside Qin Shouqing, she told Ma Jinlan that her excuse was to gather the tender thorns, for upon her return, she could not possibly come back empty-handed. She could not quite articulate why she felt an incessant urge to visit Lu El in the cellar. Ma Jinlan suspected that her heart had been captured by Lu El. Yet after some contemplation, Qin Shouyu concluded that she merely found him intriguing and, as a benefactor, felt it necessary to pay him a visit. Still, it puzzled her why this thought grew stronger by the day. The tender thorns she collected, though not visually appealing, were cleaned, blanched, rinsed, and dried for storage at home for personal consumption. The more delicate ones were delivered by Ma Jinlan to the district for sale. Though the purchasing price was modest, it provided some income to supplement the household expenses and allowed for a small savings, which was always beneficial. According to Lu El, wild vegetables, mushrooms, and mountain fruits from the northeast would soon gain notoriety, attracting more buyers and driving prices higher. Merely selling wild edibles, mushrooms, and nuts could lead to a comfortable life. Listening to Lu El speak of reform and opening up of exports, Chen Xiaoyu did not fully grasp the concepts. Yet it did not diminish her anticipation for such a future. The mountains, teeming with wild vegetables, mushrooms, and fruits that cycled through the seasons, were indeed, as Lu El claimed, a source of wealth. Chen Xiaoyu found it difficult to envision what life would be like then, but one word sufficed to describe her sentiments: beautiful. Many might dismiss Lu El's words as mere fanciful talk. For to most, wild vegetables were nothing more than a last resort in times of scarcity, and even feeding them to livestock seemed a bother. Yet, Chen Xiaoyu believed. For there were indeed more and more individuals in the district buying these wild edibles to sell in Yichuan or even farther afield. This small sign, perhaps insufficient to prove much, nonetheless filled her with a sense of hope. She was willing to believe, yes, she was willing. For this industrious young woman, foraging for wild vegetables was akin to gathering money, and thus she worked tirelessly and with great enthusiasm. Chen Xiqing, unable to engage in strenuous activities, accompanied Lu El out of the cellar, sitting by the fire to warm herself, while observing Lu El as he diligently moved logs to the entrance of the cellar, measuring, marking, sawing, and hollowing them into sturdy beehives. They engaged in conversation, and gradually, Chen Xiqing noticed that when Lu El was absorbed in his tasks, he would unconsciously glance towards Chen Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with affection. Even when out of sight, he would send Yuan Bao to accompany her, wary of any potential dangers in the forest. Chen Xiqing found Lu El's thoughtful gestures endearing, even contemplating that if her sister were to marry him, it would not be such a bad outcome. For after visiting the cellar and spending time with him, she discovered that Lu El was indeed different from the wealthy gentry she was familiar with. He was quite adept at living life, generous, kind-hearted, and skillful in both social and practical matters, making him a commendable person in every regard. However, he was the only male in the household. There is an old saying, the eldest brother is like a father. With their father gone, as the eldest brother, he must uphold the family. Many matters within the household fell upon him to decide. When it came to his sister's lifelong happiness, he had to be particularly cautious. Ma Jinlan was of a timid disposition, yet her careful concerns were not unfounded. They were indeed matters worthy of consideration. Thus, during a casual conversation, Chen Xiaoqing posed a question to LV Lu. Brother Lu, which farm were you at when you were a sent-down youth? LV Lu replied without much thought. I was at the secondary team of the Yinhua Island branch near Wandishan. Wandishan, you say? That place is quite far from here. I've only heard of it. Never been there, Chen Xiaoqing said, yet inwardly she repeated the name of the farm several times, committing it firmly to memory. Should circumstances ever lead her to that day, a trip to the farm to inquire would reveal LV Lu's origins. It was a splendid place. When I first arrived in Yichuan, I encountered my former farm leader, Raymond, who had come to recruit people for the farm, urging me to return. However, I declined. Once I settled down, I must visit him. He has shown me great kindness. What lingered most in LV Lu's memory were the care and attention he received from Raymond during his time at the farm. Consequently, Chen Xiaoqing noted another name in her heart, Raymond. Their discussions often revolved around LV Lu's past years at the farm. Even his current penchant for a tidy and orderly lifestyle was learned from Raymond, a former soldier who had a close rapport with LV Lu and greatly influenced him. Don't rush back. Since it's your first visit, you must stay for a meal, he insisted. Throughout the afternoon, LV Lu managed to extract only 2 honeycombs. As time drew near, he prepared to return to the cellar to cook and informed Chen Xiaoqing in advance. All right. Chen Xiaoqing thought for a moment and decided not to refuse. She had heard from Chen Xiaoyu that LV Lu's cooking was delicious and was eager to taste it. Upon her agreement, LV Lu appeared quite pleased. Once back in the cellar, he meticulously selected a considerable amount of bear meat. Finally chopped it into filling after blanching to remove impurities. He then added various seasonings, combined it with pork fat, sautéed until fragrant, and mixed in freshly foraged shepherd's purse to create the filling. Subsequently, he prepared the dough, rolling it out with his homemade rolling pin, while with Chen Xiaoqing's assistance, they began to make dumplings. Chen Xiaoyu returned to the cellar, her back laden with tender shoots, leading Yuan Bao and the others. Upon entering, she couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the 2 men earnestly crafting dumplings together. She was also astonished by LV Lu's dexterity. He managed to create beautiful dumplings with delicate folds that resembled flowers, a stark contrast to traditional methods. In contrast, Chen Xiaoqing, a native of northeast China, struggled clumsily. Intrigued, she washed her hands and approached LV Lu, exclaiming her desire to learn. Chun Xiaoyu was eager to learn, and LVL was more than willing to teach. However, upon noticing the tattered cotton coat that clung to Chun Xiaoyu's slender frame, adorned with patches and dampened from plucking tinder buds on the mountain, with a few dead leaves caught in her hair, LVL instinctively reached out to assist her in removing them. Startled, Chun Xiaoyu softly inquired, "What are you doing?" LVL paused for a moment, realizing that his gesture was indeed somewhat abrupt, yet with his hand already extended, he could only offer an awkward smile. "There are dead leaves in your hair. Allow me to help you." Chun Xiaoyu hesitated, lowering her head and blushing in silence. Under the somewhat astonished gaze of Chun Xiaoqing, LVL gently removed the leaves from Chun Xiaoyu's hair, then turned to stoke the fire in the earthen stove, raising the temperature within the cellar. The focus shifted back to preparing dumplings. Yet, the girl beside him exuded a subtle fragrance of youthful innocence that occasionally wafted into his senses, evoking a sense of nostalgia that transported him back to the time of their first encounter in a past life. Chapter 53. Collecting honey dumplings meticulously prepared. A cast iron pot was set atop the rustic stove. Once the water reached a vigorous boil, the dumplings were gently placed into the pot, one by one. As the steam danced upwards, the dumplings that had initially sunk began to rise, signaling their readiness. LL took a wooden bowl, filled it generously with 3 large servings of dumplings, and set them upon the wooden table, inviting the two to partake. The siblings exchanged a glance, and with eager anticipation, they picked up their chopsticks. Even before the aroma of the sautéed filling wafted through the air, they had silently salivated several times. Chun Xiaoqing took the first bite, her expression instantly transforming into one of delight. "These dumplings are exquisite." Chun Xiaoyu nodded fervently, savoring each bite while casting furtive glances at LL, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The lean meat of the roe deer, mingled with the tender flesh of the brown bear, was perfectly balanced and sautéed in lard, glistening with succulence. Coupled with the unique freshness of shepherd's purse, it was a culinary marvel in an era marked by scarcity. LL had truly indulged. The white flour, premium meat, and pork fat were luxuries not commonly afforded by most households. Though a simple bowl of dumplings, they were generously filled with a thin skin, rich in meat and fat, the epitome of extravagance. "If you fancy them, please indulge further. I fear I might have to feast on them until the day after tomorrow if you do not help." The trio, caught up in the spirit of camaraderie, had unwittingly crafted dozens of dumplings. LL, ever the gracious host, noted Chun Xiaoqing's empty bowl and quickly prepared more. The quality of the food was secondary. The primary concern was to satiate the guests. This was a fundamental principle among the mountain folk. Hospitality, after all, was rooted in sincerity. Having grown comfortable with LL, the two siblings enjoyed their meal without restraint. By the end, Chun Xiaoqing had consumed over 2 large bowls, while Chun Xiaoyu had devoured slightly more than one. As they prepared to leave, they exchanged amused glances, both rubbing their full bellies. Once again, they had overindulged. However, Chun Xiaoqing cradled a wooden basin filled with uncooked dumplings. When LL encouraged them to take some home, he remarked, "You may be full, but the matriarch at home hasn't eaten yet. Take these back for her to sample." His thoughtfulness left the siblings feeling somewhat sheepish. After bidding farewell to the two, LL returned to the cellar and noticed a bundle of tender wild shoots, covered with birch bark, resting beside it, an abundant harvest. He recognized that Chun Xiaoyu had intentionally left them behind, knowing his fondness for the delicacy, and fearing he might refuse them. With a gentle smile, LL collected the shoots, briefly blanched them, drained the water, and generously salted them for preservation. This method of dry salting was an effective means to retain the flavor of the wild shoots, far superior to the taste of those merely air-dried. As night fell, following a busy day of feeding Yuanbao's 4 cubs with bear meat, it was already dark. The subsequent days brought overcast skies, and LL devoted all his energies to crafting beehives. The entirely handmade process was undeniably slow. He had contemplated borrowing Zhou Fangjing's chainsaw. Yet upon reflecting on his wife at home, he promptly dismissed the idea. It was not until the 5th day that the weather finally cleared. In front of the earth cellar, 25 beehives had been meticulously crafted, sufficient for the time being. That morning, LL ventured into the meadow to gather a considerable amount of ula grass, an elongated and resilient grass, measuring around 70 to 80 centimeters, known for its tensile strength. It was ideal for thatching roofs and providing warmth in winter when stuffed into cotton shoes, and it also served as excellent weaving material. What LL was currently engaged in was sewing a grass lid from the ula grass, intended for beekeeping purposes. He planned to retrieve the swarm of northeastern black bees that had caused the unfortunate demise of Qin Shouqing's dog. The method for crafting the grass lid was quite straightforward. He first intertwined the ula grass into twisted ropes, secured them with knots to form a handle. Then extracted some hemp thread from a burlap sack and used 4 or 5 strands of ula grass to augment the ends of the knots, meticulously stitching and binding them in circles. This technique, observed during his time in the South, was typically employed for covering steam pots. Though the small grass lid appeared simple, it consumed nearly the entire morning for LL to complete. Shaped somewhat like a conical hat, it was not particularly refined. However, this was inconsequential as it served merely as a tool for collecting bees. Lightweight, sturdy, and practical were its most vital attributes. After breakfast, leaving Yuanbao to guard the house, LL took up his axe, rope, and slingshot, setting off towards the location of the northeastern black bees that the bear had failed to extract. Within the cactus were stored bear skins, and the earth cellar contained bear bile, both valuable items, which made him uneasy with both humans and dogs absent. After spending over half an hour, LL arrived at the riverside beneath a robust linden tree. He gazed up at the tree hole situated 3 meters above the ground, where the comings and goings of the foraging black bees created a continuous hum, quite lively. The bear that had been shot earlier had not tasted the honey, yet its powerful and sharp claws had significantly enlarged the entrance through which the black bees entered and exited. Embracing the tree trunk, LL ascended gently, discovering that the space formed by the rotting interior of the linden tree was substantial. The opening, disturbed by the bear, allowed him to see a large cluster of black bees guarding their honeycomb, and reaching inside to access the honeycomb would pose no challenge. Upon preliminary inspection, it appeared quite simple to retrieve this swarm of black bees. All that was required was to securely place the grass lid above the opening and gently smoke the bees out, coaxing them into the lid. Bees are inherently fearful of smoke. In a previous life, LL had witnessed individuals using incense or cigarettes to smoke bees from their hives, heedlessly causing the bees to perish in the process. In reality, creating smoke does not require much, and LL was aware of an even better smoking material, mugwort. Known as yang grass, it is commonly rolled into moxa sticks for moxibustion. When burned, it emits a potent aroma, and while it produces smoke, the smoke from burning mugwort serves as an effective remedy for repelling insects and preventing diseases in bees, making it particularly suitable for driving bees away. Mugwort, resembling the wild vegetable known as willow herb in northeast China, is a common sight amidst the mountainous landscapes of the region, easily found by those who seek it. LL took the rope he carried with him and secured it to the handle of the grass pot lid. The other end of the rope was deftly tossed over a branch above the entrance, allowing it to fall to the ground. After adjusting the grass pot lid to snugly fit against the tree trunk, he descended from the tree and secured the rope to a smaller tree below, ensuring that the black bees would not descend with the added weight after entering the grass hat. Once prepared, LL scoured the hillside for a brief period, quickly discovering some dried mugwort from the previous year. He gathered a handful of leaves, deftly kneading them into a ball of mugwort fluff and rolling it into thin strips. Climbing back to the beehive, he reached into the tree hollow, gently prodding the black bees to reveal a section of honeycomb. He carefully broke off a small piece, brushed it against the grass pot lid, ignited the mugwort fluff, and tossed it into the hollow before hastily descending the tree. At that very moment, the black bees, disturbed by the smoke of the mugwort, erupted from the tree hollow, swirling chaotically around the entrance. As more and more black bees emerged, the commotion intensified. Chapter 54. The water dog. Despite the pungent aroma of burning AI roan, the bees, driven by their instinct to protect their hive, could not be immediately expelled. This process necessitated a certain passage of time. Having endured the protracted chill of winter, the arrival of spring blossoming with flowers and grasses was a crucial moment for the bees, marking a period of insufficient honey reserves and a vigorous breeding season. Coupled with the irritation caused by smoke, the bees were particularly prone to agitation during this time. As wisps of smoke began to curl from the exit, the number of errant black bees soaring into the air increased, their range expanding. Recognizing the situation, Luel prudently retreated to a safer distance to observe. Remaining within the vicinity of the agitated swarm posed a significant risk of being stung. The bees, responding to the intense stimulus, required a moment to regain their composure. After several minutes of chaotic flight, the black bees gradually began to settle. Drawn by the honey smeared on the grass covering, they diligently lapped up the sweet substance. With their hive under siege, It was instinctual for them to gorge themselves on honey in preparation for migration. As more black bees alighted upon the grass cover, their innate tendency to call forth companions soon attracted a larger congregation. After a wait of several minutes, as black bees continuously emerged from the tree hollow and traversed the trunk towards the grass cover, Luel understood that it would not be long before the queen bee, lured by the increasing throng, would also venture forth from her nest. Beneath the tree, he could not see the queen directly. He could only infer her presence through the behavior of the assembled swarm. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the sun shining warmly upon the riverbank, where several stones, polished by the flowing water, lay scattered, a perfect spot to bask in the sunlight. After days of dreary cold, the opportunity to soak up some sun and replenish his calcium was a delightful prospect, especially as he awaited the bees. However, as Luel approached the largest stone, preparing to sit, he was drawn to a peculiar mass on another stone nearby. He walked over and crouched down for a closer examination. It was a slender piece of dark green feces, slightly smaller than his thumb, containing fragments of small fish bones and exuding a strong fishy odor. The moisture on the stone indicated its freshness, suggesting it had been deposited not long ago. Upon recognizing the droppings, his expression shifted to one of excitement. This was the excrement of a water dog, a colloquial term used by northeasterners for the otter. The water dogs in this region were notably larger than those found elsewhere. In his previous life, having engaged in the trade of mountain goods, he was well acquainted with water dogs. Their fur is splendid, featuring a dense undercoat that is soft to the touch and possesses a rich, uniform texture, making it resistant to water. These qualities render their pelts exceedingly valuable, comparable to that of sable. Moreover, the liver of the otter is regarded as a precious medicinal material, and even its meat is considered to have therapeutic properties. The renowned Mongolian medicine, Sarima Shah, is derived from this meat. Even the droppings themselves hold value, as various animals, such as red foxes and leopard cats, are known to seek them out as a natural bait. The presence of fresh feces signified that otters inhabited the nearby riverbank. If he were to acquire it, the bear bile combined with its fur could easily be sold to purchase a semi-automatic rifle, such as the Type 56, without any pressure whatsoever. LL's heart ignited with fervor. He yearned to obtain a firearm swiftly, for it would prove invaluable, whether for hunting or self-defense. After scanning the surroundings for a while, he caught sight of a gentle ripple in the water below the river, where Chen Shouqing had been knocked into the creek by the bear. There, a water dog lay on its back, clutching a fish with its short legs. Entice me. LL gazed intently at the creature, which measured about 80 centimeters, truly a magnificent specimen, its fur even more striking. However, he was acutely aware that his slingshot would be of little use against it. One must not underestimate the water dog. It thrives in the water and is equally adept on land. Despite its short legs, it moves with remarkable agility. And with its sharp claws and teeth, it is known to fiercely confront animals much larger than itself. LL had heard tales of hunters using dogs to corner a water dog, only to have some of the hunting dogs fatally bitten in return. The value of its fur increases with its quality. Any damage would result in significant loss. Firearms were out of the question, and he certainly could not let Yuan Bao bite it. The only option left was to outsmart the creature. The most effective method for capturing a water dog is to employ a wooden trap that does not harm its fur. He focused his thoughts and redirected his gaze to the droppings on the stone. After wandering around for a while, he discovered several signs of water dog feces, and, a few meters away, spotted a burrow beneath a dead tree stump, alongside numerous claw marks left in the moist earth. A plan began to form in LL's mind, and he couldn't help but smile. You shall be mine. I must seek out Qingzi tomorrow and inquire if there are any wooden traps to borrow. For LL, encountering a water dog by the riverside in this forest was a delightful surprise. Typically, their numbers are slightly higher along larger rivers, but they are also sparsely distributed in these mountain streams, primarily due to extensive hunting for their fur in recent years. In this aquatic realm, they are considered top predators, making such an encounter exceedingly rare. Suppressing his excitement, LL returned to the linden tree where the beehive was located. He observed a substantial gathering of black bees in the grass pot, likely weighing 3 to 4 kilograms, with more black bees continually emerging from the hive to join the swarm. During the winter, many black bees perished in the wild. Thus, this sizable group was quite impressive. As the black bees had mostly emerged, their gathering indicated that the queen bee had likely also made her appearance. LL removed the rope from a nearby sapling and carefully lowered the grass pot, laden with black bees, to hang it on a branch 2 meters away. The grass pot vibrated with the constant fluttering of black bees, enticing other bees to converge. Although the location had changed, it didn't take long for the black bees to find their way back. He crouched before the swarm, observing for a while, and indeed spotted a somewhat agitated, robust queen bee, significantly larger than the ordinary worker bees, crawling across the surface of the swarm before finding a spot to burrow into it. Upon seeing the queen, a wave of joy surged through Luel, for he understood that this colony of black bees had been successfully captured. Subsequently, he climbed back up the tree, armed with a meticulously cleaned invasion knife, and began to slice the honeycombs from within the hive, placing them into the snakeskin pouch slung over his shoulder. To his astonishment, after enduring an entire winter, he discovered 2 intact sections of capped old honey, amounting to perhaps 4 or 5 pounds. What a delightful treasure! In addition, the tree hollow contained numerous aged combs that had begun to darken and yellow, which Luel did not overlook. He harvested every piece of honeycomb from the hive, filling his bag before placing it beneath the tree. After some contemplation, he searched the ground for a suitable stone and used it to seal the entrance through which the bees had been entering and exiting, leaving only a thumb-sized opening. When the swarming season arrived, this would serve as a natural bait for bees. Although the number of bee colonies in these mountains was limited, there remained a chance for a swarm to take residence, be it the northeastern black bees or the Chinese bees, both representing a valuable harvest. Once his task was complete, Luel noted that the number of foraging bees congregating around the colony had dwindled significantly. Without delay, he secured his axe at his waist, gathered the swarm and honeycombs, and briskly made his way back to his burrow. Just as he reached the ridge behind his dwelling, he faintly heard the barking of Yuan Bao, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. Chapter 55. Life or Death. The barking of Yuan Bao unmistakably indicated the approach of a stranger near the underground dwelling. Among those familiar to him, only Chen Xiuqing, Chen Xiuju, Aunt Duan, and Wang Demon remained. LL had allowed Yuan Bao to sniff their scent, ensuring that he would not bite them upon their return. However, there was also Zhou Fangjing, whom LL had not instructed Yuan Bao to remember. Should he return, the dog would still attack. It was essential to maintain a distance and exercise caution towards those who had not yet earned recognition. He quickened his pace towards the underground dwelling, and after a few minutes, he spotted 2 figures standing at a distance on the opposite bank of the river. Gazing at the 4 barking at Yuan Bao, LL recognized them as Li Qingxiang and Zheng San, the same individuals he had encountered on the mountain path behind Shoshan Tun. "Stop barking. If you keep it up, I swear I'll shoot you dead," Li Qingxiang exclaimed angrily, raising his double-barreled shotgun. "I came to find someone, but instead, this damn dog has bitten me and has me all riled up." "Don't." Zheng San quickly pressed down on Li Qingxiang's gun barrel. "I reckon this gentleman also hunts. If you shoot his dog, it would be no exaggeration to say you'd have a mortal enemy." "Mortal enemy?" Li Qingxiang paused, glancing at Yuan Bao, then slowly turned to Zheng San. "If I killed your 2 dogs, wouldn't I be your mortal enemy as well? That's not the same. My 2 dogs deserve to die. Besides, what relation do we have, given how Brother Xiang has cared for my family? Even if you shot a few more of my dogs, I wouldn't hold a grudge, but with others, it might be different. Those are some fine dogs." Zheng San replied with a smile. "It's just a female dog with 3 pups. I assent it. From what I see, the 3 you lost were far superior," Li Qingxiang remarked, clearly lacking understanding of dogs. To him, anything large and strong was formidable. Yuan Bao was a female dog, significantly smaller in stature compared to male dogs, and the 3 pups were still quite young, appearing rather unremarkable, akin to typical guard dogs. However, Zheng San, having learned from a seasoned gunner, possessed a better understanding of dogs. Upon reaching the edge of the underground dwelling and seeing the 4 canines, his heart surged with excitement. In terms of build, bone structure, nose, tail, and paws, each dog exhibited exceptional qualities. If raised properly, they would be extraordinary. What was more crucial was that they were all from the same litter. Their natural blood ties, and having been raised together under their mother's guidance, would foster far superior cooperation compared to dogs sourced from different households. Furthermore, the scars adorning this unassuming female dog testified to her remarkable resilience. Of course, the future of the pups would greatly depend on their subsequent training. Regardless, good dogs were a rarity. Zheng San couldn't help but ponder. If he had a few such excellent dogs, no one would dare harm them. He would fight fiercely to protect them, even against the mightiest of foes. Brother Xiang, discerning the worth of dogs is an art. According to the wisdom passed down from that old gunner, these dogs are indeed a rare find. Zhang Xin enviously remarked, moreover, this dog has been well trained and exhibits remarkable intelligence. Just now, as we changed locations, it consistently maintained a 30-meter radius around this burrow. I assure you, anyone daring enough to encroach upon that 30-meter zone would undoubtedly be bitten. Outside, it poses no threat. Such an impressive dog. Why don't we purchase a few? Li Qingxiang expressed interest. Zhang Xin had been searching for dogs for several days. Decent ones were not for sale, and those available did not meet his standards, causing him considerable frustration. If the owner hunts, he would never part with such a dog. Zhang Xin shook his head. Not for sale? Is there a dog that money can't buy? Do you think this is the celestial dog of Erlingshan? Li Qingxiang inquired. I could throw 300 yuan at him, and he would eagerly deliver it to me. Anyone living in this mountain area, struggling to get by, would surely be tempted by money. Brother Xiang, even if you offered 1,000, they might still refuse. Don't forget, he just killed a bear. The gall alone could fetch 700 or 800, plus the bear skin. That easily exceeds 1,000. 300 is substantial, but they might not value it. Zhang San continued, if I had a few good dogs, even for 1,000, I wouldn't sell them. A well-trained dog means money in the mountains. For hunters, a good dog is akin to life itself. Zhang San chuckled, some things cannot simply be bought with money. Moreover, even with 1,000, once you've purchased a gun, you might find it hard to part with such an amount. Listening to this, Li Qingxiang furrowed his brow, contemplating, and asked, are they truly exceptional dogs? You won't find any that compare. They are far superior to the dogs we encountered before, Zhang Xin asserted confidently. Li Qingxiang glanced around. Then let us devise a plan to take them directly. Once they are in our possession, the owner will have no chance of reclaiming them. Also, since he just killed a bear, he likely has bear gall and fur that he could sell for cash. Let's gather everything valuable and act swiftly, without drawing attention. He won't even know who to approach for help. Suddenly, he spotted Luel descending from the hillside, and promptly fell silent. Yuan Bao, upon seeing Luel, immediately ceased barking and affectionately approached him, circling around. Brother, we've been waiting for you. Li Qingxiang momentarily paused, unconcerned whether Luel had overheard their previous conversation, and casually waved to greet him while preparing to cross over to the burrow. Unexpectedly, as he moved, Yuan Bao quickly turned back, positioning itself across the river, no longer barking but growling softly. The three pups followed suit with the same reaction. Brother, could you please call off the dog so we can come over? Li Qingxiang was once again startled by Yuan Bao and withdrew his foot from the stepping stones in the river. Luel wore a grim expression and did not spare him a glance, focusing instead on hanging a grass pot lid on a small tree beside the burrow. From the moment he saw Li Qingxiang raise his gun as if to threaten Yuan Bao, Luel had no intention of associating with such a person. What is this nonsense? A demeanor of confidence, as if holding dominion over the world with a single firearm. Such individuals are destined to encounter misfortune. My apologies. But I am rather occupied today and cannot entertain you. I kindly ask you to leave. LL, with a brusque tone, uttered these words and then selected the first beehive he had retrieved from the cellar, glancing around before relocating it to a sunlit slope on the right side of the cellar where the trees were sparse. This area, sheltered from the wind and basking in sunlight, was an ideal spot for the beehive. Gentlemen, is this truly necessary? I merely arrived in Xioshan Tun a few days ago, hearing tales of your valiant deed in slaying a formidable bear with an axe. I sought to make your acquaintance, and this is why I have come, Li Qingxiang retorted. Feeling the sting of LL's dismissive words, his tone growing increasingly harsh. LL turned, casting a glance at Li Qingxiang. I have no desire to know you. He then pivoted and returned to the cellar, retrieving a hoe before heading back to the slope, preparing to level the ground for the beehive. Li Qingxiang's gaze followed LL. He had never encountered such an ungrateful person. Was it merely a stroke of luck that he had slain a bear, thus rendering him so arrogant? Were it not for some semblance of skill, would he truly expect me to venture into this desolate ravine? The audacity was astounding. LL's icy remarks were more than Li Qingxiang could bear, his irritation mounting. Meanwhile, Zhang San observed with amusement, accustomed to Li Qingxiang's brashness. It was rare to witness him being put in his place. What audacity you possess to utter such words. Or perhaps, by granting others respect, you believe yourself exempt from it. Hearing this, even with decades of composure, LL felt a surge of anger. Were you not just eager to strike my dog? Did you not covet my dog? Were you not scheming against my possessions in the cellar? Go ahead, make a move. LL produced his slingshot. deliberately stepping forward to pause beside a large tree, ready to evade any sudden movements. This distance placed him well within the effective range of his slingshot. Such individuals are often unpredictable. In these times, incidents involving gun violence are all too common, and one must remain vigilant. With an impassive demeanor, LL grasped 3 clay pellets, one already nestled in the pouch of his slingshot. The dog he would fight to the death for against the bear was not to be coveted by others. Should you dare harm it in the slightest, it would be either your demise or mine. LL's tone was chilling. Chapter 56. True fire confronted with such an unreasonable and brazen individual. Any hint of weakness would only be perceived as an invitation for further bullying, escalating the situation beyond control. This was the second encounter for LL, who had previously perceived his opponent as arrogant and disdainful. From a distance, he observed the man brandishing weapons recklessly, embodying a demeanor of unrestrained arrogance. Engaging in rational discourse with such a person would be utterly futile. As the saying goes, evil begets evil. To confront malevolence, one must often resort to even greater malevolence. Li Qingxiang gazed at LL, scratching his head before bursting into laughter. Zhang-san, do you think I grew up being intimidated? Zhang-san glanced between LL and Li Qingxiang and chuckled in response. Of course not. As he spoke, he discreetly shifted a couple of steps aside, creating some distance. Yet today, someone dared to intimidate him with a slingshot, as though the expensive double-barrel shotgun he had painstakingly acquired was merely a toy. At this point, Li Qingxiang's expression darkened, and he bellowed at LL. I swear I will take down this dog today. What do you intend to do about it? No sooner had he finished speaking than he raised his gun to his face. However, LL, having anticipated his movement, was quicker on the draw. With a firm grip on the slingshot, he pulled the elastic tight, and with a sharp snap, the projectile flew towards Li Qingxiang's left wrist, where he was lifting his gun. The use of a slingshot, when mastered, becomes an instinctive skill, characterized by remarkable precision rather than a slow aim. LL had already attained a high level of proficiency in his previous life, and the recent practice had honed his skills further, especially with the agile and swift movements required to target small creatures like hares. As Li Qingxiang prepared to fire, LL was determined not to let him succeed. He appeared to casually release the mud pellet, yet it soared directly towards Li Qingxiang's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Li Qingxiang, underestimating LL's resolve, acted provocatively, his movements lacking urgency. Moreover, the double-barrel shotgun, loaded with a single round, would recoil significantly upon firing, if not gripped tightly. It would affect his aim and could even injure him. Consequently, he faltered momentarily. The seemingly innocuous mud pellet was far from trivial. Capable of taking down rabbits and game birds, a strike to the wrist would inflict excruciating pain. Instinctively, Li Qingxiang dropped the shotgun, clutching his throbbing wrist and howling in agony, cursing, "Damn you." Before he could complete his expletive, LL struck again, sending another pellet crashing against his head, followed swiftly by a second impact to his face. LL's rapid succession of shots left Li Qingxiang reeling, unable to articulate his fury amidst the pain. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Li Qingxiang caught sight of a nimble yellow figure dashing towards him. It was Yuanbao, responding to the sound of LL's slingshot. It bounded across the small river, lunging at Li Qingxiang with the intent to bite. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Qingxiang was instantly engulfed in panic. As he faced the imminent threat of being bitten, he disregarded the pain coursing through his body and the gun he had dropped on the ground, turning to flee. However, Yuanbao was already within striking distance. With that swift turn, Li Qingxiang felt a sharp bite on his rear, as Yuanbao clamped down and tugged fiercely. With a cry of anguish, Li Qingxiang flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to fend off Yuanbao. Noticing that the dog showed no signs of retreat, he screamed in terror, "Zhang-san, save me." Zhang-san, being well-versed in canine behavior, understood all too well the ferocity of the large dog. The distinction between a mere fighter and one capable of confronting a bear was no exaggeration. Attempting to confront such a formidable beast with bare hands was nothing short of folly. When he previously spoke of Yuanbao's mother, he had indeed been truthful. Yet he harbored a notion to incite Li Qingxiang's reckless behavior intentionally. Engaging with a creature bold enough to confront a bear wielding an axe would not yield favorable outcomes. He secretly hoped for Li Qingxiang to act increasingly rashly. Thus, even if Luel did not return, the aftermath would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for Li Qingxiang. However, just as Li Qingxiang prepared to execute his dubious intentions, Luel returned. The words exchanged between the two had been devoid of any concealment. Zhang Sen was confident that Luel had overheard everything clearly. Consequently, upon witnessing Lu El's grim demeanor, far removed from the amiable nature he displayed during their previous encounter at Xiushantan, Zhang San sensed an impending spectacle. He had not forgotten the incident from a few days prior when his dog had been slain. While he was reluctant to take matters into his own hands, he recognized the potential to incite chaos through others. Indeed, as the two men met, the tension ignited almost instantaneously. While they clashed verbally, Zhang San strategically stepped back, fully aware that the show had begun. Yet, he was unprepared for Lu El's decisive nature and his remarkable skill with a slingshot. As Yuan Bao lunged forward, Lu El, anticipating the attack, swiftly turned to flee. However, upon hearing Li Qingxiang's cries for help, he hesitated. If he did not return to assist, he would likely find himself unable to navigate the forest in the future, and Li Qingxiang would assuredly seek retribution, potentially escalating the situation to a grave extent. Considering these factors, he reluctantly drew the dagger from his waist and, steeling himself, charged at Yuan Bao, who was still clinging to Li Qingxiang's backside. Upon noticing Zhang San approaching with a knife, Yuan Bao finally released Li Qingxiang, leaping aside to bark furiously at Zhang San, poised to pounce. Faced with Yuan Bao, Zhang San felt a surge of anxiety. Observing the scars on Yuan Bao's body, he realized this was an experienced hunting dog, likely to be a formidable opponent. Thus, as Yuan Bao lunged towards him, Zhang San frantically slashed with his knife, attempting to thwart the dog's advance. Yet, with a resounding crack, a bullet struck Zhang San squarely in the face, causing him to yelp in pain. With Yuan Bao on one side and Lu El on the other, the assault was relentless. And he recognized the genuine fury emanating from Lu El. He could no longer concern himself with anything else. Turning on his heel, he fled. The mudman still had a spark of anger left, let alone Lu El, who was truly incensed this time. The audacity to target Yuan Bao and to tamper with his own possessions was unacceptable. The fact that these two had even contemplated killing Yuan Bao in his presence was beyond reproach. The use of firearms was utterly intolerable. It was a formidable weapon, a lethal instrument, embodying an irreconcilable enmity. The individual known as Zhang San was undoubtedly of no commendable character. Lu El, positioned on the hillside behind the subterranean dwelling, discerned the situation clearly. Having lived for several decades and witnessed numerous scenes, he could unmistakably perceive Zhang San's fervent instigation, with every gesture revealing the underlying truth. Thus, he unleashed his slingshot with ruthless precision, aiming directly for the heads of the two men, hoping to eliminate them entirely. Given their temperament, they were not the type to relent easily. Rather than live in fear of potential reprisals, it would be wiser to extinguish their existence completely, ensuring no future threats. Disposing of their bodies in these remote mountains would mean that within a single night, famished beasts would consume the remains, leaving no trace of the perpetrator. Observing the two men fleeing desperately from Yuan Bao, Lu El refused to relent and pursued them without hesitation. After deftly crossing a stream and navigating a narrow path, his gaze fell upon a double-barreled shotgun lying on the ground. Chapter 57, Anger and Reason. Lu LV retrieved the firearm, opened it, and found it well stocked with 2 rounds of ammunition, one for each of them. Unlike a slingshot, which requires precision to strike the vulnerable areas of the skull, this gun was a different matter altogether. A well-aimed shot would be fatal, rendering survival nearly impossible. With a resolute heart, Lu LV seized the weapon and sprinted outside. It must be said, being pursued by a dog can indeed unleash unprecedented reserves of energy. Not only Zhang San, but even Li Qingxiang, who had just been bitten by Yuan Bao, was running with remarkable speed. They had no choice but to flee. In their haste, the two glanced back, only to see Lu LV brandishing a double-barreled shotgun. They were all too aware of the devastating power of the slugs within. A person driven to the brink of fury cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Neither dared to test whether Lu LV would actually pull the trigger. A single shot could mean the end of their lives. Coupled with the relentless pursuit of the formidable dog, all they could do was run, without a moment's hesitation, desperately fleeing. Zhang San, armed with a knife, had some experience from hunting and dealing with dogs, allowing him to outrun Li Qingxiang. He had no time to spare for Li Qingxiang. His own life was at stake. The bullet aimed at his head spoke volumes. It was clear that Lu LV was intent on causing him serious harm. Thus, Li Qingxiang became the primary target for Yuan Bao's relentless pursuit. The two fled wildly, navigating their path with reckless abandon, particularly Li Qingxiang. He was repeatedly caught by Yuan Bao, who seized fragments of his clothing and flesh, howling in agony as he ran. Unable to escape, He charged forward without regard for his safety, squeezing through any gap and leaping over any obstacle, tumbling and rolling several times. His large stature transformed him into a wild boar, heedless of the branches and thorns that tore at his bloodied skin. For a moment, Yuan Bao was unable to restrain him. Lu Lv pursued fervently but found it difficult to close the distance between them. In fact, he fell further behind. While he was in pursuit, he instinctively could not match Li Qingxiang's reckless abandon, opting instead to navigate around the numerous obstacles. He wished he could simply raise his gun and shoot, but his only experience was with a semi-automatic rifle during his time with the farm auxiliary team. He had also dabbled in firearms while collecting mountain goods in northeast China, but since the prohibition on guns, he had not touched one in years. Although he had some proficiency back then, decades of disuse had dulled his skills, and holding a firearm again did not evoke the familiarity he once felt with a slingshot. At this distance, while aiming at a stationary target might be feasible, hitting a moving one, especially two sizable men darting through the trees, seemed highly uncertain. The paths they took were erratic, obscured by foliage. To eliminate them, he needed to close the gap as much as possible. From the cellar to the main road outside was merely 700 or 800 meters. The frantic dash of several robust men was merely a fleeting affair. After a brief chase, they swiftly reached the edge of the forest. Li Qingxiang and Zheng San had driven over from Liangzi Forest Farm that afternoon. They first arrived at Xiushantan, this time cautious not to block the road indiscriminately, opting for a spacious spot to park before meandering through the village. Under the pretense of purchasing a dog, Li Qingxiang's true intention was to casually loiter near Chen Xiuyu's doorstep, hoping for a chance glance or perhaps a few words of banter. However, after lingering by Chen Xiuyu's home, aside from spotting Chen Shiqing out for a stroll, he found no sign of Chen Xiuyu. Inquiring with locals, he learned that she had already gone to work in the fields. Reluctantly, he called Zheng San to turn back. Recalling the last encounter with the bear-chopping LLY, Li Qingxiang hesitated to return, instead asking for directions and driving back to the main road outside LLY's abode in the woods. It was at that moment, as he was hastily pursued by LLY and Yuan Bao, that he spotted the car, appearing to him like a lifeline. Once inside the driver's seat, he would no longer fear the dog's bite. Once the engine roared to life, he could evade LLY. Thus, without a second thought, they raced to the passenger side door as they reached the forest's edge. Zhang San arrived first, flinging the door open and diving inside. Li Qingxiang closely followed. But Zheng San inadvertently blocked his entry. At that moment, Yuan Bao lunged once more, sinking its teeth into Li Qingxiang's rear, eliciting a painful yelp. Yet, already at the door, with one foot on the step, he was singularly focused on getting inside. In a burst of determination, he shoved Zheng San toward the driver's seat, while simultaneously dragging along the hefty Yuan Bao, still latched onto him. Finally, he awkwardly maneuvered into the passenger's seat, with Yuan Bao still clinging to his backside. Ignoring the pain, he kicked backward, and upon receiving a kick, Yuan Bao had no choice but to relinquish its grip and tumble outside. Just as it regained its footing to pounce again, Li Qingxiang slammed the door shut with a resounding thud and shouted, "Drive." Without needing further prompting, Zheng San was already preoccupied with starting the engine. Perhaps out of nerves, he fumbled the keys twice, failing to ignite the vehicle. The more anxious they became, the more precarious the situation appeared. Fortunately, on the third attempt, the engine finally roared to life. At that moment, LLY had also reached the edge of the forest, a mere 20 meters away, witnessing the car successfully starting and beginning to move. He immediately halted, leveling his gun at the front tire, intending to force the vehicle to stop. However, despite his fury, he retained a semblance of reason, after all. He was a man with experience. He understood that today he could not do much to them. Quite simply, they had already taken refuge inside the car. Even if he succeeded in shooting out a tire to halt their escape, and used another bullet to take down one of them, there would still be another left. Engaging in a struggle? That was still an ideal scenario. Moreover, this is on the main road leading in and out of Xiushantan. Those are two living individuals, desperately fleeing, not completely devoid of the ability to resist, nor are they merely waiting for death. Along the road, people from both inside and outside the village traverse frequently. The exact number who might have witnessed this vehicle remains unknown. However, one thing is certain. There are certainly those who could conceive or even know that they have gone to their own grave. Not to mention the slim chance of eliminating both individuals in one fell swoop. Even if they were to be killed here, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort, and various traces would be difficult to conceal, with the potential risk of being seen by others. Even in the absence of witnesses, their deaths would inevitably cast suspicion upon him. One must not underestimate the capabilities of the public security forces in this era. Although they may be understaffed, that does not equate to a lack of ability. Ming understood that should he proceed with such an act, he would likely face one of two outcomes, either imprisonment or a life on the run. His original intention to return to the mountains of Khingan would become unattainable. These two individuals must perish. However, for their demise, it must occur far removed from here, not in this moment or place. He needed to find an opportunity to completely eliminate any suspicion. In a matter of 2 or 3 hurried breaths, Ming contemplated many scenarios. Ultimately, he raised his gun to his face, aimed at the front tire, adjusted his aim upward, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet shattered the side window and windshield of the passenger seat. The vehicle swerved erratically for a moment before regaining its composure and speeding away. Ming watched the white spray-painted words Bright River Forest Farm on the side of the truck until it disappeared into the distance. Chapter 58. The flowering rear. This shot served as both a deterrent and a warning. Luell aimed to convey the consequences of daring to return to this place. The Liangzi River Forestry Farm. He silently repeated the name, murmuring to himself, quite a distance, and the mountains loom large. They might as well await their demise there. With Li Qingxiang in such a grievous state from the dog bite, it would likely take at least 2 or 3 months before he could rise from his bed. In the short term, there was no need for excessive concern. As for the double-barreled shotgun, Luell welcomed it without hesitation. He felt no anxiety about anyone coming to claim the weapon. On the contrary, he embraced the idea. Such matters ought to be made widely known, for his rationale would stand firm. This would also serve as a cautionary tale for those who coveted Li Qingxiang's possessions, allowing them to ponder the repercussions in their hearts. As for whether Li Qingxiang's family would respond with subtlety or aggression, that remained to be seen. Whose life is not precious? Who fears whom? Zhang San drove the car at breakneck speed, not daring to pause even for a moment. He had genuinely been frightened today, particularly by the shot fired by Luell. Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing Li Qingxiang's brutal mauling by the dog. It was utterly gratifying. The weather was clear, though the temperature was not high, and most people still donned their cotton jackets and trousers. At this moment, the cotton clothing on Li Qingxiang's rear was nearly torn to shreds, leaving much of his backside exposed. A casual glance revealed the gruesome sight of mangled flesh, with chunks of meat still dangling from torn skin. Truly a horrifying spectacle. What a dog adept at such brutal acts. Zhang San felt a chill run down his own backside as he observed the gruesome scene. This was perhaps a testament to humanity's advantage. With a substantial posterior, the vulnerable area was well concealed when standing. Had a beast endured such an ordeal, its intestines would likely have been violently torn out, leading to a swift demise. What is that foul odor permeating the car? Zhang San frowned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Li Qingxiang, who was awkwardly writhing in pain beside him. He noted a stream of blood flowing onto the passenger seat, staining the rubber mats scattered with shards of glass. So much blood. No, it seemed Li Qingxiang's trousers were significantly dampened. He must have been so frightened that he wet himself. Zhang San had never seen Li Qingxiang in such a cowardly state. Witnessing this scene, the pent-up frustrations from his past grievances and the anger from the recent killing of the dog were alleviated, leaving him feeling remarkably refreshed. He silently mused, truly, a formidable individual capable of splitting bears with an axe. Yes, today this enmity has been forged. One must never return to this place. Hang in there. Brother Xiang, I'm taking you to the hospital. Faced with such a situation, Zhang San dared not be careless. If anything were to happen to Li Qingxiang, it would not be a trivial matter, and he would undoubtedly share in the consequences. After a bumpy hour along the mountain road, they finally arrived at the hospital entrance in the Nanchai district. As soon as the vehicle came to a stop, he disregarded the unpleasant odor and lifted Li Qingxiang onto his back, rushing into the hospital while shouting, "Doctor! Doctor! Come quickly! A life is at stake." Upon hearing the commotion, several doctors rushed out, and upon seeing Li Qingxiang covered in blood, especially noting the grievous state of his backside, their expressions turned peculiar. "What happened here?" one doctor inquired. "I was bitten by a dog. Hurry, I've bled profusely. I need help," Zhang San urged. The doctors swiftly sprang into action, promptly arranging for Li Qingxiang to be taken into the operating room. Given the severe injury to his posterior, stitching and mending would require no less than dozens of stitches. This was no trivial procedure. While Li Qingxiang was receiving treatment, Zhang San hastily exited the hospital. Such matters couldn't be concealed, nor should they be. It was best to inform Li Qingxiang's family as quickly as possible. His father was the director of the forest farm, but their residence was in a more accessible area, only a 6 to 7 minute walk from the hospital. Before long, Li Qingxiang's parents, accompanied by Zhang San, arrived at the hospital in a state of anxious urgency. The surgery was still underway, and the three of them paced restlessly at the entrance. Meanwhile, Luel led Yuan Bao to reunite with the three young dogs along the way and return to the underground dwelling. After resting for a while, he proceeded to the gentle slope where he intended to place the beehives. Grasping a hoe, he cleared the weeds by the tree, cut several wooden stakes, and nailed them to a large tree to create a triangular support upon which he would set the beehive. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the temperature would soon begin to drop. On the freshly cut honeycombs, there were large clusters of bee pupae and pollen that needed to be processed quickly. They had to be divided and secured onto foundation strips crafted from wooden pieces and placed within the beehive. The black bees needed to be sheltered promptly, otherwise, the pupae and larvae could easily perish in the cold, leading to a significant waste. After approximately half an hour, the honeycombs were secured and placed into the beehive. Luel, carrying the black bees suspended from the grass cover, approached the hive and gently scooped the bees, placing them atop the honeycombs inside. He watched intently, and upon seeing the queen bee enter the hive, he swiftly covered it. The fate of a bee colony hinges on the queen. Any rough handling could provoke stings from the bees, and if he were to inadvertently harm the queen, it would be a grave misstep, especially since rearing a new queen would be challenging at this time. The queen was quite robust and sizable. Luel was confident that once settled, the colony would flourish rapidly. As for the remaining bees on the grass cover, he refrained from further collection and instead placed the cover at the entrance of the hive. Influenced by the queen's pheromones, the black bees would soon enter the hive through the entrance. After waiting for a few minutes and observing the bees steadily streaming into the hive, he decided to leave. Back in the underground dwelling, Luel retrieved the honeycombs he had brought back, cleaned off the debris, and cut them into pieces, filling 2 large wooden bowls to the brim. He broke off a piece and placed it in his mouth, savoring the delightful sweetness, albeit with a hint of cloying richness. As for the remaining old, darkened honeycombs and the fragments of repaired honeycombs, he found a bag to store them, preparing to retrieve the beehives mentioned by Chen Shoqing after some time, in order to extract beeswax alongside the collected combs, which is indeed a valuable substance. Li Qingxiang was wheeled out from the operating room and placed on his hospital bed. After the doctor administered an intravenous drip, Li Qingxiang's parents, Li Jianmin and Kong Shufan, approached his bedside, gazing at him, swathed in bandages like a zongzi. Li Jianmin's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, while Kong Shufan stifled her cries, tears streaming down her cheeks like large beads. "Doctor, how serious are my child's injuries?" Li Jianmin asked anxiously. "It is somewhat severe, but fortunately, most of the injuries are superficial. There is little damage to the muscles or bones. With some time for recovery, he should be fine," the doctor replied succinctly before turning to leave, pausing at the door to say, "Please settle the hospital fees." Li Jianmin nodded and stepped out to pay. Upon returning, he found his wife weeping uncontrollably at the bedside. He turned to the now conscious Li Qingxiang. "How did you end up bitten by a dog like this? Who did this to you?" Li Qingxiang remained silent, the pain intensifying as the anesthesia wore off, leaving him pale and trembling. Recollections of the previous events haunted him like a nightmare, too dreadful to mention. Noticing Li Qingxiang's silence, Li Jianmin turned to Zhang San. "You speak." In that moment of reckless bravado, he had previously relished the idea of escalating the situation while in the underground of El Ludi, but now, under Li Jianmin's scrutiny, a wave of fear washed over him. He looked at Li Qingxiang. "Brother Xiang, I'm just telling the truth. Please don't hold it against me. This is a matter of personal enmity. Such things can lead to fatal consequences." Chapter 59. From Childhood to Adulthood, Unresolved Grudges? A life at stake? Has the situation escalated to such a grave extent? Upon hearing Zhang San's words, Li Jianmin was instantly taken aback. Even Kong Shufan, who was sobbing nearby, felt a chill run down her spine and looked over anxiously. Zhang San understood that honesty was the only way forward in such matters. Li Qingxiang, being a reckless individual, had sustained significant injuries and was undoubtedly shaken. However, there was no telling whether he would still harbor thoughts of revenge once he recovered. At that point, it was highly likely he would involve Zhang San as well. Fortunately, the man had only wielded a slingshot. Had he possessed a firearm, it was probable that the outcome would have been disastrous. A grudge had been formed, and to provoke that man again would be tantamount to courting death. Zhang San was resolutely averse to provoking LL, yet he did not wish to be ostracized by Li Qingxiang and his family. Noticing Li Qingxiang turn his head away, Zhang San immediately recounted the entire saga, from the initial confrontation to how he had unwittingly entangled himself with LL, including the moment he was chased by LL and his dog, and the subsequent tragic fate of his own dog, which had been blown up by firecrackers and shot by Li Qingxiang. The essence of his message was clear: your son is a reckless fool, and I am equally a victim in this scenario. After hearing this, Li Jianmin's expression darkened. Why didn't you try to stop him? Uncle, with Xiang Ji's temper, even if I wanted to intervene, I wouldn't have been able to, Zhang San replied, feeling utterly helpless. If he were truly capable of restraining Li Qingxiang, he wouldn't have endured so much humiliation. Li Jianmin, infuriated, paced back and forth in the hospital room with his hands on his hips. As the forest manager, he spent considerable time at the logging site every autumn and throughout the winter, while also managing tree replanting, planning, and other responsibilities. His workload was no small feat. He had indeed neglected his son's upbringing and felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. However, he was no stranger to the mountain folk and their ways, particularly the hunter's code. He understood all too well that Li Qingxiang's survival was merely a stroke of luck. The more he reflected on his son's usual behavior, the angrier he became. Casting an accusing glare at the injured Li Qingxiang lying on the hospital bed, he erupted. How did I end up raising such a worthless wretch? How fortunate it is that you weren't killed out there today. It would have saved me a great deal of worry. No sooner had he finished speaking than he kicked Li Qingxiang's thigh with considerable force. Despite his scholarly appearance in a Zhongshan suit and glasses, Li Jianmin was quite robust, and the fury behind that kick was palpable. Li Qingxiang immediately cried out in pain, his body jolting, causing the recently stitched wound to reopen, especially on his backside, where blood began to seep through the bandages. Observing this, Kong Shufan hastily positioned herself in front of Li Jianmin, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting your son? Is his injury not severe enough for you? Your son has been harmed to this extent, and instead of seeking justice, you take it out on him? What kind of father are you? Seek justice?" Li Jianmin glared fiercely at Kong Shufan. "How dare you speak of seeking justice?" Kong Shufan, filled with indignation, shouted fiercely, "My son merely spoke without intention. He did not truly steal his dog, nor did he take his bear bile, or even harm his dog. Instead, it was he who unleashed the dog to inflict such injury. How can he shamelessly seek retribution? This scoundrel, maliciously setting his dog upon others and daring to wield a firearm, deserves to be imprisoned, ideally for a lifetime." With an abrupt motion, Li Jianmin delivered a resounding slap across her face. The blow was heavy, catching Kong Shufan completely off guard, causing her to stumble and collapse onto the adjacent hospital bed. Blood soon trickling from the corner of her mouth. She clutched her stinging right cheek, utterly bewildered. After years of marriage to Li Jianmin, although they occasionally quarreled, he had never laid a hand on her before. Yet today, he struck with such ferocity. She had never witnessed him in such a state of rage. Li Jianmin pointed an accusatory finger at her, bellowing, "You still defend him? You still protect this worthless wretch? His current predicament is entirely your doing. Are you unaware of how spoiled he has become under your indulgence? When he was young and misbehaved, I wanted to discipline him. But you insisted he was just a child and didn't understand. Fine, I let that go. As he grew older and continued to err, you still prevented me from disciplining him, claiming that everyone makes mistakes, that it's no great matter, threatening divorce if I dared to strike him. You have coddled him mercilessly. My obligations keep me busy, and I relied on you to instill some semblance of discipline. But look what you have nurtured. Does he even comprehend the severity of his actions? Has he ever bowed his head in remorse for his misdeeds? Do you realize how many people he has bullied? Out of respect for me, they merely inform you without causing a scene, and you truly believe nothing is amiss? From childhood to adulthood, I have repeatedly warned you. Yet you have not heeded my words. You continue to protect him. Whatever he desires, you provide. If he wants a gun, you buy him one. Do you understand? That is a firearm, not a toy, a thing that can take a life in an instant. He may not have harmed anyone's dog, but that is only because someone intervened in time. Have you not heard Zhang San speak of how this reckless youth has killed dogs? Did you not hear him boast of shooting people? If he now dares to shoot at a dog, he will surely escalate to shooting at a person. Do you wish to wait until this wretch returns to you as a lifeless corpse before you are satisfied? Seeing Li Qingxiang in such a deplorable state, Li Jianmin felt both urgency and sorrow. Yet he understood the gravity of the situation. Having risen to the position of a forest manager, He had encountered numerous individuals and faced many scenarios. While his anger was palpable, he maintained his composure. His apparent scolding was, in truth, a lesson, more than merely directed at his wife. It was aimed at Li Qingxiang as well. However, Kong Shufan, just struck, had never truly absorbed his words, and now, how could she? Particularly in this hospital room, with Zhang San standing nearby, along with other family members of patients drawn in by the commotion and the hurried arrival of doctors. The doorway was soon congested to the point of being impassable. Being struck and berated in front of so many, she felt a profound sense of humiliation. She slowly rose to her feet, her eyes fixed intensely on Li Jianmin. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she suddenly burst into laughter. You dare to strike me? You actually hit me in front of so many witnesses. All for the sake of defending a man whose dog harmed his own son. I have never encountered such a cowardly man as you, she bluntly declared. Let me be frank, Li Jianmin. If you do not provide a satisfactory resolution for your son, I will take my own life as a demonstration. You have one day, just one day, for I cannot endure this life any longer. With that, she forcefully shoved Li Jianmin aside and strode toward the hospital room's entrance. The crowd blocking the door, witnessing her fervor, dared not impede her and quickly stepped aside. Thus, Kong Shufan walked away, tears streaming down her face. Li Jianmin, observing this, felt increasingly distressed, raking his fingers through his hair as he paced the room. His gaze fell upon Li Qingxiang, who lay silently on the hospital bed, feigning unconsciousness. Anger surged within him, and he advanced towards Li Qingxiang, delivering another kick in frustration. As the director of a forestry station, and with his roots firmly planted in this area, he was well known among many present. Among the onlookers were several acquaintances. Initially, they refrained from intervening in what seemed a private family matter, but as the situation deteriorated, someone could no longer stand by. They rushed in, seizing Li Jianmin and pulling him aside. Old Li, cease this at once. The boy has suffered enough. Trust that this lesson will prompt him to amend his ways. You must hurry and check on Shufan. Do not allow her to do something foolish. This advice struck Li Jianmin like a thunderclap. He suddenly recalled Kong Shufan's words, particularly the part about her taking her own life. Her expression had been truly alarming. Panic surged within him as he broke free from the grasp of the bystander and hurriedly pursued her outside. Chapter 60. Extracting the Essence. Zhang San, standing awkwardly to the side, was utterly taken aback by the turmoil his candid words had incited within the family, especially upon catching a glimpse of Li Qingxiang's venomous gaze. He felt an involuntary wave of panic wash over him. This wretched fellow, you were already terrified, yet you still failed to learn from your mistakes? Recognizing that look in his eyes, Zhang San understood that he had certainly earned a place on the list of grievances. After a moment of contemplation, a realization dawned upon him. He retrieved the 200 yuan that Li Qingxiang had previously given him to buy a dog, placing it beneath his pillow. Brother Xiang, this is the money for the dog, untouched. I've placed it under the pillow for you. I understand that my honesty earlier must have irked you. If you choose to harbor resentment, so be it. I am no match for your family. I am merely a rustic fellow possessing a bit of brute strength, lacking in any significant prowess. Some matters are truly beyond my capacity. Consider it a situation I cannot aspire to. With that, he turned to leave, but paused at the door, casting a lingering glance at Li Qingxiang and taking a deep breath. As a former friend, though perhaps friends is too strong a term, I still advise you, heed Uncle Li's counsel and reconsider your actions. Do not seek further trouble with that man. It would be best if you even kept your distance from Xiushantan. It could cost you dearly. Without waiting for a response, he departed. His mind now preoccupied with how to explain the situation to his father, as well as how to address the formidable man in the mountains. That intimidating presence loomed over him like an axe poised to fall at any moment. After dinner, LL made his way to the beehive and discovered that the black bees had all returned to their hive. A few stragglers emerged from the entrance, circling around the hive before re-entering, while others veered off into the forest after a brief flight. This suggested that the swarm was stabilizing and recognizing its new home. However, the possibility of scout bees venturing out to seek a new hive could not be dismissed. After all, the smoke used to collect the bees had undoubtedly disturbed them, and the hive frames had absorbed some of the scent from the mugwort smoke. Nevertheless, by the following morning, he would be able to assess the comings and goings of the black bees to determine whether they would remain. He retrieved the grass cover from the cellar, contemplated briefly, and then wrapped the half-dry copper container in cloth, keeping it close to him. He then headed into the cellar to remove the bare skin. returning it to the cellar where he secured it against the wooden walls with nails, tightening it against the small holes that had previously been stretched and dried. Inside the cellar, the frequent fires had dissipated most of the moisture, rendering it warmer than the space with the bearskins, albeit with slightly poor ventilation. However, this was merely a temporary arrangement, and no significant issues were anticipated. While LL had no desire to fuss over it, he recognized its value. As for the small pieces of gray dog skin, rabbit fur, and pheasant feathers inside the bearskin, they were of little concern. He planned to step outside. Given the events of the day, it was prudent to remain cautious. Who knew if anyone would come by while he was away? After feeding Yuan Bao and the 3 puppy dogs some bear meat, LL took the lantern, grasped his double-barreled shotgun, and secured an axe onto his belt. He coiled the slingshot and tucked it into his pocket. Once adequately prepared, he exited the underground room, locked the small door, and addressed Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao. It has been a long while since you've visited Xiushantan. Let me take you there. From this day forth, Yuan Bao would remain by his side, serving as an excellent early warning system. Yuan Bao emerged from its nest, stretched lazily, and followed LL's footsteps. The 3 puppies swiftly bounded out to join them. LL was still pondering the water dog he had seen earlier that day. He intended to inquire with Chan Shoqing about the availability of wooden traps. While LL could construct such traps himself, requiring only a strong spring, he preferred to use wood to ensure the integrity of the fur. The hide of a water dog is indeed precious. One must capture its essence. As LL walked at a steady pace, Yuan Bao stayed close to his side, followed by Bai Long, Heihu, and Hua Bao, frolicking and playing. On ordinary days, LL often teased them, and the little ones had come to recognize their names. At the sound of his call, they would rush over immediately. The sight of 1 man and 4 dogs against the backdrop of the setting sun was undeniably heartwarming. Unexpectedly, as LL emerged from the forest onto the main road, Yuan Bao suddenly barked ahead. Someone was approaching. LL gently patted Yuan Bao and cautiously continued forward, soon spotting 2 figures coming toward him. He immediately recognized them as Chun Weiguo, the village chief of Xiushantan, and Zhang Xiaofeng, the director of village security. What brought them here? With a slight furrow of his brow, LL approached. Chief, Director, what brings you out here? Hey there, how did you recognize us? It seems we haven't met before. Chen Weiguo replied, somewhat taken aback. Not having met does not imply unfamiliarity. I have been to the village a few times and have heard of you both. I have long wanted to find an opportunity to pay a visit. But suitable moments have eluded me, LL smiled. What need is there for an opportunity? If you truly wish to come, you would have done so already. Chen Weiguo chuckled, though his words carried an underlying tone. Or do you think little of us? LL discerned the implication. They were subtly reproaching him for residing near Xiushantan without extending greetings. To engage normally with the village, one must navigate the dynamics with the village chief and the director of security, who were the principal figures in the community. Securing a place within the village would depend heavily on their endorsement. However, LL was undeterred. He replied with a smile. Chief, you jest. I have only recently settled in Xiushantan, and with so little to my name. I have been preoccupied with finding a place to stay and ensuring I do not go hungry. I assure you, I harbor no such thoughts. Furthermore, since the purpose is to pay a visit, one cannot simply arrive empty-handed. It is only fitting to bring some money and perhaps a fine bottle of wine. Wouldn't you agree? This sentiment not only seems reasonable, but also portrays LL as quite considerate. Indeed, the previously wary expressions on Chun Weiguo and Zhang Xiaofeng's faces softened considerably. In truth, LL had long contemplated meeting the two, but his hesitation stemmed from Chun Weiguo's untrustworthiness. He often boasted about his fairness in handling matters, yet in reality, he was nothing more than a sycophant. When disputes arose, his judgments were influenced solely by who could provide him with greater benefits, and he had been known to clandestinely manipulate situations, distorting truths. During LL's previous life, when he had married into the Qin family, Chun Weiguo had frequently exploited LL for his own gain, calculating his advantages with precision. If he was ever dissatisfied, he would inevitably create trouble, and whispers about his lack of impartiality and unworthiness to hold the position of village chief circulated widely. His arrogance was bolstered solely by his son, who had gained a modest official position in the district after successfully completing his university education. As for Zhang Xiaofeng, the director of public security, he was a commendable individual. Slightly older than LL, his grandfather had been a hero in the anti-Japanese war in the Khingan Mountains. Zhang himself was a veteran who had returned from military service. He was initially assigned to a farm, but due to his father's illness requiring constant care, He was compelled to remain at home, leading to his election as the director of public security. LL was inclined to visit him. Yet he had been preoccupied with participation in the district's spring hunting and militia training, which kept him away from home, perhaps due to their similar ages. LL had shared a good rapport with him in his previous life, upon returning to Xiushan village. They often met for drinks, and LL frequently assisted with local procurement matters. For the sake of their village, LL had clashed with Chun Weigua on numerous occasions, making him one of the few willing to challenge Chun directly. Now, with the two of them arriving together, LL surmised that their visit was likely motivated by his own circumstances. Chapter 61. You are in danger of being deported today. We have come for you. A stranger has arrived at the edge of the village, and it is my duty as the security director to inquire about it for the safety of our community. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded towards Lu Liu, eschewing any superfluous formalities. He stated his intention directly. Upon returning home, I heard much about you, a genuine man, and I wish to meet you. Lu Liu nodded in agreement, not one for unnecessary words. He retrieved the identification documents he had meticulously preserved since leaving Haiqing and handed them to Zhang Xiaofeng. Here, please take a look. This is my information. Zhang Xiaofeng accepted the documents and examined them with due seriousness, a sent-down youth, having spent 8 years on a farm. The references are quite commendable. This evaluation was provided by the farm director, Raymond, who took good care of me. Like you, he is also a veteran, stationed at the Yanhua Island branch in Wandishan. This can be verified at any time. Lu Liu intentionally mentioned Raymond, knowing that camaraderie exists naturally among soldiers, which could dispel Zhang Xiaofeng's apprehensions and foster a closer rapport. Having served in the military, they shared similar training backgrounds, principles of conduct, and perspectives on people. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded, casually passing the documents to Chun Weigua. Uncle, take a look. I believe this information is sound. Chun Weigua tilted his head to glance at Zhang Xiaofeng. You've seen it. That suffices. There is no need for me to look. You ought to, for you are the village head. Zhang Xiaofeng insisted earnestly. Should someone inquire later, it would be unwise to be unable to articulate anything or simply pass the responsibility on to me, wouldn't he? Clearly, Zhang Xiaofeng understood Chun Weigua's character and took early measures to preempt any potential issues. Chun Weigua chuckled awkwardly and accepted Lu Liu's documents. Zhang Xiaofeng then looked at Lu Liu and inquired, since you returned to Haiqing, why come back here? With your experience on the farm and acquaintances, you should have gone directly back. What brings you to our corner of the world? Lu Liu was not at all surprised by such questions, as many who sought to know him initially would express similar curiosity. Chen Xiuyu, Chen Shouqing, Wang Demon, and Zhou Fajing had all posed similar inquiries. Thus, he recounted his experiences after returning to Haiqing and the reasons for his return to Beidawan. As for arriving at the Khingan Mountains, he simply remarked that he found the place appealing and desired a change in lifestyle. Upon finishing, Lu Liu added with a smile, living there is hardly living at all. One should choose a way of life they truly enjoy. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded in understanding, aware that enduring the troubles of Haiqing would have dampened Lu Liu's spirits. He believed that Lu Liu's arrival here was due to his reluctance to burden acquaintances. After all, for a sent-down youth, returning to the city felt akin to fleeing back, and it was quite natural to feel a sense of embarrassment in reappearing after such an escape. Zhang Xiaofeng could empathize with this mindset, having frequently interacted with outsiders and heard numerous tales of sent-down youths struggling to reintegrate into urban life. He indeed admired LL's sentiment about living freely and choosing one's preferred way of life. Uncle, I've finished my questions and found no major issues. Zhang Xiaofeng tilted his head to look at Chen Weigua. What do you think? It seems there are no problems. Chen Weigua nodded gently, returning the documents to LL. But ultimately, he is still one of those blind drifters. Such behavior is intolerable now. According to policy, it must be reported, and he would be subjected to discipline and then repatriated. Upon hearing this, LL couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, thinking, I knew this old fellow would stir up trouble. Just as LL was about to voice his thoughts, Zhang Xiaofeng spoke up first. Uncle, policies are indeed policies, but they primarily address those who blindly flock to the cities. With the job market being tight, it's challenging to manage personnel. This is understandable. However, we are in the mountains, with ample space available. It's not like we are in a prime location. There is no need for such strictness, is there? In our mountain villages, forestry areas, mining regions, and farms, there are plenty of outsiders settling down, and I haven't seen anyone reported for repatriation without cause. Everyone has their difficulties, don't they? If we can accommodate so many people, why can't we keep this man? I think he is quite decent. Having him stay would be beneficial for our community. There are few skilled hunters in our village, and wild boars, wolves, and bears occasionally descend from the mountains, causing trouble. This man has only been here a short while and has already taken down 2 bears. Hunting a wild boar is certainly within his capabilities. The more he hunts, the less harm we endure, ensuring greater safety for both people and animals. Moreover, everyone can benefit from the meat, as we are short on provisions. Furthermore, the district allocates quotas for resettling outsiders in our village each year, which clearly reflects the higher authorities' stance. Uncle, wouldn't you agree? This was precisely what LL intended to communicate, albeit in a more subtle manner. After listening, Chinwagwa nodded. No wonder you're a former soldier. Your mind is quite agile. It can be permissible to keep him, but we must adhere to the rules, gaining the community's approval first. If everyone agrees. I certainly have no objections. However, this requires careful observation over time. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true nature. I trust that the community's judgment is astute. Ultimately, it's about gaining your acknowledgement. Isn't it? LL smirked inwardly at this. The sentiment was articulated beautifully. Both he and Zhang Xiaofeng were aware of the underlying motives. Yet neither dared to challenge the statement outright. Some matters are best left unspoken. Moreover, for a drifter to integrate into the village, he must earn the recognition of the majority, which is indeed a standard practice, but ultimately it boils down to just a few words. LL remained unhurried. After all, this encounter marked a significant step forward, sparing him the hassle of making formal visits. Let us adhere to the rules. I believe the community will acknowledge my presence. It's merely a pity that the village head and the director had to journey so far to meet me. How about joining me for a drink of water in my cellar? LL smiled. It is best not to go. The situation has already been understood. And the hour is late. The path back will be treacherous in the darkness. There will be ample opportunities in the future, will there not? It saves the trouble of running back and forth. By the way, my friend, I see you are armed with a gun, carrying an axe, and accompanied by a dog. You appear to be fully equipped. What business do you have out so late? Surely you are not planning to hunt at night? Chunwagwa observed Lu LV with a smile as he assessed him. I merely intended to visit the Qing family in the village to inquire whether they have any wooden boards to lend. As it is now late, I brought my provisions. For the mountain paths can be perilous. One must take precautions. Lu LV was not merely wary of wild beasts, but was equally cautious of human threats. Indeed, one must be vigilant. Since we are heading to the village, let us go together. The 3 of them made their way towards Xiushan village. My friend, what do you intend to do with those borrowed wooden boards? Chinwagwa inquired as they walked. What else could it be? Just to catch some rabbits and perhaps a few yellow weasels. Lu LV replied casually. He was not foolish enough to disclose his intention to procure water dogs. Valuable creatures that would certainly provoke envy, especially from someone like Chinwagwa, who, if he learned of it, would undoubtedly seek to gain some advantage. Reflecting on the myriad experiences of his past life, Lu LV was determined not to allow anyone to take advantage of him again. If there were benefits to be had, it should depend on who was involved. Some people simply do not deserve it. Chapter 62. This person is quite interesting. You even deal with the yellow deity? Upon hearing Lu El mention the yellow weasel, Chinwagwa cast a surprised glance in his direction. The term yellow weasel is a colloquialism for the animal known as the yellow-bellied weasel, and many hold it in high regard, referring to it as the yellow deity. Such creatures belong to folklore, and considering Lu El had spent considerable time in this region, he had a fair understanding of these matters. In northeast China, there are 4 revered spirits, commonly known as the red, yellow, white, and willow, which are believed to coexist with humanity, embodying both the mystical and the divine. These include the fox, the yellow weasel, the hedgehog, and the snake, all of which have been worshipped and widely spoken of by the populace for generations. Additionally, there are mice, often referred to as the gray deity or the granary god. Many hunters hold superstitions against hunting these so-called spiritual creatures, fearing that doing so might invite calamity. Naturally, Lu El was skeptical. However, there are indeed those who believe, and Chunwagwa was evidently among them, harboring at least a modicum of doubt. In reality, both the yellow weasel and fox pelts are purchased by state-run enterprises at commendable prices, with some individuals adept at setting traps to capture them. Particularly, fox pelts, which are of superior quality the further north one travels in China, are notably abundant in the northeast. Many hunters avoid hunting these creatures, inadvertently benefiting those who do not share such superstitions. Some individuals, solely relying on the income from trapping yellow weasels and foxes, can earn a substantial sum of 1 to 2,000 yuan a year. Fox pelts and yellow weasel pelts have become somewhat prestigious commodities, especially the former, which is favored by well-to-do families for their daughters and daughters-in-law. The common folk, however, often find themselves considering alternatives such as dog skin, sheep skin, or roe deer skin. The Northeast is frigid, and lacking adequate warm clothing can be a true ordeal when venturing outdoors. Although it is winter, one cannot simply hibernate through the prolonged chill. In an era of scarce resources, it is virtually impossible to remain indoors indefinitely, and there are, regrettably, tales of individuals succumbing to the cold. The temperatures can plummet to minus 40 or 50 degrees, a formidable power indeed. Lu L's casual remark caught Chen Weiguo off guard. And just as he was about to inquire whether Lu El believed in such things, Zhang Xiaofeng interjected, "What nonsense about deities. Those creatures that steal from homes and prey on domesticated chickens deserve to be dealt with. Uncle, if you believe in such things, you really ought to work on your mindset and elevate your awareness." His words visibly changed Chen Weiguo's expression. As someone who had experienced the past, he understood all too well that certain discussions regarding the eradication of superstitions should be approached with caution. He chuckled awkwardly. Yes, they ought to be dealt with. Masterfully deflecting the conversation, Lu El observed the exchange with an inward smile. Yet, after taking a few steps, Chen Weiguo spoke again. "I heard you bravely confronted the bear with an axe last time. Quite impressive." Impressive? While it sounded like a compliment, it could also imply a certain roughness and recklessness, not necessarily a positive remark. "I had no choice. I had to fight back." Lu El wished to avoid being perceived as a fool. "Alas, the rainy season is fast approaching, and my waist and legs are plagued by persistent pain, particularly in the joints. It is truly unbearable," lamented Chen Weiguo. First, he mentioned hunting bears, and now he speaks of his ailments. LL, astute as he was, discerned that this was merely a pretext for him to procure the much-coveted tiger bone liquor, known for its reputed restorative properties. This old fellow certainly knows how to maneuver. Rather than directly asking for it, he seeks to entice others into offering it willingly. The tiger's bones certainly hold some value, and LL, having a request of his own, would not mind bestowing such a gift upon him. However, LL was all too aware of Chen Weiguo's character. This was not a void that could easily be filled. And therein lay the problem. Should he indeed provide it, there remained a risk that Chen might later disavow the transaction. Adept as he was at feigning righteousness while turning his back on those who had once aided him. Once something fell into his hands, it was often rendered worthless. Had he not suffered enough in his previous life? LL had not forgotten the traps laid by Chen Weiguo. Gifts should be given judiciously. The aches in his waist and joints were symptoms of rheumatism. With the changing weather, they indeed caused him distress. Tuanchong, why not visit my cellar when you have a moment? I happen to have a remedy that might alleviate your suffering, LL said with genuine concern. Upon hearing this, Chen Weiguo immediately brightened, revealing his yellowed teeth, stained from years of smoking. What remedy? He inquired, believing LL would graciously present him with the tiger bone. I just returned from the mountains with a swarm of bees. They are truly remarkable. Wherever you feel pain, if you let a few bees sting you, the venom from their stingers will penetrate your flesh, and in no time, the afflicted area will become warm, proving highly effective for rheumatism. This technique, known as apitherapy, is something I learned from outside. You should come by, tell me where it hurts, and I will catch some bees to sting you a few times. You will feel much better afterward. LL spoke with enthusiasm. Chen Weiguo's expression involuntarily flickered. He had merely sought an opportunity to obtain some tiger bone for his liquor, thinking LL would be considerate. Instead, he found himself confronted with an exasperating suggestion. Seeking bee stings? Was that not perilous? Chen Weiguo was uncertain whether LL was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. Yet, LL appeared genuinely earnest, which made it hard to believe he was putting on an act. Does it truly alleviate rheumatism despite the pain of the stings? Chen Weiguo queried. Skepticism etched upon his face. Painful as it may be, the results are undeniable. I assure you, it is effective. Even Wang Demon should be aware of this. If you doubt me, just ask him, LL proclaimed with unwavering conviction. In truth, you need not inquire. Just try it, and you will see the impressive results. Chen Weiguo shook his head. I think not. My bones may not withstand such torment. Then I am at a loss. LL sighed deeply. If you refuse to utilize a remedy I offer, who can you blame? Not only was Chen Weiguo a cunning individual, but LL himself had lived many years in his past life. Compared to Chen, who had spent his days in the confines of Xiushan, Venturing only as far as Ichuan, LL's breadth of experience was indeed noteworthy. LL recognized the cunning nature of Chen Weiguo, who would not easily provide others with ammunition against him, especially in the presence of Zhang Xiaofeng. As Chen Weiguo refrained from mentioning the incident, LL felt no inclination to bring it up either. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofeng, walking alongside them, silently listened. Upon hearing LL's clever remarks, he suddenly crouched down to tie his shoelaces. A quick glance back revealed him stifling a laugh behind his hand. As they continued on their path, Chen Weiguo spoke little, retrieving his pipe from his bag and filling it with tobacco from a pouch attached to the stem. His pace quickened considerably, yet there was no sign of discomfort in his movements. LL and Zhang Xiaofeng exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing the faint amusement reflected in each other's eyes. It was evident that Chen Weiguo, leading the way, wore an unfavorable expression, though Chen Weiguo remained silent. Zhang Xiaofeng engaged LL in lively conversation about matters at the farm, and they conversed animatedly. Before they knew it, the trio had arrived at the village. Regarding your affiliation with the village, I will consider it judiciously. My home is nearby, so I shall take my leave, Chen Weiguo declared, turning away and walking off with his hands clasped behind his back. Village chief, I will pay another visit another day, LL called out, not forgetting to bid farewell. Zhang Xiaofeng's home lay further along the middle section of Xiushan village, and as they walked together, they reached the fork leading to his home after about 5 minutes. My friend, do come in for a visit, Zhang Xiaofeng invited. LL smiled and shook his head. I still need to borrow some wooden boards and clips. The day is growing dark, and once I finish my errands, I must return promptly. I shall visit you another time. Very well, take care. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded. Watching LL's figure recede towards the eastern side of the village, a grin spreading across his face. This person is quite interesting. Chapter 63, Dread and Unease in the Nanchao district. At Li Jianmen's home, Li Jianmen chased Kong Shufen all the way back. But she entered the inner room and slammed the door shut, securing the latch. Regardless of how Li Jianguo pounded on the door or pleaded from the outside, she remained silent. Li Jianmen found himself at a loss, and after a moment, he sat down on the threshold, gazing at the passers-by in the courtyard, sighing deeply. He remained seated for an extended period, and as the sky darkened, he turned to look back at the inner room, pushing himself up with his hands on his knees. This situation could not remain in stalemate forever. Gradually regaining his composure, Li Jianmen headed to the kitchen, kneaded the dough himself, and prepared a bowl of egg noodles. He carried it to the closed door and gently knocked, saying, Dear wife, I have made your favorite egg noodles. Please open the door so I can bring them in. I have some heartfelt words to share with you as well. Inside, Kong Shufen sat on the Kong, resting her face on her hands at the table, her swollen eyes staring blankly at the window decorations, offering no response. After a while, seeing no movement from within, Li Jianmen placed the steaming bowl on the table and dragged a stool to sit down in front of the door. After a deep breath, he spoke calmly. Do you remember when we first met in the photography studio in Ichuan? I was busy picking up photos when I bumped into you as you were coming out. That day, I apologized to you by treating you to egg noodles. From that encounter, we grew to know and love each other, and before we knew it, 20 years have passed since our marriage and the birth of our children. This journey has not been easy. Yes, although I am now the director of the logging farm. Do you know how many forestry bureaus there are in the vast northern wilderness, and how many logging farms fall under each bureau? The title of logging farm director sounds impressive, but in reality, what am I? I have only climbed to this position through diligent and cautious effort over the years. And you know how many people are eyeing this role. The little power I hold must be used judiciously. I cannot misuse it recklessly. A moment of carelessness could nullify all my hard work over the years. You may call me timid, but in my heart, I am genuinely considering what is best for our family and hoping to advance further. Now, let us discuss our child. Reflect on what he has done over the years. Although his antics may seem trivial, your constant protection has transformed him into someone unrecognizable. Do you know what others call him? A reckless fool. He has become increasingly capricious, arrogant, and indulgent. As his mother, your instinct to protect him is understandable, yet there must be limits. A doting mother often spoils her child. Why is this the case? It is because he lacks an understanding of human relationships and the treachery of the world, believing that when trouble arises, we will always be there to shield him. But can we truly bear that burden? I do not prohibit him from playing with guns, but if he chooses to do so, he must possess the self-restraint to handle such dangerous objects, which he evidently lacks. In my view, today's incident with our son is not entirely a misfortune. Perhaps this lesson, learned through blood, will alter the course of his life for the better. The mountains stretch endlessly around here. And do you know how many souls have perished within their depths, leaving no trace behind? If this continues, it will inevitably lead to calamity. Your relentless protection of him is merely guiding him towards destruction, effectively sealing his fate. The people of the mountains adhere to their own customs and principles. Regarding today's incident, was that individual excessively harsh? Not at all. Our son provoked it. He did not steal bear bile, nor did he harm the dog. But that was only because the owner returned, denying him the opportunity. Had the owner not been present, he certainly would have acted. Bear bile is valuable, worth 700 or 800, a significant sum, especially when lumberjacks earn only 20 or 30 a month. Do you comprehend the weight of this money? Do you understand what a good hunting dog means to a hunter? It is life itself. To shoot a dog in front of its owner is to create a lifelong enmity. That he returned alive today is purely a stroke of luck. Yes, I could devise a means to send that man to jail, perhaps even eliminate him. But what if I fail? He is a skilled marksman, capable of slaying a bear with an axe. What if he seeks revenge? At this point, Li Jianmin fell silent. The room remained still, yet Kong Shufan's expression shifted, revealing a hint of fear. After a prolonged silence, Li Jianmin let out a deep sigh and stood up. Think carefully. Do not act foolishly. I shall check on our son. He took a couple of steps, then suddenly smiled helplessly. In situations like this, it is quite normal for trouble to come knocking. When that time arrives, there will be casualties. With that, he did not linger, hastily exiting and closing the door behind him. Moments later, Kong Shufan opened the door. Slowly making her way to the table, her gaze fixed on the bowl of noodles that had long since lost their warmth. Li Jianmin's words chilled her to the bone, particularly his final remarks, which filled her with dread. She stood there in a daze, her mind tumultuous with thoughts that only deepened her anxiety. Ultimately, as if reaching a resolution, she pulled a stool over, seated herself at the table, picked up chopsticks, and began to stir the now cold noodles. After soaking for so long, they had lost their form, resembling more of a noodle soup than distinct strands. Even the cold egg and broth had taken on a fishy odor. Such noodles were not palatable, yet she continued to shovel them into her mouth, eating faster and faster. No matter how unappetizing, she had to consume what she had delayed. As LL arrived at the entrance of Chen Shoyu's home, the surviving dog approached, wagging its tail at a distance, already familiar with LL, remaining silent. Just as LL was about to speak, he noticed a shadow moving across the paper-covered window on the left side of Chen Shoyu's home, swaying with the flicker of the kerosene lamp. It was Chen Shoyu, seated cross-legged on the Kong, weaving shoe soles with hemp rope, occasionally using a needle to adjust her hair. In a previous life, he had married into Chen Shoyu's family. The bedroom he now stood in had been tidied up, transformed into their wedding chamber and sleeping quarters. At that time, every time I returned home, I often found her diligently engaged in needlework beneath the lamp. This resourceful young woman was adept at crafting shoe soles for traditional cloth shoes, skillfully embroidering floral patterns with vibrant thread. Spending prolonged hours by the kerosene lamp, the soot from the wick frequently left her nose smudged with black. During the initial years of our marriage, Chen Shoyu would lovingly make him a couple of pairs each year. However, engrossed in the demands of business and the pursuit of social status, those cloth shoes were mostly relegated to being worn only when washing feet, often left and used otherwise. It was only after the failure of the business and his return to Shoshantan that LVL unearthed those hidden shoes from the depths of the box. Upon wearing them, he truly grasped the labor and affection stitched into each seam. Gazing at the shadowy figure on the window paper, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, Yuan Bao turned and barked towards the road from which he came, emitting a low growl. LVL turned his head, and after a short while, he spotted Ma Jinlan hurrying home with a lantern. Suddenly hearing the barking at his doorstep, she hesitated and paused, inquiring, "Who is there?" LVL, slightly startled, quickly called out, "Auntie, it's me, LVL." "Oh, it's little LV." Ma Jinlan approached briskly but stopped abruptly upon seeing Yuan Bao, exclaiming, "You must keep that dog under control. It can't bite me." "Auntie, Yuan Bao is very obedient. With me here, he won't harm anyone," LVL reassured her. "It would be best if you let him away." Ma Jinlan, still anxious, hesitated to come closer, realizing that his current position was indeed inappropriate. LVL led Yuan Bao to the side, crouching down to embrace Yuan Bao's neck, saying, "That's enough." Seeing this, Ma Jinlan finally hurried into the courtyard, but once inside, she busily shut the gate. Her startled demeanor left LVL momentarily dumbfounded. "What is going on?" Why does it feel as though I've encountered a ghost? Chapter 64. Integrity in the absence of wealth. Ah, dear Lu, what brings you to stand in the darkness at my doorstep, neither entering nor uttering a sound? What is your intention? Ma Jinlan glanced at Luelle and then looked back at her home. Upon catching sight of her daughter's silhouette at the window, she seemed to have an epiphany and spoke with a tone that was far from congenial. Why are you lurking about so suspiciously? Auntie, how should I put it? I have just arrived, seeking Qingzi for a matter of some importance. Observing Ma Jinlan's reaction, Luelle quickly realized that he was being perceived as a rogue, lurking by the fence, peering at the daughters of others. Under ordinary circumstances, there would have been some familial affection to warrant a warm welcome. Upon arrival, one would be beckoned inside. Yet now, the gate had been securely shut, a clear display of caution. This left Luelle both amused and exasperated. However, upon reflection, he understood the rationale. This was indeed a private residence, with only 3 women within, the sole male being an invalid. It was only natural for them to be vigilant. What mother would not safeguard her children? Though his intentions were pure, the current circumstances made it difficult to dispel such doubts. Chun Xiuyu, after all, was a young lady of virtue, and should her reputation be tarnished, it would invite scorn from others, an outcome Luelle wished to avoid. He could only redirect the conversation. If you seek Qingzi, you must announce yourself. Yet Ma Jinlan pressed on. You have rendered great kindness to our family, yet one must conduct oneself with integrity. Do you not agree? One cannot exploit goodwill for personal gain or act indiscriminately. Understanding her daughter's subtle inclinations, she was determined to curtail any burgeoning thoughts that had yet to fully blossom. And this served as a convenient excuse, having previously struggled to find one. Just arrived? Surely you jest, for I doubt even you believe that. You reside in the mountains beyond Tungxi, and I have journeyed from that very place. If you had just arrived, surely I would have seen you along the way. In fact, I have yet to catch even a glimpse of your shadow. You know well what you are doing here. I shall say no more. Let us maintain some dignity. Best you return now. If you have matters to discuss, do so by daylight. No, it would be best to have someone inform me. Should you need to speak with Xiqing, I shall mention it to her tomorrow. Any debts of gratitude will be acknowledged. But let us be clear, this is not a place for your frequent visits. It would be best if you refrain from returning altogether. Ma Jinlan, considering her daughter's safety, steeled herself to utter words that sounded quite heartless. Luelle shook his head with a smile, realizing he was at a loss for a response at this point. The crux of the matter was that Ma Jinlan had clearly formed her convictions. And the more one argued, the deeper the misunderstandings would grow. With neighbors nearby, it was prudent to keep voices low. Though Ma Jinlan's tone was harsh, she was cognizant of the implications. Her voice was not loud. Luelle understood this as well. His mother-in-law, though gentle in nature, was quite obstinate. And from her perspective of protecting her children, her stance was justified. It was no wonder she acted thus. In his previous life, Qingzi had perished, and their household had been in dire straits, with mother and daughter relying solely on one another, compounded by Ma Jinlan's severe gout. Numerous suitors have approached. Yet Qin Xiuyu cannot bear to abandon the mother who raised her for the sake of marrying alone. However, the prospect of marrying with a mother burdened by illness has deterred any interested parties. The pair considered the option of marrying into a family, but for most, such a course is not deemed respectable, and it is unwise to settle for anyone indiscriminately. Qin Xiuyu holds steadfast to her principles. As time drags on, she finds herself becoming an old maid. Ma Jinlan, anxious about her daughter's marital prospects, has frequently urged Qin Xiuyu to prioritize her own happiness. Yet Qin Xiuyu's conviction remains. How can one expect a joyful life married to someone who cannot accept even their own mother? Reasoning proves futile, and Ma Jinlan is burdened with guilt, leading her to undertake foolish endeavors, such as wandering into the mountains at midnight in a misguided attempt to feed wolves, all to avoid being a burden on her daughter. In a previous life, LL Yuan had recuperated at Qin Xiuyu's home, possessing a legitimate status as a small businessman. He was skilled and capable, and their family was in dire need of a male figure to support them. Observing the rapport between her daughter and LL Yuan, Ma Jinlan took note. She discreetly sought out LL Yuan when Qin Xiuyu was away, learning of his situation in Haiqing and that he was unattached. This piqued her interest. After further inquiry with her daughter, she uncovered Qin Xiuyu's hidden feelings. Consequently, she approached LL Yuan about the prospect of him marrying into their family. Coincidentally, LL Yuan had grown weary of his life in Haiqing. The circumstances aligned perfectly, rekindling a connection from a past life. Currently, LL Yuan understands that with Qingzi alive, considerations for marriage are naturally on the table. A woman of Qin Shouyu's caliber, excelling in every aspect within the village, should not worry about finding a husband. Rather, Ma Jinlan is intent on ensuring she marries into a respectable family. This situation starkly contrasts with that of the previous life. Moreover, LL Yuan now finds himself as a mere drifter, which is Ma Jinlan's greatest concern. Of course, upon realizing that the person he saved was Qin Shouyu's brother, LL Yuan ceased to entertain thoughts of marrying into the family and instead aspired to honorably wed her. His secretive presence at Qin Shouyu's doorstep, shrouded in darkness, was inevitably noticed by Ma Jinlan, leading to suspicion, caution, and resistance. LL Yuan is no longer a naive youth. He has experienced parenthood and understands these matters intimately. Very well. I shall take my leave, he replied with a wry smile, patting Yuan Bao. Let us return. Furthermore, refrain from delivering gifts to our home, as I wish to avoid accruing further debts. The implications are not favorable. As LL Yuan turned to depart, Ma Jinlan called after him. Her words struck LL Yuan with a sudden realization. If he wishes to marry Qin Shuyu honorably, he must first establish himself. It is often said that without trust, one cannot stand firm. Yet, frequently, one cannot find trust if they themselves lack stability. After all, without showcasing one's abilities and talents, merely presenting an illusion will not instill confidence or security. Accumulating a solid foundation is undoubtedly the most reliable course of action. LL understood clearly that, in the eyes of Ma Jinlan, he was merely an inconsequential drifter devoid of any worth. No matter how much he contributed, earning trust was an arduous endeavor. Such matters could not be altered by trivial acts of kindness. Moreover, even those small gestures could no longer be afforded. Perhaps a few instances might suffice. But repeated actions would likely be interpreted by Ma Jinlan, given her current disposition, as ulterior motives, thereby heightening her wariness and aversion. A great kindness can feel like enmity. Henceforth, he must maintain a certain distance and strive to improve his own circumstances. It was decided that the wooden clamp need not be borrowed. Tomorrow, he would visit the district office, just in time to dispose of the most valuable bear while he possessed, while also acquiring a few necessary items for his mountain endeavors. Relying on borrowing was not a sustainable solution. Sooner or later, he would need to be self-sufficient. Resolute in his decision, LL took a match, ignited the oil lamp, and began to walk forward, glancing back at the waiting Yuan Bao. The journey back to the underground dwelling, accompanied by his 4 dogs, felt somewhat burdensome. Chapter 65, Unreasonably Unkind Creek. The sharp sound of the wooden door being pulled open snapped Ma Jinlan's attention back as she watched Luel leave. Her gaze fixed on the fence of the courtyard. Turning around, she saw Qin Shoyu hastily exiting the house. In the dark of the night, what was she doing outside instead of staying indoors? Ma Jinlan queried with a displeased tone. I went out to use the toilet. What's it to you? Qin Shoyu replied, quickly stepping outside and casting a peculiar glance at Ma Jinlan. Mother, why are you lingering at the fence instead of rushing inside? What are you looking at? As she spoke, she leaned her head out to peer outside, recognizing that it was Luel, who was carrying a lantern and following Yuan Bao as they walked away. She immediately called out, Lu. Before she could finish the word brother, Ma Jinlan yanked her back, exclaiming, You silly girl, can't you see what time it is? A young lady should have some modesty. Mother, you just saw Brother L, didn't you? Why didn't you invite him in? Qin Shoyu asked in confusion. Ma Jinlan shot her a glare. What for? He was sent away by me. Why? Qin Shoyu was bewildered. Brother L is our benefactor. How could you chase him away without so much as a greeting? Is that proper? Standing outside the courtyard and staring into your window. And I caught him in the act. It's only natural that I would send him away. Who knows what he was up to? Ma Jinlan poked Qin Shoyu's forehead with her finger, making her blink and retract her head. In a lowered voice, Qin Shoyu implored, Please, spare me the worry. You know what kind of person he is. What if he brings harm upon you? Mother, you're my only daughter. You must not see him again. Not even with your brother. If I find out, I will break your legs. Oh dear, are you overthinking this? What can he see from outside, through the window? Qin Shoyu was completely perplexed by her mother's thoughts. A perfectly good person, and yet her mother treated him like a thief. Upon hearing this, Ma Jinlan became furious again. Poking Qin Shoyu's forehead once more, You foolish girl, what more do you want him to see? Qin Shoyu was left speechless, rolling her eyes heavenward in exasperation. What are you still dawdling for? Didn't you say you needed to go to the toilet? Hurry up, I'll keep an eye out for you. Seeing Qin Shoyu frozen in place, Ma Jinlan pushed her gently, urging her to move. Qin Shoyu glanced back at her mother, shook her head, and proceeded toward the toilet. After emerging, she noticed Ma Jinlan peering around anxiously. With a sigh, she said, "Mother, let's go back inside." Upon hearing her voice, Ma Jinlan finally picked up the lantern and headed toward the house. "Mother, did Brother El mention what he was here for?" Qin Shoyu seized the opportunity to ask. "He only said he was looking for your brother, but I suspect that was merely an excuse. Tomorrow, let your brother visit him once. I heard something unsettling today. Something related to the Brother El you keep mentioning. I need to inform your brother. It's too frightening." "Frightening?" Qin Shoyu's expression shifted to one of concern as she hurriedly followed Ma Jinlan into the house. Upon entering, Ma Jinlan made a beeline for Qin Shoqing's room. Knocking on the door, Shoqing, wake up quickly and open the door. Mother has something important to discuss." Qin Shoqing, still recuperating, spent most of her days eating, drinking, and wandering outside, while the rest of the time she lay on the calm, likely due to excessive sleep. The more she slept, the more she yearned for slumber. During this period, she could fall into a deep sleep as soon as she lay down, wrapped in her quilt, snoring blissfully. This was convenient, sparing the need for late-night oil. After Ma Jinlan called out 3 or 4 times, Qin Shoqing finally jolted awake. "What is it, mother?" "Hurry and open the door. I have something very important to say," Ma Jinlan reiterated from outside. "Just a moment. I'm getting dressed." Qin Shoqing fumbled to light the kerosene lamp, put on her clothes, and then slipped into her slippers to open the door, allowing Ma Jinlan and Qin Shoyu to enter. The 3 of them settled on the Kong, and Qin Shoqing inquired, "Mother, what is it?" "Luel has just arrived outside the courtyard." Ma Jinlan recounted how she had driven Luel away, prompting a series of eye rolls from Qin Shoqing. "Mother, that was rather unkind of you." Like Qin Shoyu, Qin Shoqing felt that Ma Jinlan had acted excessively. In their view, even a drop of kindness deserved a fountain of gratitude, let alone the life-saving favor Luel had extended. This notion resonated deeply with Qin Shoqing, who felt particularly touched by the thought of not properly hosting a benefactor who sought her out. True, some of what Ma Jinlan said did carry a hint of suspicion, but Luel hadn't even entered the courtyard. If he had other reasons for being there, Ma Jinlan's actions seemed a bit heartless. Qin Shoqing understood well that such a life-saving grace was difficult to repay. The only recourse was to be more attentive to the little things in daily life. Now, it had all turned rather cold. Unexpectedly, just as she finished speaking, Ma Jinlan retorted sharply, "When will you 2 siblings grow up and be more considerate? Then I wouldn't have to worry so much. People's hearts are inscrutable. In any case, I find him unreliable. You both must be cautious and not get too close to him. I'm afraid something might happen. Do you know why I went out just now? If you don't tell us, how would we know?" Qin Shoyu couldn't help but murmur. After being scolded outside, and then having the matter recounted in Qin Shoqing's room, she regretted coming in, yet her curiosity about Ma Jinlan's intentions, especially regarding Luel, lingered. Thus, Qin Shoyu urged, "Mother, please stop the nagging and tell us what the matter is. What happened to Elgo? I encountered your aunt Hu today while working in the fields. She was rather cryptic and warned me to be cautious of those blind drifters in the pit. The more I thought about it after returning, the more confused I became. So, after dinner, I specifically went to their house to inquire about it. The result was quite alarming. Uncle Chui recounted to her that today, while venturing into the mountains, he set a trap for sand and half a chicken. Upon returning, he witnessed Luel, armed and accompanied by dogs, chasing 2 young men who emerged from the woods. The larger of the 2 was severely bitten by Yuanbao, blood oozing from his wounds. Ultimately, the pair escaped to their vehicle, speeding away. Yet Luel managed to fire a shot, shattering the car window and windshield into fragments. It remains uncertain whether any of them were struck, which was truly terrifying. At that moment, he dared not utter a word, stealthily making his way back from the forest. Aware that those drifters were in close proximity to our home, he suggested that Aunt Hu offer a discreet warning, as they dared not raise an alarm. Ma Jinlan appeared visibly alarmed. Her words cast a somber atmosphere over Qin Shoqing and Qin Shoju, who exchanged concerned glances and, in unison, inquired, "What transpired?" "It is unclear." Uncle Chui himself was uncertain, merely stating that Luel was exceedingly ferocious and that he did not dare approach him to inquire further. Ma Jinlan shook her head and continued, "Do you know what he was like just outside the courtyard? He was carrying a hunting rifle with a large mirror axe strapped to his back, leading Yuanbao and 3 puppies lurking ominously outside the courtyard. Can you blame Mother for her worry? Especially for you 2 siblings. You must avoid any mishaps. Your father departed early, leaving Mother to watch over you both. Should anything untoward occur, What would she do? As she spoke, Ma Jinlan's eyes glistened with tears, which began to spill forth. Chapter 66. The Value of Money in Life. The following morning, LVLY awoke early. He gathered the greyhound skins, rabbit pelts, and wild chicken feathers from the cactus and packed them into a bag, preparing for his trip to the district. After returning to his dwelling, he cooked breakfast for himself and prepared a meal of cornmeal porridge for Yuangbao's 4 offspring. By the time he had finished his chores, it was around 8 in the morning. Initially, he had intended to head to the district earlier, but he felt it necessary to observe the newly settled black bees a bit longer, so he opted to wait. As the temperature began to rise, LVLY approached the beehive and observed a steady stream of black bees entering and exiting, buzzing around before soaring high into the mountains. Gradually, the number of bees swirling around the hive increased, their buzzing crescendoing as they hovered in a continuous cycle at the entrance. The spectacle grew so grand that LVLY began to doubt whether the swarm was preparing to flee. After waiting for approximately 20 minutes, the commotion diminished, and he spotted the first black bee returning, laden with pollen. Soon after, he noticed the second and third, all of which had successfully gathered pollen. It appeared the swarm had stabilized. The earlier frenzy was likely due to the bees establishing their homing instincts. The sheer volume of bees entering and exiting had created an illusion of potential flight. Reassured that the swarm was secure, he breathed a sigh of relief, rose from his spot, and returned to his dwelling. He slung the double-barreled shotgun over his shoulder, tucked the bear gall bladder into his pocket, and concealed a slingshot and dagger within his garments. Yuangbao, we shall depart. At this moment, the small train to the district had already left, leaving him no choice but to walk. Traversing mountains and valleys, he spent approximately 2 hours reaching the district, arriving just before noon. He first visited the state-run shop, where he noticed a single individual at the procurement desk handling mountain goods. He emptied his sack onto the table, revealing a plethora of yellow skins, over 30. It seemed, indicating he was a specialist in the procurement of yellow pelts. The staff member at the procurement desk began inspecting each skin, providing commentary and quotes, while another person recorded the details. LVLY did not rush to approach them. Instead, he scanned the surroundings, searching for the man who had previously attempted to sell him firearms, intending to inquire about ammunition. Currently, his double-barreled shotgun had only 1 shell remaining, necessitating a replenishment. Not finding the man, LVLY felt no disappointment. Although the public sale of firearms was prohibited, ammunition could still be procured. The district housed dedicated hunting equipment stores that specialized in various hunting tools sourced from factories. As he still needed to purchase hunting gear, he planned to do so concurrently. Once the individual selling the yellow pelts departed, LVLY waited until the surrounding area was relatively empty before approaching the procurement clerk, who was tidying up in preparation for lunch. The clerk glanced at LVLY, momentarily wary upon seeing him with a gun and a dog. But upon noticing the sack with wild chicken feathers protruding, he realized LVLY was there to sell goods and paused his tasks, smiling as he asked, "What do you have for sale, my friend?" In this vast wilderness, there were many armed individuals, each with their unique story. Even if he were a buyer from a state-run enterprise, he must still be mindful of his demeanor. Unlike some individuals from other regions who exhibit not only a poor attitude but also dare to resort to violence. Such a blatant disregard for civility would never be tolerated in the vast expanse of northeast China. LL chuckled, remarking, "Just a bunch of trifles." He placed the bag upon the table and meticulously arranged the pristine pelts of gray hounds, rabbit skins, and pheasant tail feathers before him. The buyer perused the items briefly. All the furs were in excellent condition, warranting a higher price. Upon receiving LL's nod of approval, the buyer commenced tallying the records. Due to a foot injury that had hindered his endeavors, LL had only managed to procure 23 yuan. After handing over the money, the buyer, noticing LL's reluctance to depart, inquired, "Sir, are you dissatisfied with the price? The furs are in perfect condition. This is indeed the highest offer." LL glanced around and shook his head. "It's not about that. How are the prices for bear gallbladders these days? Brass gallbladders are around 600. Iron gallbladders 700, and if it's a copper gallbladder, the starting price is 800. Prices fluctuate based on quality and size. So, do you happen to have bear gall?" The buyer's demeanor shifted to one of increased respect at the mention of bear gallbladders. Such items are considered prime commodities in the trade, accounting for a substantial portion of acquisition results. Obtaining them is no small feat, and not everyone possesses the audacity to pursue bears. LL nodded, retrieving a bare gallbladder wrapped in cloth from his coat, unveiling it before the buyer. A copper gallbladder. Still quite substantial. The buyer's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Sir, you are quite impressive. Is this intended for sale? What else would I bring it for?" LL replied with a smile, "Please assess it promptly." The buyer hastily accepted the gallbladder, examining it closely and weighing it on a small scale. "This is a fine specimen, with ample weight, yet it isn't fully dried. Once we acquire it, it may lose some weight, thus the price will be slightly lower." LL's brow furrowed slightly. "How much?" 900. The buyer noticed LL's expression shift and quickly amended. "I can offer a maximum of 920. But that is the limit." "Very well." LL nodded in agreement. 920 for a bare gallbladder may sound substantial. Yet the perilous nature of acquiring such a thing dampened his spirits. In life, money holds value. One misstep could render such wealth meaningless. The buyer, visibly pleased, carefully transported the gallbladder to the acquisition station and returned, handing LL a stack of cash. "Please count it." LL accepted and counted out a total of 92 bills, tucking the money into his inner pocket before turning to leave. Just a few steps away, a figure darted towards him. Yuan Bao, ever vigilant, immediately turned towards the approaching individual, emitting a low, threatening growl. In this vicinity of the acquisition station, it was common for individuals to lie in wait, ready to ambush those carrying large sums of money, as incidents of robbery were not unheard of. Right at the entrance of the station, there had been cases where someone was knocked down and robbed of their cash without hesitation. Given the circumstances, LL had every reason to remain cautious, especially after the events of yesterday. He proceeded with utmost vigilance. The money earned through perilous endeavors, barely warmed in one's own pocket, can swiftly become the possession of another, often accompanied by personal injury or even loss of life, resulting in a significant misfortune. Thus, at the slightest approach of another, Lulu immediately raised his double-barreled shotgun, his finger resting on the trigger. His actions startled the stranger, who quickly raised his hands and exclaimed, "Easy there, it's me. No need to be alarmed." Upon recognizing the man as the one who had previously attempted to sell him firearms, Lulu felt a slight sense of relief and lowered his weapon, saying, "I was just looking for you." The man, relieved by Lulu's relaxed demeanor, began to approach him. However, between them stood Yuan Bao and 3 puppies. The moment he moved, Yuan Bao bared his teeth, causing the man to stumble back a couple of steps. Noticing that Lulu made no effort to have Yuan Bao step aside, he raised his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating he meant no harm. Soon, his gaze fell upon the double-barreled shotgun Lulu carried. "Ah, a fine import." "I see," he remarked. Chapter 67, The Warmth of Home and Family as a man well-versed in firearms, with access to a channel for selling weapons. He naturally possessed a profound understanding of guns. Thus, upon glimpsing the double-barreled shotgun held by LL, he recognized its foreign origin without needing to inspect it closely. "I just acquired a modified M16 with an upgraded barrel, which packs a punch even greater than that of a semi-automatic rifle. If you encounter a wild boar, one shot can penetrate 3. Its power is formidable." The man exclaimed, "I had just left the cafeteria and spotted you from afar. So I hurried over to inquire if you were interested, only to find that you already possessed one." LL was familiar with the M16 modification the man mentioned. It involved replacing the barrel of the M16 with a semi-automatic one, utilizing 7.62mm ammunition. Yet, compared to the shotgun in LL's grasp, it paled in comparison. The firepower achievable with LL's double-barreled shotgun, when loaded with a special cartridge, was equally impressive, and it did not require the modifications necessary for the M16. The man's expression turned slightly despondent. However, as a businessman, he was unwilling to relent without making an effort. "My friend, while your shotgun is indeed a fine weapon, it is not without its significant drawbacks. The recoil is substantial, making precision difficult. Moreover, although it can load 2 shells at once if both shots miss, you will find yourself busy extracting the spent cartridges and reloading, which poses a considerable problem, especially in urgent situations." His demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he continued, "Also, your double barrels are arranged vertically rather than side by side. As you know, side by side is preferred for hunting, while the vertical arrangement is more suited for competitive shooting. Though the shotgun can deliver powerful shots with special cartridges, its range is limited." LL nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his remarks. Having wielded such a firearm in a past life, LL was acutely aware of its strengths and weaknesses. The double-barreled shotgun he possessed was indeed somewhat outdated. Its primary flaw lay in the inability to automatically eject spent cartridges when 2 shots were fired. One had to manually extract the shells before reloading. Furthermore, with the special cartridge, its effective range was approximately 100 meters, which was rather short. Given that prey was often alert and perceptive, with senses far beyond human comprehension, it was crucial to strike from distances of 2 to 300 meters or even further. Achieving such range with a double-barreled shotgun proved to be a formidable challenge. Many believed that the ability to load 2 shells simultaneously was advantageous for hunting large game, such as wild boars and bears, allowing a follow-up shot if the first did not incapacitate the target. This feature made double-barreled shotguns quite popular among hunters. Yet, the prerequisite for success was accuracy. The recoil of a double-barreled shotgun could be substantial. Often, the second shot fired after the first would exhibit even less precision. This required exceptional control and mental fortitude. The disparity between imagination and actual operation was vast. Once a slight misstep occurs, one may find themselves besieged by formidable prey, leading to a state of utter disarray. In LL's perspective, in these times, his most reliable and pragmatic tool remains the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. With a substantial ammunition capacity, minimal recoil, impressive accuracy, and an extensive range, it proves sufficient for hunting wild boars and bears alike. It can fire single shots or continuous bursts, and ammunition is readily accessible, presenting numerous advantages. He must find a way to acquire a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Gentlemen, would you consider procuring a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle? Upon LL's approval, he immediately commenced his pitch. Is it still the same price as last time? LL inquired, recalling their previous discussion of 1,200 yuan. It remains at that price. It cannot be less. The man asserted earnestly. As I mentioned before, this rifle is not like others. It has a serial number and is subject to far stricter regulations, thus posing greater risks in sales. However, for hunting purposes, it is exceptionally effective. LL felt a surge of excitement. He indeed possessed the 1,200 yuan. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that it was already early May, and in northeast China, spring is fleeting, swiftly giving way to summer. The season for hunting lean game had arrived. Seasoned hunters in the northeast adhere to a culinary principle of balancing meat and vegetables, a tradition that has gradually evolved into an unspoken rule within the wilderness. The seasoned hunters never pursue game in the summer months. The term game refers to animals like wild boars and bears, which are rich in fat and best consumed during the cold winter months when they are at their most succulent. Hunting such game often yields large quantities, which cannot be consumed in a short time, making preservation difficult during the sweltering summer. This is one reason for the seasonal restrictions. Conversely, lean game such as pheasants, roe deer, and rabbits is more suitable for summer and autumn consumption. Numerous similar regulations exist, such as prohibiting the hunting of prey during their breeding season or pregnant females. Of course, these are merely the traditions of the older generation of hunters. In LL's eyes, mountain men are those who seek sustenance from nature, and the elders have always approached the wilderness with reverence. While these rules may seem antiquated and rigid, they stem from an understanding of allowing wildlife time to recuperate. Only in this manner can a continuous supply of game be ensured. In contemporary times, many have long abandoned these customs, hunting indiscriminately, particularly in the absence of firearm restrictions, enabling individuals without genuine hunting skills to effortlessly procure prey. This has led to a significant decline in game over a mere decade following the reforms that marked the end of a 2-century ban in the vast wilderness. Having experienced an era where even the slightest encounter with wildlife deemed them protected, LL wishes to uphold these traditions. Yet he is confronted with the stark reality of scarce resources. The government even encourages hunting for pelts, medicinal herbs, and other exports to generate foreign currency. Having chosen to return to the Khingan Mountains and embrace the life of a mountain man, he has already resolved to take from this vast wilderness all that he requires. After all, whether he adds one more or one less to the equation makes little difference. He humbly acknowledged his lack of ability and had no desire to exert himself in a fruitless attempt to alter the situation. He simply yearned for the warmth of his wife and children by the hearth. However, he was acutely aware that hunting indeed depended on the changing seasons. For instance, many animals, driven by the necessity for warmth, would don longer and denser fur in the autumn and winter months, making this the prime time for hunting, when the pelts fetched the highest prices. This also applied to certain medicinal materials, such as bear bile, which were at their finest in winter. Thus, winter emerged as the optimal season for hunting. Of course, other seasons offered a plethora of valuable resources worth pursuing as well. As a former mountain goods trader, Luel was well aware of the most opportune moments for procuring various items. With this in mind, there seemed to be no urgency to purchase a semi-automatic rifle. The double-barrel shotgun he currently possessed was, given the circumstances, sufficient. Therefore, Luel decisively declared, "I cannot afford it." "But you clearly have money," the man muttered. "I'm just calculating for you," he added. Upon hearing this, Luel lowered the double-barrel shotgun he had been cradling in his arms once more. Chapter 68, Chicken Sand. Roe Bean and Soul Bean. Upon witnessing LL's movements, the man's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to hastily raise his hands once more before him. He quickly realized he had misspoken. After all, knowing how much money someone possesses could easily imply a covetous intent. 1,200, a substantial sum. Resorting to violence would be entirely justifiable. "Please, my friend, it was merely a jest," the man chuckled awkwardly, attempting to explain. "I've seen you procure goods from the state-run store in the district a few times. One can estimate a fair selling price. Though I didn't witness your sales this time, I did see you counting money. I assure you, I meant no offense. Please don't misunderstand." LL narrowed his eyes at him for a moment, but eventually lowered his weapon. After all, this was in the district, and brazen acts of robbery were rare. Most individuals harboring ill intentions would choose a secluded, deserted location to act. "My surname is Wu, and I'm called Wu Biao. We are of similar age. So if you prefer, you may call me Biaozi. Should you wish to purchase a firearm in the future, feel free to seek me out. I will offer you a fair price. By the way, I overheard you mention you were looking for me. What is it you seek?" Wu Biao inquired, eager to please. LL, feeling unsettled by the proximity of the gun, responded, "I merely wish to inquire if you possess standard ammunition for double-barreled shotguns." The primary reason LL approached this man was indeed this. He had only one bullet left and needed to replenish his supply promptly. In fact, most metal cartridges nowadays were made of brass, designed for reuse, a process known as reloading. Double-barreled shotguns were no exception. This procedure necessitated bullet casings, gunpowder, primers, lead shot, and a reloading press, along with wads and other components, making it quite a cumbersome task that required substantial experience. It was a skill that good hunters ought to master. However, reloading cartridges entailed significant risk, primarily concerning the precise control of the propellant quantity. An excess could lead to catastrophic explosions, while too little might result in misfires or even bullets lodged in the barrel. Fortunately, LL's current double-barreled shotgun was of a durable design, minimizing such occurrences. Having dabbled in this in a past life, he possessed a modicum of experience. Nevertheless, hunting was inherently fraught with risks, and wherever feasible, mitigating those risks was a responsibility toward one's own life. Thus, LL resolved to procure some standard ammunition for himself. Standardization implied greater safety and reliability, significantly reducing the likelihood of unforeseen incidents. Although the expenditure on ammunition would be considerably higher, LL deemed it necessary. Hearing LL's intention to purchase ammunition, Wu Biao burst into laughter, exclaiming, "My friend, I sell firearms. What would a gun be without ammunition a mere firewood stick? How many do you need, and what type? I shall fetch them for you at once. 20 rounds of chicken sand, 30 rounds of roe bean, and 50 rounds of soul bean." LL pondered briefly before replying. "That will suffice. What is the total cost?" The double-barreled shotgun, designed to fire shot, accommodates 3 distinct types of ammunition, showcasing its versatility as it allows for the selection of appropriate cartridges based on varying circumstances. The first type contains numerous small lead pellets, commonly referred to as chicken sand by hunters, which disperse into a cloud of tiny projectiles, earning the shotgun the nickname double-barreled scattergun. The second type features significantly larger lead pellets, intended for hunting medium-sized game such as roe deer, and is aptly named roe bean. The third type consists of a single steel slug, known as single bean, which is utilized for larger predators like bears and wild boars, boasting both the longest range and the greatest power. In his considerations regarding ammunition, LL has reasoned that typical birds and small animals can be effectively dealt with using a slingshot. For creatures with valuable pelts, traps are preferable. Otherwise, a shot of chicken sand would leave numerous holes in the fur, drastically diminishing its worth. Consequently, chicken sand is the least purchased. Following that, the roe bean is primarily reserved for hunting animals such as roe deer, which are primarily sought for sustenance and can also be captured using traps. The roe bean serves as a backup for unexpected situations. As for the single slug, LL frequently ventures into the mountains where encounters with large wildlife, particularly wild boars, are common. Whether for self-defense or hunting, this type of ammunition is immensely valuable, thus it is the most frequently acquired. Li Qingxiang, with his 2 firearms, seems solely focused on grand exploits, outfitting his weapon with the powerful single slug. The double-barreled shotgun, utilizing chicken sand and roe bean, can be employed with a mere rough aim, whereas the single slug necessitates precision, given that it requires reloading after just 2 shots. Wu Biao contends that the dual barrels are more suited for competitive shooting. However, LL disagrees, asserting that competitive firearms demand higher accuracy, thus favoring precise targeting. During their initial transaction, Wu Biao jovially proposed a price of 12 yuan for the ammunition, to which LL readily agreed. A total of 100 standard rounds for 12 yuan was indeed a gesture of goodwill. "Wait for me here," Wu Biao instructed before swiftly departing. Adhering to the discretion typical of underground dealings, LL surveyed his surroundings, instructing Yuan Bao to remain outside while he returned to the state-run store. After purchasing some furnace fruit, his gaze was drawn to the chainsaw hanging on the wall. The humble underground dwelling was merely a temporary refuge, and he intended to construct a proper dwelling in the future. Before arriving at his current mountain hollow, LL had already envisioned building a wooden cabin, necessitating ample timber and processing, as well as various structures in the vicinity, all of which would require a chainsaw. Now, purchasing one, even if it cost a bee's nest, would allow him to accomplish several days' worth of work in a single day. Without hesitation, LL procured a chainsaw and some oil. Exiting the state-run store, he found that Wu Biao had yet to return, so he settled on the steps, leisurely consuming his furnace fruit. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he finally spotted Wu Biao hurrying towards him with a cloth bag, prompting LL to meet him eagerly. "Apologies for the wait, my friend. The bullets are all in the bag, and I've even included a new cartridge belt for you to examine," Wu Biao said, slightly out of breath. Lu LV took the bag and inspected its contents, finding nothing short of quality items. After a rough estimate, he concluded that the quantity was adequate. It seemed Wu Biao would not deceive him over a mere handful of bullets. Among the items was a pristine cartridge belt designed for double-barrel shotgun shells, which could be slung across the shoulder or secured around the waist. The bullets inserted into the belt were far more accessible than fumbling through pockets, providing a significant advantage during critical moments. This design should not be underestimated. In times of urgency, the ability to reload swiftly could mean the difference between life and death. He took out a few bullets to place in his own bag, while the rest, along with the fabric pouch, were stuffed into the burlap sack he carried. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a large bill and 2 coins, handing them to Wu Biao. "Thank you, my friend." With that, Lu LV picked up his belongings and turned to leave. Soon, he would procure the necessary hunting gear and provisions before heading back. Wu Biao called after him. "Should you need to purchase a firearm or more ammunition, do not hesitate to seek me out." From the money Lu LV had received, Wu Biao had surmised that Lu LV was dealing in bear gallbladder, and any hunter capable of taking down a bear was worth cultivating a good rapport with. Chapter 69. Life is not a game. After finishing her lunch, Chen Shouqing took a stroll outside. The words spoken by Ma Jinlan upon her return the previous night had startled both siblings. Ma Jinlan's wild imaginings only solidified her conviction that Lu El was a fugitive, having escaped from a life of crime. Observing the demeanor of her children, especially Chen Xiuyu, Ma Jinlan resolved to keep a closer watch on her daughter. Chen Xiuyu and Chen Shouqing exchanged glances, both recognizing the concern mirrored in each other's eyes. With Lu El having sought them out, there must be a significant reason behind it, especially given the recent turmoil surrounding Lu El's dwelling. Uncertain of his well-being, Chen Shouqing decided to pay a visit the following morning. In the morning, he first followed the main road, discovering numerous shards of glass scattered along the path leading to Lu El's abode, accompanied by dark stains of blood on the ground. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickened his pace along the narrow path through the woods, arriving at the dwelling. To his dismay, he found no sign of Lu El or the others. Lifting the grass curtain at the entrance, he was met with emptiness. The small door remained firmly locked. The surroundings of the dwelling were eerily quiet, save for the lively buzz of a swarm of black bees on the slope to the right. "Lu El, have you ventured into the mountains, or what?" Chen Shouqing fretted further. "Please, let nothing have happened." He waited for over an hour without sight of Lu El's return and ultimately decided to head back to the village, planning to return in the afternoon. However, upon his next arrival at the dwelling, he was astounded by the sight before him. A young man was kneeling upright on the grass. What is going on here? Chen Xiuqing was taken aback. He quickened his pace, approaching the young man and inquiring, "What are you doing, my friend?" Meanwhile, Chen Xiuyu had risen even earlier, intending to sneak out and check on Luel. Yet, just as she reached the courtyard door, it remained shut, and Ma Jinlan emerged closely behind, wielding a feather duster. "Where do you think you are going?" "Nowhere in particular, just fetching some firewood." Chen Xiuyu replied nervously, realizing the situation was turning unfavorable. She forced a smile, made her way to the woodpile, gathered a few logs, and returned dutifully to the kitchen. It wouldn't bode well to face her mother's wrath so early in the day. Ma Jinlan followed her inside, pointing the duster at her. "Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. The door is still closed, and you've dismissed everything I said yesterday. You're a young lady. Have some dignity. Today, you will work diligently with me and go nowhere." Faced with the feather duster in her mother's hand, Chen Xiuyu could only lower her head in silence. No matter the circumstances, it was crucial not to engage in conflict with her mother. The shame of being discovered would be unbearable. Fortunately, during breakfast, she learned that Chen Xiuqing would be making a trip, and she hoped that by accompanying her brother, she could glean information about Luel's situation. Thus, she obediently followed Ma Jinlan to the fields. When she returned at noon, she inquired with Chen Xiuqing, who seemed oblivious to the situation in the cellar, feeling an unsettling tension creeping into her heart. However, Ma Jinlan was vigilant. As they worked in the fields that afternoon, Ma Jinlan incessantly chattered, as if reciting a spell, which only heightened Chen Xiuyu's anxiety. In a fit of frustration, she flung the hoe from her hands and dashed towards the woods at the edge of the field. Ma Jinlan's eyes widened with concern. "What are you doing?" "Mother, are you going to supervise me while I relieve myself? I can't very well soil my trousers, can I?" Chen Xiuyu retorted with irritation. Ma Jinlan glanced around. There were many laborers in the fields, and it was wise to keep a distance. Moreover, Chen Xiuyu had been relatively compliant that morning, so she did not dwell on it further. Unbeknownst to her, once Chen Xiuyu entered the woods and lost sight of Ma Jinlan, she swiftly exited and headed towards the main road, making her way to LL's cellar. Arriving later than Chen Xiuqing, she found him sitting on a wooden stump, shouting at someone kneeling before the cellar. Who was kneeling? Chen Xiuyu wondered, rushing over. "Brother. What happened? Elgu is still not here?" The person kneeling before the cellar was Zhang San. After leaving the hospital in the Nanchai district, he became increasingly fearful. On one side was Li Dranman, the head of the forestry station, and on the other was LL. He had offended both parties, especially LL. Living in the mountains meant one could not evade the realities of the terrain. Even if they were far apart, encounters were inevitable. Even if LL did not seek him out, the possibility of an encounter in the mountains loomed, and he could face dire consequences without any forewarning. Thus, Zhang Sin returned home and, without a trace of concealment, disclosed everything to his father, Zheng Xiaotong. At first, Zheng Xiaotong was taken aback, cursing as he picked up a stick and approached Zhang San, ready to strike. But just as Zheng Xiaotong raised the stick, and Zhang San braced himself for a beating that would leave him bedridden for 3 days, Zheng Xiaotong unexpectedly threw down the stick. "You are nearly 20 now. Others will call you a man. From now on, I will no longer strike you. A man should bear the weight of his own actions." After uttering these words, Zheng Xiaotong turned and retreated into the house. Zhang San spent the night in turmoil, wrestling with his thoughts. The notion of provoking LL was now inconceivable. After much deliberation, he realized that seeking LL's forgiveness was his only recourse. Therefore, the following morning, he rose early, took a small train to the vicinity of Xiushantan, and upon reaching the cellar, he knelt down, even though LL was not present. To him, kneeling was the utmost expression of sincerity. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Chen Xiuqing, after thoroughly inquiring about the events, understood that the fault did not lie with LL, and he immediately became furious. Had he not been injured, he would have relished the opportunity to kick Zheng Sin several times. LL was his savior, and scheming against him was tantamount to plotting against himself. He was seated upon a wooden stump, holding his breath when, suddenly, he heard the voice of Chen Xiuyu. He rose to inquire, "Sister, did you not go to the fields to work with mother? What brings you here?" "I wished to see Brother L, so I sneaked away." Chen Xiuyu glanced at Zhang San, her brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, "Brother, what is going on?" Chen Xiuqing promptly recounted the events as described by Zhang San, which ignited a fire of indignation within Chen Xiuyu. Is this the behavior of a decent person? Why was Brother L able to put an end to this with a single shot? Why was bitten to death by Yuabao, unable to restrain herself? She unleashed a torrent of reproaches upon Zhang San, viewing him and Li Qingxiang as nothing short of brigands, utterly reprehensible. Were it not for her status as a woman and an outsider, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a few resounding slaps to Zhang San's face. At that moment, as Qin Shoyu continued her tirade, footsteps approached along the narrow path through the woods. The siblings lifted their heads and beheld the arrival of the village leader, Chen Weigua, and the security director, Zhang Xiaofeng, followed by a middle-aged couple. Chapter 70. Why does speaking resemble flatulence? Leading Yuan Bao, and unable to take the small train, LL could only quicken his pace after purchasing supplies. In the hunting equipment store, he selected various items such as wooden clamps, animal traps, and steel wire snares, alongside the chainsaw, rice, flour, and an assortment of miscellaneous goods he had acquired. LL contemplated his next move and made a trip to the hospital. There, he discreetly slipped 3 yuan to a doctor in exchange for a brand new tourniquet, which adorned him with an array of items. With a considerable load packed into a sack, secured with rope and slung over his shoulder, he carried the chainsaw and shotgun, guiding Yuan Bao on his way back. He tread cautiously, moving swiftly, and thankfully, the journey presented no unusual occurrences. However, upon entering the woodland path leading to the underground chamber, Yuan Bao voiced his concerns. Joined by the 3 puppies who growled ominously, LL's expression turned serious. He set down the sack and chainsaw, concealing them amidst the nearby bushes. After stretching his sore shoulders, he loaded a deer bullet into his double-barreled shotgun, fastening the ammunition belt around his waist and preparing the bullets. With utmost caution, he ascended the slope towards the ridge, delving deeper into the woods. Minutes later, LL reached the opposite side of the underground chamber. Sensing no anomalies in the surroundings, he swiftly climbed a linden tree to observe the entrance. Remarkably, this underground chamber had never been this lively. On the grass before the entrance, 7 individuals were engaged in conversation. He recognized Qin Shoyu, Qin Shouqing, Qin Weigua, and Zhang Xiaofeng, alongside Zhang San, who knelt on the ground, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar middle-aged individuals. Were they here to cause trouble? Fortunately, there was no malice present. LL felt a slight sense of relief as he carefully led Yuan Bao and the others down the slope. Upon seeing LL emerge from the woods with his gun and dog, Qin Shoyu approached him first, closely followed by Qin Shouqing. The siblings had already made an impression on Yuan Bao, who showed no signs of resistance. However, the others were different, as they cautiously approached. Yuan Bao's sudden bark and fierce growl rendered them immobile. "Brother L, were you all right yesterday?" Qin Shoyu circled LL, appraising him from head to toe. "I'm fine." LL smiled faintly, appreciating the concern expressed by Qin Shoyu. He leaned in to whisper, "What are these people doing here?" The one kneeling was the first to arrive. He has been down there for over 2 hours. The middle-aged couple only arrived about 10 minutes ago. They are the director of Liangzi Forest Farm and his wife. They went to the village to invite the village chief and the security director, specifically to apologize for yesterday's incident. Qin Shouqing quietly explained the situation. "Apologize?" LL furrowed his brow, glancing at the group. "Hey, where have you been? We've been waiting here at your underground chamber for quite some time." Others remained silent. But it was Chen Weigua who spoke first. "They are here to apologize for yesterday's incident. This gentleman beside me is the director of the Liangzi Forest Farm, who has personally come to express his sincerity. As you can see, you have suffered no significant loss. Why not do me a favor and let this matter go? Forgive them." His words, rather than calming the situation, ignited a fire within LL, who retorted sharply, "What nonsense is this? What benefit have they provided you to warrant such defense? It sounds easy to say there is no loss and just let it go. Do you think you possess such influence?" Without hesitation, LL shot back. The one who should be apologizing had not yet spoken, yet here he was, coming to their aid. It was highly likely that this old man had received some favor. His merciless words left Qin Weigua flushed with embarrassment. Before he could respond, LL had already turned his gaze towards Li Jianmin. "So what if he is the forest farm director? I haven't even confronted you yet. And you come here expecting to intimidate me with your status? Is a life not a life? Should I bring a gun to your doorstep and point it at you, and you would simply dismiss it?" Upon hearing this, panic washed over both Li Jianmin and Kong Shufen, as they now had no doubt about the possibility of LL seeking confrontation. A minor dispute could escalate to a deadly confrontation, and it had happened before. Furthermore, they were now faced with the wrath stemming from a threat to someone else's life. Right now, Li Qingxiang's gun was in LL's possession, and the belt of ammunition at his waist was not to be overlooked. LL's demeanor was indeed intimidating. As the head of Shoshan village, Chun Weigua had never been so publicly humiliated over the many years he had spent in this territory, especially by an outsider, which infuriated him. However, as they were there to reconcile, he could only suppress his anger. Just as he attempted to speak, he was cut off, rendering his prepared remarks futile. Instead, he chose to sulk in silence, uncertain of his thoughts. LL paid him no mind and declared his stance clearly. It is true that I am a foreigner, but I consider myself a man of principle, not one to be unreasonable. If there is anger and resentment, I am willing to settle it with a fight and move on. But to target my hunting dog and threaten my life is a grave matter. Am I to simply let this go? Do I only have one life? To brush it off with a casual let it go is unacceptable. Even the mightiest would not dare to say such a thing. He continued, this is called an apology? If such apologies held any weight, could I not just wield my gun and kill indiscriminately? No one present dared to refute his words. Yet, maintaining the standoff was not a solution. The matter needed resolution. Indeed, as you said, it was my son who acted recklessly and met his demise. He brought this upon himself. When I learned of this incident, I was furious and wished I could have struck him down then and there. Yet he is my son, and now he is so grievously injured that he cannot rise from his bed for months. In this matter, I harbor no resentment towards you. On the contrary, I find solace in the lesson he has learned. As the saying goes, it is the father's responsibility if the child is not educated. This reflects our neglect in discipline and our excessive indulgence, which have fostered such a reckless disposition in him. Thus, I have come today, accompanied by two respected members of our community, to extend my sincerest apologies to you. I understand that life is singular and irreplaceable. No apology can rectify what has transpired. However, that boy is also a life, and as his parents, we have struggled to raise him. I implore you to show him mercy. Li Jianmin was acutely aware that offering an apology necessitated personal accountability. He retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, and before the gathering, he produced ink and pressed his handprint upon it, mustering the courage to step past Yuan Bao and present it to LVL. This is my written assurance. I shall not trouble you regarding this incident. I will ensure he is strictly disciplined henceforth, and he shall not offend again. If he persists in his ways, we will accept the consequences without complaint. This is our guarantee. Furthermore, I ask you to consider what compensation you deem necessary. We shall fulfill any request within our means. In acknowledging our wrongdoing, as the director of the forest farm, Li Jianmin understood the importance of humility. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Kong Shufan, moved by LVL's words, grasped the seriousness anew. Observing that LVL did not even glance at the guarantee, she emulated Zheng San and knelt down, pleading, I beg you, spare my son. Chapter 71. The Hunter and the Heart. As Kong Shufan knelt, LVL stepped aside. It was somewhat unexpected for a forest farm director to exhibit such humility. My friend, I understand this situation. Were it me, I would respond similarly. However, I perceive their sincerity. In our dealings, fairness must prevail, and we ought to empathize with their plight as parents. They have made assurances. Let us forgive them. Should they trouble you regarding this matter in the future, I shall stand by your side and testify in your favor. Zhang Xiaofeng, who had been observing quietly, stepped forward, gazing at LVL. All I can say is, one should exercise mercy when possible. LVL recognized Zhang Xiaofeng's character and acknowledged the necessity of extending this courtesy. Furthermore, he understood that every situation has its limits. Since Li Jianmin and his wife had already lowered their stance, to remain unyielding would only drive them into complete opposition. As the director of the forest farm, he held considerable influence in these mountains. LVL was acutely aware of his purpose. He was not here to create enemies. He shook his head, exhaling a breath of frustration, and accepted the guarantee letter from Li Jianmin, scrutinizing it carefully. Do not allow him to appear before me again, otherwise I cannot promise I will refrain from taking action. Additionally, I have a condition. Upon hearing LVL's tone soften, Li Jianmin sighed with relief and quickly responded. I will ensure he is well disciplined and will not allow him to come within 100 paces of Xiushantan. Please, state your condition. I am but a drifter, seeking only a tranquil existence in this place, not one of ill repute. I require a legitimate identity to live here. I trust this is not an insurmountable request for you. As LVL spoke, he directed his gaze at Chun Weigua, who wore a sullen expression and turned away. He understood Chun Weigua's disposition and knew that he would likely complicate matters in the future, especially after today's confrontation. Rather than spend excessive time negotiating with him, it would be more prudent to bypass him altogether. He believed that Li Jianmin, with his capabilities, would find a solution. After all, This was not an overly complicated issue for someone in charge of a village. Once registered, obtaining proof of residency would be a challenging task to reverse. Li Jianmin, upon hearing this, glanced at Zhang Xiaofeng and Chen Weiguo. Zhang Xiaofeng comprehended his intent and smiled lightly. I have no objections to this man settling in Shushantan. Chen Weiguo, however, was less accommodating, snorting derisively. This outsider has a fiery temperament. I cannot make such decisions on behalf of the village. Should any trouble arise, I cannot bear the responsibility. With that, he turned and strode away. Seeing this, Li Jianmin hurriedly followed him into the woods. After a brief moment, he quickly returned. My friend, the matter has been taken care of. I will personally deliver the proof to you when the time comes. LVL knew without a doubt that Li Jianmin had gone to great lengths. What a fortunate outcome for that old fellow. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, it seemed this issue would resolve favorably. Remember the assurances you have made. LLV casually handed over his basic information to Li Jianmin, saying, You may go. Li Jianmin glanced at the information, tucked it into his jacket pocket, turned, and pulled Kong Shufan along, expressing his gratitude to LLV and Zhang Xiaofeng. He then hurriedly stuffed a small red cloth pouch into LLV's hand before departing. Upon opening the red pouch, LLV discovered 500 yuan inside. He didn't even bother to inquire about the double-barreled shotgun. What shall we do about him? Zhang Xiaofeng pointed at Zheng San, who remained kneeling on the ground. Shall we just bypass him? He has been incited, but one can understand his situation, especially after kneeling for such a long time. LLV did not waver this time. Those who incite from the sidelines possess the most malicious intent. Whoever they harbor grievances against, they should confront directly. Knowing full well what kind of person that double-barreled shotgun owner is, they continuously extol the virtues of Yuanbao and the three pups, while deliberately placing bear gall and other items in the latrine to mislead. Did he ever consider that I might lose my life because of this? If he had refrained from incitement and offered a word of caution, would we have found ourselves in such a predicament? He also raises hunting dogs and ventures into the mountains to hunt. Does he not understand what actions are permissible in these woods? For a hunter, it is imperative to discern what can be done and what cannot, what should be done. Because, mind you, the gun in hand, the hunting dogs accompanying, and even the traps laid in the mountains can all pose lethal threats to others. A hunter ought to possess the heart of one. What has he done? He has used me as a tool, inviting disaster upon me. He is the most despicable of all, and how could I possibly forgive him? Hearing this, Chen Xiuqing, Chen Xiuyu, and Zhang Xiaofeng nodded in silent agreement. LLV's words evoked memories of many rules passed down by the elders. Yet nowadays, fewer and fewer adhere to such principles. In contemporary times, when hunting, one must confront the prey directly while also being wary of various situations, especially traps. Many have suffered grievous injuries or even met their demise not from the prey, but rather from the traps. It was only upon hearing LLV's remarks, coupled with the events of the day, that they understood the significance of these rules. Sir, I truly recognize my mistakes. When I return home, my father did not beat me. He merely told me that a man should embody the essence of a man. I pondered this all night and realized that I must bear the consequences of my wrongdoings. Zheng San, who had been kneeling for an extended period, his complexion pale and body trembling uncontrollably, lowered his head and stammered, I am merely a mountain dweller. My father is a leader, guiding around 20 or 30 individuals to make a living. Everything depends on the whims of others. We can only hope for a slight loosening of their grip, allowing those who follow us to earn a little more. We cannot afford to offend. We must ingratiate ourselves. I have often endured humiliation from Li Qingxiang, who brazenly killed my dog in front of me and insisted on consuming its flesh. I was left with no choice but to commit this foolish act. Sir, you are also a lover of dogs. Even if my 3 pups are not the best, they are still dear to my heart. Regardless, right is right, and wrong is wrong. I accept whatever punishment without complaint, as long as you can find it in your heart to forgive. As LL listened to these words, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Being a dog lover himself, he understood profoundly the significance of hunting dogs to their hunters. That sentiment resonated deeply within him as Li Qingxiang prepared to aim at Yuanbao. Zheng San, at this moment, indeed displayed a semblance of manliness. After all, everyone is prone to mistakes, and his attitude of acknowledging his faults was remarkably sincere. Faced with such a situation, could he truly take a life? What purpose would it serve to inflict a beating? You may leave, considering the memory of your 3 deceased dogs. LL sighed deeply and remarked, remember your words today. Thank you. Zhang San expressed his gratitude earnestly, a hint of relief finally gracing his countenance. He unsteadily rose to his feet and began to make his way back along the path he had come. Such a noble heart. As he watched Zhang Sen recede, Zhang Xiaofeng gave LL a thumbs up. LL shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. I cannot afford to make things difficult for you as the Director of Public Security. In the future, I hope you will look out for me and spare me some trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng burst into laughter. These matters indeed fell under his purview. Reasoning was one thing, but taking a life was another. Regardless of the justification, it constituted a crime. After all, it was a matter of consequence. Even the head of the forest farm had bowed his head in admission of guilt. This incident had established a certain authority. I am confident that no one in the vicinity of Xiushantan will dare to cause you trouble moving forward. We will be neighbors from now on. So do come by my home when you have the time. I would be delighted to treat you to a drink. Having said this, Zhang Xiaofeng stood to leave. You've come all this way. You must at least have a meal with me before you depart. LL called out. Zhang Xiaofeng waved his hand dismissively. I have many matters to attend to. Let us defer it to another day. Oh dear, I must also make haste. At that moment, Chen Xiuyu suddenly remembered her act of sneaking away and turned to flee. Observing Chen Xiuyu's frantic demeanor, LL couldn't help but inquire, what is the matter? She slipped away from the field without my mother's knowledge. Chen Xiuqing chuckled, shaking her head. Once she returns, she is bound to face some scolding. Chapter 72. Not being human. Chen Xiuyu overtook Zhang Xiaofeng, sprinting ahead with her braided hair flying behind her. Lu El watched her figure vanish into the woods before making his way to the beehive. Within the hive, the black bees were bustling in and out, creating a lively scene at the small entrance, with nearly 2/3 of them returning with golden yellow pollen, exhibiting remarkable stability. Given the strength of this swarm, they could produce 2 palm-sized honeycombs in just a day. The birch beehive appeared to be quite spacious and would soon be filled. Lu El estimated that by early June, they should be ready to swarm. Lu Ge, why did you come looking for me last night? Chen Xiuqing, not in a hurry to return home, followed him. Lu El smiled. I spotted a water dog in the mountains and came to ask if you had any wooden clips to borrow. But it's unnecessary now as I have already purchased some today. Chen Xiuqing's expression dimmed slightly. He could sense a hint of indifference in Lu El's words, knowing it stemmed from the unpleasant comments made by Ma Jin on the previous night. Lu Ge, my mother. She has a weak temperament and struggles with social interactions. My father passed away early, and over the years, she has faced numerous challenges, always living in fear that something might happen to us siblings. Her mind tends to wander into negative thoughts, and after being bullied often, she jumps to the worst conclusions at the slightest disturbance. I know she spoke harshly last night, but I hope you don't take it to heart. That's her perspective. However, Xiuyu and I have always regarded you as our benefactor, and we can never express enough gratitude. We are fortunate to have you in our lives. We would never dream of driving you away. I apologize for her behavior. Chen Xiuqing felt somewhat awkward, unsure of how to continue. After all, Ma Jinlan was his biological mother, and he could not confront her directly. He could only offer persuasion. And when that failed, he had to endure. It's also my fault for lingering outside the courtyard last night, reflecting on past events and what had transpired yesterday. Her wariness led to misunderstandings, which is not surprising. Please don't dwell on it. I am not one to hold grudges. Lu El patted Chen Xiuqing on the shoulder. How is your injury healing? I believe it's almost better, but my mother and Xiuyu have looked at it and said there are still some red marks, advising me to rest and refrain from any work. Chen Xiuqing chuckled sheepishly. Make sure you recover quickly. I am looking forward to you taking me to catch those black bees and go hunting. Chen Xiuqing undoubtedly knew more about the conditions in the mountains than he did. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiuqing visibly relaxed, nodding in agreement. As they exited the woods and reached the dirt road, Chen Xiuyu, having just run a short distance along the main road, spotted Ma Jinlan approaching with a stick in hand and quickly came to a stop. How far can you run just to relieve yourself, you foolish girl? I was wondering why you took so long. Could it be that a wolf dragged you off? Upon entering the woods and seeing no one around, I feared you had met your demise yet again. Why can't you spare me some worry? Today, I shall break your legs. Ma Jinlan scolded Chen Xiuyu angrily, hastening toward her while raising a stick to strike. Chen Xiuyu, now a young woman, was not one to be easily struck. She deftly leaped aside to avoid the blow and quickly ran a distance away. Mother, I merely came to see what was happening. My brother is still inside. What is there to fear? Furthermore, have you considered the ungracious actions you took last night? Regardless of how Lu Gu spoke to my brother, he has given him the gift of life. How can you utter such callous words? Does that not chill the heart? Neither Chen Xiuyu nor her brother Chen Xiuqing believed their mother was in the right. Seeing Ma Jinlan's thoughts veering further astray, Chen Xiuyu prepared to engage in earnest discourse. To be ungrateful is one thing, but to consider Lu Gu an enemy? What kind of thinking is that? Should this news spread, you would be met with scorn from thousands, cursed and reviled behind your back. My father may have departed early, but he instilled in us the principle of repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Only through such reciprocity can one expect assistance and goodwill in times of need. You have lived for over half your life, yet my brother and I are still young and must learn to navigate this world. Ma Jinlan, already incensed by her daughter's disobedience and sneaking out, could hardly tolerate the reproach, especially the last remark, which clearly accused her of being ungrateful. You insolent girl. Just you two siblings know how to behave. Am I not even human? After raising you through sweat and toil, have you grown wings, have you? Is this not for your own good? Do you wish to jeopardize your own future as well? Ma Jinlan felt her daughter was nothing but a stubborn piece of clay. I would willingly sacrifice myself for Lu Gu, but he may not even want me. Chen Xiuyu retorted without a second thought, finding her mother utterly unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Ma Jinlan lost her temper entirely, brandishing her stick and charging at Chen Xiuyu. I will beat you to death, you shameless girl. Realizing her mistake the moment the words escaped her lips, Chen Xiuyu understood she had crossed a line. However, the words had already been spoken and could not be retracted. Given Ma Jinlan's current state, calming her would not be easy. Sensing the imminent threat of a beating, Chen Xiuyu fled down the path, quickly distancing herself from her enraged mother. Ma Jinlan, still fuming, shouted, "If you have the ability, don't come back. If you dare return, I shall make sure you regret it." After throwing down her stick, she turned away in anger, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofeng's voice emerged from the forest path. "Aunt, what is going on? I could hear the two of you quarreling from afar." Ma Jinlan quickly turned her head to the side, wiping her eyes with her sleeve before glancing back at Zhang Xiaofeng, who was descending from the narrow path onto the main road. "It's nothing, just some minor family matters. What were you doing in there? Did something happen?" "Indeed. There was a bit of a situation," Zhang Xiaofeng nodded. "Today, the director of the Liangzi River Forestry Farm in the Nanchai district came to the village seeking my assistance, along with the village chief, to apologize and make amends to the men inside." "Apologize? The forestry director came to apologize to that drifter? Is that true?" Ma Jinlan's expression was one of disbelief. "Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would I be here? Just consider your words. That man saved your family's Qingxi. Referring to him as a drifter is laughable. He is your family's benefactor, and from now on, he will be one of us in the village." Zhang Xiaofeng slightly furrowed his brow and, having said his piece, continued down the main road. Ma Jinlan was momentarily taken aback. The situation had shifted too rapidly for her to comprehend. Once she regained her senses, she hurried after Zhang Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, LL and Chen Xiuqing emerged from the cellar along the woodland path. Upon reaching the roadside, they spotted Chen Xiuyu, fuming as she stood at the edge of the road, wielding a branch to strike the dry grass nearby. Hearing their conversation, Chen Xiuyu turned around and called out, "Brother." "Elgu. Sister, why haven't you gone back yet?" Chen Xiuqing found it odd that she had rushed back moments ago yet remained there now. "Mom came by earlier, and we had a quarrel. She said I couldn't go back and threatened to hit me." Chen Xiuyu replied, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Chen Xiuqing pondered for a moment before grasping the situation. He walked over to Chen Xiuyu, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Don't be afraid, come home with me. If Mom tries to hit you again, I'll intervene." LL. Having discerned Ma Jinlan's apprehensions from her behavior the previous evening, couldn't he help but chuckle. "You should hurry back. After all, she is your mother. Surely, she wouldn't truly harm you." Chen Xiuyu blushed and nodded. "Elgu, let us go," Chen Xiuqing called out, leading Chen Xiuyu back home. As he watched the siblings retreat into the distance, LL returned to the woods, retrieving his concealed chainsaw and sack, heading back to the cellar. "Well, from now on, I can venture deeper into the mountains." Chapter 73, Upgrading the Slingshot. Residing alone in this secluded mountain, the greatest inconvenience one faces is the challenge of securing valuable possessions, as even storing them in the ground cellar feels precarious. It is unfeasible to carry everything on one's person. When both man and dog depart, the cellar is rendered virtually meaningless to those with ill intentions. The characters of Feng Dezuzi and Li Qingxiang epitomize this notion. Furthermore, lacking a formal identity inevitably invites suspicion, wariness, and even bullying. The apologies extended by Li Jianmin and his wife, alongside Zhang San, were witnessed by Chen Weiguo, the village chief of Xiushan Tun, and Zhang Xiaofeng, the security director, with Chun Xiuyu and her brother observing as well. Although LLX felt a sense of moral coercion, he momentarily suppressed the urge to confront Li Qingxiang and Zheng San, provided they could restrain themselves. As Zhang Xiaofeng remarked, today served as a demonstration of authority, and LLX was confident that his fearsome reputation would soon spread, deterring others from harboring designs against him. He could only hope that Qin Weiguo would not create further complications regarding his affiliation with Xiu Shantan. Currently, Black Tiger, White Dragon, and Flower Leopard were rapidly maturing. And with a powerful double-barreled hunting rifle in hand, LLX no longer needed to circle the cellar daily. He could venture further afield. Upon returning to the cellar, he set down his belongings and prepared a hearty meal for himself, a well-deserved reward for his recent efforts, which exceeded his expectations. Most importantly, he could sense the genuine concern emanating from Chen Xiuyu. Chen Xiuqing also appeared to harbor no objections to the matter. LLX was convinced that marrying Chen Xiuyu would not pose a significant challenge, the primary obstacle lying with Ma Jinlan. It struck him as amusing that in a previous life, Ma Jinlan had sought to unravel the delicate veil between the two of them. Yet now she had transformed into an insurmountable mountain standing between them, a testament to the unpredictable nature of life. LLX understood that to unlock her heart, sincerity was paramount. Throughout this process, the key remained in his own ability to assert himself, allowing her to truly recognize his reliability. After finishing his meal and noting that it was still early, LLX took up his hoe and retrieved some yellow clay, shaping it into small clay balls resembling marbles. The initial batch he had prepared was nearly exhausted, necessitating the creation of more. In the mountains, children often could not afford glass marbles, so they would mold yellow clay into balls, which, once dried, were polished for play, colloquially referred to as. This time, he placed the clay balls inside a cactus to dry in the shade, refraining from hastily firing them in the kiln. Rapid evaporation of moisture could lead to cracking and diminished hardness. He planned to fire the clay balls at high temperatures in a clay oven after they had dried, ensuring they would reach a certain level of vitrification, thus enhancing their strength and efficacy. The slingshot in his hand showed signs of wear, with the bowstring fraying, a precursor to potential breakage. With superior materials at his disposal, it was time to replace the bowstring with a more suitable and powerful one. As for the other two slingshots, they were temporarily abandoned, as better materials were now available. Who would settle for the old ones? He retrieved the newly acquired pressure band and cut it to length, comparing it with the intravenous tube left by Wang Demon during his visit to fit the Yuanbao needle. Both types are composed of the same rubber material, exhibiting excellent elasticity. The compression band is slightly thicker than the drip tube, perfectly accommodating the infusion tube within it, thereby enhancing the rebound performance. Thus, the power of the slingshot is significantly amplified. After tinkering for over half an hour, LL finally fashioned 4 strips of bowstring, testing their elasticity to his utmost satisfaction. He affixed the 4 strips to the limbs of the fire jade bow and meticulously crafted a superior pouch from finer leather, completing the slingshot upgrade. When LL drew back the slingshot, he felt an elasticity several times greater than the bowstring made from bicycle inner tubes. Eagerly, he retrieved a dozen clay pellets and exited the underground room. With a series of sharp pops, each pellet soared towards a small water ash tree branch, situated over 20 meters away by the riverbank. Although several pellets missed their mark, they provided LL with a sense of touch. After a moment's contemplation, he made slight adjustments, and his accuracy quickly improved. After successfully hitting the same branch 3 times in succession, it snapped off. He then changed direction, aiming for a stone in the river. At this point, the clay pellets seemed insufficient. The powerful rebound of the bowstring propelled the pellets, shattering them against the stone. The sheer force delighted LL. Not only could he target hares and similar small creatures, but he could also take down slightly larger beasts with precision strikes to vital areas. After a restful night, LL rose early the next morning. After breakfast, he prepared cornmeal to feed UNBO and her 3 companions, bringing along his knife, slingshot, double-barreled shotgun, and several wooden clips, leading them to the riverside where water dogs often appeared. The large axe was cumbersome, making it inconvenient to traverse the mountains. He had previously carried it primarily for defense against larger beasts. With the double-barreled shotgun now in hand, he could finally set it aside. UNBO always preferred to walk beside LL, and whenever she paused, lifted her head to survey a certain direction or emitted a low growl, it indicated she had made a discovery. As LL walked, he paid close attention to UNBO's movements. Discovery, tracking, disturbing prey. and providing warnings are the primary functions of a hunting dog. A good hunting dog can significantly enhance a hunter's yield, allowing for timely detection of lurking dangers, and even aiding in the vital moments of confrontation with prey, securing a slim chance of survival for its master. To say that the fate of a hunting dog and its hunter is intertwined is no exaggeration, especially for an exceptional dog like UNBO. LL would undoubtedly fight fiercely for her. Not long after entering the mountains, UNBO suddenly halted, her right front paw, which was poised to step forward, suspended in midair as she turned to gaze towards the left front. The three playful puppies that had been frolicking behind them also came to a stop. Unlike the black tiger leopard that sniffed around on the ground, the white dragon turned alertly to observe the direction UNBO was inspecting. Though still young, the white dragon exhibited a keen sense of awareness, further confirming to LL that it possessed the ability to discern the scent of prey from the air, an instinct akin to that of UNBO. Such a dog, once trained, would undoubtedly excel as a lead dog. The black tiger and the flower leopard are somewhat inferior in this regard. However, they are larger in size compared to the white dragon, and their advantages are quite apparent. Upon noticing Yuanbao's behavior, Lu LV immediately halted his steps and gazed in the direction Yuanbao was observing. A soft sound escaped Yuanbao, a gentle call, not loud, emanating from a small creature. Considering the time and the fact that he had not strayed too far from the direction of the water dog's den, Lu LV slung his hunting rifle over his shoulder and retrieved his slingshot, cautiously advancing toward the source of the sound. After traversing over 200 meters, Lu LV suddenly heard a rustling noise ahead, reminiscent of a bird flapping its wings. Moving closer, about 20 meters further, he spotted a few scattered stones amidst the somewhat sparse trees, where a thicket was subtly swaying. There, a yellow weasel was fiercely tugging at the neck of a wild hen, which was caught in the underbrush and occasionally flapped its wings in desperation. This was Lu LV's first encounter with the yellow weasel since entering the mountains. Its vibrant yellow fur was indeed striking. As Lu LV and Yuanbao approached, the crunch of leaves underfoot startled the weasel, which promptly released the wild hen and stood upright, glancing cautiously at Lu LV before leaping onto a nearby stone, poised to flee at any moment. With a distance of 30 to 40 meters and the cover of trees obstructing his view, Lu LV found it impossible to use the slingshot. As for the double-barreled shotgun, whether he could hit it was uncertain, and even if he did, the weasel's beautiful fur would likely be ruined. Generally, the most effective method to deal with such small creatures is through trapping. Yet, even the smallest of beasts holds value. Observing the weasel's reluctance to abandon its freshly caught hen, Lu LV felt a strong urge to test his aim. He harbored no superstitions against striking the elusive creature. If the slingshot wouldn't suffice, he still had Yuanbao, didn't he? With a soft call, hiss, hiss, Lu LV beckoned to Yuanbao, who immediately dashed toward the weasel, closely followed by 3 eager pups. Chapter 74, The Path to Return in Terms of Speed. The yellow weasel was no match for the hunting dog. In areas where underbrush was abundant and the terrain intricate, it could rely on its smaller, more agile physique to seek refuge in crevices, climb trees, or find a way to evade capture. However, in this sparse region, with its open spaces, the hunting dog found it relatively easy to close the distance. Yuanbao lunged forward, swiftly narrowing the gap between itself and the yellow weasel. Realizing it could not outrun Yuanbao, just as the dog was about to catch up, the weasel abruptly performed a handstand, its beady eyes fixed on its pursuer, and released a fine mist from its rear end towards Yuanbao before darting off in a different direction. Startled by this sudden spray, Yuanbao hesitated momentarily, sneezing twice before resuming the chase after the now distant yellow weasel. During the second pursuit, the weasel, recognizing it could not escape, scurried up a birch tree, racing among the branches in an attempt to elude its fate. Yuanbao barked furiously, attempting to intercept it, though Yuanbao could not climb. The weasel understood the danger posed by the dog and dared not descend. Each time Yuanbao reached the base of the tree, it would bark, prompting the weasel to quickly turn back or change direction to flee to another tree. Fortunately, the sparse distribution of trees in this area meant that the branches were spaced apart. After several attempts to corner the weasel, it found itself confined among a few birch trees, bouncing between them in a limited area. At this moment, 3 slower puppies arrived, gazing up at the weasel perched on the branches, joining in the chase with their youthful barks. Gradually, the weasel ceased its frantic movements and lay still on the branch, likely exhausted from the previous exertions and realizing that Yuanbao and the others could do little to reach it from the ground. It decided to rest, biding its time for a chance to escape. This became a test of endurance. Often, many hunted animals, after lying in wait for a while and realizing capture was unlikely, would choose to abandon the pursuit. However, the situation was different now. Yuan, unable to keep pace with Yuan Bao and the others and lagging significantly behind, could hear Yuan Bao's triumphant barks echoing through the air. He knew instantly that the yellow weasel was trapped in the tree, prompting him to quicken his pace towards the commotion. Upon reaching the spot where the weasel had previously sprayed its mist, Yuan could not help but curse under his breath. Damn. The air was now thick with a nauseating stench. Just a whiff sent him into a fit of dry heaves, leaving him slightly dizzy. The odor was unbearable. This was Yuan's first attempt at capturing a yellow weasel. The day before, at the state-owned procurement station in the district, he had observed a specialist in trapping yellow weasels selling a considerable number of them, fetching prices far superior to those of greyhound or rabbit pelts. This had ignited his interest. It is well known that the fur of the yellow weasel can be fashioned into luxurious collars, gloves, and hats, known for their exceptional warmth, particularly sought after in the cold northeastern regions. A meticulously crafted yellow weasel collar of superior quality could even exchange for a phoenix bicycle, approximately worth 120 yuan. However, such collars undergo processes like tanning, which lowers the acquisition price of the raw fur. Lu El approached the situation with a sense of tentative curiosity. He was well aware that the yellow weasel emitted a foul odor during previous acquisitions of its pelts. He had detected that peculiar scent. However, he was unprepared for just how overwhelming it would be for the hunting dogs, whose sense of smell far surpasses that of humans. This odor was undoubtedly unbearable. When Unbo lunged for the first time, he froze mid-action, sneezing in reaction to the potent, irritating aroma. Lu El held his breath, hastily navigating through the thicket to catch up with Unbo's mother and her 4 offspring. They quickly located the yellow weasel, which was motionless on a branch, resembling a living target. With a swift motion, he launched a clay pellet, which whizzed through the air and struck the weasel squarely on the head. The force of the impact sent the weasel tumbling to the ground, as Unbo's mother and her young rushed forward to bite. The moment they caught a whiff of the noxious scent, they turned away, losing interest. In its final moments, the yellow weasel released another cloud of mist. Lu El swiftly held his breath again and approached, lifting the still-twitching creature before calling for Unbo and the others to retreat. They sprinted several meters before Lu El paused to catch his breath. He resolved never to engage in such pursuits with hunting dogs again. It was torturous for both man and beast. In the future, trapping with snares would be the way to go, a lesson learned. After a brief rest, Lu El continued towards the riverbank where the water dog resided. Upon arrival, he surveyed the area but found no trace of the water dog in the river. However, around the stones where he had previously discovered the water dog's droppings, he noted fresh excrement, indicating that the creature had not strayed far. Water dogs are solitary by nature. Females tend to have a fixed nesting site for rearing their young, while males often linger in one area for only a few days before moving on, making their whereabouts unpredictable. The pelts of water dogs are exceedingly valuable, a fact that Lu El had previously taken into account. He had once accompanied an elderly hunter from the Orican tribe in setting traps for water dogs. According to the elder, water dogs dwell on dry land and hunt for fish and shrimp in the water, foraging during the day and returning to their nest at dusk. This contrasted with the information Lu El had acquired in his past life, which suggested that water dogs were nocturnal creatures, preferring to be active at night and resting in burrows during the day. While the elder's experience and academic research seemed contradictory, Lu El observed that many animals were indeed active during daylight hours, and there were no signs of the water dog in its burrow. Ultimately, Lu El chose to trust the elder's wisdom, as the traps he had set had proven successful. Another critical trait of the water dog is that it retraces its steps by following the paw prints it left behind in the morning when returning to its den. The path of exit is also the path of return, as long as the paw marks are accurately identified and the wooden traps are properly placed. Capturing one by dusk would typically be straightforward. Now that Lu El was aware of the water dog's nesting location, he no longer needed to track paw prints. He could directly set the traps, as the creature would inevitably pass over the traps on its way into the den. Lu El felt confident in his ability to capture the water dog. He made his way directly to the burrow of the water dog, nestled beneath a tree stump by the riverbank. The proximity to the water and the moist earth indicated that this creature frequently traversed the area, leaving a multitude of distinct claw marks on the well-trodden soil. The comings and goings were notably frequent. Before setting the trap, Lu El took a moment to observe and discern the direction of the freshest claw prints, which led downstream. He began by using a knife to cut a segment of wood from the stump, then retrieved a stone from the river. On one side of the burrow entrance, he drove the wooden post firmly into the ground. Next, he took a fine steel wire, securing one end to the post and the other to the wooden trap. Once satisfied that it was securely fastened, Luel forcefully opened the wooden trap and gently placed it at the entrance, aligning it with the direction of the fresh claw marks. The water dogs of the northeast are somewhat larger than those found elsewhere, with their elongated, streamlined bodies measuring between 70 to 80 centimeters, and their robust tails extending over 50 centimeters, significantly surpassing the size of weasel-like creatures. Consequently, Luel employed a large wooden trap, which possessed remarkable elasticity. It would undoubtedly ensnare the water dog upon contact. Now, all that remained was to return at dusk to check the trap, hoping that the water dog would return. As for the second wooden trap, Luel positioned it in an area frequently visited by the water dog. To enhance its effectiveness, he deliberately collected a substantial amount of the water dog's pungent feces, placing it atop the trap. The feces of the water dog serves as a favored bait for several other animals, making it an excellent lure. With a generous collection of feces at his disposal, Luel was confident that it would attract other creatures. What he might catch would ultimately depend on fortune. Chapter 75. The water rat. In regions abundant with water sources, the activities of prey tend to be more frequent. LL, therefore, led UNBO and the others along the banks of the river, moving upstream, with UNBO by his side. LL noted that the likelihood of spotting targets was consistently high. After venturing 3 or 4 miles, he managed to catch 2 gray pups. As noon approached, LL decided to turn back, intending to return to the den for lunch, process the yellow weasel and gray pups he had captured, and later in the evening, check the traps he had set. Just as he was about to call UNBO to head home, UNBO emitted a soft whimper. LL understood that UNBO had detected another small creature and glanced in the direction of its gaze. The river flowed abundantly, yet in this segment, the current was gentle due to sediment accumulation. Not far from the right bank, at the foot of a mountain, there lay a small pool, roughly 20 to 30 square meters in area. Among the fertile silt and gravel, numerous aquatic plants thrived, while on the mountainside, a thicket of hazel bushes sprawled, with branches interwoven densely. After observing for a while, LL found nothing unusual. Nevertheless, with a potential target at hand, how could he let it slip away? What if it was something valuable? With determination, LL issued another command to UNBO. In situations like this, it was often more effective for UNBO to approach first to avoid startling the small beast, which would allow for a greater chance of capture. Upon hearing LL's command, UNBO swiftly circumnavigated the small pool and squeezed through the gaps in the hazel bushes. Inside the thicket, LL furrowed his brow slightly. The dense hazel thicket was hardly conducive for UNBO to run freely or engage in a hunt. Capturing prey would prove challenging. Regardless, he decided to see what would emerge, even though his hopes were dwindling. As LL anticipated, UNBO attempted to penetrate the thicket but was hindered by the branches. It circled around, climbing higher until it discovered a larger gap. Crouching low to slip into a small bush about a meter from the pool, there, it began to bark furiously at the bush while pawing at it. LL observed that it had not startled any small creatures. Instead, it unearthed a large clump of dried grass, followed by a vigorous digging into the earth. The 3 pups joined in, adding to the commotion. However, as time passed, UNBO gradually ceased its activity, falling silent. LL paused, realizing that UNBO's stillness indicated it had lost its target. This was peculiar. After retrieving his knife to clear some branches, LL approached UNBO and discovered that its digging had revealed an opening leading downward. He picked up the clump of dried grass and, after a moment of contemplation, realized what UNBO had found, a water rat. His interest piqued instantly. Despite its unremarkable name, the water rat was no ordinary rodent. It was a unique species, also known as the blue-root marten or muskrat. Having once been a mountain goods dealer, LL was acutely aware of its value. Its fur is dense and lush, with a glossy sheen, and its hide is robust and resilient, making it a prime material for crafting luxurious fur coats, earning it the moniker soft gold in the fur market. Furthermore, during the breeding season, male water rats secrete a potent musk similar to that of the civet, which in later times was utilized as a substitute for genuine musk in medicinal applications in the creation of high-end perfumes. However, at this juncture, it remains unrecognized, primarily valued for its fur. At the purchasing stations, its pelts fetch a handsome price. The entrance that UNBO has uncovered is but a hole where the water rat surfaces. Typically, when the water is shallow enough for the entrance to be exposed, it will cover the opening with strands of grass, often in winter. It drags a considerable amount of grass to insulate the entrance against snow and cold. The fact that Yuanbao remains silent now indicates that the water rat has vacated the burrow, likely retreating through another exit into the water. Upon this realization, LL swiftly retrieved his slingshot, loaded it with a clay pellet, and rose quietly, scanning the surface of the water and its surroundings. This creature is an adept diver, capable of holding its breath for 5 to 6 minutes underwater. After patiently waiting for approximately 3 minutes, LL suddenly noticed ripples on the water's surface at the edge of the pond, where the water rat's body emerged from the grasses into shallow water. Prepared for the moment, LL swiftly drew back the slingshot and released his shot. The distance was merely a few meters, an effortless feat for him. With a sharp crack, the water rat had no chance to react, only managing a slight struggle in the water. Upon hearing the sound of the slingshot, Yuanbao immediately leapt into the pond and swam towards the water rat, followed by the 3 pups who, being novice swimmers, floundered and squeaked in the water. LL paid them no mind, recognizing that for the pups, learning to swim was an essential lesson. He maneuvered around the hazel thicket, heading towards the opposite pond. Yuanbao swiftly reached the water rat, grasping it firmly in his mouth, and with a few vigorous bounds, emerged from the pond, joyfully trotting towards LL. Upon reaching him, Yuanbao released the water rat onto the ground. LL lifted the water rat by its tail. It was remarkably plump, weighing no less than a kilogram. Thus considered one of the larger specimens, and notably, a male. The fact that Yuanbao merely retrieved it without tearing into it eased LL's mind. Any additional bite marks would significantly diminish the value of the already modest pelt. However, this also served as further testament to Yuanbao's exceptional nature, a good hunting dog. When not in the act of killing, will assist its master in retrieving the prey without causing unnecessary damage, focused instead on delivering the catch. LL affectionately patted Yuanbao's head, promising, "We'll share a meal back at the den." As if responding to his words, Yuanbao let out a soft grunt and shook his body vigorously, sending droplets of water flying, which, in the sunlight, refracted into a beautiful rainbow. 3 young pups, despite their inaugural plunge into the water, instinctively floundered for a while before gradually mastering the art of swimming. They clumsily paddled towards LL and Yuanbao, and upon reaching the shore, vigorously shook their bodies to rid their fur of the water, whimpering softly as if they had endured a minor grievance. By the end of the morning, LL was quite satisfied with his haul: 2 greyhounds, 1 yellow weasel, and a muskrat. Without lingering, he led Yuanbao's family along a narrow path, taking nearly an hour to return to the earth cellar. As he carried his catch, the odor of the yellow weasel clung to his hands, prompting him to skin several of the smaller creatures. Unlike squirrels, the yellow weasel was not so easily skinned. LL opted to make an incision near its mouth, carefully peeling its skin away as one might remove a garment. He then chopped a piece of wood to fashion a makeshift table in front of the earth cellar, flipping the weasel inside out to facilitate the removal of its fat. The same method applied to the muskrat, and he delicately extracted the fragrant pouch from within, preserving it in a small rubber cap bottle that Wang Demon had provided for Yuanbao's medicinal needs. The meat of the yellow weasel and muskrat was apportioned among Yuanbao's mother and her 4 offspring, for every creature with valuable fur deserved to be remembered. After scraping a few layers of fat from the small pelts and cleansing them thoroughly, LL stretched the gray pelt while stuffing the yellow weasel and muskrat skins with ula grass to keep them taut, placing them in a cactus to dry. He then used soap to wash away the lingering odor from his hands. By the time he completed these tasks, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Returning to the earth cellar, he began to prepare a meal, his thoughts lingering on the potential treasures awaiting him at dusk from the wooden traps. Chapter 76. A call for help. 2 greyhounds were skinned and their entrails removed. After cleaning, they were sliced along the spine into 2 halves, with the vertebrae extracted. Then, a knife was used to create a decorative pattern resembling wheat ears on the inner side of the meat. A sprinkling of salt and flour was gently massaged into the greyhound flesh. In a heated pan, lard was melted, and the squirrel meat was fried until golden brown. After draining the excess oil, chili segments and small garlic cloves were added, along with a generous spoonful of soy sauce, sautéed until flavorful. Water was then poured in, simmering for over 10 minutes, allowing the dish to take shape. Using his fingers, he picked up a piece and savored it. The exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender, accompanied by the delightful fragrance of pine nuts, such a taste that one couldn't help but lick their fingers. Dining alone was simplicity itself. Even a modest dish paired with steamed sorghum rice could be utterly satisfying. having filled his belly. As LL prepared hot water for washing the dishes, Yuanbao, lying outside the pit, suddenly barked furiously. LL hurriedly emerged from the pit to find a girl, around 15 or 16, stumbling down the mountain, thin and frail. Upon noticing LL, she tripped over a fallen branch and tumbled forward, sliding down the slope for over a meter. Yuanbao, come back. Seeing Yuanbao dash towards her, LL shouted urgently. Upon hearing his command, Yuanbao immediately ceased barking and halted in place. Clearly in a state of distress, LL approached her quickly. Little sister, what's the matter? Ignoring her own pain, the girl raised her head and cried out, Brother, please save my mother. LL rushed to her side and helped her to her feet. What happened? We went into the mountains to gather monkey leg vegetables and encountered a wild boar foraging. For some reason, it spotted us from afar and went wild, chasing us. To save me, my mother lifted me into a tree, but she couldn't climb up in time. I watched her as she ran from the boar and fell down the slope into the ravine. The boar chased after her. Brother, please. You must save my mother. As the girl recounted her ordeal, tears streaming down her face, she began to kneel, but LL caught her. The threat posed by the wild boar was significant. LL quickly dashed back to the pit to retrieve a double-barreled shotgun, hunting knife, and axe. Strapping ammunition around his waist, he called to his 3 dogs, Hey, Biling, Hubio, come here. Upon hearing their names, the 3 pups joyfully ran to LL, who gathered them one by one and secured them in the pit. Turning to the girl, he inquired, Where exactly is it? How big is the boar? In Kuzgu. It's a massive beast, probably around 400 pounds, she replied anxiously, fearing LL might not know the precise location. She added hastily, Just follow this ridge behind us and continue inward. I understand. LL interrupted, grabbing his gun and leading Yuanbao up the slope. The girl, seeing this, hurriedly followed. LL glanced back at her. You should stay here. Go to Xiushantan and find someone to help, preferably Dr. Wang Demon. Having traversed such a great distance and endured immense fright, the young woman was utterly exhausted, barely managing to stand. She wished to follow, yet her speed was insufficient. Upon reaching the destination, should the situation prove dire, LL would be unable to respond adequately. Moreover, he surmised that a woman, confronted with such a formidable beast, would likely not survive, and even if she did, she would sustain severe injuries. When wild boars encounter humans, sows are adept at biting, capable of inflicting fatal wounds. Wild boars are even more ferocious, with tusks as sharp as blades that can easily eviscerate. Upon hearing this, the young girl dared not linger and sprinted desperately toward the forest. She had come seeking help, but upon arriving here, she unexpectedly stumbled upon the underground chamber and took a chance by descending. LL, too, did not tarry and swiftly ascended the ridge. In these mountains, traversing along the ridge was far more efficient and less taxing than plowing through the forest. The distance from the underground chamber to Kuzgu was considerable, a stretch LL had yet to traverse. However, in his previous life, he had accompanied Qinshoyu there several times. The extensive valley was flanked by numerous walnut trees, known for producing the renowned mountain walnuts of northeast China after reaching a certain age. People commonly referred to that area as Kuzgu, where families would gather mountain goods. And mountain walnuts were a significant harvest. Qinshoyu often led groups to collect them there. In autumn and winter, the walnuts would fall from the trees, littering the ground among decaying leaves and branches, ripe for gathering, though one had to be cautious of the weight. Yet, due to the abundance of walnuts, wild boars were frequently seen foraging in the area. Each autumn and winter, the entire valley was plowed several times over by the boars. Consequently, seasoned hunters particularly favored setting steel wire snares in that locale. However, dealing with such formidable beasts, weighing over 300 pounds, proved challenging. The snares would quickly be rendered ineffective. Naturally, hunters primarily targeted younger boars or sows. The meat of young boars was considered the most delectable, followed by sows. While those older boars, often weighing several hundred pounds, were different altogether, with tough meat and a foul odor. Given the scarcity of meat during these times, choices were limited. Otherwise, few would willingly consume such fare. This was a reality that even seasoned hunters from northeast China would hesitate to confront. An enraged boar, particularly if wounded, would become fiercely aggressive, attacking indiscriminately, determined to take down its adversary, even at the cost of its own life. Previously, LL had only possessed a slingshot and a large axe, which left him with no option but to flee when faced with a wild boar. A reason for his deliberate avoidance of Kuzgu, knowing the presence of these creatures. However, the situation had changed, now armed with a powerful double-barreled shotgun. He felt more capable of confronting the threat. Nonetheless, he could not take the 3 young pups along as they were still too small to assist. And should they be targeted by a boar, it would be a regrettable loss. With Yuanbao to aid in tracking, there was no need for the pups. Moreover, saving lives was paramount. LL hurried forward, yet he also consciously regulated his breathing, striving to maintain a specific rhythm. A disordered breath would disrupt the flow of blood and energy within him. Much like running, the adjustment of breath was crucial. While on the road, one must not be overly eager for haste. Maintaining a steady pace is essential for endurance. It is vital to recognize that when one is breathless, their reflexes and strength are at their weakest. He was acutely aware that on this journey, he would confront deadly projectiles, akin to running into a tank easily capable of taking a life. Thus, upon arrival, he must not lose his sense of physical balance. Failing to hunt wild boar could result in becoming mere fodder. After a relentless trek that lasted nearly half an hour, LL led Yuanbao to the outskirts of Chiuzigo. They did not rush into the gorge. Instead, LL opted to traverse along the ridge. Venturing approximately 200 meters inward, when Yuanbao spoke up, observing the direction Yuanbao was facing, LL removed the roe deer pellet from his double-barreled gun and replaced it with a single round. He then grasped his weapon and followed Yuanbao swiftly down the hillside towards the sloping ravine. Having progressed 300 to 400 meters, LL could faintly hear the sounds of a woman weeping and screaming in the distance. Chapter 77. Truly not romantic alive. Upon hearing the woman's cry, LL was overjoyed. He mused that this woman truly had a resilient spirit. After being gored by a wild boar and rolling into the ravine, she had somehow managed to survive despite the beast's pursuit. The young girl had run a considerable distance to reach LL's lair, and with his arrival, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. LL could scarcely fathom how she had accomplished such a feat. Nevertheless, survival was indeed a cause for celebration. Gently patting Yuanbao, he raised his firearm to his face, and together, they cautiously advanced into the depths of the surroundings. In moments like these, Yuanbao's propensity for silence revealed its advantages. Should it bark upon detecting the scent of prey, it would inevitably alert them at once. The agitated boar, fueled by adrenaline, would likely become exceedingly vigilant at the sound of the dog, charging forth with ferocity upon spotting LL. By remaining silent, they could approach more closely, presenting an opportunity for a well-aimed shot. A single bullet to a vital spot would simplify matters considerably. As they gradually descended towards the ravine, LL observed the scene from a considerable distance. A woman clung to the trunk of a walnut tree, her arms tightly wrapped around its girth, precariously balanced on a branch more than 2 meters above the ground. Below her, a wild boar, its tusks measuring at least 30 centimeters in length, furiously uprooted the earth, tearing at the roots of the tree. Most of its body was obscured by a deep pit it had dug, only occasionally raising its head in a frenzied display. The wild boars of northeast China differ significantly from those in the southwestern regions. While the latter forage on potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes, the former, it is no exaggeration to say, are known to attack humans. In his past life, LL had ventured into the mountains to gather resources and frequently interacted with hunters, accompanying them on hunts and expeditions. He had witnessed many things in the places frequented by these wild boars, including scattered human bones and shredded garments, all ravaged by the beasts. The mountains were rife with dangers: coyotes, tigers, leopards, black bears, wild boars, venomous bees, and wild chickens. All were not to be trifled with, for encounters could lead to bloodshed and loss of life. Thus, hunting in the wilderness was far from a romantic endeavor. What wild creatures posed the greatest threat in the dense forests? The wisdom of seasoned hunters passed down through generations declared: first the boar, then the bear, and finally the tiger. Here, the term boar specifically referred to the wild boar. While individually, they may not surpass the power of a tiger, the ferocity exhibited by a wild boar when enraged is truly relentless. Northeast wild boars enjoy rubbing against the bark of ancient pines, creating a cacophony as they scratch themselves. The resin clinging to the bark becomes ensnared in their bristly hides. After indulging in this behavior, they roll on the ground, collecting gravel, leaves, and pine cone remnants, ultimately becoming encased in a thick layer resembling armor, impervious to the firearms wielded by seasoned hunters. It is this very resilience that emboldens wild boars to confront tigers and challenge bears. This is precisely why the seasoned hunters, who employ antiquated firearms, are hesitant to confront such formidable foes. Thus, the adage of refraining from hunting boars in old age arises, for, after a single shot, if the wild boar remains unscathed, there exists no time to reload the powder and shot. nor the vigor to engage in a fierce struggle or escape, as the youthful hunters might. The young woman seeking assistance from Liu Lu has likely misjudged. The wild boar is, in fact, larger than she described, weighing at least 500 pounds. Its tusks extend over 30 centimeters, curving like crescent moons, and when enraged, it possesses the might to uproot a pine tree as thick as a bowl. Encountering such a beast, one might mistakenly believe that climbing a tree offers safety. However, this is a grave misconception. When confronted with a robust tree, the wild boar will patiently excavate the roots, gnawing until the great tree succumbs. The woman finds herself in this dire predicament. At present, the area surrounding the tree has been excavated into a ring of pits by the boar, and many roots have already been severed, causing the tree to lean perilously. In such circumstances, it is impossible for her not to panic, as she cries out for help in desperation from her perch. Liu Lu observes her ashen face, her legs trembling uncontrollably, with blood streaming down her limbs, staining the tree trunk crimson. Yet, to the frenzied wild boar, her cries serve only as provocations, inciting its rage further. The situation is critical. Liu Lu cannot afford to delay. He traverses the slope, seeking an advantageous position from which to approach and secure a better shot. The power of his double-barreled shotgun is formidable. A well-aimed shot to the boar's head would ensure a swift demise. However, the distance remains too great, compelling Liu Lu to close the gap. Soon, he finds himself within 100 meters, entering the effective range of his shotgun. Still, this is insufficient. He must draw nearer. Cautiously, he advances, wary of the boar while watching his footing, inching closer. At last, he finds himself 50 meters away, concealed beside a large tree on the hillside behind the boar. The wild boar seems to sense his presence, suddenly halting its uprooting of the walnut tree. Yet, the woman's wails quickly reclaim its attention, prompting it to resume its frenzied digging. With its front half buried in the pit, its rear elevated, the boar thrashes about, its substantial girth swaying with each movement. Liu Lu has assessed his position as the optimal spot for a shot, one that allows for both offense and retreat, facilitating maneuverability. Other locations either offer obstructive foliage or steep terrain, complicating any potential evasive actions in such an emergency. However, this advantageous position fortuitously aligns with the boar's rear. Capturing the moment it raises its head or wildly shakes it proves exceedingly difficult. Moreover, a double-barreled shotgun is inherently a weapon of chance. Precision often hinges on the hunter's own instinctive feel for the firearm. Liu Lu has experience with double-barreled shotguns and possesses a basic proficiency. Yet he has yet to master the art of precise aim. Ideally, he would seek to incapacitate one of the boar's hind legs with a single shot, diminishing its mobility and providing himself with greater leeway in the event of an attack. Alas, Liu Lu lacks the confidence for such a shot and must instead aim for the vulnerable underbelly of the beast, the most vulnerable point on the wild boar. Where the target is largest is indeed its underbelly, with the power of the unique bullet. A successful hit would certainly penetrate its body and inflict severe damage to its internal organs, leading to a fatal outcome. He carefully removed the large axe from his back and leaned it against a nearby tree trunk. Then, he steadied his gun, beginning to aim, searching for the semblance of the shooting instinct he possessed in his past life. Bang! After confirming his aim, LL decisively pulled the trigger. The unique bullet shot forth. Lacking the precision of a slingshot, it failed to strike the conspicuous target, veering slightly to hit the left flank of the wild boar, erupting in a spray of blood. Suddenly struck with pain, the wild boar let out a heart-wrenching scream and charged out of the pit, limping wildly towards LL. Yuan Bao had already dashed out upon hearing the gunshot. The powerful recoil of the double-barreled shotgun caused LL's body to lean back slightly, inadvertently raising the gun barrel. By the time he steadied it, he could see the wild boar rushing towards him. He had anticipated this scenario, thus, he remained unfazed. With the confidence to wield a gun and lead Yuan Bao to rescue, LL was assured of his capabilities. Upon receiving the editor's notice, I learned that the recommendations halted at the 4th round, and the book was officially launched at noon today. Over the past month, many readers provided valuable feedback and encouragement, supporting me with votes and subscriptions. For that, I express my sincerest gratitude. Initially, in an attempt to follow trends, I had included a minor system feature in the book. However, after receiving reminders from readers, I completely removed it after 10 chapters, making substantial revisions, including some of the manuscript. The presence of a system made things too easily attainable, diminishing the sense of achievement that comes from hard work, and thus, the book lost much of its original flavor. Consequently, I was criticized by readers, who remarked that I was a rather adept author. I believe that the life experiences, temperament, and skills brought back from rebirth already constitute significant advantages. This is merely an ordinary slice-of-life narrative, devoid of excessive excitement, depicting the commonplace people and events of life. Despite this, I have garnered considerable support from readers. Each comment, recommendation, and subscription warms my heart and fills me with excitement. Once again, I thank you all. Additionally, I would like to address a few matters. Regarding the notion of flattery, I must respectfully disagree. When one reaches middle age and encounters dissatisfaction, having the opportunity to return to the 5 years prior to marriage, considering a lifetime of emotions and the unwavering support from one's spouse, it is understandable to wish to provide for one's family, especially when the previous life did not yield a good living for them. Upon returning, the protagonist is intent on being good to them. I see no issue with this, as he is not a scoundrel but rather someone who has been striving to improve, albeit sometimes too eager in his expressions of goodwill. Admittedly, the beginning may feel somewhat cliché and unappealing. Therefore, if you wish to criticize, feel free to do so. Regarding the concept of the virgin, I do not concur. In my understanding, historical literature should more aptly reflect the human experiences of that era. I am but an ordinary citizen without a heart of stone. I desire for my protagonist to embody a being of flesh and blood, possessing a soul. Rather than a ruthless character who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation, I envision a character with principles, capable of tolerance, compassion, empathy, and warmth. Those who revel in unrestrained brutality may find little satisfaction within the pages of my work. As an everyday person, my writing mirrors the life of an ordinary individual, lacking the capacity to upheave the world or alter destiny, focusing instead on the simple joys of family life. Thus, if you wish to criticize, go ahead. Concerning hunting, I am not from the Northeast but a humble farmer from the mountains, accustomed to tending livestock and cultivating the land. My writing draws from personal experiences and extensive research on hunting, which may lack the authentic flavor of the Northeast, a regrettable shortcoming. I long for the opportunity to immerse myself in the rich cultural tapestry of that region, with its icy landscapes and vibrant traditions. Consequently, my work includes various customs and hunting techniques from previous generations, alongside some contemporary methods. While they may not be entirely genuine, I hope they bring forth a unique charm, and I strive diligently toward that goal. So, please be gentle with your critiques. In essence, this is merely a novel, a work of fiction. I am grateful for the support of my readers thus far, as the book is set to be published tomorrow. If you find it enjoyable, I would appreciate your subscriptions and collections. Remember, following the story is of great significance. I extend my heartfelt thanks to those readers who have provided me with monetary support. I shall refrain from naming you individually due to the peculiar symbols in many usernames that I cannot replicate. Additionally, if you possess monthly votes, I would be grateful for your generosity, although I remain uncertain of the utility of 1,000 monthly votes. Thank you to my lovely and enthusiastic readers. Surely, no one expects this humble soul to don black stockings? Chapter 78, Composure for Luel, the decades spent in this mountainous region during his previous life, along with the experience gathered through interactions with hunters and the steady mindset he had cultivated, constituted his greatest reliance. As he approached the tree and selected his position, he had already devised an escape route. Should his 2 shots fail to eliminate the boar, he could swiftly ascend a nearby climbable tree, gaining a vantage point, armed with ample ammunition to ensure success. Moreover, there was Yuan Bao to provide distraction. This seasoned canine, far more astute than Luel had anticipated, had survived in the wild for 3 years. Luel held great confidence in it. Indeed, Yuan Bao dashed towards the boar, barking furiously in an attempt to divert its attention. Yet, the boar had already spotted Luel. At such close range, it instinctively targeted the greater threat, disregarding Yuan Bao's interference as it charged directly at Luel. In the face of the boar's onslaught, Yuan Bao nimbly leapt aside, narrowly evading the charging beast, and pivoted to seize the opportunity to bite the boar's vulnerable underbelly. As the boar surged forward with tremendous force, Yuan Bao clamped down fiercely, pulling back with all its might. The sheer strength of the boar dragged Yuan Bao forward over a meter. An extraordinary display of force. The bite landed on one of the boar's most sensitive areas, and the pain it experienced was palpable. With a piercing scream, the boar momentarily stiffened, reeling from the agony. Meanwhile, Luel, after his first shot, steadied himself and his firearm, quickly recalibrating his aim to exploit the momentary pause caused by Yuan Bao's grip on the boar. At a distance of 50 meters, even a frenzied boar could cover ground in mere seconds. As the boar charged closer, having the distance to just over 20 meters, Luel felt assured. With a decisive squeeze of the trigger, the bullet erupted from the barrel. This time, his aim was true. The projectile penetrated the boar's skull, resulting in a violent explosion of matter. The massive creature collapsed, legs thrashing against the ground in a final struggle. Yet, Yuan Bao was relentless, leaping upon it to seize its neck, tearing fiercely. In this unprotected area, Yuan Bao's ferocity was unleashed, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth, staining Yuan Bao's head and endowing it with a menacing appearance. Lu El swiftly reloaded his weapon with fresh ammunition, keeping a watchful eye as he approached the fallen boar. Upon confirming that its brain had been obliterated, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. He refrained from interrupting Yuan Bao, allowing it to continue its assault. Any interference at this moment could lead Yuan Bao to believe that it should not bite, potentially diminishing its resolve in future encounters. For many wild creatures, those that are not entirely dead remain a latent threat. Particularly with wild boars and bears, a dying creature can unleash a fatal burst of energy. Yuan Bao's actions were anything but superfluous. As a hunting dog, it possesses an innate instinct to kill, understanding that the demise of its prey ensures its own safety. Only when the pig's legs cease their thrashing, becoming rigid, and its trotters splay open, does the dog, Yuan Bao, gradually release its grip and turn back to emit a soft grunt towards LL. LL gently strokes the fur on Yuan Bao's back, a gesture that serves as the utmost reassurance for the hunting dogs. In rural areas, those who have participated in the slaughtering of pigs know that when a pig's legs stiffen and its hooves spread apart, it signifies the cessation of life. A similar fate befalls wild boars. While LL's act of hunting this particular boar may seem straightforward, it is, in truth, a profound test of one's composure. His recent actions were undeniably audacious. Not even the most seasoned hunters would dare to undertake such a feat. The sight of a wild boar charging towards oneself like an armored vehicle, the seconds ticking away to determine life or death, imposes a psychological burden that is not easily borne. Veteran hunters, when confronted alone by a wild boar, often find themselves with a firearm capable of firing only a single shot, which may not even deliver a significant blow. Their typical response is to turn and confront the boar, shouting loudly to provoke it into a rage. In a fit of fury, the boar will charge with its mouth agape, allowing the hunter a moment to steady themselves and take aim. If fortunate enough to hit the mark, a single bullet can fell the beast. However, should the shot fail to secure a kill, the ensuing struggle for survival becomes perilous, with hunters rarely emerging victorious in such dire circumstances. This is a desperate gamble, one not taken lightly unless absolutely necessary. In contrast, LL's present situation is incomparable. The double-barreled shotgun in his hands, both powerful and convenient, far outshines the capabilities of a mere musket. This is precisely why he dares to face the boar head-on and regards the nearby tree as a potential refuge, with ample ammunition at his disposal. Compared to his previous encounter with the bear, he remains remarkably composed this time. LL retrieves his knife and approaches the fallen boar, gently feeling for the appropriate spot on its neck before plunging the blade in, targeting the heart to facilitate the bleeding process. Afterwards, he strides toward the leaning walnut tree. The boar has perished. She can descend now. As LL assesses the woman perched above, he notices a deep gash in her left leg, her trousers torn open, revealing the gruesome wound inflicted by the boar's tusk, along with the contours of her backside. Despite her injury, she managed to climb the tree, a testament to her fortunate preservation of the veins in her leg. Even so, one can scarcely fathom the struggle she endured in her desperate bid for survival. Casting a glance aside, LL shifts his gaze to the steep slope from which the woman had rolled down. The ferocity of the boar's charge is such that even a robust man could be flung several meters away. Yet, she is fortunate. The soil beneath the walnut trees is relatively soft, cushioned by a thick layer of decaying leaves, providing a measure of relief. Moreover, she successfully climbed the sturdy tree, enduring until LL arrived. The woman gradually emerged from her state of terror, enduring the pain in her leg as she attempted to descend from the tree. However, having lingered there for far too long and endured such profound psychological torment, her grip on the tree was sustained solely by a fervent will to survive, while her limbs had long since lost their strength. At that moment, as her resolve waned, she inadvertently loosened her hold and lost her balance, plummeting from the tree, utterly exhausted. This scene startled LL, who thought it would be a tragic irony to have rescued her only for her to meet her demise in such a manner after all they had endured. The fall was from a height of over 2 meters. In haste, LL discarded his firearm and reached out to catch her, only to find himself toppled to the ground in the process. Nevertheless, the important thing was that she was unharmed. He quickly regained his footing and said, "You should rest here for a moment. I will deal with that wild boar." As for the woman's leg wound, it had already begun to clot, but upon their return, it would likely require more than a dozen stitches. Given the sensitive nature of the injury, he removed his outer garment, used his knife to cut some strips of fabric, and handed them to her along with the clothing, saying, "Wrap this around yourself. It will serve to cover you." The woman paused, realizing that LL had noticed her embarrassment, causing her cheeks to flush. She accepted the fabric and, keeping her head lowered, murmured, "Thank you, big brother, for saving me. It was your daughter who sought me out. Life in these mountains is not easy, and in times like these, I believe anyone would come to help rather than stand idly by." "Do not dwell on it," LL replied, offering her a gentle smile. He then picked up his double-barrel shotgun, brushed off the dirt and debris, and returned to the boar, swiftly gutting it and extracting its organs. He sliced the heart into several pieces and called Yuanbao over, feeding it piece by piece, ensuring it had its fill of good meat. Afterward, he cut off the ears and snout, harvested several strips of pork belly, amounting to 30 or 40 pounds, and stowed them in his hunting bag before finally removing the boar's stomach, discarding its contents and tying it with a rope for transport. This entire process took LL nearly half an hour. As the daylight began to fade, he cast a wistful glance at the generous pile of meat. He yearned to take more, not only for sustenance but also to feed his dogs. However, encumbered as he was and with the responsibility of aiding an injured woman down the mountain, he had no choice but to leave it behind. In the forest, the scent of blood would attract other wild creatures, and it would likely be consumed by them by morning. Then he remembered the young girl had gone to Xiushan to seek help. If they encountered her on the way back, they could return to retrieve the meat, allowing him a share as well. He looked over at the woman, who had managed to bind her leg wound with the fabric strips and draped his clothing around her, tying the sleeves at her waist to cover her modesty. He called out, "Can you walk?" The woman nodded, struggling to rise, nearly stumbling as she took a few tentative steps. "I can walk." "That is good," LL replied, picking up an axe to chop a sturdy branch for her to lean on. He gathered his belongings, slinging the bag for wild vegetables over his shoulder, and, with Yuanbao leading the way, they began their slow descent. A woman, leaning on a stick, limped behind him. "Sister, you seem unfamiliar. You are not from Xiushan," remarked Leviu, as he could not recall this woman from his memories. "I am not from Xiushan. I am from Huilongtan." The woman's voice trembled slightly, likely due to pain. Leviu was somewhat acquainted with Huilongtan, a village that one must pass through when traveling from Xiushan to the district, situated farther from his own dwelling than Xiushan. This village was considerably better than Xiushan, boasting several skilled mountain guides. Leviu had often sought them for mountain goods. But what lingered in his thoughts was a carpenter named Wang Dalong, renowned for his craftsmanship in building wooden structures. In his previous life, he had dealings with Wang Dalong when he married into the Chun Shiyu family. The wooden house they reconstructed was crafted by him, providing both comfort and aesthetic pleasure. "Do you know a carpenter named Wang Dalong? I wish to enlist his help in constructing a wooden structure. I have some funds now and need to get the house built. This will require considerable time. Otherwise, come winter, living in this small dwelling will be quite uncomfortable. A spacious Kong would be far more pleasant, allowing for convenient storage and maintaining cleanliness." This had been Leviu's intention for quite some time. If he was to build a house, it must be done well. Hearing the woman mention Huilongtan prompted him to inquire further. "He is my husband," the woman replied softly. "Really?" Leviu paused, turning to look at her in surprise. What a coincidence! When he had known Wang Dalong in his past life, he had indeed been a solitary man. Leviu was aware that he had lost his wife and had never remarried, wandering the vast wilderness, seeking companionship. It was unexpected that the person he had saved was Wang Dalong's wife. As for Wang Dalong's daughter, Leviu had never met her. He had heard she had married and moved far away. "I will speak to my husband about this matter when I return. He will certainly help you build the finest wooden structure." The woman smiled gently at Leviu. "I have heard that he is the best carpenter within 100 miles. Having him assist you would be truly wonderful." Indeed, it seemed like a match made in heaven, and Leviu couldn't help but smile in return. Chapter 79. Reunion. The two walked along the mountain path for nearly half an hour, and the sky had begun to darken. During their casual conversation, LL learned that the woman's name was Zhao Miling and her daughter was Wang Yin. Upon hearing that someone in the district was collecting monkey leg vegetables and fern shoots, the mother and daughter decided to venture out to see if they could gather some wild greens to earn a little money to supplement their household expenses. Thus they ascended the mountain. However, At this moment, the monkey leg vegetables and fern shoots had just begun to sprout, and there were not many that met the requirements. They had traveled quite a distance, and the quantity of monkey leg vegetables they managed to gather was minimal. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at Kuzigu, where they encountered a life-threatening situation. LL surmised that in his previous life, Zhao Miling must have met her demise in this very place. Wang Dalong never remarried, suggesting that their relationship was quite strong. Once again, a person's fate had been altered due to his intervention. And LL was confident that Wang Dalong would no longer wander aimlessly as he had in his past life. A fortunate turn of events. As they continued forward, Yuan Bao suddenly began barking furiously, prompting LL to hastily drop his belongings and raise his weapon, remaining vigilant. Nightfall arrived swiftly, and it was during the night that the mountains posed their greatest dangers. Thus LL had to remain on guard. This was also the reason he refrained from offering assistance to Zhao Miling, who had injured her leg and was struggling to walk. It was partly due to the inherent differences between men and women, and also because she was another man's wife. Additionally, in the face of danger, one must be cautious. LL glanced in the direction where Yuan Bao was barking, but from a distance, all he could see was the dimly lit forest, obscured by shadows. Noticing LL's serious demeanor, Zhao Miling hastened to close the distance between them, feeling that he was her only reliable ally in this wilderness. Yet, Yuan Bao continued to bark, signaling that someone was approaching, though one must still be wary of others. LL did not let his guard down. After a couple of minutes, he could faintly hear voices coming from the forest ahead, and one of them sounded somewhat familiar. Straining to identify it, LL recognized the voice of Zhang Xiaofeng, the director of the local security committee in Xiushantan. He let out a sigh of relief and turned to Zhao Miling with a gentle smile, assuring her that it was indeed people from Xiushantan come to assist in locating her. Yuan Bao's barking served as both a warning and a guide for Zhang Xiaofeng and his companions. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Xiaofeng arrived, leading 7 or 8 young men. The group appeared to be in a hurry, their faces glistening with sweat and their breaths heavy. LL crouched down and gently patted Yuan Bao, encouraging him to relax. Upon seeing LL and the woman accompanying him, Zhang Xiaofeng expressed disbelief, exclaiming, Is this the one you saved?" He had heard Wang Yan's account of the situation and had almost resigned himself to the idea that Zhao Miling would not survive. His urgency in gathering a team was fueled by a flicker of hope, but more so by the intention to recover a body, being from the same locality. They all understood the necessity of mutual assistance. It was customary to help one another in times of need. Seeing Zhao Miling alive astonished them all. LL smiled at Zhang Xiaofeng and remarked, "Fortunately, we arrived in time. It seems Zhao Desa's fate was not yet sealed." He recounted the events, and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhao Miling's remarkable fortune. Upon hearing that LL single-handedly vanquished the cannonball beast without sustaining a scratch, admiration for his prowess surged. Regardless of the circumstances, the mere act of living is the greatest fortune. Accompanying Zhang Xiaofeng were the militia from Xiushantan, each armed with semi-automatic rifles of the type 5 or 6, which stirred a fervent desire within LL. Had he possessed such a firearm earlier, confronting the cannonball beast would have been considerably less daunting. This weapon was far more manageable than his double-barreled shotgun. After briefly inquiring about Zhao Miling's injuries and learning of her mobility issues, Zhang Xiaofeng assigned 2 militia members to chop down small trees and vines to fashion a stretcher. He then led the remaining individuals to process the surplus wild boar meat. Upon arriving at the site where LL had defeated the cannonball beast, they meticulously examined the remnants and surmised LL's method of hunting. This man exhibited remarkable composure. To confront the beast at such close range and maintain steady aim was no small feat. If it were me, I could not have done it. This individual is truly exceptional. In all of Xiushantan, only the late Lu Pao possessed such capabilities. Do not be deceived by his claim of merely firing 2 shots. The audacity behind it is extraordinary. Observe that ash tree, already leaning precariously. Had they arrived any later, it would surely have toppled, jeopardizing the woman's life. Yet another act of salvation. He is indeed a remarkable individual. Director, I have heard he is to become one of us in the village. What? Do you have reservations? Not welcomed? How could that be? This man is an excellent marksman. We would be fortunate to have more like him. With fewer wild animals around, the village would be safer, and our crops and livestock would suffer less devastation. Moreover, he is a man of great integrity, having rescued Xiuqing and dealt kindly with the family of that big-nosed fellow. He has a warm heart, and we should be eager to welcome him. Let us not waste time. We must quickly process this meat and return. Their idle chatter was interrupted by Zhang Xiaofeng's urging. As darkness descended, Making travel along the mountain paths treacherous, they busied themselves with alacrity. The boar meat was cut into substantial portions, and the skin was stripped and bundled for transport. This wild boar was several years old. Its hide was remarkably tough, suitable for crafting into a snowboard, an excellent tool for traversing snowy terrains in winter. Additionally, the bristles of the wild boar were exceptionally sturdy, perfect for crafting combs. They gathered all that was useful, and for the young men, carrying a few dozen pounds was not a daunting task, once everything was arranged. Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly led the group down the mountain to reunite with LL and the others. The two remaining militia members had already prepared a makeshift stretcher, urging Zhao Miling to lie down. Though she felt a bit embarrassed, the encroaching darkness necessitated haste, and she had no choice but to blush as she reclined on the stretcher, carried by two militia members as they made their way out of the mountains. Fortunately, she was not particularly heavy, weighing around 100 pounds, which posed no significant challenge for the two men. Had it been someone of the size of Feng Dezuzi's wife, it would have been quite a different story. As they traversed the path, their pace quickened considerably, hastening in the dimming light until, just as darkness enveloped the sky, they finally arrived at the underground shelter. There, Wang Demon and Wang Yin sat before the entrance, tending to a fire. The young girl, anxious for Zhao Miling, appeared restless, frequently rising to pace back and forth in front of the shelter and gazing into the mountains for what felt like an eternity. Deep down, she was fraught with trepidation, reluctant to contemplate the potential consequences of the situation. The only solace she could find was in her fervent prayers. Suddenly, a call from Yuan Bao echoed from behind the shelter, indicating the return of LL, Zhang Xiaofeng, and their companions. She hurried to greet them, only to see two militiamen emerging from the forest, carrying a stretcher. When she noticed the stillness of the figure lying upon it, her heart sank to its depths. She instinctively covered her mouth, suppressing her cries. Though tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, she didn't even dare to approach. Upon their arrival at the shelter, the militiamen gently placed the stretcher down. Zhao Miling turned over and sat up. Wang Yan's eyes widened in shock as she stumbled to Zhao Miling's side, collapsing to her knees and bursting into uncontrollable sobs. "I thought I would never see you again, Mom." Zhao Miling, gazing at her daughter, was equally tearful. "My dear, I thought I would never see you again either." For both Zhao Miling, trapped in desperation while fighting for survival, and Wang Yin, anxiously awaiting her mother's return, these past hours had been agonizing. At this moment of reunion, the tension within them was released, and they could no longer hold back their tears. The two embraced, mourning deeply together. The men, having set down their burdens, found places to rest, silently observing the profound emotional release that needed to unfold. No one spoke. The anguish and torment within the two women required an outlet. After 2 minutes of weeping, Wang Yin recalled the moment her mother had been struck by the shell, and she quickly inquired, "Mom, where are you hurt? Is it serious?" "It's nothing, just a minor injury, nothing to worry about," Zhao Miling replied, her face flushing at the mention of her wound. Remembering LL, she urged her daughter, "Dear, thank LL for me. If it weren't for his timely intervention, I wouldn't be here today." Wang Yin looked up at LL, her demeanor serious as she approached him to express her gratitude. However, LL gently pulled her back, saying, "It is your mother's resilience that saved her. There is no need for thanks. The priority now is to attend to her injuries." He then turned to Wang Demon. "Uncle, could you please make another trip for us? Don't be so polite. If you continue, you'll truly make me feel like an outsider." Wang Demon retorted with a glare. LL chuckled, rising to open the small door of the shelter. He lit a lamp, but finding it insufficient, he stepped back out to gather a few more lanterns from the militiamen, hanging them around the bedding, which illuminated the space considerably, akin to the lighting of an operating room. Zhang Xiaofeng, aware of the time they had lost while leading the group into the mountains, had ensured they brought the lanterns for ease of illumination. With the assistance of Wang Yin, Zhao Miling was helped into the underground room and settled onto the bed. Wang Demon followed closely, observing the lighting within and nodding in satisfaction. LV hastily kindled a fire, boiling some water, which he poured into a basin, placing a newly purchased towel inside. "Uncle, is there anything else that needs preparation?" Wang Demon chuckled. "You, a grown man, are more meticulous than a woman. No further preparations are necessary. I'll clean the wound, stitch it up, and administer an anti-inflammatory injection." LV nodded and exited the underground room, closing the small door behind him. At that moment, Yuan Bao began to bark towards the woods outside. The militia members, gathered around the fire to warm themselves, turned their heads in unison. Shortly after, 2 individuals hurriedly entered with lanterns, One was a militia member from the village, and the other was Wang Dalong. LV quickly called out to Yuan Bao, and the two men stepped cautiously over the stepping stones in the river. The militia member, having just jumped over, called out to Zhang Xiaofeng from a distance, "Director, have you found the person?" Zhang Xiaofeng nodded. "Yes, we have." Wang Dalong, filled with anxiety, asked, "Where is the person? How are they? Are they alive or—" He could not bring himself to finish the last sentence. Observing his distress, Zhang Xiaofeng reassured him, "Do not worry. The injuries are not severe. The person is inside the underground room, and Uncle Wang Demon is currently assisting in stitching the wounds." Hearing this, Wang Dalong hurriedly pushed open the door to the underground room and dashed inside. Upon seeing Wang Dalong, Wang Yin exclaimed, "Dad, why did you arrive so late?" "I returned home a bit later, and as soon as I arrived, the brothers from Xiushan village informed me that you two had encountered trouble in the mountains. So I rushed over." Wang Dalong approached the bedside, glancing at his wife. "You are her husband. It's perfect timing. Please help hold her steady. Only acupuncture anesthesia was used, and it's quite painful. We are about to stitch the wound." Wang Demon called out. Zhao Meiling's muffled groans could be heard from the underground room, as she bravely suppressed her cries, demonstrating her remarkable strength as a woman. Chapter 80. Meeting a good hunter to enjoy a feast. While Wang Demon tended to Zhao Meiling's wounds in the underground shelter, LL was not idle outside. As night fell, the remnants of the afternoon meal had long since dissipated. Zhang Xiaofeng and several militia members, including Wang Demon, were evidently in the same predicament. "None of you are leaving tonight." LL seized the opportunity to invite them. "My underground shelter rarely sees visitors for days on end. And now that we have this rare gathering, I must extend my hospitality. From now on, I intend to settle in Xiushantan. And I hope to count on everyone's support. It is indeed a blessing for us that you have taken a liking to this place. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Xiaofeng chuckled heartily. "Gentlemen, am I not speaking the truth?" The others echoed, "Indeed, having a fine marksman like you is a fortune for Xiushantan. Are you suggesting that we will share in the spoils of meat? Do you speak as if you have meat to spare?" They jested, each trying to seize a piece of the advantage. "This man is righteous and benevolent. I have decided to acknowledge him. Friend, living alone here is rather inconvenient. Why not move to the village? Our director can help you find a suitable plot to settle down, and we could all benefit from the convenience of visiting each other." Several of them chimed in, expressing their warm welcome. On hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng glanced at LL. "What do you think, my friend?" "I believe relocating to Xiushantan is a splendid suggestion. I can certainly assist with that." LL replied with a smile, "It's not far. A brisk walk takes merely 20 minutes. Moreover, the land around the village is already claimed, so I wouldn't want to impose. Living here isn't too shabby either. Once I pave a road to connect to the main route, this meadow will prove fertile and well-suited. Utilizing this space could indeed be advantageous. So I prefer not to trouble anyone. As long as everyone recognizes me, we have a long future ahead, and I shall refrain from being a nuisance." The men shook their heads in disagreement, indicating they would not mind. When LL chose this expansive meadow, comparable to several football fields, he had already devised a plan. Moving to Xiushantan might hinder certain endeavors. "I appreciate everyone's kindness, but in any case, tonight we shall all stay and share a meal. While there may not be delicacies, the food will be plentiful and the meat abundant. Gentlemen, let us feast to our heart's content." LL stated directly and cheerfully. "Tonight, we must seize this opportunity," Zhang Xiaofeng exclaimed. The others responded enthusiastically, revealing that he had already formed a strong bond with them. And this director of public security was evidently well supported. Seeing the agreement among the crowd, LL called upon a few of them to stoke the fire pit in front of the shelter. He retrieved strips of pork belly from his hunting bag, washed them in the river, and expertly prepared them. He then found some wooden sticks, fashioned a makeshift spit, and secured it over the fire, placing the skewered meat to roast. Present among them were the militia of Xiushantan, a gathering of young and vigorous individuals, seizing this opportunity to become better acquainted. Lu Yu, generous in spirit, showed no reservation. As for meat, he found himself quite unencumbered, able to procure it at any moment. Lu Yu had made a commendable impression on many in Xiushantan, with several eager to forge a connection. Particularly noteworthy were his recent feats, rescuing Chun Xiuqing from the clutches of the bear, vanquishing Xiong Ba with his axe, and now, single-handedly, alongside his loyal dog. He had thwarted the bandit and saved a life, each a remarkable deed. Not to mention, the benevolence of sparing a life while providing assistance was a tale worth telling. And the presence of the extraordinary dog, Yuang Bao, who had chosen to follow him, was a source of great fascination. Moreover, in these times, befriending a skilled hunter promised the prospect of meat. Gathered around the fire pit, as they roasted pork belly, Lu Yu conversed amiably with several gentlemen, gradually forging a camaraderie. After Wang Demon had stitched up Zhao Miling's wounds, the already fatigued woman, having endured such pain, could no longer sustain her spirit and fell into a deep slumber. Wang Yin remained inside to attend to her, while Wang Demon and Wang Dalong emerged from the cellar. Within the cellar, Wang Yin had already spoken of Lu Yu, and upon seeing him, Wang Dalong approached with palpable excitement, grasping Lu Yu's hands in fervent gratitude. "Thank you, my brother, thank you. You saved my wife's life. It is said that great kindness need not be spoken of. I shall not elaborate further. This debt of gratitude, I, Wang Dalong, shall remember. I am a man of my word. You will see how I repay you in the future." Lu Yu patted Wang Dalong on the shoulder. "Brother, do not dwell on the matter of saving lives. In times of distress, I trust that all present would not stand idly by. We all face our own trials. Do we not?" Wang Dalong nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, I have taken note." Lu Yu smiled, saying no more, and invited him to sit by the fire. He returned to the cellar to fetch wooden bowls and a thermos, pouring water for the others before retrieving some sorghum to cook in the large pot. He took some roasted fruit from the wall beside the bed and offered it to Wang Yin. "Have some, it will ease your hunger. You have worked hard today." The young woman had been bustling about for quite some time, not any less burdened than anyone else present. Wang Yin hesitated to accept, but after Lu Yu's repeated encouragement, she reluctantly took it. "Thank you, elder brother." "No, thank you, uncle." Although Lu Yu was a decade her senior, he was still several years younger than her father, Wang Dalong. Hearing Lu Yu refer to her mother as sister-in-law left her in a quandary. She felt awkward calling him brother or uncle. Sensing her discomfort, Lu Yu offered reassurance. "If you prefer, you may simply call me brother. We can address each other as we wish." Wang Yin pondered for a moment, then smiled at Lu Yu. "All right, brother Lu. Eat, and do enjoy." Lu Yu encouraged. The roasted fruit, a traditional northeastern snack, was something many families could only afford on festive occasions, rarely indulging in it otherwise. To spare Wang Yin any embarrassment regarding his cooking, he entrusted her with the task of adding firewood for the pot. While he took some smoked dog meat and the bowl containing old honey and salt, exiting the cellar, Wang Yin did not settle into her chair by the earthen stove until Lu Wai had departed. She took a small piece of roasted fruit, nibbling delicately while her eyes roamed around the well-organized little cellar. Outside the cellar, although a group of people was still engaged in casual conversation, their gaze frequently shifted to the sizzling pork belly and the greyhounds roasting over the fire. As the pork crackled enticingly, Lu Wai sprinkled salt meticulously over it and fashioned a small brush from pine needles. He shared pieces of honeycomb among everyone before using the brush to coat the roasted meat with thick honey. The aroma wafted through the air, making the hungry group unable to suppress their salivation. Gradually, the meat on the grill turned a golden hue, becoming increasingly appetizing. Lu Wai sliced a piece to check its doneness, finding it perfectly cooked. After tasting a small morsel, he found it delectable. When Wang Yin informed him that the sorghum rice was ready, he brought the skewers back to the cellar, cutting the meat into generous portions and filling several large bowls. Wang Yin, swift and efficient, assisted in serving the sorghum rice, inviting everyone to dine. Though the meal was simple, the flavor of the roasted meat was a rare delicacy for those present. Moreover, the combination of pork belly and squirrel meat, enhanced with honey, lent an air of luxury to the feast. Soon, the sounds of slurping the sorghum rice and chewing the meat filled the air as Lu Wai also satisfied his hunger. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly simple meal was leading the gathering of gentlemen to reevaluate their perception of him. In the end, every grain of sorghum rice was consumed, and the meat was devoured with equal enthusiasm, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. After feasting, it was time to depart. Lu Wai made no attempts to retain them, selecting some wild boar meat for himself while allowing Zhang Xiaofeng and others to take the rest back to Xiushantan. Wang Dalong paid Wang Demon for the medical expenses and accompanied the others to Xiushantan, needing to find a cart to bring his wife home, as there were still matters to attend to. Inside the cellar, Wang Yin fed the already awakened Zhao Miling with sorghum rice, while Lu Wai prepared a bowl of honey water for her with the remaining honey before returning to the fire outside. Yua Bao, having eaten to his heart's content on the mountain, was now full, yet Heihu, Bai Long, and Hua Bao remained hungry. At that moment, the three little creatures approached Lu Wai, nudging against his legs and gazing up at him with longing eyes. Lu Wai, well aware of their hunger, had previously been preoccupied with the guests and now had the opportunity to tend to them. In his hunting bag, he had already prepared food for them. He distributed 2 pig ears to Bai Long and Hua Bao, while He Hu received a pig snout. This was intended to teach them that wild boar was also a viable source of sustenance and to help them remember the vital areas to target when attacking. As they developed this habit, Yuan Bao and the others would learn to focus on the ears to drag and pull, while He Hu would bite the snout to pin the boar down, allowing Yuan Bao to target the boar's reproductive organs or rear. When they grew stronger and their skills honed, with the 4 of them working in unison, they could potentially subdue a wild boar. At that point, it would merely require aiming the rifle, finding the right moment, and firing to secure a successful hunt. As for not cutting these morsels into smaller pieces, it was purely LL's intention to seize this opportunity to simultaneously hone the biting skills of the 3 pups. A strong bite is indeed a trait they ought to possess. After a vigorous struggle lasting over 20 minutes, the 3 pups finally consumed the food they had acquired. Seeing that they were still unsatisfied, LL tossed them some wild boar meat. Today's ample supply of meat allowed them to feast to their heart's content. The 3 little ones, each over 2 months old and weaned, had recently developed a voracious appetite and were growing rapidly. It was crucial not to impede their progress at such a pivotal time. After waiting for nearly an hour, Wang Dalong finally returned with 2 militiamen, and with their assistance. They carried Zhao Meiling on a stretcher, greeted LL, and departed. LL let out a long sigh of relief as he moved the remaining wild boar meat into the cellar. He reattached his ammunition belt, picked up his hunting rifle, secured a large axe to his waist, and grabbed a lantern, preparing to venture into the mountains. He hadn't forgotten about the wooden traps he had set by the riverside, particularly the one for water dogs. If left unattended overnight, he feared that by morning, there would be nothing left. Those were precious items, rich in value. Even though LL felt somewhat fatigued, he knew he had to make the trip. However, nighttime posed dangers, and wild animals could be elusive, requiring extra caution. As LL equipped himself with his tools and lit the lantern to set out, Yuan Bao immediately followed him without needing to be called. The 3 pups also emerged from their kennel, trailing behind LL, their bellies round and full. Perhaps having eaten too much, they were less sprightly than during the day, merely following obediently with an endearing clumsiness. It was as if they were out for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. LL chuckled to himself, hoping that tonight's venture would not end in disappointment. Chapter 81. All good things. A well-fed hunting dog experiences a significant decline in its agility. This is something LL understands very well. Just like a human. After a hearty meal, engaging in vigorous activities can easily lead to discomfort in the stomach. With the night already having fallen, LL is in no rush, leisurely guiding Yuan Bao and the others through the woods. There is no need to hasten their pace, as the purpose of bringing Yuan Bao and the others along is singular, to serve as a warning. Their keen sense of smell, coupled with exceptional hearing, enables them to detect potential dangers and unusual occurrences from afar, alerting him in advance. The moon shines brilliantly tonight, casting a silvery glow. The liquid moonlight pours down through the trees, creating a dappled pattern on the ground, allowing one to discern the path even without a lantern. Nevertheless, LL still carries the lantern, for even its faint glow can instill a sense of caution in the wildlife. The forest is enveloped in a profound stillness. The only sounds that reach LL's ears are the rustling of leaves as they brush against one another, the whispering of dry grass and twigs, and the steady thump of his own heartbeat. Yet, beneath this tranquility lies an undercurrent of activity. The sudden flapping of large birds taking flight from the branches. The eerie and chilling calls of night owls echoing through the air can send shivers down one's spine. In the thickets and bushes, the rustle of small creatures fleeing or leaping from tree branches prompts Yuan Bao and the others to emit low growls. However, without a command from LL to pursue, they remain quietly attentive. Occasionally, Yuan Bao barks furiously at a certain direction, prompting LL to halt, raising his weapon with caution until Yuan Bao ceases barking. It is uncertain what kind of formidable beast they might have sensed. Throughout this journey, there is a sense of trepidation. The night paths of the great forest can unsettle even someone of LL's temperament. Nighttime is when many nocturnal creatures come alive, and the lurking dangers are more pronounced than during the day. Fortunately, they arrive safely at the river, crossing to the opposite bank by walking over a fallen tree. LL hears the chilling cries emanating from near the water dog's den, causing his heart to leap with excitement. They have made a catch. Water dogs, in later times, are often kept as pets due to their adorable appearance and their plaintive cries. Yet for LL, they represent a monetary gain. The piercing cries he hears are those of a trapped water dog, and he can even hear it struggling against the wooden trap, dragging it across the rocky riverbank. Rushing a few steps to the entrance of the water dog's den, LL lifts the lantern to see the wooden trap clamped around the neck of the water dog, capturing it along with its short front limbs. The powerful trap grips its long, slippery body tightly, making escape a daunting task. It is already somewhat exhausted. The wooden trap is connected to a sturdy stake embedded deep in the ground by a strong steel wire, leaving the creature no choice but to circle around the stake. Lacking the strength to break free, and thus it continues to howl in desperation. Upon witnessing this, Yuanbao immediately barks and leaps forward. Upon hearing a sound, the water dog exerted itself to drag the wooden trap, leaping up to snap at Yuanbao. However, due to the inadequacy of the attached thin wire, it stumbled and fell to the ground, swiftly regaining its footing and roaring at the approaching Yuanbao. Despite its small stature, this little creature was fierce, particularly with its sharp teeth, which should not be underestimated. Yuanbao, LL hurriedly called out to halt it. The pristine fur must not be marred by Yuanbao's bite, nor should it be treated like a wild boar or a bear. LL moved closer, placing the lantern atop a decayed tree stump above the burrow to illuminate it. To avoid being bitten, he retrieved the slingshot he carried and struck its head forcefully. The water dog let out a piercing cry, collapsing to the ground, its four legs trembling, and its tail sweeping back and forth upon the earth. The slingshot's power, having struck its head, was now sufficient to be lethal. Silence soon enveloped the water dog. LL approached, pried open the wooden trap, and removed the creature, rubbing its fur. He found it smooth and soft to the touch, a delightful sensation. He stowed the wooden trap in the thin wire, leading Yuanbao and the others towards another wooden trap baited with water dog feces. Many animals, both large and small, had a peculiar affinity for the water dog's droppings. Yet, upon encountering larger specimens, the wooden trap would be insufficient. Thus, LL held little hope. However, upon nearing, he was unexpectedly delighted to discover that the trap had indeed captured something. It was a small creature, the size of a domestic cat, adorned with coin-like patterns on its fur. Upon closer inspection, LL's heart soared with joy. This was unmistakably a marbled cat, also known as a leopard cat or golden cat, another valuable pelt. Unfortunately for this marbled cat, it had ventured forth to feast upon the water dog feces placed in the trap, triggering it and ultimately succumbing to strangulation. This fortuitously spared LL some effort. He promptly pried open the trap, extracted the marbled cat, and secured it alongside the water dog. The feces, untouched by the marbled cat, were flung aside as the trap snapped shut. LL decided to gather the droppings once more, resetting the wooden trap in its original position. With the lantern in hand, he led Yuanbao and the others back home. The return journey felt notably lighter, as the bounty from the two traps equaled at least half a month's harvest of gray dogs and wild chickens. Upon safely returning to the underground dwelling, LL noticed the time was not in his favor. He did not rush to process the catch. The day's exertions had left him feeling distinctly fatigued. He prepared hot water for himself, washed his face, and soaked his feet. He also changed the soiled sheet stained with blood and water from attending to Zhao Meiling's injuries, before lying down, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. When he awakened the next morning, daylight had already permeated the space. Inside the underground dwelling, the pungent odor of wild boar meat lingered, causing LL to furrow his brow. He hastily rose, opening all the small doors and windows to ventilate the area. He recalled the water dog, the marbled cat, and the considerable amount of wild boar meat and intestines that needed urgent attention for preservation. Realizing that ascending the mountain was not feasible that day, running to the riverbank, he brushed his teeth and splashed his face with the icy water. The sudden chill jolted Luel from his lingering drowsiness, invigorating his spirit. Last night, he had inquired with an experienced craftsman about the creation of snowboards, only to learn that they must be fashioned from the hide of a yellow-haired boar, specifically weighing over 100 pounds. The skins of larger boars, weighing 400 to 500 pounds, were unsuitable, leading him to forego their use. However, the tough bristles could indeed be sold for profit. Earning money is a gradual accumulation, and instant wealth is a rarity. Luel diligently plucked the bristles one by one, binding them with grass rope made from ula grass and stowing them in a bag. Over time, these would amount to a modest sum. As for the boar hide, he secured it to a large tree next to the underground pit, suspended 30 centimeters above the ground. The three lively pups, unable to contain their energy and eager to hone their fundamental skills, were soon drawn to the scent of blood. They gathered around the boar hide, tugging and tearing at it, creating a delightful chaos that served as an excellent training exercise. The choice cuts of pork were washed with hot water, diced into small pieces, and prepared for frying in oil. The remaining meat was divided, some for the dogs and the rest preserved through smoking. This task required precision and skill. As he smoked the strips of meat, the morning passed swiftly. Perhaps overwhelmed by the rich aroma of meat, Luel lost the appetite to eat himself. Instead, he carefully skinned the water dog and the stone marten, a process he had mastered, which did not take long. He stretched the pelts over wooden stakes, removed the fat, washed away any moisture, and tightened them with ula grass before placing them in a cactus to cure in the shade. While the flesh of the marten could be medicinal, it held little market value in these times, so Luel planned to consume it that evening. The water dog, however, was a prized find. Its liver was a valuable medicinal ingredient, easily preserved by drying. The meat was also beneficial, aiding in vitality, kidney health, cough relief, and pest control, and was simple to prepare by cutting it into strips and drying. Yet, Luel chose a different path, slicing the water dog meat into pieces to feed the 3 pups, ensuring they would remember the scent crucial for tracking prey. Relying solely on his own efforts in the mountains alongside the dogs would prove challenging. All that remained was the belly of the wild boar, another valuable resource. The tough-skinned, coarse-haired wild boar has a varied diet, consuming herbs, eggs, mushrooms, wild rabbits, field mice, and even venomous snakes. Anything edible would be devoured, rendering its stomach virtually immune to toxins. According to elder hunters, when a wild boar ingests a venomous snake, the snake will bite the inner wall of the boar's belly. Over time, as the boar consumes numerous plants and roots, many of which are medicinal, the substances blend and ferment within its stomach, bestowing it with remarkable healing properties. If the stomach is injured by a bite, the healing process will result in the formation of a nodule. The more nodules present, the greater the value of the wild boar's belly. It remains uncertain whether these boils are a result of being bitten by a venomous snake. Yet they do not detract from the fact that their quantity serves as an indicator of the quality of the wild boar's stomach. Long ago, people recognized the benefits of the wild boar's stomach, and it has since evolved into a premium culinary ingredient, renowned for its efficacy in treating gastric ailments, often fetching prices upwards of 1,000 yuan. LV Lu meticulously rinsed the wild boar's stomach in warm water to cleanse its interior, washing away any debris before deftly slicing it open with a knife. Upon revealing the numerous boils within, he could not help but chuckle. This single stomach, when presented to those with discerning eyes in the district, could sell for a considerable sum, and if transported to Ichuan, the price would soar even higher. Yesterday alone, he collected 2 greyhound skins, one from a marten, one from a yellow weasel, one from a water dog, in addition to a pair of livers, and a leopard cat skin. These are indeed prized possessions. Upon selling them, a rough estimate suggests they would not yield less than 300 yuan. 300. A substantial amount. And this was merely a day's haul. Of course, LV Lu understood that such fortunate circumstances could not be expected daily. Yet they filled him with anticipation for his future. He added a generous amount of salt to a basin and diligently scrubbed the wild boar's stomach, ensuring it was impeccably clean before returning it to his underground dwelling to dry over charcoal. This method would facilitate preservation and ease future sales. Older hunters traditionally brought back the stomachs of their game for personal consumption, symbolizing a bountiful harvest. However, LV Lu did not adhere to such customs. For him, converting the catch into money was far more pragmatic. After all, opportunities would abound in the future, and should he wish to feast, he could always hunt for yellow-haired game later. As he meticulously roasted the wild boar's stomach, footsteps approached from outside. Yua Bao and the 3 pups remained silent. And without needing to step outside, LV Lu deduced that it was either Chen Shouqing or one of the others, Wang Demon or Aunt Duan. The sound of the footsteps was firm and steady, leading him to ascertain that it was indeed Chen Shouqing. Sure enough, she soon peered through the doorway, her head popping in. Lu Gu, what are you up to? Chapter 82. The construction of the wooden hut has begun. Hey, look at that wild boar's stomach. LL glanced at Chen Shouqing. Where did you get that? Oh, have you bought a new gun? Chen Shouqing lowered his head and dove into the underground cellar. LL noticed the beads of sweat on his face and the brand new hunting rifle slung over his shoulder. I sold the bearbile you sent me, and after much negotiation with the buyer at the state-operated store, I managed to sell it for 723 yuan. I spent 200 of that to buy this hunting rifle, Chen Shouqing explained, taking the rifle off his shoulder as he spoke. LL clearly remembered the price the buyer had offered last time, 600 for grass bile, 700 for iron bile, and starting at 800 for copper bile. The iron bile he delivered to Chen Shouqing had fetched a decent sum. Taking the rifle into his hands, LL noted it was a brand of Golden Deer, a 16-gauge single-barrel shotgun, capable of firing chicken shot, roe deer shot, and slug ammunition. 200 yuan for such a weapon was indeed a good deal. Qin Shouqing still had several bundles strapped to him, filled with shells, propellant, primers, and even a press for reloading cartridges, along with various other supplies. LL immediately understood that he was preparing to reload his own cartridges to save money. As he observed these items, LL pondered a question. Perhaps he could borrow some of these reloaded cartridges to hone his skills with the double-barreled shotgun. Yesterday, while hunting wild boars, if he had had the feel of the double barrel, he could have easily made a single, fatal shot without needing a second. Mastering the feel of the gun required constant practice, an instinct cultivated through training. For the time being, LL had no intentions of purchasing other firearms. He wanted to perfect his proficiency with the double-barrel shotgun, which would greatly benefit him in both self-defense and hunting. After placing his belongings down, Qin Shouqing pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket and handed it to LL. LL leaned the rifle against the wall, took the money, and counted it, discovering it amounted to 500 yuan. Why is there so much? Last time we agreed to split the bear bile proceeds, didn't we? He attempted to return the money. Brother L, didn't you borrow some money for your family last time? That needs to be repaid. Besides, the bear bile shouldn't be divided with me. You were the one who killed the bear, and it was your life that saved me. I already feel like I'm taking advantage by receiving the money from the bear bile sale, so how could I ask for more? Qin Shouqing vigorously shook his head, stepping back and pushing LL's hand away. You bought a gun and ammunition. If you give me the money, I fear your household might be short on funds. Keep it for now and return it when you are more financially comfortable, LL said earnestly. Really, it's unnecessary. Recently, my mother and sister have been selling wild vegetables in the district, so our household expenses aren't a concern. There is no need to worry about that. Now that I have my gun and ammunition, once I go hunting in the mountains with a skilled hunter like you, life will surely get better, Qin Shouqing replied, filled with anticipation for the future, feeling a sense of newfound stability. Early today, as he set out for the district, upon stepping out of his house, he encountered someone in the village who spoke of LL's heroic feat yesterday, single-handedly rescuing a person with his dog after slaying a ferocious beast. This news stirred a profound excitement within him. In just over a month, LL had already vanquished 2 bears and a pig. Such prowess commanded his admiration, invigorating his spirits. The thought of hunting alongside such a skilled individual filled him with enthusiasm, quickening his pace considerably. Upon hearing Qin Shouqing's words, LL no longer insisted on anything further and tucked the money away. Having visited several times, LL reflected on the misfortune that had befallen the Qin family due to Qin Shouqing's grave injuries from a bear attack. He felt it was only natural to offer some assistance, particularly since he had returned from his rebirth and was eager to show kindness to Qin Shuyuan. However, this generosity stirred suspicion in Ma Jinlan. LL came to realize that he mustn't act too hastily. Maintaining a suitable distance and progressing gradually was essential. There needed to be a process of understanding, ensuring that others found him trustworthy and reliable. You just returned from the district, and you haven't eaten, have you? He inquired while rummaging through the wild boar's stomach. Qin Shouqing sheepishly scratched his head, responding, Not yet. Neither have I. Let's eat together. LL placed the boar's stomach over the fire, and without waiting for further discussion, he set up the iron pot on the earthen stove. After we finish our meal, if there is nothing else, let us practice shooting in the meadow. Practice shooting. That sounds great. What could possibly keep me from joining? Qin Shouqing eagerly agreed. With a new rifle in hand, he needed to familiarize himself with its characteristics to wield it effectively. By the way, how is your recovery coming along? LL scanned Qin Shouqing with a keen eye. I'm nearly back to normal. I can run and jump without issue. A few more days in the mountains to get accustomed, and I'll be ready to hunt alongside you without holding back. Qin Shouqing thumped his chest, emphasizing his readiness. Then inquired, Aren't you planning to gather wild bees soon? Shouldn't that be in the next few days? Indeed, LL agreed, contemplating nurturing the bees, as they might produce a swarm in June. Delaying any further was unwise. He added water to the pot, cleaned it, and began steaming the sorghum while casually asking, How is your family? When will your sister return? She hasn't faced any trouble, has she? My sister hasn't done anything wrong. The issues lie with our mother. With me around, how could she get hurt? Qin Shouqing sighed deeply, expressing a hint of frustration. It's just that the two of them are quite unhappy. They seem to resent each other. For days, they haven't exchanged a word, as if they were enemies. My sister and I feel powerless. She puts on a brave front but avoids provoking our mother. After all, she is the one who raised us. We can't always be at odds with her. So we have to be a little accommodating. Moreover, at present, Lu Gu is regarded as a person from Xiushantan, and even the director of public security has praised him as a commendable individual. What more could she possibly say? She must also realize that her actions have been excessive, yet finds it difficult to admit her faults, resulting in a stalemate. Luel chuckled and shook his head, remarking that remaining in such a state is not a solution. Guidance is necessary. With only 3 members in the family, maintaining a stern demeanor daily makes life uncomfortable, does it not? Indeed. Chen Shouqing nodded in agreement, stating that she would earnestly counsel her mother upon returning home. As they chatted idly, Chen Shouqing lent a hand in preparing the meal. There were the remnants of oil just extracted, wild boar leg meat, and a burlap sack left behind by Wang Dalong's family, containing the monkey leg vegetables they had foraged. In the hustle of the previous night, Luel only noticed this in the morning. The monkey leg vegetable, similar to fern, quickly loses moisture and becomes tough once harvested. So foragers often apply a bit of mud to seal the cut ends and slow down the aging process. Upon bringing them home, one must remove the muddy ends. Trim the tips, retaining only the tender stalks. After cutting them into sections, they should be blanched, sautéed until soft, and cooled for salads or stir-fried with shredded meat, all of which yield delightful flavors. The sack contained a modest amount of monkey leg vegetables, which would spoil if left unattended. So Luel decided to stir-fry them for a meal. The dishes were simple yet balanced, and after satisfying their hunger, the two tidied up briefly before stepping out into the courtyard. As they walked towards the meadow, Yuanbao, who was trailing behind Luel, suddenly spoke up. Someone is approaching. Luel halted, turning to gaze down the forest path leading to the meadow. After a wait of 3 to 4 minutes, a figure emerged from the woods. It was Wang Dalong from Huilong Tan, Chen Shouqing whispered. Indeed. Luel had already discerned who it was and casually inquired, "Do you know him?" "I know he is a skilled carpenter. We've crossed paths a few times, though we are not well acquainted," Chen Shouqing replied with a gentle smile. "I heard that yesterday Lu Gu saved his wife, and their daughter Wang Yin was also present?" Luel nodded and made his way towards Wang Dalong, calling out to Yuanbao from a distance, "Old brother, what brings you here today?" Wang Dalong crossed the river quickly and arrived at the courtyard. "Yesterday, my brother saved my wife, and I feel quite indebted. Your bed has become quite messy, as well as the cotton clothing." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 bed sheets and a thin cotton outfit from his satchel and offered them to Luel. These items were high-quality goods purchased from a state-run store, likely costing a fair sum. "Old brother, this is no trouble at all," Luel laughed, saying, "Is this worth a special trip? Why not stay home and take care of your wife, with your daughter looking after her?" Wang Dalong replied, shoving the items into Luel's arms. "Your sister-in-law specifically instructed me to handle this matter well, and since I see you are about my height, albeit slightly slimmer, I bought accordingly. They should fit." Before Luel could respond further, Wang Dalong continued, "I heard from your sister-in-law that you plan to build a wooden cabin here. This is my forte, so rest assured you can entrust it to me. Once your sister-in-law has recovered and I have finished the tasks at hand, I shall come to assist you in constructing your abode, ensuring it is splendidly completed before the onset of winter. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Your craftsmanship is renowned far and wide. I fear I may not even be able to secure your services." Luel had long harbored this intention and felt a surge of joy at Wang Dalong's prompt agreement, knowing his own home would soon be assured. "Your words are duly noted. I have accepted you as my brother. Matters concerning a brother are indeed my own." Wang Dalong chuckled, giving Luel's shoulder a friendly pat. "I have matters to attend to at home. I observe that you are preparing to venture out, so I shall not delay you. Within half a month, I will return. Farewell." With that, Wang Dalong turned without hesitation, leaving Luel momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but chuckle wryly, shaking his head. What a man of urgency. In his previous life, Luel had already discerned the nature of Wang Dalong. He was well known for his exceptional skills and swift workmanship, unlike some artisans who, upon securing a job, would dawdle and, at times, exasperate their employers in a bid to prolong their work for extra pay. Wang Dalong understood that time equates to money. After all, employers do not have the luxury of time to linger about, which can hinder numerous affairs. This very quality made Wang Dalong exceptionally popular. His workload was ceaseless, and upon completion, employers were often inclined to reward him generously. Thus, when all was accounted for, he found himself earning more than his peers throughout the year. His sincerity was so genuine that it was difficult not to admire him, even among those employers who might wish to undercut his wages. Luel recalled in his previous life the scene of Wang Dalong urging his 2 apprentice boys relentlessly while constructing his house. Of course, Luel was well aware that Wang Dalong approached this task with a spirit of gratitude, likely foregoing other opportunities to prioritize his home project. Well, let him be. As long as the wages are fair, It shall suffice. With that thought, Luel turned to Qinshoqing, who was beside him, and said, "Let us go practice our shooting."